Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome. It's such a nice, evocative word, isn't it? Makes one think of love, of friendship, and kindness, of joyful reunions. But I'm sorry to say that our little theater doesn't usually deal with such pleasant topics. We prefer murder, mayhem, and mischief of all kinds. So that's why this story is called Welcome for a Dead Man. It's about a reunion and a man named Harry Beggs, a very special man with a very special problem. Our mystery drama, Welcome for a Dead Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Howard Da Silva. Let me show you a picture postcard. It's an idyllic country setting. The trees are tall and green, and the surrounding hills are gently curved. In the distance, you can see the turrets of some gray stone building that might be somebody's ancestral home. But if you were to come closer and recognize that structure for what it is, you would probably shudder silently and move on. Because prisons affect people that way. And this place is one of them. But for at least one of the long-time residents, this is a very important day.
Come on in, Harry. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you hear me? I said sit down.
Yeah, sure.
There is no part of my job I like better than this. Seeing you men leave this place.
Yes, sir.
Especially men like you, Harry. Men who have served long sentences, stayed out of trouble, and went out clean. How long's it been, Harry?
You got the record right there.
Well, I'm sure you know the exact time a lot better than I do.
Yes, sir, I know the exact time. 21 years, 1 month, 3 days.
I'll bet you can tell me the hour if you wanted to.
Whatever you say, Warden.
Oh, come on, Harry, cheer up. You don't look like a man who's facing the greatest day of his life. Now, you've got a lot of living ahead of you. Now, I just hope you know that.
Not me.
Oh, of course you do. You're only 50. 50's not old these days. Plenty of men get new starts in life at your age.
It's too late for that, Warden.
What?
I'm a dead man.
Oh, nonsense, Harry.
I died in the joint 10 years ago. You just forgot to bury me.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Yeah, but it's the truth. I'm dead. I'm a corpse. In a brand new suit and $20 in my pocket. It's just enough for a cheap coffin, maybe.
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Whatever you say, Warden.
You've got a family, haven't you?
No.
Oh, don't talk bull to me, my friend. Now, I've got the records right here. Just as you said, you've got a wife and a child.
You're wrong.
Oh, all right. All right, now, I know she wasn't much on visiting. But she will be out there now waiting for you.
No, nobody's waiting for me. Except maybe the elephants.
What?
Nothing.
You said something about elephants. What did you mean?
Nothing, Warden. Just a little joke.
Well, I've got a joke for you, Biggs. Now, you walk out of this place feeling the way you do, acting this way, and you know what's going to happen to you?
No, sir.
You will be right back here. And you wouldn't be the first I've said goodbye to one day and hello to the next. Now, do you understand me?
Whatever you say, Warden.
Now, all right, I'll get the hell out of here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Beggs. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
If you are going to pull another robbery, steal something smaller the next time, and don't shoot anybody doing it.
I'll remember that, Warden. Harry, Edith.
Harry? Well, what do you know? What is this? They're letting you people make phone calls now?
I'm out, Edith.
Out? How do you mean, out?
That's it. Out of prison, paroled.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
I'm in a phone booth at the bus station right now. I had to break the 20 they gave me to make this call. I didn't even know if you'd be at the same number.
I'm at the same everything. Nothing ever changes for me. Harry, how could you be out serving life?
I told you. Parole. They reviewed my case again. They decided it was time.
Not because you told them anything.
I had nothing to tell nobody.
Oh, you know what I mean. About the money.
They stopped asking me about that 10 years ago, Edith. If you had come to visit me, I would have told you that.
I can't believe it. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
The day's here, Edith. Only now what?
Oh, how should I know?
Somebody's got to tell me.
Oh, leave us alone, Harry, all right? Go find your friends, your old friends.
My friends are all gone. There's none of them left. Except maybe the elephants.
The what?
I used to dream about the elephants every night. I used to wake up in my cell, sweating. But it's funny, you know. After a while, I stopped worrying about them. Maybe it's better that they find me and finish the whole thing.
What thing? What are you talking about?
Well, somebody's got to do it. You can't let a corpse walk around. It isn't decent. You've got to bury them.
Harry, have you gone crazy? What's all that about a corpse?
I went and died in prison, Edith.
You must be crazy.
I'm dead.
I'm going to hang up.
No, wait. One more thing.
What is it?
Edith, what if I came home?
No, Harry.
You haven't seen me in 10 years. I'm 10 years better looking.
Look, stay away from us, Harry. You're here.
Don't you want to see if I lost my hair? Remember you used to say I'd look like my old man if I went bald? Well, don't you want to see?
No. Oh, for heaven's sake, why didn't you stay out of my life? Why did you have to call me?
I want to see you, Edith.
No. You can't. You can't look at me. I don't want to see what I look like in your eyes.
Why not?
Because I'm an old woman now.
No, not you.
Yes, I'm old. Older than I ought to be, thanks to you. I look older than my mother does. That's what my last 10 years were about, Harry. Working like a dog. No money, just getting poor and old.
Let me come up, Edith, just for a while. We could talk.
No, stay away from here. You understand me? You say you're a dead man? Fine. Stay dead, Harry.
Has your change, Mac?
Price of beer has gone up, huh?
Everything goes up. Inflation.
Yeah, we heard about it. Even inside.
Want something else?
Oh, I got all I can handle.
Okay, pal. Just yell if you want anything.
Can I buy a drink?
Huh?
I said, can I buy you a drink?
What for?
Why, just for the heck of it. What else? No, I seen you sitting around there all alone, looking like you could use a friendly word, so here I am.
And what's the friendly word?
A drink, of course. Come on, name it. Come on.
Now, what makes a guy like you want to buy somebody like me a drink? Why don't you wait until some nice chick comes out of the joint? I mean, if you still call them chicks.
Yeah, we still call them chicks. It's what you said, the bartender.
What did I say?
Well, I heard you say to him about being inside. Now, look, he's a nice, clean guy, and maybe he doesn't know from that kind of talk. But maybe, I know a few things.
Tell me just one.
Inside means the joint. Am I right?
Could be.
You sitting there with that suit on? Look at the creases in that suit. They're like broken cardboard.
You ever wear a suit like this?
Oh, no, not me. The only time they had me in a slammer, I walked out 2 days later in my own hard Schaffner & Marks.
And that's all, huh? You must be lucky.
Well, I like to think I'm smart.
Okay, so you're smart. Only now I'll be smart, too, and get out of here. I'm not used to alcohol.
One drink, huh?
All right. One more beer.
Okay. Hey, Maxie, 2 beers, and we'll take them over here to the table.
What's wrong with the bar?
The table's more private. Come on.
Okay, since you're buying.
It's better, isn't it, huh? Well, now we can talk.
Sure. Only about what?
Well, let's talk about you. How long you been on the street?
This is the first day.
Oh, are you kidding me?
First day.
Well, ain't that something, huh? Well, this really is a day to celebrate, you know. We ought to be having some champagne.
No
Huh?
beer.
Thanks. Hey, listen, I didn't get your name. Mine's Roy.
My name's Harry.
Well, here's good luck to you, Harry.
Thanks.
Sure. And here's hoping you get everything you want out of life. Oh, boy, you deserve it after all those years.
I didn't say how long I was in stir.
No, you didn't say. How long was it, Harry?
How old are you, Roy?
Me? 23.
You were still eating baby food when I went in.
No, kid. Oh, that's a real shame. All those years wasted.
Yeah.
I bet you thought about this day a lot, huh?
I used to think about it. Then I stopped.
Oh, come on. Don't kid me. I bet you made plans. I mean big plans.
No.
What about women? Bet you thought plenty about women, huh? Like I said, I was locked up only a few days, and that was all I could think about.
Even that stops. Everything stops when you die.
Huh? Oh, that's what's said about dying?
Nothing.
Well, here's to you, Harry. Here's to your future. Hey, you're not drinking.
I'm not thirsty anymore, I guess.
Boy, if I had spent 20 years in the joint, I'd be mopping up every bar in town, eating every steak I could get my fork on.
Yeah, you got a 23-year-old stomach, Roy.
Come on, you look in pretty good shape to me. I'll bet you mopped up a few bars in your time, huh?
No, just one of them. There was just one place I used to hang out. Looked a lot like this one.
Where was it?
Over on Clinton Street, right across the way from the building where I lived. It was called Lucky's.
Lucky's. No, I don't know the places. Any kind of action there?
It was just a neighborhood place. My wife and I used to go there a couple of nights a week.
So you're married, huh? Well, why didn't you say so?
I'm not married. Look, Roy. I'm feeling a little woozy. Like I said, I'm not used to alcohol.
Hey, please, one more minute, huh? Come on, I want to talk to you, Harry. No kidding. About what you're going to do.
Why should you care about that?
Because I want to help you.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean it, Harry. I want to help you. Well, you look like you could use some help. I mean like a partner.
Hey, are you stoned or something? What would I need a partner for?
Oh, you know, Harry. The money, Harry.
What?
Get the 50 grand. Well, you're going to need help getting it. You know that.
Good Lord.
Don't look at me like that, Harry.
You're an elephant.
What?
I never would have figured you for one of them. I've been waiting for one of you to show up, but I never figured a 23-year-old kid.
What do you mean, elephant?
The ones that wouldn't forget me. Not even after 20 years.
And so Harry Beggs, who calls himself a dead man, has met a man he calls an elephant. Definitely an odd couple. But what will become of their encounter? Will Harry obligingly tell the young man named Roy where to find $50,000? They say that dead men tell no tales. Will Roy be satisfied with silence? We'll find out in just a moment when I return with Act Two. Harry Beggs is a free man. He has just put 21 years behind him and walked out into the future. But less than 24 hours later, the past has come back to haunt him. The past has taken him by the elbow, led him to a table in a dimly lit tavern, and made its grim presence only too clear.
Let's not be cute about this, Harry. You're too old to be cute.
I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about 50 big ones. The money you walked off with from the Reed Hammer job.
You got the wrong guy.
Okay, your name is Harry, isn't it? Harry Beggs?
That's right.
Then I got the right guy.
Who you working for, Roy?
Me? I'm self-employed.
Don't give me that. You're 23 years old. You're too young to know me.
Ah, you're a famous man, Harry.
You were in diapers when that Reed Hammer job was pulled.
So what? I wasn't around for the American Revolution neither. But I heard about it.
Go away, Roy. You're starting to bother me.
Oh, come on, then that's no way to talk. I bought you a beer, didn't I?
I see. And now you want 50 grand in return, huh?
No, I didn't say that. You look, I just want a taste. Now, I wouldn't take the whole bundle. You put in a bit of time earning that money.
There isn't any money.
Oh, everybody knows it wasn't recovered. Now, you must have hidden it someplace, right? Well, that's what everybody says.
All right, for the last time. What you heard about me, about that payroll money, is all a phony. I pulled a heist and I shot that guard and killed him. But all I got for my trouble was 21 years in a tin can.
What happened to the money?
I don't know.
Don't give me that baloney, dead man. Now, you had it in your hand. Now, what did you do with it?
I had to dump it.
Where?
I don't know. I just dumped it. Side of the road someplace. I couldn't tell you where.
Yeah, sure, that's the story you told the cops. Now, don't keep repeating yourself.
I told the cops the truth. I was in a panic. I didn't know what I was doing, and I saw the roadblock ahead of me, and I knew I was finished.
Ah, you're kidding me, Harry.
I'm telling you the truth.
You make it sound like the cops grabbed you 10 minutes after the heist. Now, it was a good 6 hours before you were arrested.
You really did your homework, Roy, huh? Okay. I was driving a long time. I was almost at the state border before the cops threw up that blockade, and then...
The money, where was it?
I told you. When I knew that I was going to be caught with a meat in my mouth, I did the only smart thing. I tossed it out of the car window.
Oh, the hell you did.
It's the truth.
You buried it someplace. Everybody knows you buried it.
People like to think that. They like to think there's buried treasure all over the place, just waiting to be picked up by any guy with a lucky shovel.
Oh, come on, you buried that money. Now, you figured you might get out of stir and come back for it one day.
Oh, forget it, kid. I'm telling you, the money's gone. It's gone for as long as you've been alive.
The cops searched that whole road for the money bag, and so did 9 million other people. Only it never turned up.
I'll tell you why it never turned up. Some smart farmer boy found it and stashed it in the barn. He's been living high off it ever since.
You're a good liar, Harry.
The money's gone, kid. You think I'd be sitting in this bar drinking beer if I knew where it was?
No. You're too smart to rush it. You figured there'd be some elephants around who might be watching you, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I was looking for some old elephants. Instead, I get a kid.
Okay, mister. You stick to your story. But now, listen to my proposition, huh?
What for?
Now, just shut up and listen. Okay, now let's say you did bury that money.
Look, I told you...
Just a for instance, okay? Now, let's say you buried that money. Now, that's what the cops think. That's what Reed Hammer's insurance company thinks. And for all you know, they've been tailing you ever since you left the joint.
Tailing me? What are you talking about?
Oh, come on. You can't be that dumb, Harry. Now, didn't you figure they'd be watching you?
No, you're wrong. Nobody's tailing me.
How do you know?
Because it's crazy. Because it's 21 years.
The money is still good.
All right. So what's this proposition you're talking about?
It's a sweet deal for you, Harry. No, I mean it. It's a way for you to get your 50 grand without any trouble at all.
I see. All I have to do is tell you where it is.
Hey, that's right. You see? You're not so dumb.
And you're not so smart if you think I'd do that.
But it's the only way to go, Harry. You can't dig it up yourself. Now, even if you stay on ice for 6 months, you'll never be sure some fuzz isn't sticking on you. Or maybe one of your old elephant friends. You'll never know if you'll wind up with a shovel in your hand or a bullet in your neck.
Go on.
But if you didn't pick up that bag yourself, if you didn't do the digging, but had somebody do it for you, somebody who you could trust...
Meaning you, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, now you got it, Harry. Look, I'll do it for you. And guess what? All I'll take for my trouble is 20%.
Is that all?
Yeah, 10,000. It'll be worth it to you, believe me. You won't run any risks at all.
No risk, huh? What would stop you from taking the whole thing?
You just have to trust me, Harry. I got an honest face, don't I?
Go away, Roy. Go away and take your cat pistol with you. I don't want to see that honest face of yours again.
But you're gonna see it, Harry. If you don't make a deal with me, you're gonna be seeing it all the time. Now, everywhere you go, in every mirror you pass.
You intend to follow me around?
Yeah, for as long as it takes. Sooner or later, you'll have to dig it up. You'll have to.
What if I get someone else to do it for me?
But you'll still have to receive it. And I'll be there. Me and my cat pistol. Now, what do you say? Are you gonna be sensible?
All right, Roy.
Hey, well now.
All right. I don't want your ugly shadow following me. I got enough shadow of my own.
Hey, then it's a deal?
On one condition. That we make the dig together.
But what if we're being tagged by one of your elephants?
I'm sure they're all in that graveyard. But I won't let you dig the bag up by yourself.
Something tells me you don't trust me, Harry.
That's right, Roy. I never trust anybody under 30.
Hey, where is this place anyway? I've never been so far out of the city.
It's called Purdy's Landing.
Real country stuff, huh? Well, I didn't know you were a country boy, Harry.
When I was a kid.
Is that what gave you the idea? The stash, you know what out here?
You talk too much, Roy. I know where the bag is, but it's 21 years ago. Someone else might know, too.
Well, how do we get to this place?
We get off the train, then we get a taxi.
Hey, you think this old heap is going to make it to where we're going?
Who's that?
I said, where did you get this pile of junk? Out of a car museum?
Always gets where it wants to go. Now, what was that again?
I told you. The Cobbin Farm on Edge Road.
Never heard of Cobbin Farm. Heard of Edge Road, but never heard of any Cobbin around here.
Now just take us to the road.
Seems to me you got the wrong place, mister.
There was a family named Cobbin lived on the road about 20 years ago.
Well, they must have moved then. I've been living around here about 15 years now and never heard of them. But I guess things change.
Yeah, that's right. Things change.
How much further?
How much?
Well, you said that 20 minutes ago. When we first got into these dumb woods.
We'll come to the clearing soon.
How do you know we're in the right place, huh?
You think I could forget it? You think I could put a suitcase with 50 grand on the ground and forget where?
Well, let's go then. Let's go.
There. There's the embankment. I remember that. I remember I could see the top of the silo from this spot. It was painted red then. Yeah, I guess the color got worn off.
Yeah, and I'm getting worn out, so come on, hurry up.
Keep looking for the stone I told you about.
Okay.
The big black stone. If the sun was shining, you'd see it all sparkle like diamonds.
I don't see anything like that.
It's here someplace. Even 20 years wouldn't touch that old stone. Looked like a Looked like a fist coming out of the earth.
Hey, is that it? Over there.
Yeah, that's it. That's the stone.
Where's the money?
3 paces from it. 3 paces to the nearest tree. Damn.
What is it?
The tree's gone.
What?
The tree, I remember. It must have fallen or something. Yeah, but this is the spot. It has to be the one.
What do we have to do? Dig up the whole clearing?
No. We won't have to dig it all because there's the other rock, the one I put over the payroll bag.
Where?
By that stump. That must have been the old tree. Yeah, I remember rubbing my hand on that old tree and telling it I'd be back. I didn't know it would take me 21 years.
Come on, let's go.
All we gotta do is move that smaller rock, Roy. If she's still there, that's where she is.
Got it. Stuck in the ground.
I'll help you.
Come on. Push.
I'm pushing.
She's coming. I think she's coming loose.
Here it goes.
Get. Hey, it's over.
You see anything?
There. There's something over there under the leaves. It looks like canvas.
Yeah, that's what it was. The bag was canvas, all right.
Harry, we found it. Harry, we found the money.
Looks like we did.
It's here. It's just like you said. Now look. I can see the name on the bag. The Reed Hammer Company.
That's the one, Roy.
Oh, my God.
What is it?
Oh, there's nothing in the bag.
What?
There's nothing in the bag. It's just leaves and dirt and rocks. There's no money. There's no money. There's not a dime.
Let me see.
It's all gone.
Gone?
Somebody swiped it. Somebody took all the money out.
Some farmer boy. I warned you, kids. Some farmer boy searched this spot and found the money. He took it all and threw away the bag.
Not fair. It's just not fair.
How do you think I feel, Roy? I waited 21 years for this. For this handful of dirt.
What happened to that young fella come up with you?
He's not with me anymore. He decided to take the train back to the city.
And you really want to go to the old country graveyard, huh?
That's right.
What do you want with that place, if you don't mind my asking?
I want to find something there.
Tombstone?
That's right.
Someone in your family?
Someone who used to be very close to me.
I see. Sort of sentimental journey. I say something funny?
I was just thinking about a joke. A very funny joke.
So Harry Beggs, the dead man, is going to pay a visit to the home of the dead. But obviously he has something more in mind than a sentimental journey. Obviously, Harry Beggs is interested in the old county graveyard for reasons that have to do with the living. 50,000 reasons. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Harry Beggs spent almost an hour alone in the county cemetery at Purdy's Corner. His taxi driver waited patiently at the foot of the hill, gently dozing in rehearsal for the night that was rapidly approaching. And when he saw his customer again, he seemed suddenly transformed. You might almost say that the dead man had come to life.
Hello?
Edith, it's Harry again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, what are you bothering me for?
I've got to talk to you, Edith. It's important. Are you alone?
Of course I'm alone. I'm always alone.
Edith, listen carefully. I've got big news. I'm a rich man.
What?
I've got $50,000 in a paper bag.
Are you crazy?
I got it with me right here in this phone booth. It's got a funny smell to it. It smells like dirt and dead leaves and maybe corpses for all I know.
I swear you went crazy in that jail.
I thought I died. I told you that, only now. Maybe I can come alive again. When I touch this bag full of money, it makes me feel like maybe I can live.
Harry, are you telling me the truth?
I wouldn't lie to you, Edith. You see, I did hide that money just like they said I did. I hid it in the graveyard.
Oh, Harry.
I buried it where they bury people. I thought that it would be safe there, and I was right. Only at first I took it out of the bag that it was in. I hid that bag in the woods. I'm glad I remembered where I hid the bag, too. That came in very handy.
I don't want to hear about this.
What? Edith, you don't understand me.
Of course I understand you. From the minute we got married, and I realized you were a cheap crook.
I wasn't cheap. I was just no good. But now, Edith, I've got $50,000. Don't you know what that can mean to us? We can be a family. You can move out of that dump. We could buy ourselves a house in the country, just like we had when we were kids.
Oh, leave me alone. You sound just like you did then, when we first got married 25 years ago. All those promises you made me, all about money, nothing but money.
No, that was a dream. This is real.
You wanted money more than you wanted me, Harry. You didn't want a family, a house in the country, nothing. Just that bag full of money.
Oh, you...
Well, I'm glad you got it. I hope you're very happy.
No, Edith. Edith, don't hang up. Edith.
What can I get you, mister?
Yeah. I love men with gray hair. And by the way, everybody calls me Honey.
Hey, Mac.
What?
Wake up.
The machine is still on.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Huh? Oh, I thought it was the machine shop. I must have been dreaming.
Yeah, you've been dreaming for a good half hour. Only this ain't a hotel. I have to close up.
What time is it?
It's after 1. Time to go home.
Home.
Come on, you had a good time. Now let's pack it in.
Yeah, I'm going. Where's my bag?
What?
The paper bag I had with me.
What bag?
I had it with me on my lap at the bar. I took it with me to the table.
Don't look at me, mister.
It's gone. It's gone.
I didn't see any bag. If you're accusing me...
That girl I was with, the one who works here.
No girl works here, fella. You got the wrong idea the kind of place I run.
Please don't fool around. What did you do with it? Where's that girl? She called herself Honey.
Mister, I'll tell you this once more. I didn't see your lousy paper bag. And no girl works here. And if you got rolled by somebody, that's your business, not mine.
No, you're lying on me. You're lying.
That does it. That really does it. I don't care if you knew old Lucky Rossiter. You're getting out of here, pal.
Please.
You're either getting out on your feet or on your tail. Now you take your choice.
All right, I'm going.
Who is it?
It's me.
Who?
It's Harry, Edith.
Oh, no.
Please open the door, please.
1 second.
Edith.
Oh, I was afraid you'd do this. I was afraid you'd just show up.
Let me come in, please.
Oh, you look terrible. You look sick, Harry. I never would have recognized you.
Can I come in?
You're not even looking at me. Why don't you, Harry? Why don't you see the mess I am? Oh, all right. Come inside. Oh, so you didn't go bald.
No, just gray. Edith, I'm in trouble.
Trouble? You? A rich man like you?
Something happened to the money.
The cops weren't following you. Harry, you didn't let the cops know you were digging it up.
No, nobody followed me. There was this one kid I told you about, but I got rid of him. I fooled him. He won't bother me again. But the money, the 50,000, it's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I got drunk. 21 years I was sober, Edith. Sober and dead. And then I go to Lucky's and I get drunk, and now the money's all gone.
Well, how did it happen?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Edith. I should have realized it wouldn't matter. A dead man can't spend money.
Oh, please stop saying that. Stop talking that way about you being dead.
No, but I am. And you know what killed me, Edith? It wasn't the prison. It was you.
Me?
When you gave up on me 10 years ago, when you decided to think of me as dead, that's when I died.
Oh, Harry.
You were the only thing keeping me alive. You and our kid. The thought of you. But when I knew you stopped thinking about me, that was it.
Oh, don't you? You're hurting me so much, Harry.
I just wanted to see you one last time, Edith, and you know something? You don't look as bad as you said. You still look beautiful to me.
Harry?
Yeah?
Where are you going?
I don't know. Anywhere.
Oh, it's late. Where will you sleep?
Park bench, bus station. What does it matter?
You could stay here.
What?
I couldn't turn you out without a place to go. I couldn't do that to a dog. You could sleep on the couch if you wanted to. Do you want to do that?
This couch? I'd rather sleep on this couch than in a palace.
Oh, Harry. Harry.
Edith, I missed you so much. It wasn't the money I thought about all the time in prison.
Oh, hush, don't talk now.
It was you, Edith. You and all the things I could do for you with that money.
Oh, don't. It's all right now. Everything's all right. We're together again. That's all that matters.
You mean it? You mean that together?
Oh, I felt dead too, Harry. Maybe together we'll be alive.
Alive, Edith.
Harry, you know how old I am.
I don't care.
I'm a woman with a grown daughter. Oh, Harry, you never even saw your own daughter. You never saw Angela. Oh, she was only a baby when... Angela, wake up.
She's here?
In the bedroom. Angela, come out and meet somebody. What the heck's going on? What's all the yelling about? My God. What's he doing here? Just wait till you hear who he is, honey.
Honey.
Harry, tell her who you are.
I'm nobody, honey. Just a dead man.
That's the trouble with the past. It seems to be sleeping peacefully, and then sometimes it wakes up and stares us in the face, filling the present with horror. We hope we've added a little horror to your life. I'll be back in a moment. It's been said that the past is history, but isn't it also true that the future is mystery? It's the unknown that lies ahead of us that gives life its excitement, its novelty, and its terror, which describes exactly what the future has in store for you at Mystery Theater. Excitement, novelty, and terror. We hope you'll be back for another helping of all three. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
air with bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI, Seattle.
And the time at KIXI is 11 p.m.
CBS News. Talks continue in San Francisco to try to get striking policemen back to work. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. City officials are threatening to take drastic action if the policemen do not go back to work on Wednesday. A report from Jim Hamlin of station KCBS in San Francisco.
Mayor Joseph Alioto is seeing the two sides in a labor dispute in a downtown hotel in separate rooms and is traveling back and forth as mediator. Outside, the relative calm of that first night of the police strike has been broken by this night of increased crime activity, murder, robberies, and attacks, including an armed assault on one of the picket sign-carrying police officers. A gang stole his car. Forlorn calls on the police radio for lost children and traffic accident calls go unanswered. The tires were slashed on two police cars that were left unattended momentarily. With but 10% of its manpower, the police department can respond only to life and death emergencies. Mayor Alioto is making an effort, all night if necessary, to get an agreement, but has promised to begin the court proceedings against officers and civil service firings if there is no settlement today. Jim Hamlin for CBS News, San Francisco.
More news in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau on the metric system. You know, use of the metric system as a uniform system of measurement in this country is growing rapidly. But of course you want to know how it will affect you, right? Well, take driving your car, for example. The kilometer will replace the mile in expressing distances. Right now, 1 mile is equal to 1,760 yards, or 5,280 feet. Now, isn't it easier to remember that 1 kilometer is equal to 1,000 meters? Your car's speedometer will also change from miles per hour to kilometers per hour. So will speed limit signs on the highways. And again, the standard unit of measure will be the meter. And so when you order a tank full of gas, the liquid measure will be in liters, not gallons. For example, a fill-up of 16 gallons is equal to 60 liters. For more information on the metric system, write to Metric Information Office, National Bureau of Standards, Washington, D.C.
President Ford is back in Vail, Colorado to resume his vacation. He interrupted it for 2 days for a series of appearances and speeches in several states. Much of that activity was political. During a White House conference on the economy and domestic policy held in Peoria, Illinois, Tuesday, the president issued a warning to the legislative branch.
I cannot stop a runaway Congress from voting appropriations that fan the flames of inflation. But I can and I will continue to use my veto authority to curb the inflationary spending excesses of a majority of this Congress. There has to be, in fact, there must be, enough good men and women in both political parties in the Congress who will band together to sustain my vetoes in the public interest.
The president also warned the Soviet Union not to exploit the current crisis in Portugal. Longshoremen on the Gulf Coast are under orders from a federal judge to work Wednesday. Dock workers in Houston refused to load 2 freighters with grain bound for the Soviet Union. This is in line with organized labor's threat to stop the grain shipments until the U.S. government guarantees the sales will not cause big price increases for food at home. A federal judge in Texas issued a temporary order directing the dock workers back, while hearings are held on a permanent injunction. The Ford administration still justifies the sales. Agriculture Secretary Earl Butz claiming such sales help the nation's economy.
We exported nearly $22 billion worth of farm products last year. Agriculture was our number 1 earner of foreign exchange last year. This was almost enough to pay for the imported energy we had last year, about $25 billion worth.
Agriculture Secretary Earl Butz. Secretary of State Kissinger leaves Wednesday night on a 10-day mission in the Middle East. Kissinger will try to nail down an interim peace settlement between Israel and Egypt. There are a number of reports saying an agreement is in the works, which could bring peace to the area for as long as 3 years. Reports are that Israel may have to give up more than half its current oil assets. Egypt would have to surrender its position as leader of the anti-Zionist movement in the region. Now this.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say but, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say but, you said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say but, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other love. There's only something less. Because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. The mysterious spy ship Glomar Explorer returns to the sea Wednesday on still another secret mission. She's to leave Redwood City, California for Catalina Island and then 9 days of work, but there's no word on what it'll be doing. The vessel is the same one used to try to salvage a sunken Soviet submarine in the Pacific.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. There are people who suddenly find themselves tortured and taunted by a fragile wisp of a memory. It's a memory of something they may have said or something they think they did. Exactly what it was has been long forgotten. But now, it must be paid for. And the price? Life itself.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Louise Goodman?
That's right.
Are you sure?
Why, of course I'm sure.
It's just that I don't want to make a mistake.
I'm Mrs. Louise Goodman. Who are you? And what is it you want?
I want to keep my promise.
Promise? What promise?
I promised I'd kill you. Remember?
Our mystery drama, A Little Night Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. Downtown at night, the city is a deserted place. The lofty office buildings, those gleaming towers of glass and steel, stand quiet, empty and foreboding, like ancient temples. And like the ancient temples, they also have their priestesses. These are the ladies who enter at night with mops and brooms and vacuum cleaners to clear away the debris of the day's worship and purify the offices for tomorrow's rituals. We are concerned now with one of these, a sturdy, middle-aged woman named Mary Margaret Cannon. Steady, hard-working, no nonsense. But on this Friday evening, something seems amiss. Mary Margaret is pale. She's nervous. And every now and then she stops working and just listens.
Someone there?
Hello?
Terry, I'm scared.
Scared? You? Oh, Mary, what would you be scared of?
I don't know. It's these murders.
Murders?
These women who've been getting killed.
I'll come and stay with you if you want.
Oh, please. I'm so nervous, so jumpy. I'm so scared.
Yeah, but why?
I just don't know. Terry.
Yes?
I hear someone coming.
Hey, are you sure?
I hear someone. Terry.
I'll hang up and call the police.
Oh, no, don't. It's just the guard.
Yeah, you see? Now, is everything okay?
Oh, yeah. Look, you just forget I called and get your rest. Oh, good evening, Tom. Oh, you're not Tom.
No. I'm the new man, Mrs. Cannon.
Oh, well, what happened to Tom?
He called in earlier today. He said he was sick. They sent me down to relieve him.
How'd you know my name?
Oh, Tom told me. I asked him, who's in the building tonight, and he said, just Mrs. Cannon.
But
what?
Well, Tom doesn't know my last name any more than I know his. We're just Mary and Tom. How did you know?
Why shouldn't I know your last name? You know mine.
How? How would I know your last name?
It's Jackson. Remember? Little Peter Jackson.
I never saw you before in my life.
Oh, you did. Yes, you did.
What do you want?
I want to keep my promise.
What promise?
I promised I'd kill you.
Well, why do you want to kill me?
You don't remember? Well, let me refresh your memory, Mary Margaret Cannon. 23 years ago, you lived on Baxter Street, and one morning you walked into a little grocery store. Now you remember. You have exactly 30 seconds to live.
Oh, please don't kill me, please.
Shouldn't you be saying your prayers?
But I told the truth.
If it was the truth, then God will forgive you. Pray, Mary Margaret Cannon. Pray.
Oh, listen. My husband and I, we have a little money put aside.
And I know exactly how you got it.
You can have it, all of it. Only don't please.
Pray, Mary Margaret.
Jackson! Peter Jackson! Maybe 30 years old, tall, thin, blonde.
Don't shout. No one can hear you.
They'll hear me. They'll arrest you and hang you. His name is Jackson. Peter Jackson. Oh, no, don't. They'll catch you, Peter. They'll catch you.
Number 4. Mrs. Mary Margaret Cannon. Number 5. Coming up, Miss Alice Maitland.
Captain Blake. Yes, Commissioner. Commissioner, I understand you... Listen, if you think somebody else can run it better, then get somebody else. I agree, sir. Yes, sir. No need for any of us to blow his stack. Absolutely, sir. Yes, I'll keep you informed. Well, you got a pretty good one here. Is this your first mad killer assignment, Lou?
Yeah, I guess so, Captain.
Mad killers, mad bombers, mad stranglers, you name it. You get one every 10, 15 years. You can count on it. You get a rash of absolutely senseless killings. No motive, no rhyme, no reason.
Should we talk to her husband again?
What for? All he's going to tell us is what a great lady she was and how they neither of them ever had any enemies.
Captain Blake, suppose it isn't a mad killer.
4 murders in 11 days. Number 1, Mrs. Martha Denson, shot while parking her car late at night. Number 2, Mrs. Janet Drew, shot in her backyard. Number 3, Mrs. Louise Goodman, shot in her apartment. Number 4, this cleaning lady, shot while at work.
Well, could there be a connection? Did they have something in common?
There's no pattern. None of them knew each other as far as we can make out, or even had anything in common.
Yeah, that we know of.
It's the toughest situation in our business. A mad killer.
Okay, he's a mad killer. Every killer is mad. But does this one have a method to his madness?
Yeah. He uses a .38 caliber revolver and shoots women.
The last one, Mrs. Cannon, that's the problem.
What kind of problem?
Well, he's a mad killer, you say, so he wanders around, and if he gets a chance, he'll kill. He sees a woman alone in a parking lot, Mrs. Denson. He shoots her. He sees Mrs. Drew in her backyard. He shoots her. He sees Mrs. Goodman alone in her apartment. He shoots her. Okay, how do you account for Mrs. Cannon?
You're dealing with a madman, Lou. You can't account for anything he does.
All right, 3 women are targets of opportunity. They happened along, or he happened along, and that was it. But he went out of his way to kill Mrs. Cannon. Look, he had to slug the night watchman. He had to take the elevator up 12 stories to find her. It means he wasn't just out to kill any woman. He wanted that woman. Why?
That's good thinking, Lou. And if this were almost any other kind of case... Blake. What? Oh, no. Not another one. Okay, send her in. Did they tell you about nuts while you were getting your college degree? This one coming in sounds like a 14-carat nut to me.
Captain Blake?
Yes, I'm Captain Blake. This Detective Parker.
How do you do?
Huh?
I'm Miss Maitland, Alice Maitland. I own a bookshop on 3rd Street, and... well, it's about the murders.
Do you know anything about the murders, Miss Maitland?
I know who's going to be killed next.
You do? Who?
Me.
Why do you say that?
I have a premonition.
I see.
I know what you gentlemen must be thinking. You're convinced I'm a hysterical woman or a crank.
No, but
Miss Maitland, do you have any enemies?
I don't know of any.
Well, we know there's a homicidal maniac loose. It's true he may strike at anyone.
That's not why I'm here. I know he's going to strike at me.
Well, what reason would anyone have for killing you?
What reason was there for killing those other women?
You say your shop is on 3rd Street. I'll see that the officer on the beat keeps an eye on the place.
Yes. I just thought I should tell you. That's all anyone can do, I suppose. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Maitland.
Now, Lou, you have just conversed with an authentic member of the Nut Club.
I don't know about that, Captain.
She's a charter member. She belongs to the I'm the Next Victim chapter.
I still say she's not a nut.
Maybe not. Maybe she's just some poor little dame half scared out of her wits.
Oh, she was calm. She was very calm. As a matter of fact, it's as if she knows what she's talking about.
May I help you? Oh.
Hello. Remember me?
Yes. You're one of the detectives I spoke with.
Yeah, Lou Parker. Tell me why you came to police headquarters with a story that, well, rationally it doesn't make sense. You said as much yourself. You felt that you had made yourself seem somewhat ridiculous. But now, well, forget all that. I'm willing to assume that your story is true, that you really are next on the list.
Then you do believe me?
I'm willing to accept what you say, but you have to help me. Does anyone have a motive for wanting to kill you?
No.
You never did or said anything that may have hurt someone?
I can't remember.
A disappointed boyfriend?
I never really disappointed anyone that way.
And yet you insist someone wants to kill you.
I know it sounds ridiculous.
There's a reason for feeling the way you do. If only we could uncover that reason.
Excuse me, that's my phone. Hello? 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 Hello?
Miss Maitland?
Yes.
What is it? You seem rather pale.
Oh?
What happened?
When I picked up the phone, there was just a click on the other end. As if someone had just hung up.
Well, why should that seem to upset you?
Well, because it's happened before.
It has?
Yes.
Frequently? I mean, often enough so that it really isn't just an accident?
3, 4, perhaps 5 times a day.
When did it start?
Oh, I'd say about 2 weeks ago. I remember It happened 3 times the night the first of those women was murdered.
Well, why didn't you tell us this before?
I didn't think it was anything important.
May I use your phone?
It's back there in the office.
Okay, I'll only be a moment.
May I help you?
Yes. Is your name Alice Maitland?
Yes. Can I do anything for you?
Well, you see, I came here because I have to keep a certain promise I made.
Say what you will about this young man. He has at least one redeeming feature. His word seems to be as good as his bond. But will he be able to keep this particular promise? This problem will be our primary concern when we return shortly with Act 2. At one time, a young man named Peter Jackson has made the same promise to several women. A promise that he would kill them. So far, he has kept his promise 4 times. Now, he is in a bookshop owned by a Miss Maitland, apparently ready to fulfill promise number 5.
I came here because I have to keep a certain promise I made.
You made a promise?
Oh, yes. And I came here to keep my word.
Miss Maitland, I think we're... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had a customer.
What sort of promise are you talking about?
I had promised a special person I would buy her a book. And I came in here to...
Any particular type of book?
Yeah. Yes, a good murder mystery.
Oh, well, we have the latest Jonathan Merriweather novel.
No, I don't dig him. Nothing happens. You got anything by Mike Stilson? No, there's a guy who really writes murders. I mean, he kills somebody every other page.
Oh, we're sold out on the latest. It's called Blood on the Street.
Yeah, that's the one in which this guy kills all those dames.
Look, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, all you have to do is read the newspapers.
Do I tell you what to read, buddy?
Sorry.
I could order the book and have it day after tomorrow.
Oh, no, that'll be too late.
Well, try us again.
Sure.
Well, there's a guy with gruesome tastes.
Well, takes all kinds.
Hey, you know, he's a great Mike Stilson fan, and he thinks nobody knows it.
Who?
My boss, Captain Blake.
You're kidding.
Hey, this is the very first time I've ever seen you smile.
Oh, I smile a lot. It's just recently.
I told Captain Blake about the calls.
And?
Well, you never know. He just grunted and said, I'll stay with it. What time do you close?
Just about now.
I'll take you home.
I live in this building, 2 flights up.
Well, how about some dinner?
Oh, you don't have to.
You asked for police protection.
Is that the reason? Line of duty?
Well, yes and no.
I'd like to. Except that, well, it's the end of the month and I'm swamped with paperwork.
Well, this neighborhood seems safe enough. It's busy.
And that diner across the street stays open all night.
Look, keep this card handy at all times. It's got a special phone number. Now use it. Anytime you're disturbed by anything at all, no matter how slight or trivial, don't feel embarrassed. Just get on the phone.
But I've already told the officers everything.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Cannon, but I just have one more question. It's very important.
What could be important? Mary's dead.
You said that Mrs. Cannon had no enemies.
I'll take that back. She had a great many enemies.
But when we asked you last night, you said she had none.
Sometimes when you think about a question, you see it in a whole new light.
Can you name some of these enemies?
She was good. She was honest.
I'm sure she was, but just tell me this. During the past 10 days or so, would the phone ring and then go dead as soon as you picked it up?
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, it happened.
Often?
At least 2, 3, maybe 4 times a day.
I see. Is the name Alice Maitland familiar?
Alice Maitland.
Think.
Alice Maitland. You know, there is something familiar about it. The Alice Maitland.
Think of the type person with whom you could associate that name. Now, would she be a movie star, a librarian, a teacher, a woman who might own a bookstore?
No, none of those. I think of a little girl.
A little girl named Alice Maitland. Did she live in the neighborhood?
You know, these past couple of years, my memory, it just comes and goes. Right now, it's gone.
Well, if ever you remember why and how you know Alice Maitland, call the number on this card. I'll have another cup of coffee, please.
You waiting for somebody, mister?
Well, not exactly. Why do you ask?
Oh, well, now you've been sitting around for hours drinking this stuff. Is the coffee in this joint that good?
Look, don't be frightened.
Oh, who's frightened?
Well, you are, so, just look at this.
Oh, you're a cop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was beginning to think that you could be that mad killer.
Well, it could be just about anybody. I hope I didn't scare you too badly.
Well, the truth is, I wasn't that much scared for myself.
No?
Well, you've just been staring at that building across the street. I got the idea you were watching for something. Are you?
Well, maybe.
Could I have change for the telephone, please? Thank you.
Now, where have I seen him before?
What did you say?
Nothing. Just talking to myself.
You do that a lot, don't you?
Do what?
Talk to yourself.
Well, that was a short call.
She wasn't home.
Oh, it's too bad. Did you find the book?
What book?
The one by Mike Stilson.
Oh. No.
Well, keep looking.
You know the best way to stop talking to yourself?
No.
Get married.
The light went on in her room.
What's that?
He went to the booth. He only had time to dial, and the light went on in Alice's apartment.
Who's Alice?
It could be a coincidence. Wait a minute. Alice, it's Lou Parker. Did I wake you?
No. I'm up.
Did your phone ring just a minute ago?
Did it ring? Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I'd fallen asleep, and, well, I must have been having a bad dream. I think I heard the phone, but it could have been in the dream. Anyhow, I did wake up suddenly, and I turned on the light, but I didn't hear the phone ringing anymore.
Could it have been the ringing of the phone that woke you?
I don't know. Did I hear it ring, or did I dream it was ringing? Why do you ask?
Well, I'm just checking. Anyhow, I'm glad you're okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Oh, that was a short phone call, too.
Yeah.
How is she?
Who?
Your girl.
Now, how do you know I called my girl?
I told you I read character.
Do you also read the future?
Like an open book.
Well, I sure hope so. Captain, we got ourselves the killer.
Oh, how can you be sure of your guy?
I saw him in the bookshop.
Does that make him a suspect? Maybe he likes to read.
Then again in the diner.
He may have been hungry.
He didn't eat. He just went into the phone booth. He didn't even make a call. He was in there just long enough to let the number ring, and then he was out.
So?
So the light went on in Alice's, Miss Maitland's apartment.
You mean he called her and hung up?
Well,
what?
She isn't sure.
How can she not be sure? The phone rang or it didn't?
It isn't that simple. You see, she was asleep and she can't be sure. If it was the ringing of the phone that woke her up, or if the ringing of the phone was part of her dream.
Good luck.
Look, Captain Blake, there's something about this guy. He's young, about 30-ish, thin, blonde, a very hard line to his mouth.
Lou, I think you better report in for general duty. This case is getting to you.
Look, Captain, please.
It's no reflection. It's even to your credit. It shows you care about people.
Captain, let me have one more day.
All right, Lou. 24 hours.
I'm sorry I've caused you so much embarrassment, Lou.
That's all right.
Captain Blake is unhappy.
He'll get over it.
He thinks I'm crazy.
Well, he thinks most people are crazy.
Lou, you can't keep guarding me forever.
He has to strike at you soon. That's the pattern. He's done 4 murders in 12 days. That's one every 3 days. This is the night of the 15th day. He's due. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless I've scared him off for a while. No, keep away from your window.
Why?
Well, if he's around, we'll be tipped off. But could I have scared him away? After all, how would he know I'm a cop? You never saw him before?
Never.
We have to assume he's our killer. And what is the only thing we know about him besides his general physical description?
We know he wanted a book by Mike Stilson.
Blood on the Streets.
But he could have made that up on the spur of the moment.
People rarely make things up in the spur of the moment. He knows what he's doing. He's out to frighten you. The phone calls are a part of it. That book. There's something in it that would cause you to be frightened. But what?
I don't know. I've never read it.
Well, he figures you did. After all, you own a bookstore.
I have to sell books by Mike Stilson, but no one can force me to read them.
Well, the clue is in that book. Wait a minute. Captain Blake, it's Lou Parker.
Do you know it's 2 a.m?
Yes, sir, but I'm calling on the line of duty.
You live dangerously, Lou. What is it?
Captain, you've read all the books by Mike Stilson.
What?
Don't deny it, sir. It's a known fact throughout the department.
You mean you woke me up at 2 a.m. just to ask?
Line of duty, sir.
If I read those books, it's only because I get a good laugh at how unrealistic they are.
Captain, what's the story of Blood on the Streets?
Lou, I hope your patrolman's uniform still fits.
I'll be able to prove this is the line of duty. Get Alice, pick up in your extension.
Well, in a nutshell, a bunch of spoiled, rotten rich kids are kind of high. They're joyriding in this sports car, and they run down and kill this harmless old gent. The harmless old gent has a son. The son comes back from Vietnam. He swears he'll have revenge, so he shoots the joyriders one by one.
That's it?
That's it. And it better be line of duty.
Well, Alice?
No. I was never involved in anything like that.
Does it remind you of something that might be similar?
No.
But it has to. Think. I hope you don't mind if I answer your phone. Hello?
Detective?
Yes.
He's here. You know, Blondie. He's sitting at the counter. He's having a ham sandwich and a glass of milk.
Thanks.
Look, he can't see me, but I can see him. Oh, he's headed for the phone booth.
Oh, good work. We better hang up.
What is it, Lou?
Well, right now, right here and now, we're going to find out. If that telephone should ring...
Whatever his faults, and we have already witnessed a rather grievous one, at least young Peter Jackson is something of a sportsman. In his own way, He warns his intended victims. He even tries to give them clues. This time, has he given one too many? We'll be back shortly with Act 3. What would our civilization be without the telephone? Imagine your life without it. And the way the telephone works, it requires two people to complete a call. However, some of the most eloquent conversations can be carried on when there's no one at the other end, as you shall hear.
Answer it, Alice. Answer it.
Hello? He hung up.
Now I've got him.
Where are you going?
You stay here.
Hi, Detective.
Where is he?
Blondie? Well, I told you he went into the phone booth. He didn't stay in there more than a couple of seconds, and then he ran out of here.
Did you see which way he went?
He didn't even pay his check.
Which way did he go?
Look, you got nothing to worry about. You'll get him.
What are you saying?
He ran into a cab that's usually parked outside.
All right, could you describe
I don't have to describe. I know.
Look, all I want is
I know the cab driver. He's a school teacher for days, and he moonlights. His name is Vic Wilson.
Does he have a radio?
They all have radios. How could he make a living?
What's the company?
Oh, what a great witness I make. Jefferson. You even got the number on a card in the phone booth. Blondie's in for it, huh?
Jefferson Cabs.
This is a police call. You have a driver, Vic Wilson. He's on a job right now. The minute he checks in, have him report back to the diner at 3rd Street, to Detective Parker.
Detective Parker?
Yeah.
How do I know it's...
My badge.
Get in. You can't be too careful of that maniac running around loose.
Where'd you take your last fare?
790 Chris.
Oh, what is it?
It's an apartment building.
How big?
6 family, I'd say.
Attached?
No, it's all by itself. There's an empty lot on either side. They're renovating the neighborhood. It's about time.
He lives there, huh?
Yeah, I've been taking him there for the last couple of days. He comes out of the diner, he gets into the camp, that's where he goes.
That's good enough.
Is he a bad boy?
Well, you wouldn't give him a star for good conduct, teacher.
Throw on those searchlights, Haggerty, and hand me that bullhorn. We know who you are, and we know you're in there. We'll give you exactly 60 seconds to come out. Walk out the front door with your hands in the air. Keep behind the car, Lou. A nut like this one might want to take some people with him. You've had your minute. Come out, or we'll come in. All right, let's get in there fast. Open up, police. All right, stand to the side of the door, Lou. Cover me.
Who is it?
It's me, Lou.
Lou. Lou, what happened?
Well...
You didn't get him.
No, we didn't get him.
Maybe it was the wrong house.
No, the cab driver insists that's where he's been taking him.
Then what happened?
Oh, he's smart. He has himself dropped off at a false certain address in case he's being tailed, and then he sneaks out.
Makes sense.
Of course, Captain Blake doesn't believe a word of it.
But, Lou...
Oh, come on. 6 families live in that house. 6 ordinary, law-abiding families, and we rouse them at 5 in the morning and search the place.
How angry is Captain Blake?
Well, if he ever gets over it, I may wind up working nights in charge of the property office. Otherwise, I'm pounding a beat down along the docks.
It's my fault.
No.
How do I really know I'm in danger? Why isn't this the product of an overwrought imagination?
And the phone calls?
Coincidence.
And the guy in the bookshop? And we see him again in the phone booth just before your telephone rings?
It could all be coincidence.
I can't accept that.
Captain Blake does.
As far as I'm concerned, you're in danger, and you're convinced of it too, aren't you?
But I don't have to be right.
We can't take any more chances. Now, I'm going to stay here with you for another hour. By then, the stores will be open and we'll buy you a small .25 caliber revolver.
No.
I'll arrange for a permit and I'll show you how to use it.
But I can't stand the sight of a gun.
Alice, if a man is determined to kill you, all the advantages are on his side. We have to reduce the odds.
I couldn't own a gun. I couldn't use one even if it meant saving my life.
Now, Alice, I don't want to say that sounds silly, but...
Lou, I don't think I can ever forget.
Forget what?
Well, I was standing right next to a man once who was killed by a gun.
When?
Oh, years ago. I was about 6.
Who was killed?
A very nice man. He was our grocer, Mr. Jackson. It was the day after New Year's, and Mama sent me out to buy... To this day, I remember. A quart of milk, a half-pound of butter, and a jar of strawberry jam. And then this man came in, and he had a gun. It was a holdup. And suddenly, there was a loud explosion and a terrible flash of light. Oh, it was terrible. Mr. Jackson fell to the floor. He was dead. And the man ran away.
Was he ever caught?
Oh, yes. Just a few hours later. I had to go to the station house to identify him.
Do you realize what you've just told me? This is it. You identified the man. He was sent to jail. Now, years later, he wants his revenge.
But that's not what happened.
No?
Well, you see, I was so frightened. I wasn't sure. I really couldn't identify him. And he went free. So why would he want to kill me now?
Then that gets us nowhere either.
The others couldn't identify him either.
The others?
Yes. There were other people, but no one was sure of him.
Now, if you had identified him and sent him to prison, it'd make sense to suppose he'd want revenge, but you didn't. Now, whoever and wherever he is today, he's happy. But the fact that you failed to identify him could have made someone else unhappy.
What do you mean?
Oh, the book, Blood on the Streets. It's about a man who killed people who did his father an injury. Did this grocer have a son?
I think so. I think a little boy used to play in the store. Oh, but it's so long ago. Who could that be?
I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Parker, it's Terry Cannon. Remember me?
Yes, Mr. Cannon.
They said I could reach you at this number. Anyhow, it came to me.
What came to you?
Well, I was trying to puzzle out why the name Alice Maitland was so familiar. Well, sir, about 23 years ago, Mary Margaret was in a grocery store, and a man was killed in a holdup. I took her down to the station house to identify the gunman.
And could she?
Well, no, sir, she really couldn't be sure. Anyhow, another one of the witnesses was a little girl. Her name was Alice Maitland. And I remember her because she was the most terrified little thing I'd ever seen in my life.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cannon. I've got you. Finally, I've got you all tied together.
Who?
You and those women who were killed all come together in a little grocery store some 23 years ago. Finally, now we know who we're looking for. I'd like to see the look on Captain Blake's face when I tell him
You won't
this.
live to see that look, friend.
Lou!
I know you got a gun in the shoulder holster. Just lay the phone down. Slow. Easy. Now, raise the hands. Slow. Easy. That's fine. Just keep him there.
I guess your name is Jackson.
Peter Jackson, Jr. You figured it out. So I figured I'd have to come back and get both of you. Hands stay up.
Well, it's too late, Peter. We know about you.
Yeah, you know about me, but the other cops don't. See, I was in the house across the street when you staged the raid. I thought I'd die laughing. I learned never to get dropped off where I live. That way you don't get surprised.
You won't get away with it.
Oh, I'll get away with it. She's the last one. I'm sorry about you, but I'll walk out of here. And who knew it was me?
But why her? She was just a kid.
She lied.
But I didn't know. I really didn't know.
Yeah, that's what they all said, but they were lying. They were bought off. All of you were bought off.
Come on, Peter, talk sense.
My father is murdered, and the law lets a killer go free, and you want me to talk sense? Does it make sense that 5 people who were standing right there couldn't recognize him?
But I couldn't be sure. I really couldn't be sure.
My father, he never hurt a soul in his life. If a hungry person didn't have a penny in his pocket, he could still walk out of that store with a loaf of bread or a bottle of milk.
If your father was that kind of man, what would he think of you, killing innocent people?
My father believed in justice.
But you knew who the killer was. Why didn't you go after him?
Yeah, I did, but I was cheated. I spent years on his trail, and when I finally caught up with him, he was in his grave. Well, my father wasn't going to be cheated out of everything. If I couldn't have the killer, at least I could get the people who helped him.
Let me explain something.
No, you don't want to explain anything. You want to stall. You want a chance to go for your gun. Well, you won't get it. See, I'll kill you first, and then her. There's such a thing in this world as justice. If the law won't give it to you, then you make your own.
And that's why you're doing this? For justice?
That's right.
That's wrong. You're doing it because you love to kill.
That's a lie.
It's the truth. Look at yourself. Look at how you're enjoying this.
I'm doing what has to be done.
You killed those 4 women and you enjoyed it.
You have 30 seconds to live. Say your prayers.
How long do you think you have to live? You're going to keep killing and you'll be caught. You can't stop.
I hate killing.
Come on, you love to see people under the gun, how they squirm and sweat. You're eating this up. Look at your face in that mirror. Look at that grin. Like a wolf. See how flushed and excited you are. Look at yourself. Look. Break your arm, drop it!
Very good work, Lou. Very good. One more second and we would have had to gun him down. This way we can take him home alive.
Captain Blake.
Somehow, I'm going to get back here. Get back to you, Miss Alice Maitland. I'll keep my promise.
Haggerty, Gordon, cuff him. Hustle him back to headquarters.
Look, Alice, don't worry about him.
Are you all right, Miss Maitland?
Yes, I think so.
You shouldn't be. It was a rough experience.
Why did you come back, Captain?
Well, I guess we both solved it, Lou. You broke it by pure and simple brain work. I waited for a miracle.
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it because of this little machine. Mary Cannon was killed in an office. She managed somehow to throw the switch on a dictating machine. A secretary came into work this morning, and she heard Peter Jackson, and she didn't stop running till she got to my desk. Listen.
His name is Jackson. Peter Jackson. They'll catch you, Peter. They'll catch you.
Number 4, Mrs. Mary Margaret Cannon. Number 5, coming up, Miss Alice Maitland.
You see, Lou? There's your whole story.
Of course, that isn't our whole story. For instance, you might want to know what happened to Peter Jackson. He's in a hospital for the criminally insane. For his sterling leadership in cracking the case, Captain Blake will probably become the next chief of police. Detective Parker will probably become Detective Sergeant Parker. And Miss Alice Maitland will probably become Mrs. Lou Parker. So you see, sometimes we can give you a happy ending. I'll be back shortly. The story you have just heard was concerned with the most precious concept the human race has ever created: justice. And when you think of Peter Jackson, perhaps he proves the point made by a great poet. When a man takes justice in his own hands, he will soon shape her to his own ends. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Susan Grossman, Jack Grimes, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to a world where fears and suspense are the order. In cities and towns of North Africa, it's a common sight to see an old man sitting in the public square, surrounded by an admiring crowd who squat on their haunches as they listen to an age-old tale of courage, of romance, but above all, of mystery. Like that old man, the public teller of tales, I have a story for you. A story that takes place in our own country, which deals in matters that defy explanation. Matters which can be explained only from the tomb. Our mystery drama, The Damned Thing, was inspired by the celebrated American writer Ambrose Bierce. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Robert Dryden and Joan Tompkins. By the light of a kerosene lamp placed at one end of a rough wooden table, a tall, gaunt man is reading something written in a book. The man reads silently as his fingers trace the words. As the man lifts the book toward the light, the shadows cast by the ledger throw half of the small room into darkness, obscuring the faces of 7 men sitting against the log walls of the little cabin. On the other side sit 3 people, 2 women and a man, an elderly Indian, all equally silent, equally motionless. Next to them is an empty chair. By extending an arm, any one of them can touch the man who is lying on the table, face upward, covered by a sheet, his arms at his side. The man, Hugh Morgan, is dead. The man with the book is the district coroner. They all seem to be waiting for someone to occupy the empty chair. Finally, the tall man closes the book.
There are 3 things to determine at this inquest: the identity of the deceased, the time of death, And finally, the mode of the departure, the manner in which his life came to an end. There's no question of identity. These have been positively confirmed as the remains of Hugh Morgan, famous scientific book writer and, until 3 years ago, well-known professor at the State University. Upon resigning from the university, he came up here to our mountains with Mrs. Morgan to get away from city life, to get what he called closer to nature. He built this cabin pretty much with his own hands. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Morgan?
That's correct, Mr. Bentley.
The time of death has been determined by medical examination as between 36 and 48 hours ago. We are now waiting for Mr. William Harker, the young newspaper fellow from San Francisco, former student of Professor Morgan's. His testimony, we are led to believe, may be of the greatest importance in this determination. And until such time as he arrives, we shall proceed with the investigation. I first call on the wife, the widow of the demised. Miss Morgan, if you please.
Yes?
Would you kindly repeat to these gentlemen what you've already told me about how your late husband met his death?
My husband loved these mountains. Second only to his work, his writing. He loved nothing more dearly than walking, hunting, fishing, in all seasons, all kinds of weather.
No, of course. Tell us, please, about the visits of young Mr. Harker.
Well, as you've already stated, Mr. Harker is a newspaper man, a former student, a protege of Professor Morgan's. He had visited with us for a few days 5 or 6 weeks ago.
You do not like Mr. Harker, do you, Miss Morgan?
No, I do not. I have my reasons.
Did anything unusual happen during Harker's first visit 5 or 6 weeks ago?
Nothing, except for the dog.
The dog?
The hunting dog, Sandy. Professor Morgan and Harker went hunting. Sandy was horribly mutilated by some other animal, and he died. I'd never seen Harker so upset. After all, those things happen.
And Mr. Harker's second visit?
3 days ago. There was something he said he wanted to talk to my husband about. Something that had happened on that first visit. It had to do with money. I was in the kitchen, and I distinctly remember hearing my husband say...
But, Bill, a debt is a debt, and $5,000 is a lot of money.
I know that, Hugh. And if I can nail this story down, write it so it makes sense, so people will believe it, I'll get that $5,000 as a bonus. And I'll return it to you.
Well, I hope so, Bill. It's been almost 4 years, and we need the money.
Trust me. Just help me get this story.
I don't know what you expect me to do.
All we have to do is go back to where Sandy got hurt.
It's one thing for a dog. I suppose, just suppose...
Stop worrying.
What makes you think you can write it so that the paper will take it?
With your help, I can do it.
Get your gun.
I've got it.
Is it loaded?
Of course.
All right, let's go.
And the two of them left the cabin, both with loaded guns.
What time of the day was it, Miss Morgan?
It wasn't day. It was night. Night before last. Clear, bitterly cold. It was a sharp night. I remember looking out the window after them. They had been gone no more than 5 minutes when I heard the strangest sound. It's hard to describe to you. And then almost immediately there was a scream. And then 2 shots, one right after the other.
And then, Miss Morgan?
A few minutes later, young Harker burst into the cabin looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He could hardly speak. When he was able to catch his breath, he said,
Mrs. Morgan, he was dead. Killed.
Who killed him, Mr. Harker?
I don't know. I was right there. And heaven help me, I don't know.
And it's your feeling, Miss Morgan, that...
My husband was a big man, sir. A strong man. He played football at college, wrestling team, too. The only thing he couldn't do was swim. But he was in perfect health, And Mr. Harker's a very slight young man, no match physically for my husband.
Which leads you to believe...
To do away with Hugh, Harker needed his gun.
In other words, you're convinced that the shots you heard...
Had to come from William Harker's hunting rifle. A double-barreled gun.
Harker's motive being...
To wipe out Hugh and his debt to him at the same time.
For the time being, I must ask these gentlemen of the jury to question what you're implying. You see, there is some doubt whether Mr. Harker or anybody else could possibly have shot your husband.
Why is that?
Because the condition of the body is such that at this time we cannot tell whether or not it contains so much as a single bullet wound. I call now on Miss Viola May Atwater. Miss Atwater?
Call me Viola May, like everyone else does.
Yes, of course. Now, it's been previously established, Miss Viola May, that you work here in the Morgan household?
Worked.
And your duties were?
Keeping the place clean, doing some of the cooking, especially when Mrs. Morgan wasn't feeling just right. Oh, driving to town in the wagon for supplies and...
Mm-hmm. Professor Morgan was in love with you, wasn't he?
Well, wouldn't exactly call it love, but we did get along quite well.
I'd like for you to tell us all how well.
I'm going to have Hugh's child. That's how well.
Thank you, Viola May. Now, you do understand why we're all here, don't you?
Well, I think so.
This is not a trial. No one is being accused of anything. Yet. We're just trying to find out the truth. We just want to know what happened night before last.
I can tell you.
Please do.
Well, you know how it was between the professor and me. And for the longest time, he'd been telling me he was going to get rid of Mrs. Morgan. Some way. But now, she ain't such a fool. She didn't know what was going on. Well, night before last, I was in the kitchen doing the supper dishes. I couldn't help hearing every word they said.
How much longer do you think I'm going to put up with this?
No one's asking you to put up with anything.
A man your age, a man of your reputation, having a sordid affair with a stupid, ignorant girl. Where's your pride?
That stupid, ignorant girl is something you never had.
That is pretty obvious, dear.
I'm talking about things like compassion. In her own simple way, she has a warmth and a tenderness that you've never shown in all the years of our marriage.
She understands you, doesn't she? You poor misunderstood...
And there's something else, since you've started it. Viola May is going to have my child.
I know.
I want that child to have my name. I want a divorce.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Before I'd let you throw yourself away on a girl like that, and before I'd let you toss me aside like some old worn-out shoe, I'd kill you first.
I'm sure you would.
Don't push me to where I'd have to prove it.
Excuse me, ma'am. The dishes are done. Kitchen's in order. Is there anything else you'd like me to do before I turn in for the night?
That'll be all. Thank you.
Well, then I'll just say good night.
Hugh, I'm going for a walk. Round the lake.
I'll go with you.
If you like. After we get back, you can pay a visit to your little friend.
And they both went out together.
Now, what time of the night would you say it was when they left?
Oh, 9:30 maybe. 10 at the latest.
What'd you do after they left?
Straighten things up a little more.
And then?
Well, they wasn't gone very long. Maybe 5 minutes. Not more. when I heard a most peculiar sound, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I can't exactly describe what it was like, and then almost on top of it, there was a scream that went right through.
Go ahead, Bartolome.
A minute or two later, Mrs. Morgan bust right into the cabin. She couldn't hardly talk. And finally she said,
Bartolome, Mr. Morgan is dead. Drowned in the lake.
Mrs. Morgan told you herself that Professor Morgan couldn't swim. Now, I think you gentlemen can see for yourselves what happened. The first chance she got, she pushed him into the lake at the part where it's real deep. Now, he struggled for a piece, and in the darkness of the night, finally gave up and drowned.
I see. As I've explained before, Bartolome, this inquest has been called because there's reason to believe that Hugh Morgan met his end through some kind of foul play.
Like I said.
Not quite like you said. Chances of Professor Morgan's death coming about as a result of drowning are very slim. Medical examination of the body thus far shows that the lungs seem to be perfectly normal. No water in them. Not a drop.
Absolute truth is a very strange thing. What seems real to one person is very often a lie to another. The fact, as one person sees it, becomes a fiction in the eye of his neighbor. What then is real? And at what point does imagination, for example, color reality? I'll return shortly with Act 2. In an isolated cabin high in a deserted area of the mountains of Northern California, a corpse lies cold and rigid on a rough hand-hewn table. The dead man, science writer Hugh Morgan, has come to an unexplained and unnatural end. The district coroner and his jury await the arrival of a man who may turn out to be the key witness in this death. Two other witnesses, the wife and the mistress of the dead man, have already testified. The coroner turns up the wick of the kerosene lamp, calls on a third witness, the elderly Indian who has been sitting in stony silence, listening.
Joe Crowfoot?
Yes, sir.
Joe, you earn your living as a guide to hunting parties, is that right?
Yes, sir. I know every stream, every trail, like the back of my hand.
Mm-hmm. Would you please repeat for the benefit of these gentlemen what you already told me? What happened night before last?
It was about 9:30. I'd put out the lamps and was just about to call it a day. Hunting party at 5 the next morning. I'd just gone out to the rear of my shack when I heard voices.
You said you loved me, Hugh. You said I was the only thing in this whole wide world that mattered to you.
That's true, Viola May.
Then what's all this talk you've given out to me about how the time ain't right for a divorce?
It would kill her. I may not love her, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to do anything to hurt her.
Ain't you the considerate one? You think nothing of hurting me.
Look out for that snake.
Oh.
Quick! Get back on the path. Oh, that was close.
I couldn't see it.
Well, how could you? Here, let's sit down on this stump for a minute and, for heaven's sake, keep your voice down. Joe's asleep, and we don't want to wake him.
You got a responsibility, Hugh. I'm going to be mother to your child.
So you say.
Now, what's that mean?
What makes you so sure it's me?
Well, who is good? Now, what is in back of that filthy mind of yours.
I told you to keep your voice down.
I'll tell the whole world what a dirty old man you really are.
You little fool. Now, you pull yourself together.
Hugh Morgan, I hope you die.
You pushed me. You delivered. No. Oh, the rattlesnake, it's there. I can see it. But don't move. Lie here as quietly as it's lifting its head, but... It bit me. Get help! You little idiot, I've been bitten. Wake Joe Crowfoot fast.
What makes you think Joe would help you? Wake him up yourself, lover boy. I got more important things to do.
Joe! Joe Crowfoot, help! I need help! Help me, somebody!
In no time at all. I had him in my shack. Did everything I knew to kill the poison the snake had shot into his body. But...
Yes, Joe?
I guess I was too late. Within a very short time, Professor Morgan was dead.
And it is your testimony that he was pushed by the young lady, Viola May, into the spot, the area where she knew there was a rattlesnake.
Yes, sir.
That's very interesting, Mr. Crowfoot.
Why do you say that?
The medical examination. As far as we can determine, not a trace of the snake's poison is in the bloodstream. Not a trace.
Mr. Bentley, I got here as fast as I could.
You, young man, are...
I'm William Harker of the San Francisco Press. Forgive me if I've held things up.
Oh, delighted to see you, Mr. Harker.
I left the minute I got your call. This is not the easiest place to get to.
I want to finish this business tonight.
Well, I think you should know that when I left here early yesterday morning, it was not to evade your summons.
No?
No, it was to get the story to my paper. The story of Hugh Morgan's death.
Now, Mr. Harker, we've heard 3 different versions tonight of how Hugh Morgan met his death. And none of them has yet been substantiated by the facts of the medical examination of the body. Now, have we any reason to expect that the account you posted to your newspaper, Mr. Harker, will be anything like the story you will give here?
That's up to you, sir. I've made a carbon copy of what I wrote for my paper. You're welcome to see it. It's incredible. More incredible than pure fiction, but it is the truth. I'll swear to it.
All right, we'll resume the inquest. Mr. Harker, will you kindly be seated? Now, you knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?
Yes.
How well?
He was my professor at the university. It taught me everything I knew about writing. More than that. He was the closest friend I had.
And you were with him when he died?
I was with him when he died.
How'd that happen? You being here, I mean.
Well, I came up 3 days ago to shoot and fish. Part of my purpose, however, was to follow up on the story of the dog, Sandy. You see, I had been here 5 weeks earlier.
On a purely friendly visit to your old teacher?
Well, on that occasion, we went out hunting, as we'd usually done on previous visits. It was still dark. The sun had not yet risen when we left the cabin.
Sandy! Sandy! Here, boy! Have you any idea where that silly dog went?
Well, he was here a minute ago, Hugh.
Funniest thing, he just disappeared. Oh, but he'll be back. In the meantime, we'll have to do without him. Well, now, let's see if we're as good as he is in raising some quail.
What's our best ground?
Beyond that ridge, I'd say. We'll have to go through the chaparral to get to it. It's pretty level ground, thickly covered with grain. Let's go, Bill. Hold it, Bill. Hold it. Be very quiet.
What is it?
Just listen.
What is that? I think we've startled a deer. Oh, I wish we'd bought a rifle instead of just shot them.
Shh, be very quiet.
What are you doing, Hugh? You're not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you? Is anything wrong? Hugh, have we jumped a grizzly?
Cock your gun, Bill.
Well, now what? Everything's so quiet. What is it?
Just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. Keep low, very low, and watch.
And that's exactly what I did.
What happened next?
A minute or two went by. Suddenly, there was this weird sound that seemed to come from out of nowhere. It grew louder and louder. It got to the point where I had to put my hands over my ears to shut out the sound. It was so shattering. And then it stopped. As suddenly as it had started.
And what did you see, Mr. Harker?
Well, up until then, the bushes had been deathly still. Not a bit of movement of any kind. I turned to Professor Morgan and was about to speak when the field of wild oats we'd been watching began to move in the most curious way. It seemed as if the oats were being stirred up by a streak of wind, which, well, not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it, so that it didn't rise, as if some huge, invisible, what can I call it, presence was moving slowly along through the oats, stepping on it with giant feet. And this movement, foot by foot, was prolonging itself directly toward us.
What was your feeling, Mr. Harker, as you were watching this strange occurrence?
Well, I must confess that I lay there in the chaparral, right beside Professor Morgan, watching this fantastic thing happen, and I was not afraid.
Was this equally true of your companion?
No, he was terrified. What are you doing, Hugh? What are you shooting at?
Don't ask questions, just fire while I reload.
Fire? At what?
Straight ahead of you, where the grain is moving.
Well, if you say so. Hugh, what are we doing? What is it?
It's all over now. It's gone. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That poor Sandy. Just look at him. Ripped to pieces. As if he'd run into the blades of a threshing machine.
But what did it? I didn't see anything.
Well, you saw the movement, didn't you? And a sort of blurry outline of a shape?
I saw the movement. Nothing else.
So where are your eyes, Bill? It was there to see. You just had to look and you'd have seen it. I think.
What the devil are you talking about, Hugh? Seen what?
The thing. The damn thing.
Oh. What?
That's what I call it. The damn thing. First, it did away with my chickens, and then the pigs and the cattle. And now poor Sandy, slashed to pieces. And that's not the end. Only the good Lord knows what the damn thing will destroy next. Or who?
Is it possible that there is a grain of truth in the incredible story Harker has just told? And can Hugh Morgan's fear of a shapeless, sinister force, of a thing that seems to challenge all reason and logic, be justified? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. From the blank darkness outside the cabin come the familiar noises of night in the wilderness, the long, nameless note of a distant coyote, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they suddenly cease. But none of the company present seems to be aware of anything other than the corpse on the table before them.
Please continue, Mr. Harker.
Well, that's about it. We buried the dog and went back to the cabin. And never said another word to each other about what had happened that morning.
You stayed on for a while?
No, sir. I returned to San Francisco the next day.
And then 5 or 6 weeks later, 3 days ago, you came back again. Why?
To fill in some of the blanks. There were too many unexplained things.
Tell us what happened night before last.
I think Hugh had a pretty good idea of why I had come back so soon after the episode with the dog. It was he himself who suggested that we go out to hunt whatever might be around.
I think our best chances are this way, over this ridge.
But Hugh, isn't that the same ridge where Sandy...
Of course it is, of course. Now just see that your gun is loaded.
It's loaded.
Good. Keep your eyes and ears open. We've got a full moon and visibility is real good. Now, if anything... Be very quiet, Bill. Do you hear anything?
No. Nothing.
But just be careful. Be very careful. It comes up on you out of nowhere. It gives you no warning.
Right.
Let it have it, Bill, both barrels. And here's mine. I missed it, Bill. I missed it. Run! Run for your life!
Hugh, I don't see anything. What's happened? I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the haze. Something soft and heavy hurled itself against me with great force. Before I could get back to my feet, I heard Morgan crying out in mortal agony. Mingling with his cries were hoarse, savage sounds, like from the throats of mad dogs fighting each other to the death, snarling and growling. This time I was terrified. I struggled to my feet. I looked for Professor Morgan and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that.
Now, easy, Mr. Harker.
Not 20 yards away, my friend was down on one knee, his head thrown back at a terrifying angle. His hat was gone. His long hair was in disorder. His whole body was convulsed with violent movements from one side to the other, backward and forward. His right arm...
Yes?
It was lifted, and it didn't seem to have a hand. At least I could see none. The other arm was completely invisible. Morgan seemed like a wrestler of some kind, determined and yet overcome, beaten by a force of superior weight, greater strength.
And all this time, all you saw was Morgan?
Yeah.
Nothing else? Nobody else?
No, just him. And then, not always distinctly. And throughout the whole thing, such sounds of rage and fury as I have never heard in my life, from man or beast.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to help your friend?
Well, I ran toward him. I had a funny kind of feeling that he was suffering from a fit or from some kind of convulsion. I looked up, and by the light of the moon, I could see, as I had weeks before, the same mysterious movement of the wild oats, retreating, rolling itself back from the place where Hugh lay, toward the edge of the woods. When I got there, I looked down at my friend. He was lying on his back, absolutely still and quiet. He was dead.
Gentlemen, you've now heard 4 different accounts from 4 different witnesses. Now, finally, there is the version of death in some mysterious manner that Morgan was killed by an unknown force or creature of some kind, which Morgan called the damn thing.
Mr. Bentley, there are 2 things more I would like to bring to your attention.
Yes, Mr. Harker?
First, that book you placed under the table. I recognize it as Professor Morgan's diary. You seem greatly interested in it. In fact, you were reading it while I was testifying. May I see it? I'm sure it would throw a great deal of light on Morgan's death.
The book will cut no figure in this matter, Mr. Harker. All the entries in it were made before Hugh Morgan's death.
That's ridiculous.
Now, you said there's something else you'd like to bring to our attention before a verdict is rendered?
Well, there's one substantial bit of evidence which has not yet been revealed.
Yes, Mr. Harker?
The body of Morgan. I demand that you uncover the body right now so that we can all see whether or not I was telling the truth.
I will be happy to meet with your request, Mr. Harker.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen of the jury, the body of Hugh Morgan. Now, it may be difficult to see details in this light. I read from the medical report, gentlemen. The body of the demised is covered with broad maculations of bluish black caused by extravasated contusions. That's those big black and blue marks here, and here, and over here. The chest and sides appear to have been beaten with some heavy weapon such as a bludgeon. I call your attention to these huge tears in the flesh, where the skin has been ripped into shreds and little strips.
Might we know why there's that silk handkerchief passing under the chin and knotted on top of the head?
You may indeed. I'll remove it, and I think you'll see why it's there. If it weren't there, the head would almost be separate, detached from the rest of the body. What was once the neck and throat have, as you can see, been chewed away. That satisfy you, Mr. Harker?
I thank you very much.
Now I will ask the jury to adjourn for its verdict.
We, the jury, do find that the remains of Professor Morgan come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion.
You can't mean that!
Just the same, there is some of us thinks that the remains was subject to a simple case of fits.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Harker. Can't say I'm surprised to see you. To what does my humble office owe the honor of your visit?
I can't accept the verdict your jury gave last night.
Unfortunately, there ain't much you can do about it.
I think there is, sir. I can establish the truth about Hugh Morgan's death.
And how exactly do you propose to do that, Mr. Harker?
Take a look at this.
What is it?
A reel of tape and a recording machine. Months ago, I asked Hugh to make a day-by-day recording of whatever he saw, whatever he experienced in connection with this phenomenon. Would you like to hear it, Mr. Coroner?
Yes, of course.
This might just possibly make you change your mind. Listen carefully.
And Sandy kept running in a kind of half circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center.
You recognize that as Professor Morgan's voice?
Yes,
He kept barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. At first I thought maybe he'd gone mad. And then the thought occurred to me, can a dog see with his nose? Can a dog think with his nose? Do odors impress on the brain the image of the thing that gave off the odor?
The next entry is a few weeks later.
May 27th. It's been here again. I find evidence of its presence every day. In the morning, fresh giant footprints were there as before. I find it impossible to sleep. This is terrible and terrifying. If this is real, I shall go mad. And if it isn't real, then then I'm mad already.
It's like I said.
Just
June 3rd. I will not leave. I will not let it drive me away. This is my house, my land. June 5th. I can't stand it any longer. I've invited Harker to spend a couple of days here with me. He has a level head. I can tell from the way he acts whether or not he thinks I'm insane.
Turn it off. I've heard all I intend to hear.
Not yet, sir. We're coming to the most important part of the whole thing. Just listen.
June 10th. I have it. I'm sure I have it. I have the solution to this mystery. It came to me last night suddenly. And how simple it is, how terribly simple. There are sounds we cannot hear. At either end of the scale there are notes that imperfect instrument the human ear cannot grasp. They're either too high in pitch or too low. Like those whistles that they make for dogs. The dogs can hear it, but the tones are too high for the human ear.
Mr. Hart,
listen, please.
As it is with sounds, so it must be, so it is with colors. Things that are visible to the eye, things that are not visible, are all of them ruled by the same phenomena that govern sounds. At one end of the solar spectrum, there are infrared waves and ultraviolet waves at the other. None of them are visible to the human eye. The eye can only see a few octaves of this huge band of colors, the band between the infrared and the ultraviolet. Now I know that I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And heaven help me, the damn thing is of such a color.
Well?
Yes?
That's what killed Morgan. I was there. I saw it happen.
Mr. Harker, you play this tape for anybody, and they'll swear that Professor Morgan was as crazy as a loon. I don't think you'd want that, would you?
What are you going to do?
Now, please have that real tape. Now, I love the truth as well as the next fella. The world needs the truth. But there are times when the world has an even greater need for what is not true. For the untruth that may offer something like consolation, compassion, or hope. And so, Mr. Harker, with your permission, I think destroying this tape is the best thing we could possibly do.
As the last foot of tape turned into ashes, the skies opened up and it began to rain. And the mutilated body of Hugh Morgan rested quietly where it was. They say, blessed is the bride the sun shines on, blessed is the corpse the rain falls on. Who knows? I'll be back in a moment. An interesting footnote on Ambrose Bierce, the American writer on whose story, The Damned Thing, our tale was based. In 1913, he left his work, disappeared into Mexico, and every trace of him was lost forever. Never heard from again. Is it just possible that he, like Hugh Morgan, met his end at the hands of some damned thing? Who knows? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Robert Dryden, Joan Tompkins, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI AM 91, Seattle.
CBS News. We have some late information on that prison outbreak in Walpole, Massachusetts. I'm Stuart Novins reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The prison story by station WEEI newsman Dick Levitan.
8 prisoners are holding 3 hostages in a minimum security wing of this state prison about 30 miles southwest of Boston. The hostages are identified as 2 guards and a medic. Officials say they have not been harmed but are bound around the hands and feet. The prisoners have issued a list of demands, but they're not being made public. Prison authorities admit that a shakedown that started this morning and the cancellation of a nighttime lifers party precipitated the convicts' action. So far, no threats have been made against the hostages. No negotiations have been conducted. Earlier in the day, a leader of a major prison reform group had warned officials that there would be trouble here if the lifers party had been canceled. Dick Levitan for CBS News, Walpole State Prison.
That shakedown referred to by reporter Levitan was a routine search for weapons that uncovered more than 25 knives in one cell block alone. The Corrections Department spokesman Dave Brown describes how that medical attendant was captured by the prisoners.
Shortly after the hostages were taken, the physician of the institution, Dr. Ernest Pastorello, went in with a medic. The inmates took the medic hostage. In addition to the 2 correctional officers, they let Dr. Pastorello go. Dr. Pastorello reported seeing the correctional officers and the medic bound, wrists bound with a cord, feet bound with a cord, and he also did report seeing some knives.
The spokesman for the Massachusetts State Prison in Walpole. More news after this.
Time Magazine.
What's in it for you this week?
Cover story. The leading lady of rock and roll, Joni Mitchell.
Most of the rock stars of the 60s survive in repackaged groups with discounted reputations.
But as Joni Mitchell says, the important thing is to write in your own blood.
Her creativity and dedication make her unique among a new generation of female rock stars.
Pop music is a tough world for women, and Time tunes you in on it.
Also in Time this week, in show business, Time previews The Godfather Part 2 and finds it more than just a cynical attempt to cash in on its predecessor.
In books, a buyer's guide to 21 books for Christmas giving. Capsule reviews on subjects ranging from Thomas Hart Benton to Flash Gordon.
With 4 color pages of reproductions from the new art book.
In sports, what the All-American Team 1974 would be like if all the pro football scouts pooled their notebooks.
In modern living, recession hits the rich.
A Manhattan couple switches to non-vintage champagne.
A Chicago industrialist drives a diesel.
And a West Coast millionaire sells one of his yachts.
This is Time this week.
Each week throughout the world, more people get their news from Time than from any other single source.
President Ford is back in the White House after a day in New York. He met with experts on food, energy, and natural resources from Nelson Rockefeller's Commission on Critical Choices. The White House says the president heard several proposals but has not yet endorsed any of them. Tuesday night, Mr. Ford attended the Football Foundation dinner, also in New York. He presented the foundation's Distinguished American Award to Bob Hope. It was while the president's motor convoy was headed for Manhattan from the airport that he was informed that his nominee for vice president, Nelson Rockefeller, had been confirmed by the Senate. The vote was 90-7. Rockefeller described himself as a vice president half designate. The other half comes next week when the House of Representatives will vote. House Speaker Carl Albert says that Wilbur Mills will not seek re-election as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Albert says Congressman Mills' doctors recommended that Mills step down for medical reasons. Mills is now at Bethesda Medical Center for treatment of an undisclosed illness. The man who is expected to become chairman is Congressman Al Ullman of Oregon. He has pledged that the committee will operate openly with the members, not the chairman, making the decisions. Ullman puts priority for the committee on action to reform the tax laws, on health insurance, and on welfare reform. The reduction by the Federal Reserve Board of its interest rates on loans to banks gave Wall Street a lift Tuesday. On the New York Exchange, the market went up 53 cents. The Dow Industrials were up nearly 14 points. Chase Manhattan Bank, the nation's third largest bank, lowered its prime interest rate from 10.5% to 10.25%. The White House says President Ford will meet Thursday with auto industry leaders. They will discuss the industry recession and the total American economy. Stuart Novins, CBS News.
I'm E.G. Marshall, Dean of the demons and devils that descend upon us at this hour. We've been told by a gallery of characters as diverse as Douglas MacArthur, Thomas Edison, and Aldous Huxley that there are no substitutes for victory, hard work, and talent, respectively. Does that imply that there can be no satisfactory substitute for anything? Well, suppose you were condemned to death. How about a substitute who would walk that last mile for you? Our mystery drama, 45 Minutes to Murder, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Larry Haynes. We are told, "Thou shalt not kill." The laws, both secular and divine, define murder as the ultimate crime, for which the ultimate penalty must be exacted. And yet, deep or not so deep, in all of us is a bloodlust, and some of us satisfy it actively, while most of us, fortunately, are happy to indulge it vicariously. After all, isn't that why you listen to our program? What you want is murder. Well, you got here just in time. The body is still warm.
The deceased is a female, white, age 50, named Emma Martindale. Her death was caused by an ingestion of hydrocyanic acid.
What's that, Doc?
It's also known as prussic acid, Lieutenant. Oh. It's one of the most deadly and quick-acting of all the poisons.
How was it administered?
It was in a bottle of cognac that someone had sent to her husband, evidently.
Now, Doc, you say quick-acting. How quick?
The dose she took? Just a couple of minutes. The guy who sent it has to be the killer, Lieutenant. It's open and shut.
Please accept my sympathy on the death of your wife.
Don't say the death of my wife, Lieutenant. Say the murder.
Tell me what you know, Mr. Martindale.
James Raglan has always hated me.
James Raglan, why?
Why? He envies me my talent, my success, my position as vice president of Caraway Chemicals. A job he thinks should have been given to him. Why, he's so extravagant, wasteful. The way he spends money, we'd be bankrupt in a year.
Well, if he hated and envied you, why should he kill her?
Incompetence, stupidity. Here, read this card.
To Emmett, on your birthday, to be sipped slowly.
It was delivered to the house this morning with the bottle of cognac. The poisoned bottle of cognac.
Signed, Jim Raglan. Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I certainly didn't expect a gift from Jim Raglan, and so I called Emma into my study.
A gift from Jim?
Read the card, darling.
It's from Jim. His handwriting.
It must be a practical joke.
It's remarkable after all these years.
I always wanted to be reconciled with Jim. And since he's taken the first step, well, I'm going to open this bottle and drink to it. What better way?
I'll join you.
What?
Oh, pour some for me, too.
But, darling, you never drink.
I know, but this does call for a celebration.
Well, it certainly does. It means Jim has finally matured. Oh, it's going to help at the office if Jim is willing to pull his weight finally.
I propose a double toast. To your birthday.
No, don't remind me.
And to the flowering or the reflowering of a friendship.
We were holding our glasses aloft, as you do when you toast. And it seemed to me that I noticed a kind of cloudiness in the cognac. I wondered what it might be. It was Dunstan's, one of the most expensive cognacs you can buy. Still, this might have been a defective bottle. I was going to say, let's not drink this just yet, darling. But she had already swallowed it down.
Aren't you going to drink yours, Emmett?
Well, Emma, dear, do you notice anything strange about the cognac?
Strange? Well, I don't really know enough about
No, I mean
cognac.
the taste.
Well, I don't know how it's supposed to taste.
Yeah, well, probably it's my imagination.
Although,
What?
well, maybe I'm not used to it.
You used to what?
Emmett. Oh, Emmett, I feel
What is it?
Emmett, something.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Oh.
I'll call a doctor. She was dead when help arrived. There was nothing anyone could do. And now you know everything.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martindale.
No, Lieutenant. You don't know everything.
Oh?
I had every intention of killing Jim Raglan. Killing him with my bare hands. But your officers beat me to it. You saved him. You arrested him.
You'll have to let justice take its course.
Well, that's a superfluous remark. Certainly, I expect justice to take its course. If it doesn't, I'll take my own.
Mr. Raglan?
Who are you?
Lieutenant Cooper, homicide.
I didn't kill her.
You didn't mean to kill her. You sent the bottle of poison cognac to him.
I didn't send a bottle of poisoned cognac to anybody.
Now, Mr. Raglan, I want to help you.
If you want to help me, you'll find out who's trying to frame me.
Did you send Mr. Martindale a birthday gift?
Yes.
You don't deny it.
But it wasn't poisoned. It was Dunstan's cognac, 100 years old. It cost $200.
Isn't that a lot of money to spend on a birthday gift?
Well,
especially for a person you really don't care for.
Who told you that?
Do you like Mr. Martindale? Are you in the habit of giving him gifts on his birthday?
Well, I just thought we'd been at swords' points long enough.
Swords' points?
Well, it's just that we disagree on money. He hates to spend it. I decided it'd be better for the firm if we pulled together.
Or if you could, pull alone.
I only wanted to make peace with him.
A $200 present?
It'd impress him. The business required both of us to work in harmony. I own stock in the company.
Now, we have the note in your handwriting.
Would I be such a fool?
Well, sure. Murder is basically a fool's occupation.
All you have is Emmett's word for it.
For what?
That the cognac I sent him is the same cognac that poisoned his wife. Listen, suppose he wanted to kill her.
Why?
Well, suppose the cognac arrives, it has the note in my handwriting. He gets a sudden flash of inspiration. He opens it. He spikes it with the poison.
Yeah, sure, fine. Where would he get the poison?
We're in the chemical business. He's a chemist. He has a laboratory in the house. He gets his wife to drink some of the cognac. And here I am, in jail, the killer.
Well, you must admit it sounds a bit far-fetched.
I don't admit anything.
Mr. Raglan, make it easy on yourself, huh? Anytime you're ready to make a statement, why you...
I'll have your badge. I'll sue this town for false arrest. How dare you accuse me?
Now, look, Mr. Raglan.
Why don't you go to Barnaby's liquor store on 4th and Van Buren? That's where I bought the cognac. I said, give me a bottle of Dunstan's. He got it. I said, gift wrap and put this card inside. He did it. And then I said, deliver it. There was no way I could have poisoned that cognac.
Sure, I remember, Lieutenant. I don't sell a bottle of Dunstan's every day, you know what I mean? Very few liquor stores even carry that quality.
Now, he came in here, asked for the Dunstan's. He wrote a note.
Yeah, he says gift wrap it and put this note inside, which I did.
So, now we have this wrapped package. Now, tell me the next thing that happened.
The next thing he says...
I want this delivered.
Sure thing.
Right now. To Mr. Emmett Martindale. 13 Pleasance Drive.
Well, my delivery guy won't come in until noon.
Well, that's more than an hour from now. I'd like it delivered at once.
Oh, it's only an hour away.
All right. Suppose we forget the whole thing.
Oh, no, wait. Let us not be hasty. Now, you stay here a minute. Watch the place, will you? I'll run next door to the grocery. Maybe his guy will help me. I ran next door to Markowitz's place. We do favors for each other, see? But his kid was already on deliveries.
And you left Mr. Raglan and the package all alone in your store?
Yeah.
For how long?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of
Now
minutes.
think very carefully. Was he carrying anything?
Yeah, one of them attaché cases.
You sure?
Yeah, positive.
Then he did have the opportunity to switch bottles. Now, the point is, he was alone with the package.
Well, sure. He was alone with every package in the store.
I see. And then what did you do?
I went back and I told him straight out, I can't deliver this for at least an hour.
Then cancel it.
Oh, no, wait. Let me think. It'll take me 10 minutes to get to Pleasance, 10 minutes back. I can close the store for 20 minutes or a half hour. Look, I'll deliver it myself.
And then what happened?
What do you think? I delivered the package.
I want you to explain every detail of that delivery.
Okay, I drive up to the door, I park the car, I ring the bell.
Yes?
Hey, gorgeous. I got a package here for Mr. Martindale.
From whom?
From Mr. James Raglan. Hey, what's your name?
Are you sure it's from Mr. James Raglan?
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Wait here.
With that, she leaves me standing at the door. Well, from inside, I hear voices.
What kind of voices?
Voices?
Saying what?
Well, I couldn't hear. It isn't more than a minute. And she comes back.
Thank you. That'll be all.
What time do you get off tonight, honey? You know how it is, Lieutenant. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Would you know exactly what time that was?
You bet I know. Every minute was costing me money. It was exactly 9 minutes after 11.
Your name is Marguerite Willis.
Yes, officer.
And, just after 11 this morning, a man delivered a package.
A bottle of cognac for Mr. Martindale. I brought it in to him.
Tell me, why did you ask the delivery man to wait?
Well, I couldn't believe Mr. Raglan would send Mr. Martindale a present.
Why not?
Well, I shouldn't say this, perhaps, but there's always been such bad blood between them.
I see. Now, tell me what happened when you brought the present to Mr. Martindale.
A gift for you from Mr. Raglan.
Are you sure? That can't be right. Oh, then find out. You can leave the room if you like, Marguerite. It could be a bomb. Well, look at this.
It's a bottle of cognac.
Not just cognac, it's Dunstan's cognac. That extravagant fool. Maybe he wants to poison me. But with Dunstan's? Nobody would poison with a bottle of Dunstan's. Could be worth $200-300. It's just too much money. Emma dear, come in here. It's a gift from Jim.
A gift from Jim? I walked out of the room and I began to dust the parlor. I could hear them talking about it. He'd opened the bottle. She said that she'd join him.
How long did that take?
Just as long as it takes to tell you. Next thing I know, I hear him yell for me to call a doctor.
And did you?
Well, I was standing near the phone, so I just lifted it and called the police emergency number for an ambulance.
And they came right away?
Oh, yes. Right away.
Thank you, Miss Willis. I guess that's all.
That's all? That's all for whom? It could be all for Mr. James Raglan, but you know it can't be as simple as this. After all, it's only the end of Act 1. We'll have the usual quota of surprises set up for Act 2, and as for Act 3, well, but let's take them one at a time. The French say, chacun a son goût, which means everyone to his own taste. All too soon, we become enslaved by our tastes and form habits, which lead to patterns of action. And to these we remain true. If we are rash and impulsive, we do everything in a rash and impulsive manner. including murder. If, on the other hand, we are devious and complicated, we do everything in a devious and complicated manner, including murder. With what sort of people are we dealing in our story?
Lieutenant, what am I getting out of here?
Now, Mr. Raglan, while you were in that store, you did have an opportunity to either doctor or switch bottles.
What are you talking about?
The owner of the store left you alone for several minutes while he went next door to see if he could get a delivery boy.
Listen, Lieutenant, you gotta believe me.
Now, you'd have been in the clear to tamper with that bottle.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm innocent.
Now, look, Mr. Raglan, you gave me a lead. I followed it. But you're in just as deep as ever.
I didn't poison the cognac.
Well, if you didn't poison the cognac, who did?
I don't know. Martindale did.
Now, you said that before. Why would he want to kill his wife?
Because...
Yes?
Because she was too good for him.
In what way?
In every way. She was delicate and aesthetic, and he was kind of vulgar.
And that would motivate him to kill her?
That and Marguerite.
Marguerite?
The maid.
Oh, what about her?
Well, you've seen her. Good looking, sexy.
Oh, I see. And Martindale was having an affair with her?
How did you know?
Well, that's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Well, it's true. Everybody knows it.
Who's everybody?
All of his friends, her friends. Just ask.
Well, that's not good enough. Would they be willing to swear to that in a court of law?
Well...
You know, these things that everyone knows usually come apart on the witness stand under oath.
But it's true. All you have to do is look at them. Listen to the tone in their voices when they talk to each other.
All right. Why didn't Emmett Martindale divorce his wife and marry the maid?
Oh, a gentleman doesn't do that. Besides, in her poor, deluded way, Emma was madly in love with him. She wouldn't let him go. And that's why he took the opportunity to get rid of her.
Yes, Mr. Raglan.
You don't believe me?
Well, should I believe you?
In this country, a man is supposed to be innocent until he's proved guilty.
You'll be given the chance to prove your innocence in court, Mr. Raglan.
Now, don't hand me that some chance. The state has unlimited resources, money, manpower, experts. What have I got?
Now, look, Mr. Raglan, I don't create the setup. I just work for it. Now, let's go back to the beginning. You and Martindale were on the outs. Why?
We couldn't agree on anything. Mostly on how the business should be run. You see, he's tight. He's the stingiest human being in existence. He won't spend a dime on anything. I believe you have to spend it to make it. We fight each other constantly. Well, finally I decided we'd have to find a middle ground. It was his birthday, and I took the occasion
to send him a very expensive present. Why? Why not something for $10 or $15?
I don't know.
Are you in the habit of giving people expensive gifts?
No.
Wasn't there a lot of defiance in this particular present? Hostility? Wasn't it your way of saying, see how generous I am and how cheap you are?
So, maybe that's true.
Then wouldn't you say the basic purpose of the gift was not to wish him well, but to irritate him?
Okay. What if you're right? What if I did it to outrage his shriveled, miserly, stingy soul? I hated him for being mean and grasping, but that doesn't prove I wanted to kill him.
Let me see. Let me try another dozen of those clams oregano, Gus, huh?
Shouldn't you be watching your diet, Lieutenant?
Well, clams don't add weight. They're protein.
They're supposed to have a lot of cholesterol.
Well, still in all, I can't think unless I eat.
What do you got to think about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing so simple can happen to me. It never has. At noon today, Mrs. Emma Martindale drinks from a bottle of expensive cognac, which a guy named James Raglan sends to her husband as a birthday gift, you see? And she keels over, dead. The booze is spiked with poison.
James Raglan wished to kill friend husband, and something went wrong.
Now, 7 hours later, we have Mr. James Raglan in a cell. He'll be charged. The DA is satisfied he has enough to ask for an indictment. But I'm thinking...
Yeah?
It can't be this easy. It can't be this open and shut. There's something about this case that I just can't seem to get hold of.
What's that?
I don't know, Gus. Listen, do you have any more of that key lime pie? I'm going to talk to the DA.
Why don't you leave just well enough alone?
I haven't had a chance to thank you yet, Lieutenant Cooper. You've worked quickly and efficiently. You've gotten these statements from all the witnesses. I don't see how a jury can come up with anything but a verdict of guilty in the first degree.
Mr. D.A., that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. You see, I am not sure that James Raglan is guilty.
What's that?
Well,
With all the evidence?
Mr. Quentin, I'm just not sure.
Why?
I don't know why.
What are you trying to tell me?
Well, I know the case looks ironclad, but I think there's a weak seam somewhere, and the whole thing can come apart.
Mm-hmm. Well, there has to be a reason for the way you feel. What is it?
Well, that's it. I don't know. Well, maybe I do. It's just that I can't believe James Raglan is guilty.
Why?
Well, I know how this sounds, but I don't think he's the type.
I see. It's one of those reasons. Look, Lieutenant, we've both been around a while. It happens every now and then you get someone who you can't believe can be guilty. It's just a hunch. Maybe it bothers you.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and this one does bother me.
But we've got him. We've got him cold, Cooper. You know me. I'm not running for governor. It's as much a job to prove a man innocent as guilty. But James Raglan is 100% guilty.
Well, it still bothers me.
Ever ask yourself why every now and then somebody bothers you? It's because guys like us, we always have it on our conscience that we may be railroading an innocent person. I understand, but not him.
Yeah, but I still want to poke around, see if I can come up with something.
Okay, since it bothers you.
I'd be glad to help in any way I can, Lieutenant Cooper.
Now, your full name is Marguerite Willis. How long have you worked for the Martindales?
8 years.
Oh, that's a long time. What was your relationship with the family?
My relationship?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm well treated, but I am a servant.
Yeah. Well, you see, there were rumors that your relationship with Mr. Martindale is another level.
Oh, you always hear rumors like that. If there's a woman servant in the house, and if her face doesn't stop a clock, people always assume some hanky-panky with her husband. Oh, it's automatic. Oh, those rumors don't bother me.
Yeah, well, it's a question that had to be asked.
Well, I understand.
And it's a line of investigation that has to be followed.
Well, go ahead. You won't find anything. The truth is, Mr. Martindale doesn't like women. That is, he has no romantic inclinations in that direction. If you know what I mean.
No, I'm not sure I do.
Well, he's completely involved with his work. He brings it home every night.
Uh-huh. How did he behave toward his wife?
Oh, like a gentleman.
Did they get along?
Very well.
Did they ever fight?
Lieutenant, has somebody been talking to you?
Oh, many people talk to me.
Well, I'm in a very peculiar position here. Because of my job, I know certain things I have no right to discuss. But I have an idea someone is slandering Mr. Martindale.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you have an idea who that someone is, assuming it is slander.
Well, this conflict between Mr. Martindale and Mr. Raglan, it wasn't only because they couldn't agree on how to run the business. Lieutenant, what I'm about to say isn't going to help him. But my loyalty has to be to my employers. He was in love with Mrs. Martindale, James Raglan was.
Yes.
He knew her before Mr. Martindale did.
Uh-huh.
I even think they were engaged. Then he introduced her to Mr. Martindale, and the next thing everyone knew, Mr. Martindale and Emma were married.
I see. And Mr. Raglan never mentioned this,
No,
huh?
I guess not. Mr. Raglan would come here to see her regularly. I remember. It was always the same conversation.
Darling, Emma, darling.
Please, Jim.
You made a mistake. Admit it. You don't love him.
Jim, I do love him.
That isn't you saying it. It's your pride. If you make a mistake, you don't have to pay for it for the rest of your life. Just walk away from it.
No.
Look at what he does to you.
What does he do to me?
He neglects you. He abuses you.
Jim, he's my husband.
You didn't know what you were doing.
Oh, Jim, Please, go.
Worst of all, he's cheap.
Now, Jim, he's thrifty. And you might learn
Why
a
do you
lesson.
protect him? Look at yourself. You've been wearing that same dress for 3 years.
Oh.
The man's a millionaire. You're starving to death in here.
Oh, now, I would hardly say that I'm
I mean,
starving.
your soul is starving. Your spirit. You've become dowdy. You haven't written a line of poetry since your marriage. No one sees you anymore.
I'm happy.
I could kill him.
Jim, you wouldn't dare.
One day, I will.
He said that? I could kill him? One day I will?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, thank you. You've been very helpful.
Marguerite, you can't leave lights burning when you're not... Oh, it's the police lieutenant.
Yes, I was just leaving, Mr. Martindale. Miss Willis has given me all the information I need. Goodbye.
Is he gone?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I can see him through the window. He's getting into his car. Now he's driving off.
Come over here, Angel.
What did you buy me, baby?
First, you come over here and give me a great big kiss.
And so the second act curtain descends, as it should, on a torrid embrace. What are we going to do with all these people? Practically every one of them seems to be telling a lie. Well, maybe the lies will cancel out, and we'll be left with the truth. Maybe the truths will cancel out, and we'll be left with a lie. Nothing will happen until I return shortly with Act 3. Mrs. Emma Martindale was killed when she drank some poisoned cognac. This much is definite. The rest is all loose ends. We really don't know for a fact who put the poison into the bottle. Nor do we know if Mrs. Martindale was the intended victim. Our knowledge is exceeded by ignorance, which, however, can be said of everyone, everywhere.
You lied to me, James Raglan. You never told me you were once engaged to Emma Martindale.
Well, we weren't really engaged, Lieutenant.
Now, you never said you were in love with her, that you hated Martindale for taking her from you.
Not really.
Now, when you withhold vital information deliberately, that's the same as lying. Now, do you deny saying to Emma, I could kill him? Didn't you also say one day, I will kill him?
Well, I may have said something like that. I didn't mean it that way.
Well, then why did you say it?
Because a man gets mad, gets drunk, and says a lot of things he doesn't mean. I know it looks bad.
Now, you don't know how bad.
But I'm innocent, no matter what. Okay, I should have told you about the way things were between Emma and me. It was a mistake. But I was scared. You can't quit on me. You have to help me.
I went to the DA. I stuck my neck out for you, and all the time you were holding out on me.
I told you I was
now,
afraid.
That's the end of the line. I'm getting off this train because it just isn't going anywhere. I don't know whether to have the steak or the fish. Give me both. Potatoes, the salad, and, you got garlic bread?
What's the use? I didn't serve you. You only go someplace else.
Gus, I have some heavy thinking to do.
About what?
About this James Raglan guy.
You still feel he didn't do it?
Now, believe me, Gus, I'd like it if he did it, but the package is still too neat.
Even though he's been lying to you?
Yep.
Even though he's got the motive?
That's the trouble. He's got everything.
Oh, you ain't gonna enjoy your dinner.
I know. It's gonna fall into place, though, everything.
What do you mean?
It's all running around in my head, Gus. I just wish something would happen to make it stand still for a minute so I could sort it out.
Give it time.
Look, I'll start with the salad.
Okay.
What did you say?
I said okay.
No. You said, give it time. Time. Do you realize, Gus, that this whole thing is based on time? Timing, for crying out loud. It's been right out there in front of me all along. Now, Doc, how long did you say it took for her to die after she swallowed that poison?
That's all in the report, Lieutenant. Just a couple of minutes.
I see. Okay, she swallows a drink. In a couple of minutes, she's dead, right? Now they call the ambulance immediately.
Well, that's what the report says.
Yes, and it also says the request was made at 12 noon. It arrived 6 minutes later. It's 12:06.
You have to admit that's great time.
Yeah, but don't you see? The question is, when did she drink it? Mr. Barnaby, how many bottles of Dunstan's cognac do you keep in stock?
Are you kidding? At that price? I just kept the one.
And there's no way anyone could have sneaked in here and replaced the bottle of Dunstan's you had with one that had been poisoned, huh?
In the first place, I got a special protection system, see?
Uh-huh.
And there's only one key to the store. I never let go of it. And besides, there's the burglar alarm.
All right. Now, James Ragland came in yesterday to buy the cognac, huh?
Yeah, I told you all that.
Yeah. Now, this was just before 11 o'clock. He bought the cognac, and you gift-wrapped it.
Look, I'm prepared to testify to that effect in court. He wanted immediate delivery. So I went next door to see if the grocer's delivery boy was around.
All right. Now, answer this. Where was your delivery boy?
Well, it turns out he had a little accident on his motorbike on the way downtown.
I see. In the normal way, would he have been here in the morning?
Oh, sure. It's his job.
Yeah. Now, when Mr. Ragland bought the cognac, he assumed you could deliver it at once.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Now, he would have no way of knowing your delivery boy was unavailable.
Even I didn't know that.
Now, the bottle on the shelf had to be good.
You're not kidding.
So then, if your boy had been here, he would have taken the bottle and gone to deliver it, and there'd be no way for Ragland to tamper with it, right? He couldn't have planned to use this method to commit murder.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Lieutenant.
All right, now one further question.
Yeah?
This bottle. Examine it, please. Now, is this the bottle that you sold to Mr. Ragland?
Yes, sir. It's got the Dunstan's label, see?
Uh-huh.
And on the bottom, it's got my own sticker. Barnaby's Better Service.
Examine it very carefully. Now, this is the bottle that contained the poisoned cognac Mrs. Martindale drank. Is it the same bottle you delivered?
Why, yes, there can be no... wait a minute. Hold a second now. No, this is the wrong bottle.
What?
There was never any Dunstan cognac in this bottle.
Why not?
Well, look, it may look like a bottle of Dunstan's, but Dunstan's doesn't use this particular bottle. Here, look at the bottle. Now, you see the little raised letters here? It says K.R.
K.R.
That stands for Krieger's. It's another distillery. They don't even make cognac.
Then this, can't be the bottle you delivered to the Martindale house, huh?
No way.
But the switch had to be made somewhere. This is not the same bottle you sold Ragland. Hello, this is Lieutenant Cooper speaking. Sergeant, you got a call earlier to send an ambulance to a Mrs. Martindale. The record says noon. I want you to check that book of yours. Make sure it wasn't about 11:15. Oh, I see. I see. It was the first call you took when you came on at 12. Thank you, Sergeant.
Emmett, baby, I need some money.
But I gave you money yesterday.
It's gone.
Gone?
Yesterday is gone, too.
But you just can't go around spending money as if it...
That's what money's for.
Well, you're just going to have to learn. Money has to be saved, protected against waste.
The way she learned it?
Emma was quite prudent where money was concerned.
Sweetie, if you want to make me into another Emma, why did you get rid of her in the first place?
You must never say that, even when we're alone.
Oh, the only things we should say to each other when we're alone is, I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I should go shopping.
Marguerite, I see I shall have to teach you some basic facts of economics.
You're not going to teach me anything. I'm going to teach you.
Well, it seems to me you're forgetting who you are. I could fire you on the spot.
And I could walk out of here and report to the nearest police station.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a bottle of Dunstan's cognac and everything that happened to it from the moment I took it from the delivery man to the moment Emma drank it.
But you wouldn't. I mean, after all...
Oh. Now, who's that? See who it is.
Well, I can see who it is from here, out the window. It's that detective. That's his car at the curb. What does he want here?
Oh, probably more routine.
But he was just here a few hours ago.
Don't start looking nervous.
Suppose he suspects.
What can he suspect? How can he suspect? Answer the door. I have to see him. Yes, Lieutenant, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm finishing my report. I want to be sure I have everything straight. Miss Willis, you answered the door when a Mr. Barnaby was here to deliver some liquor.
Well, I don't know if his name was Mr. Barnaby.
And you accepted a gift-wrapped package. You brought it in here, and you, sir, opened the package and summoned Mrs. Martindale. You uncorked the bottle, poured a drink for her, and a drink for yourself.
Yes.
Now, immediately, she became fatally ill. You had Miss Willis here call for an ambulance.
I believe I've already made a statement to that effect.
Now, Miss Willis, after Mr. Martindale asked you to summon an ambulance, how long did it take you to do so?
Oh, no time at all. I heard him shout. I lifted the phone. I dialed the police emergency number, and I was connected in, well, maybe 5-10 seconds.
To sum up then, Miss Willis, how long was it from the time you accepted the package from the delivery man till the time Mrs. Martindale took that fatal drink?
How long?
Yes.
Well, it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes.
It might have been less. You see, it all happened so quickly.
Yes, well, we agreed then on 5 minutes. Now, Mr. Barnaby says he delivered that package to you at about 10 minutes after 11. 5 minutes after the delivery, you placed the call for an ambulance.
Well, hasn't that been abundantly clear by this time, Lieutenant?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it poses a problem.
What sort of problem?
Well, somehow we have lost or mislaid 45 minutes.
What do you mean?
Well, we can't account for the 45 minutes that elapsed between the time you say Mrs. Martindale drank the cognac and the time you say you called the ambulance.
But I called the ambulance immediately.
Yeah, but you didn't call for it at 11:15. You see, the police records show that the call came in exactly at 12 noon.
Well, we may have been mistaken as to the time.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we can prove the cognac was delivered at about 10 after 11. And you are already on record as having said you opened it and Mrs. Martindale drank it 5 minutes later.
Well, I was confused, upset, nervous. We didn't get to open the cognac until 5 minutes till noon. There.
Oh, so, you're changing your story then?
Well, it's my right upon sober consideration.
Yeah, but that means that Miss Willis will also have to change her story.
Well, of course.
Are you changing your story, Miss Willis?
Marguerite, you just tell him we were mistaken.
Now, before you answer, Miss Willis, let me account for the discrepancy in time.
There was no discrepancy.
Now, the package is delivered. You see the note, Mr. Martindale. It says, to Emmett, on your birthday, to be sipped slowly, signed Jim Raglan. Now, you say to yourself, what a way to get rid of Jim and my wife at the same time.
No, just a minute.
So, you go to your laboratory, you get some hydrocyanic acid.
This is all...
Now, the thing to do is to pour some hydrocyanic acid into the bottle of Dunstan's cognac and then reseal it. Ah, but you're basically a stingy man. Why ruin the exceptional cognac, huh? So you remove the Dunstan's label and the liquor store sticker, and you fix them onto a cheap bottle of whiskey.
I'll sue you for defamation.
Now, you work very carefully. Takes nearly 45 minutes. And then you call your wife, play the little charade with her, get her to drink the poisoned liquor, and have Miss Willis phone for the ambulance. This brings us to 12 noon. And now, the times are reconciled.
Are you daring to charge me?
Why don't you offer me a drink? Dunstan's. It should be right here in the liquor cabinet.
Oh, you have no right to open my liquor cabinet.
Now, this bottle here, without a label. Now, if you look at some raised letters on the bottom of the bottle, you see? Little raised letters spelling Dunstan's. Well, Miss Willis?
Marguerite, he can't
Miss Willis, what does he offer you? 20 years to life, even the chair.
Marguerite, he's bluffing.
He does have money, but will he be more generous with you than he was with his wife?
Marguerite.
He gives nothing away, even when it costs him nothing. Now, that bottle of Dunstan's, had he not wasted precious time, had he just poured the poison into it, he would have been in the clear, but no, he's so cheap. He wouldn't even use good whiskey to poison his wife. So now he has to pay the price. Why should you?
Marguerite, don't you see what he's doing?
Lieutenant, He threatened to kill me.
Who was it that said the cheapest way will always cost more in the end? At any rate, the jury felt that Marguerite was a helpless tool, so she'll be released shortly, after a short stay in jail. Emmett will never be released. He has a lifetime career in the prison library. He also teaches chemistry in the prison school. So, at least our story has some redeeming social value. And I shall return with even more values. The art of perception. To see suddenly a multitude of possibilities in what is on the surface only a confused mass, and to examine a single drop of water and divine therein the scheme of the universe. Opportunity of all kinds surrounds us constantly, for good, for evil, and for 7 times each week to listen to this program. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Leon Janney, Court Benson, Sam Gray, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Filling the air with bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI, Seattle.
The time at KIXI, now 11 p.m.
CBS News. Egypt has called for an urgent Arab foreign ministers meeting to discuss the steadily deteriorating situation in Lebanon. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS radio network. Egyptian Foreign Minister Ismail Fahmy accused rightist forces of torpedoing a ceasefire agreement in Lebanon, and he said his country no longer could remain indifferent to the present scale of fighting, which he labeled as clearly aimed at the liquidation of the Palestinian revolution. Arab foreign ministers met 3 weeks ago and agreed on a ceasefire and the posting of a pan-Arab peacekeeping force in Lebanon, but the Palestinian-Lebanese leftist alliance complained to the Arab League that the force has failed thus far to play an effective role in ending hostilities. Arab League Secretary General Mahmoud Riyad ordered 2 more units, one Saudi Arabian, the other Sudanese, now in Syria, to move into Lebanon. They're expected to reach their positions sometime Tuesday. Meanwhile, fighting is reported escalating on most Muslim-Christian battlefronts in Lebanon. Beirut's communications with the outside world remain cut, but CBS News correspondent Doug Tennell got this taped report to Amman, Jordan, for transmission to the United States.
Palestinian guerrillas are on the offensive in Beirut suburbs in an attempt to counter an attack by Christian gunmen on 2 large Palestinian camps east of the city. Both sides have been trading artillery fire almost non-stop for at least 3 days now. They are pounding away at military and civilian targets at random. One casualty in this latest round of battle is Beirut's airport. It was closed on Sunday after one of the shells destroyed a commercial airliner, killing the pilot and wounding several others. The heaviest fighting, however, centers around the Palestinian refugee camps located in the middle of Christian-controlled East Beirut. The war began around those besieged camps 15 months ago, and since then it appears to have come full circle. Lebanon's politicians seem no closer to a solution now than they did then. The only tangible results of the warfare so far is the de facto partition of Lebanon into Muslim and Christian camps and the widespread destruction of this divided capital. Doug Tennell, CBS News, Beirut.
More news in a moment.
I'm Toby Harris, shortstop for the Texas Rangers. There will be plenty of spectacular action in this year's All-Star Game. Wherever you are, you can hear it all when CBS Sports brings you radio coverage Tuesday night, July 13th.
The All-Star Game. You'll hear it all when CBS Radio Sports brings you live exclusive play-by-play radio coverage Tuesday, July 13th. It's baseball's big night of the summer. Listen wherever you are with portable radio Tuesday, July 13th. Over most of these CBS Radio network stations.
President Ford is back at the White House, having returned Monday night from 3 days in Puerto Rico and an economic summit conference with leaders of Great Britain, France, West Germany, Italy, and Canada. Before leaving the scene of the summit, Mr. Ford had this reaction.
I was greatly impressed with the candid and friendly atmosphere here. Our countries have come through a very difficult period. Our cooperation during this period has not only contributed to the resolution of problems, but has, in fact, significantly strengthened relations among our countries and among the industrial democracies as a whole.
The summit ended with the leaders agreeing on a cautious program of economic growth, lest the fires of inflation be fanned anew. A much-delayed summit conference of 28 communist nations gets underway Tuesday in East Berlin. After 2 years of bitter backstage argument over dogma and tactics, the Soviet Union has pledged to accept diversity in a system once controlled rigidly by the Kremlin. Marine Corps General Court-Martial Trial Board of 5 officers and 3 enlisted men has acquitted drill instructor Harold Bronson of all charges and specifications. The staff sergeant was charged with involuntary manslaughter and other charges after the death of recruit Lynn McClure, who had been pummeled senseless by other recruits in a series of pugil stick bouts. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever dreamed of flying? Of course you have. Everyone has. It's as natural as thirst or hunger. Except when it is not you who is doing the flying by yourself, but are being carried by... But that's our story. Another gripping twist on a subject which refuses to die. The vampire. Our mystery drama, Nightmare's Nest, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Gordon Gould. Most of us, I imagine, accept the concept that certain things have been left out of our general makeup. We don't hit a baseball like Henry Aaron or a tennis ball like Jimmy Connors. We cannot play the piano or paint or develop the business acumen to become a millionaire. But most of us certainly expect that we will have equal emotions. How many of us could even imagine not being able to love someone? To be a person in whose personality that emotion had just been completely left out. This is the story of such a man, John Findlay Masters.
I've never really felt incomplete. That is, I never had till... But that would be getting ahead of myself. What I mean is that I have never been unhappy. Although I suppose I've not been very happy either. But content enough with my life, my dreams, my achievements, and my few avocations. As Father Dan McGovern liked to say of me.
Ah, you're the ultimate pragmatist, John, my boy. That's what keeps me coming by. I'll convert you yet.
What keeps you coming by is the sad delusion that someday, some way, you'll beat me at our weekly game of chess. Can I get you something to drink?
Oh, now that'd be nice. A little cherry would warm my heart if you'll join me.
By all means.
I wish I thought it could warm yours.
Dan, you'll never let go, will you? Why do I worry you so?
Because it's not natural to begin with. I mean, here you are, a man just turned 30, and you live like a hermit. You should be married with children.
Not my style.
At least you should have a woman who I mean, someone to cherish and love and...
Father, and you, a man of the cloth? Are you advocating extramarital affairs?
Of course not. I'm less concerned with sex than with love.
Which only goes to prove what friendly antagonists we are. I am just the other way. One of the advantages of living in today's world. So let me put your mind to rest about that. And drink your sherry.
Somehow, it doesn't taste as good as I anticipated.
Well, that's a first-class sherry.
It isn't the wine that sours on me, it's you.
Why let it bother you?
Because because I feel I stand in loco parentis to you. Your father, rest his soul, was a long-time friend.
You puzzle and worry about me, Dan. You find me hard to understand. It shouldn't be too difficult. My father, who gloated over my mental capacities, my precocity in mathematics particularly, the academic honors I won that fed his vanity because I was his son. The endless hours he chained me to a chessboard, teaching me the game till I became the master. Pride in me. Cold satisfaction. But never love. And, on the other hand, there was my mother.
Well, you can't say you didn't get it from her.
That was just the trouble. Too much. Like a dog that licks wildly at his master's face. Or all the girls who hung around after the football game. Or when we won the basketball championship.
Wait now, by the Holy Father. There's some hope for you yet. There is emotion, when sure I thought your soul was dead and buried.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Father. I am a man of no emotions, because I don't need them, or believe in them, except as a destructive force. My motivations are scientific, in the realm of pure mathematics, sheerly practical. Come on, you finished your sherry. Let's get to the game.
No. A moment longer. No, I don't feel much like chess tonight.
Well, you'd better.
Why is that?
It may be your last chance. I'm giving up my apartment. I'm going away.
Away where?
I found a perfect house. Isolated, remote, locked away from the world.
Oh, sure, the last place for you to go.
Oh, I need to be utterly alone. I'm coming near the verge of a breakthrough in pure mathematical theory that could upend the world.
Oh, dear God, would you listen to the man? Hasn't the world been upended enough already? Oh, John, I have a terrible premonition 'tis the worst thing you could possibly have done.
And so I came to live at Mayor's Nest, named for the man Mayor who built it. It should have been called Nightmare's Nest. But I had no idea of that, of course, that first afternoon, as Mrs. Denton took me on a tour of my new home.
I'm sorry, Mr. Masters, for the condition of the third floor. Most of the rooms here are small, old-fashioned servants' rooms with little light. And the others are storage, filled with old lumber. A lot of leftover trash that Mr. Mayor has instructed me to throw away. Family papers, old clothes, and the like.
What's that door at the end of the hall?
Why, that's Miss Stella's old playroom.
Is it large?
Oh, yes.
Well, let's have a look at it.
I mean, nothing's been done here. After she died, her things were all taken away, too.
It looks perfect for me. That big gable window overlooks the garden?
Yes, it does.
Is it fully wired here?
Oh, yes, it's heated electrically. Mr. Mayor had 220-volt current brought up.
Well, then it's perfect. I may want to put in a computer. Quite a view, too. I didn't get a chance to really look at the gardens. It's beginning to get a little dark. What's that sort of walled-in area beyond the trees there?
That's the maze, sir.
The what?
Mr. Mayor was a very rich man. He had strange fancies. He was visiting in London at Hampton Court, is it? Where Henry VIII lived?
That's right.
Well, there's a thing called the maze there. You know, a place...
I know, a labyrinth of yew hedges full of dead ends till you find just the right path to the center.
That's right. Well, anyway, Mr. Mayor built one just like it for Miss Stella. For her and her friends to play in was the idea.
Fascinating. I'd like to go down and have a look at it.
Oh, it's getting a bit dark, sir, and besides, when the wall was built around the maze, the gate was padlocked, and I don't know where the key has gotten to.
Well, never mind. I can see it tomorrow. Let's go down to the second floor and decide on a bedroom suite for me, and then we can start thinking about dinner.
Very well, sir. Oh, Mr. Masters.
Yes?
I just hope you'll be very happy here.
I don't even ask that much. Content and undisturbed will suit me fine.
Good morning, Mr. Masters. You'll be ready for your breakfast?
Just juice and coffee, Mrs. Denton. I don't eat in the morning.
Oh, we have some lovely fresh eggs from the farm down the road.
No, thank you. You will find that I'm a creature of habit. Too late to change anything in my life.
Well, I heard you moving about, so I have the orange juice right here and the coffee nice and warm. Or, would you prefer some other fruit juice?
No, this is fine. But speaking of hearing things, though...
What? You heard something in the night?
Huh? No. I slept like a top. Now, I was talking about the hall. There's an echo there.
Oh, well, it's the tiles, sir. See, there used to be a big round rug there, but Mr. Mayor liked the tiles so much he had it taken up.
Well, let's get it put down again. The place is as cold as a grave and sounds like walking through a crypt. It's a pleasant day.
It's getting very chilly.
Nice dry chill. An invigorating day. And I need a good deal of air after last night.
I beg pardon, sir. You said you slept well.
I did, but heavily. I couldn't get any of the windows open in my room.
Oh, well, that's because the screens aren't in yet.
Well, still, if I hadn't gone to bed so late, I would have looked for you to ask you why on earth they are nailed shut.
Oh, it's just a precaution, sir. The trees grow so near the house that quite a bit of wildlife gets into the house unless the screens are up.
Well, then let's get them up. Is there some sort of handyman?
Oh, yes.
You know, I'm fascinated by the maze. Did you dig up the key for it?
Oh, no, not yet, sir.
Oh, well, there's no great rush. You must tell me more about it at dinner or tomorrow. Because today I must get back to the house and get to work. But I would like to get some windows opened.
It's cold this time of year. And the screens need painting. Now, if you could just wait a while...
Not too long. The house is as musty as a tomb. Let's get it opened up a little. What is it?
Oh, you left the front door ajar.
Oh, Mrs. Denton, don't worry. I realize there's an oil crisis, but a little extra strain on the supply...
It isn't that, Mr. Masters. Oh, we shouldn't ever leave anything open. There are things that can enter.
Things? Oh, you mean mosquitoes, flies, insects.
And there are other things.
Woodcocks, opossums, raccoons. We're that far out in the woods?
We're all alone here. Isolated like.
Well, as long as it isn't bears or anything we can't handle.
What is it?
I don't know. A funny dead smell. Oh, we must get this house open and let some air in. And
what?
I thought it was oppression at first, but strange reaction. It's depression. Doesn't make sense on a day when it's so clear and the cloud cover's so high. I never felt like this in my life before.
How?
Well, heavy, listless. No, what's the word? I know. Something I've never totally felt in my life. Even at my parents' funerals. Sad. Just unbearably, inescapably sad.
Oh, Lord, help us. I knew as soon as I saw the door open. And the moment we got inside, she's back again. You let her back in.
The ultimate pragmatist, suddenly in the grip of an unbearable emotion, and for no practical reason, certainly no natural one. So, by the evidence, it must be supernatural. Who is the she who disturbs the peace of this haunting, strange house? I'll be back as shortly as I can with Act Two. In the dark and gloomy hall, the huge, ornate staircase curving up behind his head like a giant question mark, John Masters, shaking off the depression that shrouds him, turns to the frightened, cringing little woman. Mrs. Denton leans against the heavy front door, whether for support or as if to bar its opening at the insistence of some outside force. It's hard to tell. Before he can speak, he has to take a deep breath to lift the crushing weight of nameless sorrow from his chest.
What she? Whom have I let back in?
Oh, I suppose you had to know sooner or later. I'll try to make it as short as possible.
Not in this echoing vault. Let's get away from sound and half-darkness. Here, the dining room will do. Now sit down, Mrs. Denton. You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Thank you, sir. Oh, not seen. But I know she's here.
Who's here?
Oh, the poor, lost little soul. Stella. Miss Mayer, that was.
Tell me what this is all about.
Oh, it goes back over 10 years. And she was such a lovely little thing, Stella. Just 17 and bright and gay. Chipper as a little bird, always laughing and full of fun. Until Ram Gitano came to work for us. There were horses here then for riding, and he took care of them. And he drove Mr. Mayer in his car to and from the station. Oh, he was a handsome young man with black hair and white teeth and a dark gypsy skin. And it didn't take Stella very long to fall head over heels in love with him. And they would sneak away and meet in the middle of the maze. There's a little sort of Grecian temple there. There used to be a gazebo. And I was so worried, I hid myself away behind there one night after dinner.
Moshkadroka e boradine Sherlukan Kisana.
What is that, Rod?
Darling, what do you expect from a gypsy? That's Romany.
What does it mean?
My heart and all my pulsing soul is yours, my only love.
Oh, how beautiful.
Yeah, if you go for that. Stella, baby, what difference is it how I say it? I'm crazy about you.
And you know I love you.
Well, you know I buy it, but will your old man?
I don't know.
Have you talked to him about us yet?
No.
What's the matter? Afraid he'll think I'm not good enough for his little chick?
I'll handle that.
I don't think so.
Oh.
All right, Stella, you can go. I heard enough on my way into the maze to know where we stand. I'll handle this from now on.
Crouched in my hiding place, I blame myself bitterly for not having been at the house so that I could have stopped this meeting. I could see, hear how hurt my little Stella was, and I wanted to come out and help her. I knew how wrong this man was for her, but I also knew Stella. I knew how deeply she could be hurt and how easily broken, so I froze, helpless.
It doesn't matter what you do or say, Daddy. I love him. And if he wants me, I'll have him. Any way he wants me.
Sorry it had to be like this, sir.
I am sorry it had to be at all. How long has this been going on?
Oh, for some time, Mr. Mayor.
If you have in any way...
I may not be Ivy League, but so far I'm a gentleman. No sweat there.
You had better not. So help me God, I'll drag you in for statutory rape.
I wouldn't advise it, Mr. Mayor. You wouldn't have a case. But nudge me far enough.
I'll nudge you, all right. Straight out and keep on going. You're fired.
You're making a mistake, Mr. Mayor.
My mistake was in hiring you. Never letting you get near my daughter. But From here on in, I'll make sure you don't have another chance.
You know I could tie you into a pretzel, Olaf.
Try it and I'll put you in jail where you really belong.
On second thought, maybe I'll just lay a nice fat gypsy curse on you. That's what you really object to, isn't it? My race.
I don't give a damn about your race. Or your color. Or up to a certain point your creed. Simply that I can recognize a no-good, hands-out bum just as well as you can. I came up from nothing myself. Only I made my own way. I didn't climb over other people's backs to get there. Now get out and stay out.
I waited a long time before I left the maze. And by that time, they'd gone to the station. And I was left to comfort and try to calm down a frantic little girl who was mad with grief. Oh, I should have slept in her room that night. Her bedroom was the same as you have now, Mr. Masters. But I was fool enough not to. The rest of the story I had to piece together from fragments spoken in fever by Stella during her long, last, puzzling illness. Late that night, Ram came back. Climbed the big tree outside her window. If you look, there's a branch cut off now that used to stretch near enough to reach the sill. Ram!
Shh, help me in.
Wait here. Give me your hand.
Grab hold of the window frame.
Okay.
Don't let go, just for a moment. And keep out of my way. I'm gonna jump. Now. I'll close the window quick.
Are you all right, darling?
Fine.
Oh, did you come back to take me away?
Yes, but all in good time. Everyone asleep?
Oh, I think. Shall I get dressed?
Not yet. Now, look. The safe downstairs. Your father still keep all that dough in it?
Well, yes. Well, there's nearly 10,000 there. I put away some for him this morning. Why?
You know the combination?
Well, of course, but...
Look, darling, let me hold you in my arms. And listen to me. If I'd gone away, if I hadn't jumped off that train when it slowed down for Traverse Crossing, I'd be gone out of your life, you know that?
Why?
Why? Because it's written in the stars. Or if you don't like my gypsy second sight, because by the time I ever made enough money to be able to afford you, old Moneybags Mayor would have talked you into marrying someone else.
No, Rob. I never would have.
Well, this way we're taking no chances. You're going down now to sneak open that safe for me and give me that dough.
You mean steal it?
Honey, when we're married, how much bread do you think your old man is going to sling around like confetti? This is a drop in the bucket, but it's enough for you and me to get started.
Oh. All right. But then I'm going with you.
You can't, baby. Not for another couple of months. Till you're 18 and your own woman. I'm going to cut out with this stake, get myself set, send you my address. And as soon as you're 18, you come a-running to me and we get married. Once that happens, you know he won't touch us. Honey, it's the only way we can make it.
Oh, Ram, I don't know.
I thought you loved me.
I do. But
okay, then. Prove it.
There. It's open.
Okay, honey. Now get on upstairs. You know nothing about this. Leave the rest to me.
Oh, I don't want to leave you.
Just for a little while. Trust me.
Oh, I'd put my life in your hands.
Who's there? Don't move till I get the light.
You kidding? Look out or I'll... Oh, what? You damn... Oh, you killed me.
You? I thought I'd seen the last of you.
The way it looks, that's what you bought.
Daddy, what happened? Oh, you killed him.
Still, I was only protecting my house. I didn't know who he was.
Remember, you killed me. Drachful, die Neister, in Dermot Stark, the vampire.
What?
An old gypsy curse on you. I will not die till I replace my soul and one of you become a Vagram, Silfied Vagram.
And this all happened 10 years ago?
It would have been 10 years, nearly 2 months ago. And Stella, by that time, was under psychiatric care. Oh, the poor child. She just went to pieces.
Do you think her father knew that he was shooting her Well, that he knew who the man was?
I don't know. I know that Miss Stella thought he did. She never spoke to her father again. Oh, this house was a terrible place to live in. We were all smothering under a terrible... a blanket of grief and shock. Sometimes it was hard to breathe.
That feeling at least I had just now.
And she lay upstairs in the bed you slept in last night and just wasted away.
No, Mrs. Denton, that's silly. In this modern age, with all our medical know-how, nobody just wastes away. Life can be maintained by mechanical means almost indefinitely, particularly a young life.
They couldn't keep her alive. They said it was anemia, pernicious anemia. They kept giving her transfusion after transfusion, but the doctors were helpless. The blood just seemed to break down and disappear. Well, she was buried in the little temple in the center of the maze.
And that's where she lies now?
No.
You mean she was reburied somewhere else? Her body was moved?
Her body was moved, but not by any earthly means. It just disappeared.
I don't understand you.
Oh, Lord, forgive me. I don't understand myself. I can only tell you this. After Stella's death, Mr. Mayor was a completely broken man. He couldn't stand this house, complaining all the time of the same smothering pall of sadness you felt today. But he wouldn't sell the house, not while his daughter rested here. So I was kept on as housekeeper. And every day I took fresh flowers to place by the coffin.
By his instruction?
Yes. There was no wall about the maze then, but you can imagine. Because I had loved her so. What a sad pilgrimage that was every day. She might have been the daughter I never had. So I would kneel there and pray. But after I'd learned to find my way blindfold to the center, I seldom thought of looking at the coffin itself. Until one day, I did. And
Mrs. Denton, are you all right?
I'm as right as I shall ever be again.
Are you up to finishing your story?
Oh, I'd rather show you as well as I can. You wanted to see the maze. Well, now's the time to see it.
You found the key?
I've always had it. I never let it out of my sight. Shall we go?
I followed her to the maze. The lock, rusty and old, but apparently well oiled, opened easily, and we threaded our way to the little Grecian temple at the center, Mrs. Denton leading. Inside the temple was a dais, and on it lay a carved, frescoed bronze catafalque. She brought me to it.
The lid is very heavy. It takes a strong man to open it. One day after she died, I came here with my flowers. The lid was standing open. I was appalled. And I stepped forward to look in. Open it yourself, Mr. Masters, and you will see what I saw.
Curiouser and curiouser, cried Alice, as she wound her way through Wonderland. But this is a darker and more disturbing world than Lewis Carroll ever dreamt of. Even at high noon, as John Masters and Mrs. Denton look upon the coffin of a long-dead girl, the forces of darkness swirl and cloud about them. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. The little Grecian temple in the center of the maze is very simple. 4 ionic columns, perhaps 12 feet high, bearing a cupola roof. It is open on all sides, save for a low marble circular series of slabs at sitting height, supported like benches. In the center is a dais about 3 feet high, on the surface of which rests a bronze coffin, obviously maintained with loving care. there are no flowers.
Lift the lid. You need have no fear of disturbing the dead.
Very well.
It won't be so hard because I am a foolish woman. The hinges are kept oiled.
There's nothing there.
Exactly. That's what I found all those years ago. A month after she had died and been buried.
I was annoyed. I had bought this house from the Mayor estate with a built-in housekeeper to guarantee my isolation and quiet from my mathematical experimentation. I realized now I should have questioned more closely the bargain I had thought it to be. But that die was cast. The problem now was to put all this nonsense out of my mind, and at the same time try to banish the stifling feeling of profound grief that kept sweeping over me from time to time. But within a day or two, with the weather warming and the screens up so we could open windows, that had passed, and I could get on with my work. Then suddenly, it returned more strongly than before. And on an impulse, I called Father Dan and invited him down for a weekend.
Oh, could we open a window, John?
They're as wide open as they can be already. Why? It isn't that warm.
Well, then, could we take a little walk in the garden, do you think?
I was waiting till tomorrow to show it to you, but maybe it's light enough. Why not?
There'll be a gibbous moon. It's a little over the half. And I'd like to see this maze of yours. Well, it's an amazing little labyrinth. I wouldn't have believed you could find your way in here so easily.
It isn't so difficult. There are a whole series of little markers to lead you right, when you know where to find them.
Oh, even in this half-light? You must have come this way quite often.
Yes, I'm fascinated, naturally, by Mrs. Denton's foolish, well, you might say, legend that she's been building up.
Yes, of course. And I see there are fresh flowers by the coffin. I thought that had been stopped a long time ago.
Oh, I put some there yesterday morning before I picked you up at the train. A gesture. I don't know why.
To an empty coffin, huh? And it is still empty.
Well, naturally. But I have seen a picture of the young lady who should lie in it. I'll show you later. And she was a lovely child. I suppose that gypsy lover's relatives stole the body.
No. Now, why would they do a thing like that?
Well, how the devil would I... She was wearing jewels, rings, when she was buried. I can only surmise they robbed her for those. Or some kind of vengeance.
Did he have relatives?
Oh, Father Dan, I don't know. I told you it was a surmise. Let's get back to the house. I was in no mood for discussion when we returned to the house, which was unreasonable of me, since it was the main reason I had invited Father Dan down. But the mood of depression hung too heavily on me, and I wanted to be alone, to sleep, to just forget. I had no idea how long I had been lying in bed. I may even have slept for a while. But all of a sudden, I came awake, or consciously in control of thought. The moon, low in the heavens, cast a glow on the floor between me and my bed. And slowly, the moon glow misted between the window and me, twisted and swirled gently, and rose, and formed into the figure of a woman, transparent as the mist, standing before me and moving towards me. Who are you?
I have come for you.
For me? Why?
Don't question it, my love. Just come.
Where?
Now, quickly. To the center of the maze. The center of the maze.
I didn't question it. Don't ask me why. Suddenly, I felt her lips on mine. Warm, promising, drinking all my heart's blood. And then she was gone. I, who have questioned every move, decision I'd entertained, I went like a child, and in the soft moonlight met her there. Was she beautiful, deadly, fascinating, irresistible? I can't tell you. She was all in white, swirling around her, and her face was concealed in a milky scarf that bound her head. I had a moment of annoyance almost. I have come here, but I don't know why.
Because I love you. And I want you to love me. Give yourself to me.
Give myself to you? How can I? You are a specter. You have no body, no being.
Give yourself to me. I will do you no harm. Take me.
I've never refused a woman yet. All right. Come here. We were no sooner in each other's arms than I felt myself lifted off the ground, carried by her, high up over the trees, mounting, 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 sailing effortlessly, while in the moonlight I could see the country spread out below. And every so often, her lips pressed to mine, as I have never been kissed before, drinking from me, drawing me to her, lifting me with her to glide on the wind currents until...
Until what?
Until... I don't know what. I don't remember. Till I woke up in my bed this morning.
Well, feeling how?
Well, all my depression gone. Relaxed. Oh, with a strange lassitude for me, but also a kind of peace. So you see, I can send you back to town as relaxed as I am. I suppose I shouldn't have dragged you up here in the first place.
Very well, John. You may call me whenever you need me.
Well, I just needed a little contact with good common sense and human kindness to banish all the foolish dreams. I'm myself again.
You don't think, John, that maybe the things that are happening to you should make you question just a little what it's all about? I mean, us being here...
No, you don't trap me in that old argument again. I thank you for coming here. And I don't know what came over me. Maybe Mrs. Denton's graphic history. But I'm myself again. I said goodbye to my old friend, confident that he had no worries about me. I should have judged him better. During my next weeks of tranquility, I little realized how thoroughly he tried to save me.
Fascinating history, Father. And equally fascinating how far we've come from different approaches, backgrounds, educations to measure the same results. Never ceases to astound me.
Well, I don't know why. You study the human mind, Dr. Holland, I the human soul. Are they separated so far? But this isn't any time for philosophical discussions. I've had some letters and a couple of phone calls in the last few days that have exacerbated all my fears and brought me back to you.
Yes, after a period of relief, the massive depression started to reinvade the house, and the dreams of flying have returned with this unknown wraith.
How sick is he, Doctor?
There's a word. Let's say, is he schizophrenic? Possible. I can give you some other words and gobbledygook, which means something to me. I'd guess it's an obsessive compulsion reaction if you force me to a clinical response.
Well, then how would you treat or how would you help such a man?
I can't give you an easy answer. Can I meet him?
Why not, Paul? Do you want to drive up there next weekend?
With the approach of the full moon, my white-clothed lady with the scarf about her head and face appeared to me in dreams, if they were dreams, more and more frequently. Together we soared, or seemed to soar, wherever I asked, or the winds took us, or she desired. And without my realizing it, day by day, I grew weaker and weaker. Each night, she would come to bear me up with her, flying high above all the world and its sins and its agony.
Darling, oh my darling, kiss me.
Yes.
Hold my lips, suck in your breath, and then release it into my mouth. We are one. We are one. You are mine.
When will we be together always?
Don't you know? It is already over. You have saved me. Now you must find love yourself. Oh, my darling, you grow heavy. Heavy. I can't hold you up any longer.
You must. I cannot fly like you.
I can't. I'm cold. I'm cold. I'm cold.
Thank you, Mrs. Denton, for bringing us here to the center of the maze.
If you don't know your way, it's hard to find.
So this is the tomb from which the body mysteriously disappeared?
Yes. I haven't seen the inside of the coffin myself.
Oh, you can open it if you want. There's nothing to see.
Well, for curiosity's sake, I'd like to look. But you are the one who should say if it's proper.
As I'm told, the poor child hasn't been there for 10 years. It's hardly likely we'd disturb her body or soul now. It's heavy, but...
Oh, sweet Mary, foot of grace. It's not empty any longer.
Huh?
She almost looks alive.
That's her. Oh, my little Stella. Oh, just as she used to look. Oh, my darling.
Oh! Dr. Harland, here.
What is it?
Here, behind the little temple. Look there, that was my friend, John Masters.
Good Lord, he's dead.
Of course.
It must have been a terrible fall. The fractures are so multiple. But from where?
Good Lord, forgive me, I don't know. From the sky.
At least from some terrible height. And yet it's incredible.
What's that?
The damage is so extensive. I don't want to go into details, but there should be blood. And there's not a trace of it. Not one single drop.
They say the corpse of one who has become a vampire will always be found as fresh and full of blood as if it had arteries and veins that sustained life. I'll be back shortly. One further note on the vampire legend. The vagrom, the wanderer who seeks blood, having found it, joins the dead in peace. The donor, the victim, must wander between heaven and hell till he finds one to love and nourish him and grant him the sanctuary of the grave. An endless chain which always leaves one spirit unsatisfied and searching for rest. Look out for him or her, whoever you are, whatever you think your armor is. In the end, if there is one single chink, the vampire will find it out. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Rosemary Rice, Mary Jane Higby, Robert Maxwell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant
dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every age must have its heroes. You may well ask, what is a hero? Obviously, a hero must be one who performs heroic deeds. In the past, we had great patriots, great soldiers, great statesmen, and great scientists. Active men and women who changed the face of our nation and the course of our history. Is it a commentary on our times that today's heroes are only images on a screen? Our mystery drama, The Shadow of a Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. The nondescript-looking sedan comes to a stop before a seedy, sagging tenement building in a desolate section of a dreary slum. 3 men get out. One is tall and rugged, with what might be described as craggy features. Quietly, they enter the dismal hallway. Each has a revolver in his hand. They stop before a door. The tall, rugged one raises his foot. With one crashing blow, he kicks the door open.
Police! Freeze!
Hey, what's the idea?
Against the wall. Eddie, Jerry, frisk these animals. Well, hey, look at here. On the table. All these bills. They wouldn't be from the bank job where you killed the guard and 2 customers, would they?
I don't know how that dough got there.
You don't know how that dough got there, do you?
Look, we'll make a deal. All this dough, you keep it.
It's not enough.
It's $250 grand.
There's not enough money in the whole world.
Cut! And print it. That was perfect, Mace. It's a take. Okay, Maxie, you can get up off the floor.
Perry, look! Maxie! His mouth's bleeding.
Hey, what is this? He's hurt. Mace, what'd you do to him?
I don't know.
You must have really hit him. I thought it looked too lifelike.
Hey, Max, I'm sorry.
Somebody go get some water.
Yeah.
Get a doctor. Say, Max, listen, I'm sorry.
What got into you? We're only making a movie.
Max.
Yeah? What?
Oh, good. He's coming around.
Oh, what happened?
You're gonna be all right, Max. You're gonna be all right.
Hi, Mace.
Listen, Perry, maybe you better not call me Mace anymore. This never happened to me before. I never lost control in the scene. How's Max?
He's okay. It'll be in the papers.
Why?
There was a reporter on the set from the Trib, a dame. You should have seen her eyes light up. I can see tomorrow's headlines. The violence is not phony in the TV series Captain Mace Hacker Homicide.
Boy, that's all I need.
That's worth $1 million in publicity.
You know what I'd like to do? Walk away from the show.
What, now? You're the hottest series in Hollywood.
Perry, I'm scared.
Of what?
That's just it. I don't know.
Maybe you ought to see a shrink.
Perry, what do you think of me?
Well, I always thought you were a good actor, but now I believe you're great. You get better every week.
Yeah, but maybe. But I want the truth.
When they first called me in to direct the series, it was just another cop story. No better, no worse. But may the good Lord forgive me, we have now become a work of art.
Look, Perry, tonight I'm in no mood for soft soap.
You've developed something with the show, Mace. You've brought it to a new height of realism.
I'll tell you what, I'd like to go back to Broadway and do a play.
In the first place, they'd never let you out of your contract. Second, you're doing some absolutely first-rate acting right now.
That's the problem, Perry. I'm no longer sure it is acting.
What does that mean?
I wish I knew what it meant.
It's got to mean something.
Yeah. Perry, I've been trained as an actor. And I know that what we create is an illusion.
Well, sure.
But what if what we create is real?
Real? How? In what way?
Don't try to nail me down. It's just a character. I don't know. When I walk off the set, sometimes I get the feeling that I'm not walking away from it.
You're too intense.
That's no help.
Perry, you're a stage actor, a fine one. You've played the classics, Shakespeare, Ibsen, Chekhov. You come out here to do a TV series. You're accused of selling out, of frittering away your talents. So you say to yourself, I'll show these jokers what acting really is. I'll prove that performing as Mace Hacker can be as great as performing Hamlet.
That's what you think, huh?
And you've proved your point. Now you can relax.
Hey, who are you? And, how did you get in here?
My name is Irene Fluitt. I was on one of the studio tours. We watched you filming your show, and the guide pointed this out as your dressing room. So I sneaked away from the rest of them and came back here. The door was open.
Yeah, and so here you are.
Oh, please don't have me thrown out.
I never have anybody thrown out. I'll say to you what I say to the rest of them. If you want a picture with my autograph, I'm glad to oblige. And now, let me open the door for you.
But please...
Look, let me explain something. We have a fantastic security system here. Special cops who know exactly how to handle this type of situation. So, if you think you might be able to work this into a big deal, you'll never get it off the ground.
I don't want your money. I don't want your autograph. And I don't want you to make love to me.
So what's left?
I want you to listen.
Look, I really don't have any time.
I want you to find my husband.
Find your husband?
He's disappeared.
Why don't you go to the police?
You're the police.
What?
You're Captain Mace Hacker.
No. I'm Alvin J. Miller.
Please, Captain Hacker.
Look, Mace Hacker is a character dreamed up by a writer. And I'm just an actor who plays the part.
Don't say that.
Mace Hacker is a fictional character.
No, he is not a fictional character. Mace Hacker is the best detective in the world.
There is no Mace Hacker.
I see him every week. I believe in him. And now finally I'm talking to him.
How would it be if I got you a taxi?
No, please. Please don't dismiss me as if I were a nut. I know I sound like one, but I have seen you on television, and I feel your absolute dedication to law and order and justice.
Oh, those words. Listen, the writers put those words in my mouth.
But neither they nor anyone else can put that conviction in your voice. You are Mace Hacker, and you know it. You're the world's best cop, because you've had more experience, more training than any police officer in the world.
What are you talking about?
What cop has worked on as many crimes as you have? And you've solved them, because you used correct techniques.
Look, I really don't have any more time.
Oh, please. Please find my husband.
Look, Mrs.
Please.
Fluitt, you have to understand
No.
that
No, don't turn me down. I have nowhere else to go. Please. Maybe they murdered him.
Maybe who murdered him?
I don't know. But he knew too much.
About what?
I don't know. But they had to get him out of the way.
Who had to get him out of the way?
They did.
Who are they?
My husband drives a truck. Last Wednesday night, he was very nervous. He couldn't eat his dinner. What's the matter? I asked him.
Please, Mrs. Fluid.
No, I won't leave here until you listen to me.
Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. Mrs. Fluid, let me drive you to your home, and you can tell me about it on the way.
This isn't a trick now. You're going to listen to me? You've got to promise.
I promise.
Turn right here, for Cerro Beach. As I was telling you, he was very nervous. I guess you could say scared. I asked him what was the matter. At first he wouldn't say anything. And finally he said, Irene, I'm in a jam. Well, what does that mean? I asked. I better not tell you, he said. But I'm your wife, I said. And he said, I gotta keep you out of this. And then...
Yes?
Well, then he just got up from the table and he went out.
Where?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since. He didn't come home that night. So next morning, I went to the police station.
What did they do?
Oh, they listened. They wrote everything down. I gave them his picture, and that's it. Nothing's happening.
How do you know? They're probably doing the very best they can.
Well, I don't say they aren't. But their best isn't good enough. Look, all I know is my husband is gone.
Look, Mrs. Fluid, he's your husband. You may feel a special way about him, but the fact is, he was in wrong somewhere. Somehow. He said so himself. He told you he was in a jam.
But he wouldn't do anything wrong. I know. Oh, this is the house right here.
Hey, this is the house. Quite a place.
Well, ever since we were married, that's all both of us ever wanted. A nice place to live in. Oh, please, won't you come in?
I'd like to, but I'm due back for a story conference in about 40 minutes.
Please,
so
find my husband.
What makes you think I can?
Because you're Captain Mace Hacker.
Oh, please, let's not start that all over
But
again.
you are. Whether you like it or not.
Mrs. Fluid, I'm sorry. I have to go.
You're afraid.
Of what?
Afraid you'll be unable to live up to your responsibility.
What responsibility?
Your responsibility to me.
What responsibility do I have to you?
To me and to the millions who watch you and who believe in you.
I never asked anyone to believe in me.
Oh, but you do. You speak to all of us and you say, I'm here to protect you. You can count on me. Now, you know you say that.
But those are just words. The writer's words.
But we believe you. I believe you.
There are pretenses which after a while become real. If not to the pretender, then to his audience. And why not? So many of us play a role in this life, and there are those of us who are actually paid fabulous sums to do it. They say sometimes you can't tell the real people from the pretenders without a scorecard. Maybe we'll have to issue some in Act 2, which comes shortly. what you would like people to think you are. This is a piece of advice that comes to us from no less a philosopher than Pythagoras himself. And so there must be something to it. But like all these previous nuggets fashioned by the great sages, there's always considerable difficulty, not to mention distance, between the desire and the deed.
But I believe you. You are Captain Mace Hacker. I believe you.
I said I was sorry.
I'll never believe anybody again as long as I live.
Mrs. Fluid. Mrs. Fluid? Mrs. Fluid? Mrs. Fluid?
Yes.
You must let me apologize.
For what?
That's it. I don't even know for what. But I have this feeling I've done something wrong. May I come in? Say, this is a beautiful home you have here.
We're very proud of it. Look, you don't really have to apologize to me. I realize what I did was quite silly. It's just that I'm desperate. I don't know where to turn. Oh, I would offer you a drink, except I know you never take one.
That's right. I'll tell you what you could offer me, though. Whatever it is I'm smelling. It must be delicious.
Oh, that's dinner. I just left it to simmer on the stove.
What is it?
Beef stew.
You see, ever since I became Mace Hacker, whenever I go out to eat, wherever I go, I'm recognized. I can never enjoy a meal.
Well, would you care for some?
Well, thank you. And, why don't you tell me more about your husband?
All right. I want to do the scene between Hacker and Inspector Kelly again. We have practically the same dialogue in every show. You should be able to do it in your sleep. So let's do it in one take. Roll 'em.
Mace Hacker, script 28, scene 27, take 2.
Action.
First, Mrs. Fluid, you tell me your husband drives a truck. Then I find out you live in this fantastic house in very exclusive Encero Beach.
Cut! Hey, where do those lines come from, Mace?
What?
Mace, what script are we doing?
I don't...
Who is Mrs. Fluid?
Mrs. Fluid?
Yeah, whose husband drives a truck. Mace, none of this is in the script.
Yeah, I realize that.
You okay?
Yeah, sure. I just must have been thinking about something.
You want to take a break?
No. It's okay. I'll be all right. Let's take it again. Hello, Mrs. Fluid?
Oh, good evening.
You mind if I come in?
No, not at all.
Mrs. Fluid, I want you to tell me the truth.
About what?
About your husband.
I told you everything.
You told me he drives a truck.
Yes, that's right.
Well, what other source of income does he have?
None that I know of.
I checked the records at City Hall. You bought this house for $170,000.
Yes, we did.
On a truck driver's salary?
Well, he makes very good money.
Not that good.
He told me he came into some inheritance. An aunt of his died.
Who was she?
I don't know. I never met her. Well, he never did either. She lived in England.
Who does your husband work for?
Kazmaier. W.J. Kazmaier.
What kind of outfit is it?
Oh, they import novelties. You know, all sorts of little souvenir-type items from the Far East.
It's a warehouse, huh?
Yes, I think so.
I see. And he drives his stuff from there to various stores and so forth?
Well, I would imagine so.
It seems to me you don't know very much about it.
Well, he never talked much about his job.
Uh-huh. And you never wondered about where all the money was coming from?
I was brought up in a family where a woman never asked her husband such questions.
Who have you been talking to downtown at police headquarters?
A certain Inspector Rockfield.
Rockfield, huh?
Do you know him?
Inspector Rockfield. Who? Oh, yeah, anytime. Send him right in here. Mace Hacker, come right on in and sit yourself down.
Thanks, Inspector.
Hey, before I forget, September 23rd's the date for the annual PBA affair. I know the men will want you for guest of honor as usual.
Sure.
Mace, isn't it remarkable how I instinctively call you Mace? It's just because you happen to be so real to all of us in the department.
Inspector.
Hey, I guess you want my comments on the next script. Usually Perry calls me up about that. As usual, I've got nothing to say. Oh, a couple of little nitpicky things, but I don't even know if it pays to bring them up.
Inspector, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, shoot.
What's being done on the George Fluitt case?
The what?
The George Fluitt disappearance.
George Fluitt. That name doesn't ring a bell. Is it, something recent?
It's very recent, Inspector.
George Fluitt. Doesn't mean a thing.
Well, I've been talking to his wife. She says she's been in here to see you.
Well, we get hundreds of these things, and, I see, Fluitt. Let me think, Oh, yeah.
He did disappear then?
So she claims.
She said he was nervous, scared, in a jam of some sort.
Yeah, I remember. That's what she said to me.
Uh-huh. Well?
Hey, we get 20, 30 disappearances a month like that. You know why?
No.
Your average guy who disappears fades out for two reasons. They both begin with a D. Dames or debts. So his wife, his mother, his sister, his girlfriend, whoever's left holding the bag, she comes in here to try to sweeten the pot. They figure if they can throw a little mystery into it, a little hint of homicide, maybe we'll try harder.
So what you're saying is you don't believe her?
What I'm saying is, don't worry about it, Mace.
So what's so funny?
That's exactly like the line in your show. When your boss, Inspector Kelly, tries to touch you off a case, don't worry about it, Mace.
Yeah, and I always answer, okay, but do you mind if I scout around a little bit? Well?
What, Mace?
Do you? Do you mind if I scout around a little bit?
Yeah? Who? Oh, what are you talking about? I can't believe it. It must be a joke. Yeah, all right, send him in. Mace Hacker?
Mr. Kazmaier.
Why, it is. It is Mace Hacker.
Do you mind if I come in?
Sure. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to you about George Fluitt.
George Fluitt?
I understand he drove a truck for you.
Oh, yeah, he did.
What do you know about him?
All I know is he hasn't been into work for over a week now.
Do you have any idea why?
No.
Was he in any kind of trouble that you know of?
Trouble? No, not at all.
Are you in any sort of trouble, Mr. Kazmaier?
Me? In trouble? What kind of a question is that?
A very simple question.
Now, wait a minute. Are you actually working with the police?
You didn't answer the question.
Well, No. No. I'm not in any trouble.
I may be back. Thank you, Mr. Kazmaier. You've been a lot of help.
You, resting?
Oh, no. Just going over my lines. Come on in, Perry. When am I doing the set?
You've got about an hour. Listen, I got a phone call from that cop. You know, the technical advisor for the series, Roxfield.
Yeah?
Yeah. Kind of weird thing. He said you'd been in to see him.
That's right.
About a real case. And he had this crazy notion that you were actually talking to him like a cop who wanted to work on it.
Well, they're not doing anything on it. If you ask me, this guy's been murdered.
How do you know the guy's been murdered?
Call it one of my famous hacker hunches.
Now, wait a minute. You can't go around on the assumption you're a real cop. And she's not even a good-looking dame.
Who isn't?
I'm putting a couple of things together. First, you throw some lines into a script about a dame named Mrs. Fluitt. All this out of left field. Then later, the inspector calls me and tells me you're trying to involve yourself in the disappearance of a guy named George Fluitt. So I drove out to look. Who is this Mrs. Fluitt to you?
She asked me to find him.
Why you?
Because to her, I'm a cop named Mace Hacker.
Yeah. I can understand that. To her, you're Mace Hacker. But who are you to you?
Who am I?
Yeah. Who are you?
Well, who is he? All during our story so far, we've had little bits and pieces of suggestion, innuendo, even a certain amount of hard evidence. But the central question remains, as it must, until, of course, we solve it, one way or another, in Act 3, shortly. Most of us are fated to live out our fantasies in private. However, here we have an actor named Alvin J. Miller, who plays the role of a television cop named Mace Hacker so convincingly that quite a few people have come to think of him as Mace Hacker. Indeed, their number has become so large that he's beginning to believe it himself.
What are you trying to do, Mace?
I'm gonna find the killer of George Fluitt.
But you're not...
I'm not what?
You're not a real cop.
I'm Mace Hacker.
Now, listen. It happens. It happens to all of them sometimes, especially to actors who play doctors and detectives. You get so involved in it, after a while, it seems to be real.
It is real.
No, it is not. It's just a story that comes up on a screen for an hour, and it's gone. You turn off the picture, and it's all gone.
But I'm still here. Mace Hacker is still here.
Well, a lot of this is my fault. I've been working it too hard. Listen, maybe you'd better...
I know what you're going to say. Maybe I should see a doctor.
Why not? Why should you be the only big star that's never been to a shrink?
Mace Hacker has to help this woman.
Why?
Because she's getting the runaround from everybody else. Tell me, Mrs. Fluitt, have the police been out here to see you?
No.
Do they know where you live?
Well, yes, they must. They took down my address.
They know where your husband works?
Yes, it's all in the form I filled out.
How did your husband get along with his employer, Mr. Kazmaier?
All right, I suppose.
You suppose?
Well, I told you he would never talk about business. I would assume if they didn't get along, Mr. Kazmaier would have fired him. It's that simple, isn't it?
You live in a simple world, Mrs. Lord.
I'm sorry.
And you still insist you have no idea why your husband should have been nervous or frightened that night?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Just exactly how much did your husband make a week?
I told you he never discussed business with me.
What did you do for money?
He gave me some to run the household.
How much?
As much as I needed.
How much did it come to?
Oh, about $200 a week.
Uh-huh. And he paid all the bills?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did he keep any papers around the house?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I keep telling you I don't know anything about business.
But you know about this. It's a light switch, see? Turns on the electricity. You have to pay the utility company money for it, right? And this, see? It's a telephone. And it happens to be in working order. And every month the company sends you a bill.
Well, yes, but...
There's a mortgage on this house, and every month the bank has to be paid. So where are all these bills kept? Where's your husband's checkbook? Where does he keep his records?
I told you, I don't know.
You're lying.
You have no right to talk to me like that.
How much does your husband take home a week? Not enough to give you $200 for your pocketbook. Not enough to maintain a place like this. So where does the money come from?
I don't know.
You never asked yourself, how does a truck driver pay for this kind of a setup?
I told you there was a legacy.
What legacy? Where's the letter from the lawyer?
I never asked him.
You never asked him anything. Because you didn't want to know. But you knew there had to be something dishonest going on.
No,
You're living in this house 3 years now, Mrs. Fluid. Where did you live before? And please don't tell me you don't remember.
I didn't say that.
You had a 2-room flat over on Vanderlee. Not such a hot neighborhood. Your husband worked for a big national outfit, Universal Transport. But everything changed the day he took the job with Kazmaier. Didn't it? Didn't it?
Yes.
Why?
What do you want me to tell you?
The truth.
The truth. Well, I taught at Downstate. I was one of those plain-looking girls who did well at school, but not so good at other things. Like dates. It's an old story.
They're the best kind.
All my friends said it couldn't work. He and I, no, we were from 2 different worlds. He'd never even finished high school, but he was a man. And he was handsome. And I guess he was in awe of me. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
He just couldn't believe his good luck. That someone like me could be attracted to someone like him. At first, I couldn't believe it myself. I come from a very poor background. I worked hard to put myself through school. I always yearned for nice things.
And so you started to demand them.
It's funny how it worked. I never said one word.
That can be the loudest demand of all.
That's right. The money started to roll in. It's the only way I can describe it.
And you never asked him a single question.
I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I had to justify it to myself. And so I created a kind of make-believe world where everything was all right. And then when he disappeared, I couldn't accept it. So I also had to go to a make-believe detective. What else can I tell you?
I guess you told me everything. Inspector Rockfield, How are you doing on the fluid case?
Look, Mace.
No. You look. She walks in here. She says, my husband disappeared. She shows you his picture, a real handsome guy. You look at her, a very plain Jane. So you say to yourself, simple. He walked out on her. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Now, wait a minute.
That's how you wrote it off.
Who says we
You
wrote...
take down all the information as a matter of form. George Fluid, truck driver, 37 Primrose Way in Cerro Beach, age 36. Employer, Kazmaier, Inc.
You wouldn't happen to go for this dame, would you?
And then you took the sheet of paper and dropped it into the files. There's a terrific story on that sheet of paper. But nobody around here bothered to read it.
What story?
How does a truck driver make enough money to live in a house on Encero Beach? What kind of salary does he get at Kazmaier? Is he moonlighting? If so, at what? If not, why is he worth so much to Kazmaier? Kazmaier imports novelties from the Far East. So, what else could they be importing? 100 questions. But how many did you ever ask yourselves? None.
Now look, this investigation is proceeding along in an orderly manner.
Hey, you wouldn't kid an old buddy, would you? I'm telling you, the secret lies at Kazmaier.
What are you doing here?
Good evening, Mr. Kazmaier. What are you doing here?
You again, the one who plays a detective.
You haven't answered my question. What are you doing here?
Oh, I got every right to be here. This happens to be my warehouse.
Uh-huh. You keep very late hours.
That's how to get ahead in this world. How'd you get in?
I jimmied open a window in the back.
Well, the burglar alarm must be out of order.
No, it's fine. I happen to know what to do about burglar alarms.
Oh. Is there any reason why I shouldn't call the police?
Absolutely. Because I'd tell them what I was looking for.
Oh, yeah? What are you looking for?
Look, Kazmaier, you and I could save a lot of time if you told me. Drugs? Diamonds, is it? Or counterfeit?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you caught me robbing your warehouse, so call the cops.
Nah.
No? Why not? If you're on the level.
Why, you're a famous television detective. What are you looking for, publicity? Why should I give it to you?
Why? Because this is a perfect setup for something crooked. You're a reputable businessman. Nobody bothers you. Maybe your truck driver figures it out. Maybe it was his idea. Anyhow, he is in on it. He started making a lot of money. Now, you tell me the rest. Was he becoming too greedy? Too dangerous? Or maybe the other thing. Maybe his conscience started to bother him. Maybe he wanted to get out. Huh? No, Kazmaier, don't try to open that desk drawer. And just keep your hands exactly where I can see them.
That gun of yours, is that the one you use in the show? Is it loaded with real bullets or blanks? Mine has live ammunition. I'm betting yours doesn't. Should we find out?
It doesn't matter. They're wise to you.
Nobody's wise to me except maybe you. In a little while, you're not going to make too much difference.
You killed him, didn't you?
Yeah, he's beginning to ask for too much money. He married a lady with very expensive tastes.
Where'd you hide his body?
Same place I'm going to hide yours. Come on, let's go.
What makes you think I'm going quietly?
I'd hate to have to drag your body out to my car.
So why should I make it easy for you?
Okay, have it your way.
Don't shoot, Inspector. We can take him alive.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kazmaier. You fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Listen, look, we could make a deal.
What kind of deal?
In a warehouse. I got a shipment of drugs. You were right. $500,000 just for you.
It's not enough.
All right, name your price.
There isn't enough money in the whole world, Kazmaier. And just don't you make a move. Yeah? Give me Inspector Rockfield.
Mace, it's absolutely fantastic. You actually found the killer of this fellow Fluid. You solved the case.
Yeah.
Well, how'd you do it?
Oh, how do I always do it? Just routine police work.
The media's eating it up. The whole country's talking about it.
It was a good show.
What was a good show?
Listen, Perry, for a while back there, the scripts were all beginning to sound the same. But this time, the writers really wrote a great one. About Irene Fluid and her husband.
Mace, that wasn't a show.
You never even meet the guy, but you know, you can picture the whole relationship he has with his wife. The writers could only come up with something like that every week.
We're ready on the set, Perry.
Yeah, okay. You ready, Mace?
You know me, Perry. I'm always ready.
All right, everybody. Places. Roll 'em.
Mace Hacker, script number 52, scene 1, take 1.
The problem. Does any of us really know who we are and where we are? It's all rather complex, you know. It would be relatively simple if we knew the difference between reality and illusion. At one time, the separation was quite obvious. Now, it may not even exist. But I do, and I shall return shortly. At one time, our heroes were drawn from real life. They were real people who did real things. Buffalo Bill actually rode a horse in the wild, untamed West and shot buffalo. Today, our Western heroes are movie stars. Our great soldiers are movie stars. Our great doctors and detectives and lawyers are movie stars. And we invest these shadows on the screen with reality. And it isn't necessarily their fault if we take their make-believe seriously. And if, after a while, they do too. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Joyce Gordon, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, it's my pleasure to tantalize you with a mystery. And not a whodunit, but a, so to speak, why-done-it. Frankly, I much prefer the why to the whodunits, because they're just so darn difficult to solve, if you manage to solve them at all. For example, Why? But no. Let Rose Corbin, our heroine, ask the question.
But why, Hank? Why would anyone commit murder because of this coat?
Our mystery drama, Roses Are for Funerals, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Carol Shelley. Well, now, I'm not going to make the mistake the famous mystery writer E. Phillips Oppenheim once made and bet that you can't solve this mystery. You know what happened to him. You don't? Well, he bet his readers a large sum of money that they couldn't solve the mystery. And many of them did. So, no bets. Tell you what I will do, though. I'll play fair, as always, and make sure you have all the clues I have. Every single one. I'll even tell you when you've got all the pieces you need to put the puzzle together. And nothing can be fairer than that, right? Okay, then. Let's start at Kennedy International Airport, in a passenger lounge where a very attractive young lady named Rose Corbin sits patiently waiting for her cousin, Hank North.
Pardon, mademoiselle.
Yes?
Please, may I introduce myself? My name is Simone Lavaux.
Yes?
Please, I must talk quickly, very fast, because my flight has already been announced for Paris.
What is it you want?
You will think it is such a foolishness, mademoiselle, but I wish to buy your coat.
You wish to buy my coat, the coat I'm wearing?
Yes, please. It's a strange thing to ask, I know.
It's a very strange thing to ask, especially when you're wearing the same kind of coat.
Oh, no, it's not the same.
Well, yours is real leopard skin, of course, while mine is only imitation, in a different style, too, but...
Please, let me explain, and then I know you will agree to my very strange request.
You can explain, but I'm not selling you this coat.
Please, mademoiselle, the problem is my sister. She's my twin sister in Paris. Vous savez, elle est très pauvre. She's very poor, and she's married to a man who does not make much money.
I'm sorry about that.
Please, je vous en prie, please listen. When we were children, my sister and I always wore identical clothes. Dresses, coats, hats, everything was the same. And so today, when I buy something, well, like this coat I am wearing, which I bought here in the city, I always buy for her a duplicate.
Well, it's very thoughtful, yes, very kind.
But you see, I'm very selfish. When I see this coat, I want it. Oh, I want it so much. And so I said to the salesperson, I will take this and another one just like it. Of course, for my sister, you understand. But mademoiselle, there is not another one like it. So please, quickly now, I have only a few minutes before my flight. And combien ça coûte, hein? How much did you pay for it? How much do you wish for it?
I'm sorry, but I just don't want to sell my coat.
$100, huh? After all, it's only imitation leopard.
Look here, even if you offered me $200.
$500, mademoiselle.
No.
Please try to understand. I must have it. $1,000, $1,000.
For an imitation leopard skin
Please,
coat.
mademoiselle, my sister.
Well, if you're so concerned over your sister having a coat like yours, buy her one when you get to Paris.
It's too late, mademoiselle. She's meeting me at the airport, and she will say, where is my coat? And I shall have
I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry, but...
Please, here, $1,000, and I take the coat.
What are you doing? Take your hands off, please, will you? Don't you look, you torn. You ripped the lapel.
Hey, cool it.
Go away.
Yes, I'll be happy to if one of you isn't Rose Corbin.
Oh, that's me. Are you Hank?
Yeah, that's me. I was pretty sure you were Rose. You're wearing that rose in your coat lapel. What is all of this?
Well, this woman insists that I sell her my coat.
But they have offered her $1,000.
But if my cousin doesn't want to sell, you don't want to, do you, Rose?
No.
Well...
But I do not have time to argue. I shall miss my flight. Please, I beg of you, sell it to me.
Look, I'd better find a cop.
No, don't do that, please.
Well, then you must be on your way.
Please, the coat, I must have it.
Okay, there's a cop over there. I'll just go and...
No, please, I'm going. I'm going. Je m'en vais.
Oh, thank you, Hank. I'm so glad you came along when you did.
She gave you a hard time, huh?
Well, she tried to tear the coat off me, even ripped my lapel.
She put a kind of crimp in your rose, too. Broke the stem.
I might as well throw that away. Now it's served its purpose.
Well, there's no need for that. Look, I think I can repin it.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see. Say, it's still pretty fresh. In fact, it's very fresh. After an 8-hour trip from London.
I didn't get it in London. I got it here at the airport florist when I landed. When I told you I'd be wearing a rose so that you'd recognize me, well, I decided if the girl looked wilted, at least the rose didn't have to.
Well, there you are. Good as new.
Oh, thank you.
Except for your torn lapel. Mother will take care of that. Okay. I've got your bag, so let's go. Fun City awaits you, Cousin Rose.
Hank? She seems to be awaiting me, too.
What?
Oh, the French girl, see? She still hasn't gone through the flight gate. She's standing there looking at us as if she was still hoping to buy this coat.
Ah, forget her. The world is full of nuts. Let's go.
Well, yes, we have bridges in London, but nothing like this, Hank. The Triborough, you said?
Yep. Look over there. How's that for your first sight of New York City?
Oh, it's sensational.
It's too bad you didn't arrive at night. That skyline all lit up. It's out of sight.
I'm sure it is. Oh, Hank, I'm so grateful to you and Aunt Ruth, letting me stay with you on my first trip to the States.
Letting you stay? They're happy to have you. In fact, now that I see you, I'm delighted to have you. And very glad we're cousins twice removed.
Why?
Well, it makes us kissing cousins.
I hope you're right. About being second cousins, I mean. Personally, I can't figure it out. Maybe you, with that lawyer's braid of yours.
Hey, what in...
What is it? What's wrong?
That car next to us. Hey, watch it. Hey, man, you're too darn close.
Oh, good heavens, they certainly are.
Crazy fools. What are you doing? Get over.
Oh, we'll have an accident.
Well, we sure will if they do... Well, they got the idea. They're pulling ahead, thank heaven.
Pulling ahead, but right in front of us.
Now, what in...
Hank, look out, they've stopped. Oh!
Rose, are you okay?
I don't know,
Hey, here, what do you think you're doing? You, quick.
Me?
Yes, you. Give me that. Oh, never mind. I'll take it. Hey, take your hands off her. What kind of a nut are you? Let her alone.
Coat, he's trying to take my coat.
Get your hands off her, I said. All right.
Hank, you've knocked him out.
No, he's getting up. Come back here, you dirty creep.
Hank, do go after him. He could be armed. You could be hurt.
He's getting back in his car. Get the license number.
All right.
Quick, Rose, the glove compartment, pad and a pencil.
Right.
Jot the number down. Quick. He's burning rubber to get away fast. They tried to kill us, Mother. They did. I know they did.
And he, the man who jumped from their car and ran back to ours, he wanted my coat as badly as that woman at the airport.
It's unbelievable. Altogether unbelievable.
It's incredible. That's what it is.
Now, just a minute. You say she was willing to pay $1,000 for it.
For imitation leopard skin.
But she wanted it and had to have it for her twin sister?
Yeah, well, I don't buy that, Mother. This second attempt to get a hold of the coat. I mean, by a guy who was ready to kill us in an accident if it turned out that way. No. There's something about that coat. Something somebody wants.
Yes, but what could anyone want with an imitation leopard skin coat? Where'd you buy it, Rose?
Harrods in London.
I wish I knew how to straighten out the mystery of Rose's coat.
Oh, dear. You don't straighten out a mystery. You solve it. And I ought to know. I've read hundreds of them every year. Solve most of them, too.
We'll try solving this one then, Aunt Ruth.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been thinking, and I may have the answer.
You have?
I just may have. Would you bring me the coat, dear?
Of course. I won't be a minute.
What do you think of her, Mother?
Oh, she's beautiful, and she's just so charming, so poised. She may not have much money, son, but she does know how to wear clothes.
And with a figure like that, the clothes wear her.
Well, I don't mind saying she's exactly the sort of girl I hoped you'd marry one day.
Yeah, well, in that case, I'm glad she came over. I'm glad you invited her.
Oh, that's why I invited her.
Here it is, Aunt Ruth.
Thank you, my dear. Oh, this rose you wore is wilted, poor thing.
Small wonder. It's really taken a battering. I suppose it just decided to give up.
Mother, what are you doing?
Now you know my methods, Watson. Apply them. I'm examining the lining.
The lining?
Oh, no, I could be wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if something were hidden in this lining.
Well, what, for goodness sake?
Well, let me see. Certainly not jewels, or I'd be able to feel them.
You're going over that lining like an expert, Mother.
Well, that's what comes of being a mystery story addict. Oh, wait. Not heroin either.
Heroin?
Oh, it's been done. Well, not anymore, though. The customs people were onto that, ages ago.
I'll go.
Now, if heroin were concealed in the lining, I'd be able to feel the crinkly little glassine envelopes.
Oh.
What? There's nothing hidden in the lining. Nothing I can see, anyway. Oh, was it paper delivery, dear?
Yeah.
Now, why are you looking at the front page? It's as if you've just been shocked out of a year's growth.
Because it could be I just have been.
Hank?
Listen to this. Headline reads, Woman murdered on Paris-bound plane.
What?
A woman identified as Simone Laveau of Paris, France.
Her. That's the woman who wanted to buy my coat.
I know. Just listen now. Was found dead in her seat aboard Flight 219 for Paris late this afternoon. An hour after takeoff, a hostess, Andrea Klein, noticed that Miss Laveau was slumped in her seat and thought she was asleep. She secured a cushion to place behind the young woman's head, and on doing so, discovered she was dead.
Oh, no.
Further examination disclosed a deep knife wound in her left side. Since the flight was only an hour out from New York City, Hostess Klein recalls that a man was seated next to her just before takeoff, was nowhere to be found on board following the discovery of the murder.
What does this mean, Hank?
I'll tell you one thing it means, Mother. I'm going to police headquarters right now, and I'm taking that coat with me.
Yes, but Hank...
Rose, a woman who was willing to pay $1,000 for this piece of imitation leopard skin, was murdered an hour or so later. Why? A man neither of us ever saw before nearly killed us in a crash on the Triborough so he could get this coat off you. Why? Well, we better find out why, because...
Yes, because...
I could be wrong. I hope I am. But this coat, it could be a death warrant, Rose.
Whose?
Yours.
Now, of course, you're thinking, so Ruth North, Hank's mother, examined the lining of that coat and found nothing. So what? Obviously, the coat contains something. Maybe it does, then again, maybe it doesn't. In fact, to be absolutely truthful with you, no. Why should I be? You have all the clues. Use them. I'll be back shortly for Act 2. I'm sure most of you will recall the famous incident when Sherlock Holmes said to Dr. Watson, "Consider, Watson, the curious behavior of the dog." And Watson said, "But Holmes, the dog did nothing." "Precisely, Watson," Holmes answered. "Precisely." Now that, my dear listeners, is precisely the sort of clue you now have in your possession, and like Watson, must figure out for yourselves. I can almost hear Holmes saying, "But consider the coat, Watson, the imitation leopard skin coat." And Watson answering, "But the coat is valueless, Holmes." And Holmes nodding wisely as he replies, "Precisely, Watson, precisely." Now, shall we go on?
Joe. Hello. Contact ballistics. I'm fabrics. They're bullets. And that's what you want to know about. Joe, listen. Granted, I have what you call a special flair for forensic, but... Okay. I'll look into it. Yeah. Leave it to me, Joe. Bye. Lieutenant Maxwell. Show him in. Come in, Mr. North, Miss Corbin.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Sit down, please. Coffee?
No thanks. Rose?
No, thank you.
Well, here's your coat, Miss Corbin. We found nothing. Not a thing.
Nothing?
I'll level with you, Mr. North. When you brought this coat in the other night, I figured, well, there's something, and I'll find it. Like there had to be something. You know what I mean? I mean, who offers 1,000 clams for an imitation leopard skin coat then gets herself murdered an hour later. Who crashes his car against another guy's car on the Triborough yet and tries to grab the coat off a dame? Who? Somebody that wants something in that coat. That's who.
Yes, but you found nothing.
I have personally put this coat through every test we know. Every inch of it has been examined under the microscope, the X-ray, the fluoroscope. We took the lining apart.
Oh.
And don't worry, we put it back together again better than before.
It's beautiful.
And, pull the blank.
Well, I don't get it, Lieutenant. I mean, if it was just that woman willing to pay $1,000 for this coat, but a guy crashing his car into mine on the bridge, then trying to rip that coat off Rose, Miss Corbin. Lieutenant, there's got to be something about this coat.
Well, I felt the same way myself, Mr. North, but there's nothing. No invisible markings, nothing hidden in the seams, nothing between the layers of the fabric and the collar. Nothing. So to be honest with you, I don't get it either.
Excuse me, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
What about the woman, Simone Laveau? Have you found out why she was murdered?
No, I checked a couple of times with homicide. Last time, 20 minutes ago. We got nothing here on her. Us, the FBI, the T-Boys. Right now we're checking the CIA and Interpol. They could maybe have something, but it'll take a little time.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You'll let us know if anything turns up?
You'd better believe it, Mr. North.
Well, so much for the coat, Rose. That's that, I guess. What would you like to do?
Oh, don't you have to get back to your office?
Yeah, well, not until late this afternoon. I scheduled my day so I could spend most of it with you. Say, I know. How about the Museum of Art? We could spend a few hours there. Even have lunch, if you'd like that.
Oh, how wonderful, Hank. Only I don't like the idea of having to carry this coat around all day.
Well, you won't have to. I mean, we'll check it at the museum. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, taxi! Taxi! Enjoy your sandwich, Rose?
Oh, yes, only I'm so full. You Americans make much bigger sandwiches than we do in Britain.
The American way. Everything on a big scale.
Ah.
Well, you feel up to looking at some more paintings?
Hank, would you mind? I really don't. 2 hours walking around those galleries upstairs.
Oh, sure. You're tired. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll drop you off at home and then head downtown to my office.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, to be honest, Rose, I do. I mean, I want to spend as much time with you as I can. You want to stop and look at the Greek and Roman sarcophaguses, sarcophagi, tombs?
No, I've seen enough. Let's just get my coat from the check room and go home, where I can rest these aching feet.
Whatever you say, Cousin Rose. Hey, there's something going on over there.
I should say so. There's a big crowd around the check room. Police. Hank, what do you suppose has happened?
I don't know. We're going to have a rough time, though, getting through that crowd to reclaim your coat. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do you know what's going on over there?
There's been a murder, I think.
A murder?
Yeah, a robbery or a theft or whatever it's called. Anyway, somebody stole a coat.
A coat?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You don't happen to know what kind of coat?
Yeah, I think they said a leopard skin coat, somebody said. Imitation leopard.
Another cup, Rose? Oh, thank you. I'm getting to like coffee.
Oh, or is that another way of saying you don't care for my tea?
Oh, no.
No.
Tea or coffee, when you finish that, I think it'd be smart to stretch out for a while and have yourself a nap. I mean, you've had kind of a rough day.
Tiring anyhow.
Well, at least you're rid of that coat once and for all. Now, you don't have to worry about that anymore. But you don't, dear.
I don't. I just don't know. I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
I have sort of... I don't know. A feeling that what happened at the museum today isn't the end of all this. For me, I mean.
Oh, now, it's nothing more than nerves, my dear. It's just nerves.
Perhaps, but I don't think so. Maybe it's the mystery of the thing. Not knowing why someone wanted that coat badly enough to kill for it. Murder for it. Looks like we'll never know now.
Well, look, it's over now, and we can forget it, as Mother says. And now, if you ladies will excuse me...
Well, where are you going?
To the office.
Oh, but this late in the afternoon, it's after 4.
And the brief I wanted to finish up at 3 is still waiting to be finished.
Now, Hank, you work too hard. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? Don't forget there's the theater
Look,
tonight.
I'll be back at 6:30, the latest, so don't... I'll get it. Hello?
That you, Mr. North?
Yes. Lieutenant Maxwell?
Yeah, I tried you at your office. They said I might find you at home. You gonna be there another hour or so?
Well, if it's important...
I think it is. I've got the answer. Anyhow, I think I've got the answer to our little mystery. I want to come over and check it out.
Yeah, well, sure, but what is the answer?
One thing, Mr. North, we got a report from the Paris branch of Interpol on the Simone Laveau woman.
Yeah, what about her?
She was a foreign agent, one of the higher-ups in a spy ring.
A spy ring?
Spy ring?
Yeah, now, the way I figure it, she... Oh, wait just a minute. Yeah, what is it, Eddie?
Lieutenant Maxwell says Simone Laveau was a foreign agent, part of a spy ring.
Oh, good heavens.
Hello? Hello, Mr. North.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Listen, something's just come up here. I gotta hang up. But I'll be at your place in, say, half an hour.
Wait a minute. What's the answer to the mystery?
I'll see you in half an hour.
Lieutenant, don't leave us hanging like... Well, I'll be.
Well, what was all that about, Hank?
Well, Maxwell says he has the answer to the mystery, or he thinks he has. He'll be over here in half an hour to check it out.
What is the answer?
He didn't tell me. He got called away on something. He had to hang up. Well...
Who are you calling?
The office. That brief will have to wait until tomorrow now.
Well, where is he?
Well, give him time, Mother. Give him time.
But it's nearly 6 o'clock. He should have been here at least an hour ago, and we are going to the theater tonight, remember?
Yeah, well, we may have to skip that.
I'm so sorry, Aunt Ruth.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. It's not your fault.
Well, somehow I feel it is.
Rose, how could it possibly be your fault?
Well, I'm the one who bought that silly coat at Harrods, and if I hadn't bought it, none of this would have happened.
Not to you, perhaps, but certainly to someone else, if someone did buy it. Now, for all we know, if you hadn't bought it, it could still be hanging on the rack in London.
Yes, well, I wish it were. It isn't nerves, Aunt Ruth. It's knowing that because of that coat, 2 people were murdered. Hank and I came close to death in that car crash, and... well, it's just too much.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Uh-oh.
This must be Lieutenant Maxwell. Okay, I'm coming. Lieutenant. You're... Lieutenant!
An ambulance.
Hank, what? Oh, my heavens, Hank, be quick. He's collapsing.
I've got him. Mother, call an ambulance.
An ambulance? Hank, is he hurt badly?
My back, my knife.
All right, let me get him onto the couch. Look, get his coat on.
All right.
And his shirt.
No, too late.
The name is North.
Finish.
Oh, that's what you think.
That's right.
Rose, the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Yes.
Bandages, iodine.
Yes, all right.
North.
Listen, look, you better not talk. Just let me get these things off you so
The ambulance is on the way. Oh, my dear.
Blood, I've never seen so much.
Listen.
Oh.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The guy that did this.
How did he do it?
Not much time. She...
Rose?
Life in danger.
Rose's life? In danger?
Yes. She...
Man's in agony.
Here are some bandages and some iodine.
Lieutenant.
Guy that did this must found out. I know the answer to the code. Listen now.
Go on.
Only one that knows me. My office bugged. Got to be. Tell them. Headquarters. Tell them. Bugged.
Sure. Count on it. What is the answer, Lieutenant?
The code. Not.
Not? What do you mean, not? Not what? Lieutenant!
Is he...
Yes.
Oh, the poor man. Another death. Will we never see the end of this? Why are you looking at me like that? Hank, Aunt Ruth, what is it? Tell me.
He said, your life's in danger now.
Mine? Yes, dear. But it can't be. How can it be? I haven't got the coat anymore.
No, but
What? They've got the coat. They've got what they were after. Why would they kill me?
I don't know. But I better find out, honey. I damn well better find out.
He'd certainly better do just that, or Rose Corbin, the very attractive young woman Hank North has fallen in love with, may not live much longer. But how can he find out the answer to this baffling mystery? Where does one start? What does one do? Where would you start? What would you do? I'll be back shortly for Act 3. Well, now, let's see where we are. Rose Corbin arrived in the United States from London, England, wearing an imitation leopard skin coat. On her arrival, a woman named Simone Laveau tried to buy the coat, and when Rose refused to sell, tried to take it away from her. Later, Simone Laveau was murdered aboard the plane taking her to Paris. Since then, the coat seems to have triggered 2 more murders. That of a checkroom attendant at the Museum of Art, at which time the murderer made off with the coat, and, as we heard only minutes ago, that of Lieutenant Maxwell of the police.
All right, Rose, let's go over it and over it.
Hank, we've gone over it and over it.
I know, but Maxwell said your life is in danger now, and Rose, if anything happened to you, well, it isn't going to, not if I can help it. You bought the coat in Harrods the day before you took off to visit us here.
Yes.
And no one accosted you at Heathrow before you boarded the plane, or on the plane. Nobody even mentioned the coat.
No one.
But the minute you got off the plane at Kennedy International, this Simone Laveau...
Well, not the minute I got off the plane. First, I went to the florist to buy the flower. The rose I said I'd wear so you'd recognize me.
Yeah, but just after that...
She came up to me and asked to buy the coat and got very upset when I said I wouldn't sell it. I mean, practically began to tear it off me.
I just don't get it. We know there was nothing hidden in the coat. No invisible message, nothing. But we do know that Simone Laveau was a foreign agent. Now, there's just got to be some connection between the coat and her being a foreign agent. There's got to be.
Hank, dear, why don't we forget it till after we've had dinner? We're all so tired and upset.
Yeah, you're right. Go and get ready, and we'll take off for Antonelli's, huh?
I won't be long.
Right.
What? Who are you? What are you doing there?
Rose, what is it?
Hank?
What's the matter? What?
There's a man here in my room. He's just fled. He's gone out the window.
It's too dark to see. He's probably down the fire escape by now. What was he doing?
Well, see for yourself. I mean, look at the mess he made of my dressing table. He was going through the drawers.
Your jewel case.
Well, there's junk jewelry, most of it.
Oh, this is all we need right now. A sneak thief on top of everything else. Check your things.
All
See
right.
what he got away with, if anything. Look, I'll call the police.
And to what, Mr. North, do I owe this royal treatment?
Royal treatment?
Well, a call from your secretary saying to meet you at 5 o'clock at this swank watering hole, and then the arrival by messenger of this absolutely lovely little nosegay with instructions to wear it.
Well, you leave tomorrow for England, and there's something I want to say to you. Something important. That's why I wanted to meet you here, alone and without Mother this time. And, well, as for the little nosegay, it's just a little something to make the occasion.
Well, here I am, wearing my most attractive suit and the nosegay. So what do you want to say?
Good afternoon. May I take your order? Martini, Rose? Rose?
What?
Martini?
Oh, yes.
2 martinis, waiter. Very dry.
Yes, sir. Would Madame like me to take her jacket?
Take my jacket?
It's a bit warm in here this afternoon, and I thought...
No, thank you. I'm quite comfortable.
Certainly, Madame. 2 martinis.
Well, now, Rose, what I wanted to say... Something wrong?
No. I was just wondering if I'd seen that waiter somewhere before.
Not likely. Well, now,
Yes. Well, now what?
Rose, we've only known each other for a few weeks, but in that short time, I've fallen in love with you, and I want you to marry me. Will you?
Of course.
Of course. Just like that?
What did you expect me to say? Oh, sir, this is so sudden.
No, but...
I'm in love with you too, Hank. Head over heels.
Oh, Rose. Well, I guess it's time then for me to give you this.
Oh, Hank. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, darling, that diamond must have cost a fortune.
You're worth a fortune. Hold out your hand. There.
Oh, thank you, dearest. Thank you so much.
Well, if that's only a sample, I've underrated you. You're worth a queen's ransom.
Yes, sir. 2 martinis.
Ah, thank you.
One for madame. Oh, madame, I'm sorry.
You spilled it all over my jacket.
Oh, forgive me, madame, forgive me. One of those things, it just slipped from my fingers, but allow me, I will take care of everything. Let me have the jacket, madame, and I will dry it in the kitchen.
It's all right. I can wipe it with my napkin.
No, madame, it is my fault. You must allow me.
Please, will you take your hands off me? I said
But I insist.
All right, now, will you stop?
I only wish.
Well, the lady doesn't wish. Now, just forget it and bring another martini.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry this happened, darling. Are you sure you... Rose, what...
That waiter.
What about him?
I remember now. Why does he want this coat? This jacket?
What?
First he wanted me to take it off, pretending it was hot in here. And spilling that drink just now was no accident. He did it deliberately.
Rose, I don't understand.
Hank, he is the man who caused that accident on our way from the airport. The man who tried to rip the leopard skin coat off me. Oh, Hank, what is this all about?
Ah, that's your flight they just called. Now have a good trip home, Rose, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you again in a week or 10 days, dear.
Quicker than that, Aunt Ruth, if I can wind up my affairs in London sooner. Oh, don't look so down in the mouth, darling.
Well, I don't like even letting you out of my sight, Rose, especially after last night. That waiter...
It'll be all right, darling. Don't worry. Oh, and thank you for the rose.
That's our flower, like, our song. You arrive wearing a rose, you depart wearing one. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Dearest. Goodbye, Aunt Ruth.
Not goodbye, Rose. Au revoir. Now, don't worry about the wedding now. I'll arrange everything.
Oh, you're a dear. I'll see you in a week. 10 days at most. At most.
Now, shall we go out and watch the takeoff, Hank? Son?
Could that be it? Could it?
Could what be what, Hank? What are you talking about?
The coat she was wearing when she arrived. The jacket she was wearing last night. Good Lord! The jacket she's wearing now. Could it be that?
Hank, what in the world are you...
I've been thinking. What did Lieutenant Maxwell mean when he said, just before he died, the coat, not. Now I know. It wasn't the coat at all. It wasn't the jacket. If I'm right, they are after...
What? Hank, after what?
The flower pinned to Rose's lapel, Mother. Not the coat, not the jacket. The flower.
Well, airborne at last and headed for dear old England, young lady.
Hmm? Oh, yes.
Since we're seated next to each other, let me introduce myself. Emile Tenford.
Rose Corbin.
Have you been visiting in the States long?
Not really. A few weeks. I'm going to... how did you know that?
Well, how did I know?
Well, that I was visiting in the States. I could be living there. I could be an American citizen for all you know.
I assumed your accent.
Who are you? behind those dark glasses.
You're a very perceptive young woman, Miss Corbin. No, don't. Not a move. Or I'll give you what I gave Simone Laveau. That's it. No quick moves, no panic. Good. Just relax now. Enjoy the trip. I will be at Heathrow Airport before you know it.
Enjoy the trip.
I would if I were you. It's the last trip you're ever going to make.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well?
We're to go to the operations office at once. He said he'd have a government agent there by then. Come on.
Why won't you tell me?
There is no need for you to know.
Since you're going to kill me when we get to Heathrow.
No, not at Heathrow. I'll take you to my place in London, in Soho. And really, I'm sorry about the need to kill you, but I must.
Why? Why must you?
Because you know my face, and in my business, that's a serious liability for the victim. But be of good cheer. The more I look at you, the more I'm inclined to let you live for some little time.
I don't understand.
You're a very desirable woman, Miss Corbin. Very desirable.
Yes, Hank, what?
The government men said to wait here.
Yes, but...
They're going to radio the pilot.
Oh.
I gave them as clear a description of the man, the guy who tried to get the coat from Rose in that accident on the bridge and who palmed himself off as a waiter last night.
And then what?
Well, he'll check the plane. You know, the way the captain comes through the plane now and then, chats with the passengers.
Yes, and then...
Well, he'll check to see if this guy's on the plane, and if he is...
Yes, and if he is, what?
We'll take it from there, he said. The government man. We'll take it from there.
Did you enjoy the movie?
Are you joking?
Just making small talk.
If you must talk, why not tell me what it is you want? Why did you cause that accident on the Triborough Bridge and try to get the jacket I had on last night? What is it you're after?
Patience, Miss Corbin. We'll be landing at the Heathrow in half an hour. Another hour or so, we'll be at my place in Soho. And perhaps an hour or so after that, I'll tell you. And perhaps not.
Are you sure that...
Mother, there are at least a dozen plainclothes police and government men down there, disguised as airport attendants. The minute they disembark, there.
Oh.
They've rolled the landing platform in place. The door is opening.
Yes, well, that man, whoever he is, discovers that this isn't Heathrow.
But don't worry, everything has been arranged. There they are. Rose and the man. There's the captain right behind them.
Oh.
And they're walking right into the arms of... Rose, a fool! He put up a fight! It was as simple as that, Rose. I mean, the captain turned the plane around and circled Kennedy International for a few hours, pretending you were flying to Heathrow.
You fooled me, but not him. Halfway down the steps of that landing platform, he realized...
And he foolishly tried to shoot things out. Oh, I know. I suppose I ought to feel sorry for him, but I just...
It's understandable.
Oh, it's all just unbelievable. When I think that because I said I'd wear a rose and bought one at the airport when I arrived...
The attendant at the florist shop, an agent who'd been planted there, would never have mistaken you for Simone Laveau and pinned that rose to your lapel with, well, I guess you could call it the fatal pin.
Now, you know, I'm still not sure I've got this straight, dear. Now, let me see. She, on her way to Paris, was to go into the florist shop wearing a leopard skin coat and ask for a rose, right? Now, that was the agent's cue to use the What you called the fatal pin?
Exactly. See, Emil Tenko knew he was under surveillance, and so he had a problem. I mean, how to get that top secret information out of the country.
So he had it engraved on the head of a pin. You know, Aunt Ruth, the way they engraved the Lord's Prayer on a pinhead. The trouble began when the agent thought that I was Simone Laveau on her way to Paris, wearing an almost identical leopard skin coat to mine.
And naturally, when Rose threw the rose away after it wilted, she kept the pin. And used it again last night to pin on the nosegay I gave her.
Well, it's all over, and thank heaven it is. Rose, how about some dinner?
I'm starving. But before we go, I am going to change out of this suit into a dress. Oh, and Hank, dear.
Yes, sweetheart.
No flowers, please. Not for a long, long time. No flowers, please.
And so, as you see, like all good, seemingly insoluble mysteries, the solution to Roses Are for Funerals was very simple indeed. In fact, I even gave you a clue in the title. What could be fairer than that? I'll be back shortly. Mysteries, it seems to me, are like a magic show. Like the magician, the author shows you everything, but directs your attention elsewhere. Perhaps I should say misdirects it. So be on your guard next time. Oh, yes, there will be a next time. And although I'll always play 100% fair with you, I warn you now, I'll do all I can to mislead you. Can you blame me? Our cast included Carol Shelley, Tony Roberts, Mildred Clinton, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. Rescue workers near Saigon have resumed their search for more bodies of Vietnamese orphans killed when a giant U.S. Air Force plane crashed while trying to airlift them to the United States. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. At least 178 persons died when the C-5A plane crashed shortly after takeoff from Saigon, and it's feared the death toll could go to 200. There were 319 persons aboard the plane. Military sources in Washington say there is a possibility of sabotage, but a U.S. Embassy spokesman in Saigon says everything points to mechanical failure. The American effort to take orphan refugees out of war-torn South Vietnam will continue. A Pentagon spokesman said late Friday night that 4 Air Force C-141 Starlifters will arrive in Saigon sometime Saturday morning to pick up a total of 406 orphans and escorts. In a speech in San Francisco Friday night, President Ford vowed to continue the mercy flights of refugees from Vietnam.
I can assure you that we are taking all possible humanitarian measures to relieve the innocent civilian refugees in South Vietnam. We are also providing for the safety of all Americans in the battle zone.
The president spoke to a civic group in San Francisco. More news in a moment.
See if you can identify these sounds. Squeaky door. Lion growling. motor scooter. Cow mooing? Spanish dancer. If you agreed with these guesses, you've been fooled, because each sound was made by a whale. That's right, a great big blubbery old whale just buzzing and clicking and grunting away deep down in the ocean. The National Audubon Society has joined a world effort to save these amazing animals from extinction. We need your help. To find out what you can do, write National Audubon Society, 950 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022.
With the communists threatening the entire country, South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thu has announced formation of a new government, which he terms a war government. Thu also said if the United States does not continue military aid to South Vietnam, Americans will earn the label of traitors. Senator Adlai Stevenson, Democrat of Illinois, says he is against any more aid to the South Vietnamese government.
Continued support for the Thu regime is the one certain means of assuring a communist military takeover in South Vietnam. That regime could not win the war with 500,000 American troops. It has not lacked arms and the equipment. The level of supply from the United States in the last year has exceeded by a ratio of almost 2 to 1 the level of support from the Russians and from the communist Chinese for its adversaries.
Senator Adlai Stevenson. Walt Rostow, an advisor to the late President Lyndon Johnson, says the United States should consider an invasion of North Vietnam and occupying part of that country with U.S. Marines. Rostow says that could force the communists to honor the 1973 Paris Peace Agreement. The military situation continues to deteriorate in Cambodia. Government units have now abandoned positions east and north of the capital, Phnom Penh. Heavy fighting is reported along the southern perimeter of Phnom Penh, and Army troops from outlying areas are being called in to help defend the capital. 2 more plane loads of U.S. Embassy personnel were flown out of Phnom Penh Friday. AFL-CIO President George Meany says the unemployment situation is even worse than the figures indicate. Meany says there are about 1 million people who've dropped out of the workforce because of discouragement after going without jobs for a long time. Friday, the government reported another 500,000 people were out of work in March, with the jobless rate totaling 8.7%. It's the highest unemployment in 34 years. President Ford says he'll ask Congress to extend unemployment benefits for another 13 weeks. This would give most workers eligible for jobless benefits a maximum of 65 weeks of payments. Now this.
The Movies, 1975. Hi, I'm Lee Jordan, inviting you to the wonderful world of the movies, 1975. Ellen Burstyn's been nominated for an Academy Award for her role in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. She told me why she chose this role over many other offers.
I was looking for a script for a long time from while I was shooting The Exorcist, and I didn't like any of the ones that they were submitting to me. And they were not scripts from the woman's point of view. There were any part in them for a woman was a traditional role of the wife of the man, or the mistress of the man, or the daughter of the man, or something. And this was the only one I found that was really, I felt, from a woman's point of view.
Ellen Burstyn, an Academy Award hopeful, one of many Hollywood stars you'll hear on The Movies, 1975. 30 special broadcast this weekend over the CBS Radio Network.
An Athens newspaper reports the will of the late Aristotle Onassis has been opened and read to his closest heirs. The report says the will was read in strict secrecy and only members of the family know its contents. Onassis, who died March 15th in Paris, left an estate estimated at about $1 billion. Doug Poling, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We're back again with that master mystery storyteller, Arthur Conan Doyle. Today's tale is the story of a secret.
Who of us does not have some skeleton in his closet, unwanted, unwished for? As an ancient proverb tells us, a secret is your slave if you keep it, your master if you lose it. Our mystery drama, The Black Door, is adapted from a story by A. Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Kevin McCarthy. Much has been written about the London fog, the pea souper, the blinding kind, the kind that keeps you from seeing your hand in front of your face. It was on such a dim and shadowy night, Conan Doyle tells us, that attorney John Albemarle witnessed the accident that changed his life.
Look out! You on that bicycle! Look out!
A young man on a bicycle suddenly cut in front of a horse-drawn carriage and was knocked down. But before you could say Jack Robinson, the driver had lashed at his horse, and the four-wheeler disappeared into the fog.
My leg. My leg.
Any harm done, young man?
It's my ankle. It's only a twist, I think, but it's quite painful. Just give me a hand, will you?
Of course, of course. Up we go.
I hope it's not broken. I can't put any weight on it.
Where do you live?
Right here, this big house behind the wall. I was pedaling across to the gate when that confounded carriage ran into me. I'll sue that driver if I ever catch him.
Well, I don't think you'll have much of a case. It was your fault. You steered your bicycle directly in front of him.
What do you mean, my fault? Are you a lawyer or something?
As a matter of fact, I am. But let's save the introductions until I get you into your house. I put the broken bicycle inside the gate and supported the young man down the driveway of his house and up the steps to the front door. Not a light was shining inside. The place was as black and silent as if no one had ever lived in it. I say, do you always keep it so dark in your hallway?
The first door on the right, if you'll just see me in there. Door's open, I never close it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lamp on the table, if you'd be so kind as to light it.
Tell me, is there no one else in this house?
I'm perfectly all right, not to worry. You may leave me now. I do thank you for your assistance.
I don't like the looks of that ankle. It's swelling up.
Will you please go? Will you go now? I don't...
With that, the young man fainted dead away, his face a ghastly white. I lifted him onto the bed, seized the lamp, and ran from room to room to get help. The entire house was deserted, thick with dust, hardly a stick of furniture. The kitchen, there must be someone there. No one. Through the house I went, every room quite empty. At the top of the stairs, I was stopped by a large black door with a great red wax seal across it. I ran back down.
Why on earth did you take the lamp away? I can't bear sitting in the dark.
I'm glad you've recovered. I went looking for someone.
You might look for some time. I'm alone in the house.
Alone? Devilish awkward if you got sick.
It was foolish of me to faint. I inherit a weak heart from my mother. Any pain or emotion has that effect on me. It'll probably kill me someday, as it did my mother. Did you say you were a doctor?
Lawyer. John Albemarle. Pleased to know you.
I'm Michael Torrance. Funny I should meet a lawyer in such a strange fashion. Mr. Cartwright was saying that we should be needing one pretty soon.
Certainly. Anything I can do.
John Albemarle. Imagine having a solicitor pick me up from the street. You, went about the house to find someone, you said? Did you go into all the rooms?
I think so.
Upstairs as well?
Oh, yes. The house is quite deserted.
All the way upstairs?
As far as I could.
Then you saw it?
Saw what?
At the top of the stairs. The black door.
Yes, I did. I didn't try to open it because of the wax seal across the keyhole.
Weren't you curious to know what was in that room?
I was, rather. The seal, the door, yes, it did strike me as being a bit unusual.
Tell me, Mr. Albemarle, do you think you could go on alone, living in this house year after year, longing all the time to know what is on the other side of a certain door, and yet not daring to look?
Mr. Torrance, do you mean to say that you don't know yourself what's behind that black door?
No more than you do.
But then why don't you open it?
I am forbidden to.
I see. Well, I say, if you don't mind, I think I should be on my way.
Are you in a hurry?
No, not particularly. Just on my way home, but I live down the embankment a ways, and it does take time going through the fog.
I should be very glad if you would stay with me for a bit. The fact is, Mr. Albemarle, I live a very retired and secluded life here. Can you stay just a little?
Well, I'm
presuming upon our short acquaintance, I know, but, how can I say it? I'm beginning to realize something is happening to me, and running deliberately into that carriage tonight, I saw it coming. What was I trying to do?
I don't follow you.
What I'm saying, Mr. Albemarle, is that I have been keeping so much bottled up inside of me that if I don't tell someone, soon I'm afraid that I'm slowly but surely going mad.
I looked about me at the one room in this vast house that was furnished. A grandfather clock, a sofa bed, a table covered with papers, a decanter and glasses, a hot plate and a chair. There was something grotesque about it all. I knew that I couldn't leave Michael Torrance in the state he was in.
Would you please stay?
Certainly. I should be very happy to.
Oh, splendid. You will find spirits and a siphon on the table. Forgive me if I don't act the host, but my foot is still a bit sore. Those are cigars in the tray. Help yourself. And would you bring me one? Thank you. So, you are a solicitor, Mr. Albemarle?
Yes.
How fortunate you are, sir. You are a lawyer, and I am nothing. I am that most helpless of living creatures, the son of a millionaire. I was brought up with the expectation of great wealth, and here I am, a poor man without any profession at all. And on top of that, all I'm left with is a great mansion which I cannot afford to keep and cannot sell or rent.
Why not?
I am forbidden to by instructions left me by my father.
Strange.
Oh, you must know that my father was H.C. Torrance, the banker.
Torrance, of course. I knew that name rang a bell.
So you, know about the scandal?
Well, I recalled something written in the papers at that time. Some financial dealings of his that went sour,
And he left the country. My poor father. He left England to avoid all his friends whose savings he had invested in an unsuccessful speculation. You see, Father was a very nervous and sensitive man. Perhaps I've inherited that from him.
But if I remember, he was never accused of having done anything criminal.
Oh, no. Purely a matter of sentiment. He couldn't even face his own family, and he died among strangers without ever letting us know where he was.
He died, huh?
My mother and I, we couldn't prove his death, but we knew he must be dead.
How?
Well, because after several years, his speculations came right back again. His friends, all of them, made quite a packet. So there was no reason why Father should not come back to England and look them all in the face. Oh, he would have returned if he were alive, I'm sure of it.
When did you last hear from him?
Let me see. It's all so muddled in my head. I know the first 2 years after he left, my mother received a letter each year.
And your father didn't say where he was living?
No, he never gave a return address.
So there were only 2 letters?
3, all told. That's where the mystery of the sealed-up black door all began. You know, I would like very much to have you look at those letters. Mr. Albemarle, you are the only person in the world besides Mr. Cartwright who even knows about them.
No. Look, may I call you Michael?
Please do.
Michael, the hour is quite late, and I suggest it best you prepare yourself for bed and try for a good night's sleep, huh? I really should be on my way.
I understand. I've asked too much of you already. I want you to know, though, Mr. Albemarle, you've already restored some of my sanity. You have no idea how terrible a day today has been for me.
May I ask why?
Well, I've just come back from the cemetery, having buried my dear mother. The prospect of continuing alone is almost more than I can bear.
Michael, why don't I stop by tomorrow? I'd like to look in on you and see how you're getting on.
Would you, please? Lord, what a horrendous day this has been. I hope I shan't experience another like it as long as I live.
No wonder Michael Torrance had appeared strange to me that evening. A young man who obviously needed friendship, needed love, and suddenly found himself alone in the world, orphaned. But the following afternoon, I was sitting in my office when a tall, ascetic-looking gentleman walked in with the aid of a cane. Would I please see him? It was most urgent.
Mr. Albemarle, I hope you will forgive this intrusion. May I introduce myself? My name is Cartwright. I'm a friend of Michael Torrance.
Oh, yes. He told me. You are the executor of the Torrance estate, I believe.
In a way, yes. May I speak quite frankly?
I prefer it.
Master Michael came to see me early this morning. I was not yet up. Mr. Albemarle, in my opinion, by befriending that young man, you may have stumbled into a hornet's nest.
I don't follow you.
I would advise you, as an old and trusted friend of Michael's father, that you forget the entire episode. Put it out of your mind.
Disregard what I saw with my own eyes?
Master Michael has a tendency to dramatize events. I'm very appreciative of what you did for him last night, and so is he. I understand he ran into a carriage and you assisted him into his house.
What I fail to understand, Mr. Cartwright, is why you feel it best that I forget the young man's existence. As for that black door...
You saw it?
Of course. Michael and I discussed it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
In fact, I had intended visiting Michael today. I left him quite overwrought, which is, of course, quite understandable in a person who had buried his mother that very day.
He said that?
No, why not? He has no reason to hide it.
Master Michael told you he had buried his mother yesterday?
You appear incredulous. Isn't his mother dead?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Torrance is dead, but she died and was buried 2 years ago.
Somewhere, Michael Torrance has mislaid 2 years. It has been said that great emotional stress expands and contracts time. Many tragedies suffered in one's past are often as fresh as though they happened yesterday. Conversely, what happened yesterday could already be forgotten. And as for the mysterious black door, now a third person shares the secret. Mr. Cartwright, the man with a walking stick. More will unfold when we return shortly with Act 2. John Albemarle, an English barrister, has taken on many legal cases in his day, but none as puzzling as the one he happened on by accident. That of the son of a millionaire banker whose memory appears disturbed and whose nights are spent in a mansion of empty rooms and a sealed door painted black.
I made no promises to Mr. Cartwright not to see young Torrance again. He gave me his card, and as soon as he had gone, I hailed a cab, giving the driver Michael's address. I rang for a long time. Finally, he came to the door. The glassy look in his eyes had disappeared. He seemed genuinely pleased to see me. And as we sat over whiskey in his one room, I told him of Cartwright's visit.
Oh, that is strange. He asked me who you were. Naturally, I told him. Gave him your address, but I never dreamed he'd go see you. I wonder why.
Michael, just who is he?
Cartwright? Oh, he was my father's confidential clerk. More of an assistant, really. And he continued to be both friend and advisor to my mother and then myself. I don't know what I should have done without him.
I hope, Michael, that he is as good a friend as you say.
I was wondering whether you'd come back to see me, so I dug out a letter I felt you'd be interested to see. It's the very first one which came from my father 7 years ago when he left England. It was written to my mother. I haven't looked at it in years, but I can still almost remember it word for word. I'll confess to you, Mr. Albemarle, just to hold that letter in my hand disturbs me deeply.
Oh, I understand.
I don't think you do. The paper, the ink, the very shape of the words in his handwriting, they spring out at me. I can almost hear his voice as I read it.
Let me, then.
No. I must rid myself of this constant feeling that my father is watching my every move. It's an obsession, I know. I must face up to it. Now, this is what he says. My ever dearest wife, since the doctors have told me quite privately how weak your heart is and how harmful any shock might be, I can no longer refrain from telling you that things have been going badly with me. This will cause me to leave you for a little time, but it is with the absolute assurance that we shall see each other very soon. Don't let our parting impair your health, for that is what I want above all things to avoid. I can't go on, Mr. Albemarle. Do forgive me. I cannot bring myself to read any more.
May I look at the letter? Thank you. Yes, he details how the black door is to be kept sealed until you are 21. How old were you then?
14. Sir, read how he ends the letter. It will help you understand what a kind and considerate man he was.
And now, goodbye, my own best of wives. During our short separation, you should consult Mr. Cartwright on any matters which should arise. He has my complete confidence, ever and always. Your loving husband, Hugh, June 4, 1881.
You know, my father was a man noted for his almost fanatical love of the truth. He was always accurate to the penny. When he said in that letter 7 years ago that he hoped to see my mother very soon, you may rely on it that he meant it.
Michael, it seems to me that you are living in the shadow of something quite mysterious. And you should either open the black door or find yourself accommodations elsewhere. It's not good for you to remain here.
I couldn't dream of disobeying my father. Did you read his instructions carefully about the door? Let me have it there. Here's the place. Listen to this. I have a request to make, and I implore you to do exactly as I tell you.
There are some things I do not wish to be seen by anyone in the room at the top of the stairs. The one with the black door that I used as my private study. I assure you, it is nothing to be ashamed of. But I do not wish you or Michael to enter that room. The door is locked, and I implore you, when you receive this, to place a seal over the lock and leave it so. Do not sell or rent the house or leave it unattended, lest my secret be discovered. When Michael is 21 years old, he may enter the room. Not before.
What reason could he possibly have had?
Well, neither Mother or I had any idea. But we followed his instructions to the letter, placed a seal upon the black door, and it's been there ever since. Mother lived for 5 years after Father's disappearance, although all the doctors had said she couldn't possibly live that long. Her heart, it was very weak. Had been since childhood.
So your mother lived for 5 years after Mr. Torrance left England?
Yes. Why?
And that was 7 years ago?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Michael, I do insist, as a new friend, that it is harmful for you to stay on in this house with its secret at the top of the stairs. You say your mother died 5 years after your father left, which was 7 years ago. Which would mean she died 2 years ago.
Exactly. Why? Have I said something different?
Yesterday, when I brought you in after the accident, you said it had been a terrible day, that you had just come from the cemetery that afternoon, had buried your mother.
I said that? Oh, no. I'm doing it again. Oh, no.
I'm no doctor or psychologist whatsoever, but I do know that to extend the hand of friendship when it is needed can be the best medicine there is. I reassured Michael that anyone could have lapses of memory and that the emotional strain he was under could even alter the fact of time in his mind. I took him to my club for dinner, and we strolled back to his house along the Chelsea embankment.
No, that house has no happy memories for me. After Father left, Mother and I were gradually compelled to sell the furniture, dismiss the servants, and, well, as you saw, I'm living alone in one single room. But there is a bright side.
What's that?
If I can only hang on, in a little over 2 months, I shall be 21. I keep telling myself, the first thing I shall do is unseal and open the black door, and the second, get rid of the house.
Something about all this plagues me. Why did your father remain out of the country once the investments he advised others to make were covered?
Well, he must be dead.
Why? Having done nothing actually wrong, and leaving England because he couldn't bear to face his friends, why didn't he take your mother with him?
Well, I don't know.
Why no return address on his letters to her? Why conceal it?
I don't know.
Why allow your mother to die and be buried and still not return to England?
Sir, I just don't know.
I'm going to tell you, as a man who has known many an innocent person, and many who are guilty, it's clear to me your father had important reasons, vital ones, for staying away. That, although nothing criminal could have been proven against him, he must have been afraid something might be, and he refused to put himself within the power of the law.
Stop that. Will you stop saying that? I told you he must have died.
Is there any other way the facts can be explained?
I don't care about explanations. I remember him as an ideal man. His only fault was that he was too sensitive, too unselfish. That anyone should lose a penny through him was unthinkable. My father was a man of honor.
Forgive me, my boy, if I appear callous. We lawyers have a way of assessing the facts as we find them. Mike, look out! Look out! I managed to pull Michael back from the road in time, just in time, as the carriage came charging down on him. It disappeared into the night, and we both stood there, gathering our wits and our breaths.
A close call.
That's twice on 2 different nights you were almost run down.
Did you see who the driver was?
No, I can't say that I did. Was there someone in the carriage?
I had just a glimpse of a man waving a walking stick out the window.
Now, let's get into your house. It may be gloomy, but it's safer. What's that you see there?
It's a walking stick. Must have dropped from the carriage. Take a look at this, Mr. Albemarle. Have you ever seen it before?
Yes, I have, somewhere. Or one very much like it.
So have I. Do you know whose it is?
Not really.
Mr. Cartwright's. It's identical to the one he carries.
I saw less and less of young Michael Torrance as the days and weeks went on. He had no more lapses of memory or alteration of dates and seemed quite cheery at the prospect of his approaching birthday. And then one day I was in my law offices in Lincoln's Inn Fields when someone knocked at my door with a cane. Why, Mr. Cartwright, what brings you here?
The day of the month and the month of the year.
Are you being cryptic on purpose? Come in. Don't stand in the doorway.
Thank you, Mr. Albemarle.
Sit down. May I take your cane?
No, thank you. I need it to get round.
Oh. Then you are never without it.
Oh, I have several walking sticks. I shouldn't be able to go up or down stairs or in and out of a carriage without one, but setting that aside, my charge, Master Michael Torrance, has told me he would like you to be present today.
Present where?
At his house this evening.
Why this evening? Oh, is he 21 today?
At midnight.
The door? The black door, has he opened it?
Not yet, but he will. Tonight.
And Michael would like me there when it's opened?
Yes, it is his wish also. Actually, it was I who persuaded him to ask you. I have certain reasons to believe it would be well to have a reliable witness when the seal is broken. And since you are a lawyer and already acquainted with the facts of the situation, may we count on you?
Most certainly. Mr. Cartwright?
Yes?
I seem to remember your last visit here. You were warning me to stay out of this affair.
Well, I was afraid you might be one of those who tried to take advantage of Master Michael. Others have tried.
I had similar suspicions about you, Mr. Cartwright.
I know. The walking stick he found in the street. Master Michael told me it was not mine.
Sometimes what we think is evil intent is nothing more than coincidence.
I wish all things evil were mere coincidence, but I'm afraid not. Be good enough to hand me my cane, will you?
As with all stories by the great Conan Doyle, there is always an underlying meaning. Not that we wish to give this tale more weight than it can carry. It is, after all, first and last, the story of a secret. Somewhere, however, runs the thread of honor and dishonor. Hang on, for Act 3 will begin shortly, and that is the act that usually has all the answers. Let us set the scene. Lawyer John Albemarle arrives at the Torrance mansion a little after 9. Michael, about to turn 21, is quiet and afraid. Mr. Cartwright, at first talkative, affable, becomes paler as the hour grows later. 10 o'clock, 11, and then it is a quarter hour before midnight.
It's as if all my life I've been waiting for this moment. It seems only yesterday Father went away. Then Mother got one letter from him, and next year she got another. Did I ever tell you, Mr. Albemarle, they were both postmarked Paris?
Yes, you did.
Funny, they both said practically the same thing, even though he sent them a year apart. That he and Mother would soon be reunited. Was that 11:45 that struck?
Yes, it was. We haven't long to wait now.
Then, when Mother died, there was the last letter I received from him. Did I ever tell you about that one, Mr. Albemarle?
You may have mentioned it, Michael. You never showed it to me.
Oh, I've put it away. I'll keep it forever. Such a sweet and wonderful letter it was. So typical of Father. Begging me never to think evil of him, as if I could. Saying that sealing up the black door wasn't as important now as when it was when Mother was alive, but that I should be a good boy and wait. I was 19, and he wrote to me as if I were 15 or 16. Funny, the feelings that come over you, as if all my life I've been waiting for the clock to strike 12. It's what comes, I guess, of being born at midnight.
The clock began to strike 12, and there we were, on the threshold of unlocking the door and the mystery. Cartwright led the way up the stairs, an oil lamp in one hand, his cane in the other. I followed him, and behind me came Michael. We reached the last landing. There was the black door with its seal directly in front of us. I felt Michael's hand on my arm.
I don't feel well.
Michael, it's all right.
I can't go in there.
Well, I'd best knock off the seal first. I'll use my walking stick.
I can't. I can't.
Suppose Cartwright goes in first. He has the lamp. I'll follow him, and then you, Michael. What say?
I thought I had the key. None of these seem to fit.
Well, then we can't open it.
Michael, there's nothing to be afraid of in there.
Isn't that a joke? After 7 years, we can't open the door after all.
What do you think we should do, Mr. Albemarle? Wait?
It won't be different in the morning. It doesn't matter whether we tackle this tonight or tomorrow. There's only one thing to do. Break the door down. I've got heavy shoes. Now, let me.
You did it. Are you all right, Mr. Albemarle?
Yes, I'm surprised I could put my foot through the door panel so easily.
Master Michael, I hope you're able to prepare yourself in the event that what you see in this room may be a very great shock to you.
What do you mean?
Brace yourself, Master Michael.
Will you go first?
I think it should be yourself. Here is the oil lamp. If you reach through the broken panel, perhaps you can open the door.
Give me the lamp.
Good boy, Michael.
There's a key in the door on the inside. Oh, that's why you couldn't get it open. I think I can unlock it.
Go ahead, Michael.
I'm going. Oh, my dear God in heaven!
The lamp. No, it's on fire. He's spilling oil all over the floor. Cartwright, come in here. Help me beat out these flames. Michael, drop the lamp.
There's a short rug here, Mr. Albemarle. Grab that end of it.
Paul, here we are. There. Oh, we have it off the floor. Let's get it over here. Right. No. Slap it down over the lamp and the flames. Good. That's it. Oh, so much smoke.
The flames are out, though. That smoke it.
Oh, it's a dust and everything dry in here. Ooh. Where's Michael? I can't see. It's so dark. Smoke.
He's lying on the floor over here. I'm afraid he's passed out.
Michael, wake up. Come on, Michael.
What is it? What happened?
You dropped the oil lamp. It caught fire. It's all right now.
Where's Mr. Cartwright?
Gone to fetch another lamp, I expect. What happened to you? Did you trip?
I saw him sitting there.
Who?
My father.
What?
Found another lamp. Oh, Lord in heaven. My poor master. My poor master.
A single table and a chair were in front of us, and sitting on it, his back turned, was a man in the act of writing. His outline was as natural as life, but as the light fell on him, I could see the back of his neck was black and wrinkled, and no thicker than my wrist. Thick gray dust lay everywhere. On the man's shoulders, his hair, his shriveled, lemon-colored hands. His head had fallen forward on his chest. The pen still rested on a discolored sheet of paper.
My master. Oh, my poor master.
Is that Mr. Torrance himself?
There he has sat for 7 years. Why did he do it? I begged him. But he would have his way. He locked the door on the inside and then sat himself down.
He was writing something. I can make out the words.
Reach over and take it, Mr. Albemarle. I would do it, but I must leave the room. I cannot bear to be in here a moment longer.
Michael, stand up, my boy. We'll go downstairs. I think that we've seen enough of this. Death hangs over everything.
My father. It was he in that room sitting dead in that chair. You knew he was there, Cartwright. You've known it all along.
Yes, I knew it, Master Michael, but you must believe me. I have acted for the best all along.
It's hard for me to accept. For 7 years, you've known my father was dead behind that black door. You never said a word to my mother or myself.
Well, how could I say anything? Oh, don't be harsh with me, Master Michael. Make allowances for a man who has had a hard part to play.
Oh, my head is swimming. I can't grasp it. Those letters to my mother and myself, they were forgeries?
Oh, no. Your father wrote every word, and he addressed them and left them in my keeping to be posted. Oh, believe me, I followed his instructions to the very letter. He was my master, and I obeyed him.
I've calmed down some, Mr. Cartwright. It's all right. Now, please, tell us about it. I can stand it.
It was in this very room, Master Michael. You remember this used to be the morning room. 7 years ago it was, and he called me in here. Your father did.
Cartwright, I'm sure you're aware this is a period of great trouble for me. There's no help for it. A great many people, even some who had few savings, are losing everything because of me.
Well, it's not your fault entirely, Mr. Torrance.
It is my fault entirely. Every person I advise knows I've betrayed them.
Oh, no, sir.
Cartwright, you see before you a man who deserves no place among the living.
But you're too hard upon yourself.
Dishonor and betrayal. What is there left for me?
What do you mean, sir?
I shall tell you. To leave this world, it's not as easy as one would wish. What I tell you now is in secret confidence, Cartwright.
You have my word.
The finest doctors I could find here in London have told me that my wife's heart could fail her with the slightest shock. How can I do away with myself, then?
You must not, sir. There's the answer.
I have made up my mind. Now listen. My wife has been given a few months to live at most. I shall write 2 letters. No, 3. You will go to Paris, Cartwright, and mail each to my wife a month apart. Then, on that unhappy day, when she passes away, you will mail a 3rd letter which I shall address to my son. In that way, I will be thought still alive. I shall go up to my study now.
Mr. Torrance, I beg you, think again. For the sake of all those you love, for those who love you.
Please, no more. Pray for me, Cartwright.
And I never saw Mr. Torrance again until tonight.
How could he? How could he? The sheer deceit in those letters to my mother. We shall meet again soon. His words, making her think he was coming back.
Oh, no, Master Michael, you don't understand at all. Your father believed your mother had only weeks to live. He meant what he wrote. He was certain she would die very shortly. The doctors had said so. Then they would be reunited in death. Don't you see? But your mother lived on for 5 whole years. I had only 2 letters addressed to her to send.
Michael, how could Mr. Cartwright do otherwise? He promised your father and sent the 2 letters. He gave his word. And then 2 years ago, he sent your father's letter to you.
I see it all now, but it seems so useless, his death, so wasted.
Well, how could your father have known?
Michael, I beg you to forgive me for keeping his secret. I meant no harm. Believe me, every day I spent under this roof with your mother and yourself, every day was torture for me. I knew he was up there, and many times I felt he was watching me.
Yes. Strange you should say that. I did, too.
I promised him. What could I do? I gave my word.
I don't blame you. spared my mother a very great shock, that I'm sure of. Had she the slightest inkling what was behind the black door, it would have broken her heart. So she died, believing he was still somewhere alive. What is that paper Mr. Albemarle is giving you?
It is what Mr. Torrance was writing. Do you wish to see it?
Please. It's very faded, isn't it? But yes, I can read it. I have taken the poison,
and I feel it working in my veins. It is strange, but not painful. When these words are read, I shall, if my wishes have been faithfully carried out, have been dead many years. Surely no one who has lost money through me will still bear me animosity. And you, my dear son Michael, you will forgive me this family scandal. I lay down my pen and pray, may God find rest for a sorely wearied spirit.
Conan Doyle's tale of the secret behind the black door recalls for us many elements of truth. In a number of lands, a man will place his reputation before his life, paying the supreme penalty as a matter of honor. As the saying goes, death before dishonor. To us, here today, life is so precious and valuable, it would be hard for us to do the same. Or would it? I shall be back to give you my opinion shortly. How often have we heard the words, "I'd rather have a good name than great riches"? That bubble reputation, the bard called it. All of us seek it. Why is it so important? The only way I can answer it is by turning the question around. Honor, prestige, integrity. Where would we be without them? For aren't those the attributes that give humanity to us poor humans? Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Russell Horton, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
A CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to a chilling insight into the powers of witchcraft and an ancient curse. Witchcraft today is an in thing with the young, which may appear somewhat incongruous since witches, demons, and warlocks are older than the beginning of recorded time. And somehow, despite all of society's maledictions and efforts to stamp it out, witchcraft has survived, as we will demonstrate in our spine-tingling tale. mystery drama, This Will Kill You, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Norman Rose and Larry Haynes. Rage, my friends, is one of the curses of mankind. Rage thickens the blood, assails the eardrums, racks the body with a mad urge to destroy. It has been said that whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. And that applies to all of us, even if some are on speaking terms with God or the devil. Witness a man who is consumed with rage. Theodore Rackazzi.
Obviously, you couldn't have heard me come in here. What are you breaking things for? Are you thinking of redecorating?
This is the wrong time to try to be amusing, Liz.
Well, what should I do? Ask if you've gone crazy?
Evidently, you have not read this filthy, ignorant, arrogant, vicious review of my book.
Oh, of course I have.
That presumptuous idiot, Robert Anthony, to write such a review.
Oh, come off it, Ted. You know, you sound like you're back to the Middle Ages. What are you going to do? Challenge him to a duel?
I have other powers, other resources.
Well, you're serious.
Serious? After this review, let me read just one part to you. Mr. Rackazzi, possessor of an awesome reputation as an expert on witchcraft, in this unnecessarily long book titled Demons and Demonology, has gathered the wildest concoction of old wives' tales, superstitions, and demons ever brought before the public. And, what is worse, he has given credence to them. To take witchcraft as seriously as Mr. Rackazzi does is simply childish.
Ted, he's just another writer reviewer trying to be clever.
Yes, at my expense.
At anybody's expense. You just happen to be the target of the day.
Mm-hmm. And now he is my target.
For what? A nasty letter to the editor?
For death.
Oh, sure. If you thought this review was bad, wait until you see the ones you get after you kill him.
I will not kill him.
Oh, that's a relief.
Liz, pick a date.
What?
Pick a date. Any date that comes to your mind. And the time. Write them down on this slip of paper.
What for?
Oh, to please me.
All right. What's today?
The 14th.
Here. Okay, will this do?
The 28th. 10:53 p.m. Yes, it will do beautifully. Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome. And now that we finished playing games, can we go?
Of course. But the game is just about to begin. Have I ever remarked how well you drive, Liz?
Often, thank you.
I think that's what attracted me to you in the first place. Your driving and your legs.
I'm happy to see that you're feeling better.
Yes, due to you as usual.
Oh, I haven't done a thing.
Oh, yes, you have. You know that date you wrote down for me?
Yes?
Well, that is the exact date and time that Robert Anthony will die.
Oh, sorry I asked.
You don't believe me?
Oh, I thought you'd forgotten about that silly review.
Where are you going?
To the party. Ted, why did you ask me to write down the date?
Oh, a whim. It amused me to leave the amount of time that Anthony has left to live to mere chance.
Well, suppose I'd picked a date next year.
Oh, that would have given Anthony more time. That's all.
You sound so certain.
I am.
What's the matter with me? Why am I talking as if there were any possibility that you have the power to kill another human being?
Why, indeed.
I can almost understand why Anthony wrote about your book the way he did.
Of course. Like Mr. Anthony, you also are a dabbler in the occult. Like him, you aren't innocent, naive, playing like children with forces you neither understand nor respect. How about a bet?
On what?
On me and my powers against Robert Anthony.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, yes, you're afraid to trust your skepticism. It's very simply proven. If Anthony dies on the day and at the exact time we both know, then I win. If he doesn't, you are the victor. And you know once and for all that Theodore Rakozzi is a fraud and a cheat.
That part tempts me.
Then I have your word. It is a bet.
What are we betting?
Your soul.
Robert Anthony, you're not leaving the party already.
I'm sorry, Carl. I just dropped by to meet your guests, but my publishers are getting uptight about my new book.
Well, everyone here is talking about the hatchet job you did on Rakozzi.
Why do they think I've got a bone to pick with Rakozzi?
Well, I've read a lot of reviews, but...
Look, I've had a job to do, to review a book. I never even met the man. I took off because his book was so ponderous. Instead of writing a history of demons and demonology, which would be interesting, Rakozzi wrote as if he were putting down facts.
Sorry if I touched a nerve.
It's all right, forget it. I just think there's entirely too much fuss about the review. I know a little about witchcraft, and I think it can be amusing, but...
Okay, but I hear Rakozzi's taking it very big.
Well, I don't want to hear that Rakozzi's out to get me with the same crazy, demonic curse superstitious idiots believe in.
Well, let's forget Rakozzi. What about that play we cooked up?
Well, I just told you, Carl, my publishers are getting restless. I'm spending most of my time in the library. Look, can we put it off for a week or two?
Okay.
Fine. I've got to run. But I'll call, Carl. Just to let you know I'm still alive.
This is Jennifer Bell and another broadcast of The Author Speaks. My guest for today is the man who has written a most controversial book about devils and deviltry, Theodore Rakozzi.
I am happy to be here.
Mr. Rakozzi, I must confess your book scared the daylights out of me. Was that your intention?
No, not at all. My intention was to inform, to let people know that there are forces in this world that they may not have been aware of.
Oh, well, then you're serious in your thesis about demons and their power.
Oh, absolutely.
Which naturally leads me to that review by Robert Anthony. How did you feel about it?
Well, I would be less than honest if I said I was pleased, but it caused me only a small annoyance.
Really?
You are asking the wrong question.
Oh? Well, then, set me straight.
You should not ask if I were annoyed about it, but rather how Uziel Rabdas Belet are angry about their powers being mocked.
Well, I'm not acquainted with those gentlemen you mentioned.
Which is just as well for you. You see, they are demons, powerful demons, and if they take offense... well, I should not like to be Mr. Robert Anthony.
You're predicting that some harm might come to Robert Anthony?
Well, I predict nothing.
Forgive me, but didn't you just issue a warning?
A warning is not a prediction. Do you believe in demons, Miss Bell?
Frankly, no.
Do you believe in God? Any God?
Of course.
Good. Then, of course, you must believe in angels. And demons, according to all we know about them, are simply fallen angels, turned away from God, fixed eternally in evil. I would like to inform you, madam, that a belief in the existence of angels and demons is an article of faith with two of our major world religions. All I say is that I should not like to be in the company of Robert Anthony during the next month.
Good morning. I see you had my books waiting for me, those 5 over there. Thank you. Well, today I ought to finish my research. I'm going to miss the peace and quiet of this library.
My name is Theodore Rakozzi. I called about a book you said you would have waiting. Ah, yes. Thank you. Oh, excuse me.
Yes?
It sounds absurd, I know, but I am superstitious about where I sit when I work here. Also, the light.
Oh, yes, it's okay. Sit right down.
Oh, yes, you're so kind. Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive my clumsiness. I've knocked your books down. Let me help you.
No, it's all right. I can pick them up.
I think how I could be so clumsy. Maybe I should wear glasses.
Don't worry about it. Accidents happen.
Yes, of course. Oh, this piece of paper is yours, I believe?
Oh, thank you.
Is something wrong? You keep looking over your shoulder.
No. It's nothing. I don't feel well. It'll pass.
Oh, yes, of course. Sir, can I help?
No, I think I need a little fresh air.
Oh, yes, of course. Sir, your books.
Oh, forget them. I'll be back when I feel better. I've got to slow down. I must slow down. There's nothing following me. Nothing. That's better. Get some control. What's the matter with me? Why do I feel I'm being followed? And then I've got to get away.
Bob!
Oh, Carl,
What's with you? Trying to get yourself killed?
I guess it looked like it, didn't it?
Well.
No, it's nothing. Carl, believe me, I was in the library and suddenly I had a crazy impulse to start running.
Bob, what's the trouble?
Nothing. There's no trouble. It's just that,
What do you expect to find over your shoulder?
Nothing.
If I didn't know that your last novel sold over 1 million, I'd say you just held up a bank and were running away.
Look, forget the jokes, huh?
But,
I'm sorry. I really am, Carl. But leave me alone.
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. But are the gods desirous of destroying Robert Anthony, or the demons? And who are the demons that are driving him? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I am back to lead you along the dark roads of witchcraft. The demon-ridden Robert Anthony has turned to the 20th century remedy against magical spells, psychiatry, and is attempting to explain his terror to an eminent psychiatrist.
How can I make you understand, Doctor, how intensely real this fear is? I'm not imagining it. It's there. I feel it. Every minute I feel it. It's at my shoulder, behind my back, pressing in on me.
Of course.
Have you ever heard of anything like this before?
Nothing exactly similar, but fear is quite common. Most people are afraid of something.
But don't they know what they're afraid of?
They sometimes think they do.
And what do you tell them?
I think it would be best if you talk about yourself. You say you first felt this way about a week ago.
Yes, I was working in the library, and I suddenly felt I just had to get out and run.
Had anything happened that day to upset you? Anything out of the ordinary?
No, nothing, Doctor.
Have you felt this fear before? I mean, early in your life.
Well, just the usual, Doctor. You know, when my friends would dare me to jump over a large hole in the ground or something like that, but... Wait.
Yes,
I just remembered. When I went to college, there was a suspension bridge, a shortcut from the campus to my dormitory. Everyone took it. Well, one night I was with some friends, and we came to the bridge, and it was out. There was only one single plank, and this was a deep, deep chasm, Doctor, maybe 100 feet.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to go back to walk around it, but the others voted against that. They all walked across. And I can remember how terrified I was. I got down on my hands and knees and crawled across the single plank with the water roaring below me. I was terrified.
You're afraid of heights?
Well, I'm not comfortable with them, but...
Would you say that today you're somewhere near the height of your profession as a writer?
Oh, come on, Doctor. This has nothing to do with any fear of heights. This is... Well, this is...
Yes?
This is witchcraft.
Interesting. Why do you say that?
Look, we've been through it.
The review you wrote on the Rakatsi book, Demons and Demonology?
Right.
Are you sorry you wrote such a scathing review?
No.
No?
Well, I don't know.
I think you are.
Well, if I was wrong and possibly
there are such demons and spells as Riccozzi describes in his book, that would or might account for this fear of mine, wouldn't it?
You mean you think Riccozzi might have put a spell on you?
Well, it's possible, isn't it?
Can't you think of another explanation?
Can you?
Yes. Let's examine what you've told me. On the one hand, you believe that Riccozzi has put some sort of a spell on you. Am I correct?
That's all I can think of, Doctor.
Why would he do that?
Well, because he...
Exactly. Because you have hurt him severely. So your statement that he wasn't injured by your review is false, isn't it?
Well...
Or illogical.
All right, it would seem so.
Very well. If you admit that to yourself, and then think that as a sensitive man, you've satisfied your own ego with a review that you think might be unfair, where does that take us?
Doctor, do you believe that I feel so guilty that I run through the streets pursued by shadows? That I can't sleep because I feel a presence in my room? That I feel threatened every second of the day and it's getting worse by the minute? Do you really believe that?
It's a possibility.
Oh, no.
You'd rather believe in witchcraft. Why?
Doctor, you're not helping me.
If you'll examine your motive as to why you insist that Riccozzi has some power to cast a spell over you, then I think...
All right, I'm getting out of here.
That won't help.
Neither do you. I tell you, I feel that I'm going to die, and you talk about guilt? I'm getting out.
Desperate men take desperate measures, and Robert Anthony was desperate. As he ran from what he thought pursued him, he held on to the last of his sanity. In his dabbling in witchcraft, he had heard, as had everyone interested in diabolism, of Professor Thurman Anderson, an outstanding scholar and acknowledged authority in the field.
Professor Anderson?
Yes?
I'm Robert Anthony.
Oh, come in. I've been expecting you.
You have? Why?
Because I read your review and I know Riccozzi.
Oh, then you think he might have done something to me?
I think it probable that he has tried. I won't know until you tell me what's happened. Come in and sit down.
Thank you. Professor, do you think you can help?
First, tell me why you think Riccozzi has cast a spell.
Because as I sit here talking to you, I'm eaten up by fear. I have a feeling that something is following me, Professor. Something so terrible that I can't even imagine what it is. But I'm certain that it's going to kill me.
How long have you had this feeling?
About a week.
And can you remember when you first felt it?
Oh, yes, very vividly. It was in the library.
Do you know Riccozzi?
No.
No spell can be put upon you unless the Creator has some contact with you. Did you meet him by chance, perhaps?
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I haven't been very social this past week.
I can't even begin to think what it could be unless you give me something to go on. Did you have a chance encounter with anyone? Did a stranger bump into you, perhaps?
No, I... Oh, wait.
Yes?
In the library, there was a man with a slight accent.
Riccozzi has an accent?
Well, I remember he came over and asked if he could sit next to me, and as he sat down, he knocked over my books. He apologized, and he insisted on picking them up.
Anything else?
No. Yes, he gave me a piece of paper.
You took it?
Well, of course. I didn't remember whether I had actually dropped it or not.
Do you have it?
Well, yes, because I remember looking at it when I got home and wondering what it was. It just didn't make any sense to me.
Well, can I see it?
Well, sure. There you are.
Good Lord.
What is it, Professor? What do you see?
The casting of the runes.
What? What does that mean?
I can't believe that even a man as vindictive as Riccozzi would do this.
Professor, what is it?
You see this writing?
Yes.
It is the runic alphabet. It represents an ancient death curse.
And those figures on it?
The date of your death.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It was used many centuries ago.
There are stories of younger brothers using it to eliminate the rightful heir to the throne. It has earned the reputation of being one of the most powerful of all the ancient spells. The drawback, of course, was the absolute necessity of having the man or woman casting the runes to pass the curse on directly and have it accepted.
Oh, no, I won't believe that. This is the 20th century.
Careful. Lose this paper and you lose your only chance.
Chance? You mean there's something I can do?
One thing.
What is it?
Pass the curse to someone else.
This is unbelievable. If someone else told me about this conversation, I'd say we were both fit subjects for an insane asylum. No, I can't go on this way. Professor, how do I go about passing this on?
You have someone in mind?
Do I have to know a person?
No, you could pass it to a stranger.
Well, how?
Simply brush up against someone in the street or on a bus or a subway. See that he drops something. Then pick it up, and along with the packet, you pass this piece of paper saying, I believe this is yours. When they accept it, they have it, and you are rid of it.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that to anybody. I just couldn't.
Why not? If you don't believe in the curse.
I don't know about the curse. I can't believe that it will actually kill anyone, but I know how I feel. That is very real and horrible.
Well?
How much time do I have?
Today is the 23rd. The date here is the 28th. 10:53 p.m.
There's not a lot of time, is there?
Plenty, if you start to pass it now.
No, I just can't, Professor. I wouldn't give this to my worst enemy, let alone... Hold it. How about Rakatsi?
I wondered how long you would take before you got around to that.
Yes, of course. I'll pass it back to him.
How?
Well, I'll just...
Exactly. Rakatsi obviously knows you. He is going to be on his guard.
Well, can someone else pass it?
No. It must be passed directly.
There must be a way.
Hello?
Liz, Bob Anthony.
Oh.
Liz, I must see you.
I don't understand.
Well, I hate to sound like an old-fashioned melodrama, but it really is a matter of life and death.
All right. Where shall we meet?
Someplace where we can talk. How about, Fischetti's?
Oh, I don't think we should be seen together.
Well, that's not the kind of talk I had in mind, Liz.
I know. I still don't think we should be seen together.
You know? How?
How about the cafeteria at the zoo?
Yeah, okay, but Liz...
Half an hour. Okay, see you. I'm late.
No, you're not. I'm early. What would you like?
Oh, just coffee.
All right, I'll get it for you.
No, I really don't want anything. Why did you call me?
Liz, you wouldn't be surprised and go all girlish on me if I tell you it's because of your relationship with Rakatsi.
No.
Okay. This is going to sound crazy.
Well, try me.
Liz, I have to know everything you know about Rakatsi. Not personal things, but his schedule, his plans, that sort of thing.
Oh.
It's terribly important, Liz.
Yes.
You're not going to ask me why?
No.
When I said it was a matter of life and death, I meant that. You'll have to believe me, Liz.
Well, I do.
You're entitled to an explanation. And you do?
Yes.
You know, I'm making a fool of myself. I'm talking to the wrong person. I just never even considered for a moment that you'd be in it with him.
I'm not.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yes?
Well, how?
I'd rather not discuss.
Well, you've got to, Liz. Don't you see that?
Isn't it enough for you to know that I realize you're in trouble and I want to help?
All right, now it's my turn to ask why.
No comment.
But, Liz...
You're wasting time in arguing. What can I do?
I've already told you. But don't you see that I'll feel better
if you can trust me?
Yes, exactly. This isn't just fun and games for me, Liz. It's
your life.
Then you are in on it, huh?
Look, I know about it. I'm involved, but I have as much to lose as you, maybe more. And that's all I'm going to say.
Do you think he can do it?
More important, what makes you think he can?
Everything I know tells me he cannot.
But
everything I know, everything I've learned, everything that science says doesn't help stop the terrible feeling I have that something is after me, Liz. It's just waiting until it has
10:53 p.m. on the 28th.
That's the date.
What makes you think I can help?
I have one chance to break whatever spell Ragazzi has put on me.
And what's that?
It's just a slim chance, Liz, but a chance. Just take my word for that. If you do want to help, get me the information I want and need.
I'll try. How do I reach you?
Here, this number, anytime, day or night. If I'm not there, I'll get back to you in 5 minutes.
I'll try.
Thanks. And Liz?
Yes?
We haven't got much time.
Time is running out on Robert Anthony. Whatever it is that's following him, or what he honestly believes to be following him, has a target date. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Let us get back with Robert Anthony, under a spell, and convinced that he has now only 24 hours to live. The date set for his death is 10:53 p.m. on the 28th, and it is now the afternoon of the 27th. And Theodore Ragazzi has a visitor.
Liz, come in, my dear, come in.
I took the chance that you'd be home.
Yes, and I am, and I'm delighted. Of course, I shan't be home for long. As you can see, my bags are all packed.
Where are you going?
To my little hideaway up in Perdis. You remember it?
Of course.
As a matter of fact, your dropping in might be called providential. I was going to call you to ask you to drive me.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow night, fairly early. I think it would be wise for me to be out of the city when Anthony meets the demons.
Oh, call it off, Ted.
I beg your pardon?
I'm asking you to call it off.
Call what off, dear Liz? You're much too modern and liberated a young woman actually to believe in demons. Or even more fantastic, that I can control them.
Don't fence with me, Ted. Call it off.
I wonder if I talked with Anthony today, would he write the same review of my book all over again? Or would he have a more open mind?
Why don't you ask him?
I would like to. I would very much like to, but, well, it's not practical. By the way, you haven't said you would drive me up to Perdis.
I cannot. I'm sorry. Ted, I really want...
Cannot? Liz, have you forgotten our little wager?
No.
Don't you think you might owe it to me to be with me when we hear the news of Anthony's death?
Ted, I'm asking you to call it off.
Your bet or...
The whole thing.
My dear, I would like to. I would really like to please you.
Well, then...
There are others involved.
I don't understand.
When you call upon these forces for help, you're taking a very serious step. It is understood that you're not indulging a whim. These forces do not like the idea of being used carelessly. They are not to be toyed with.
I'm sure you could do something.
It's really amazing how you have come full circle in your belief in my powers.
Would it help if I said I believe everything you claim?
It would be an immeasurable aid to my ego.
I mean... Would it help change your mind about Anthony?
I admire you're not asking to get out of our wager. I sincerely admire you for that.
Oh, save your admiration. I'm not asking to be released. I'm telling you that I'm not going through with it.
Oh, you disappoint me, Liz. You really do. But I don't think you can withdraw.
I can do what I want, and I don't want to play this game any longer.
You have no choice.
But I do. We're talking now about my soul. I don't know whether a person has a soul or not.
Take my word for it, Liz. You have a soul.
Oh, fine. But it's mine. And I'm not giving it to anyone.
You have already committed yourself.
To what? To a bet made on the spur of the moment and not in any seriousness. I only made it to keep you happy.
Whatever your motives, you made it. I intend to hold you to it.
Hold me to what? An oral agreement?
In the circles in which I move, it is binding.
And I say no.
And that is most unwise.
Are you threatening me?
Of course. I think you should know that I will be powerless to help if you should change your mind.
I'll remember that.
I advise you to keep it very strongly in mind. And along those lines, you won't change your mind about driving me to Purdis?
I can't. Really.
Then I shall have to take the train.
That seems obvious.
I'm going to ask another favor. For your own sake, it is necessary that you be with me the day after I have won my wager. I would take it kindly if you would get me a ticket on the 9:30 to Purdis.
Ted,
I believe there is such a train. And then I'll give you the keys to my car, and you can drive up the following day.
What makes you think that...
Because of our relationship, I've been extraordinarily patient with you, Liz. Now, you will do me these favors. It may predispose me to have more patience with you on the day my wager is due. Hello?
Bob?
Oh, Liz, I've been waiting for your call. Do you have anything for me?
Well, I don't know whether or not it helps, but he's taking the 9:30 train to Purdy's on the 28th.
9:30? That doesn't give me much time.
For what?
For what I have to do. Liz, that makes it so close. Are you sure about the train and the time?
Positive. I bought the ticket myself.
9:30, huh?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be awfully close. Did he give any reason for picking that particular train?
Well, first he asked me to drive him up. I said I couldn't. And then he told me to get the train ticket. He said...
What? What did he say?
It's not important.
Liz, everything is important. What did he say?
He said that he wants to be out of town when it happens.
Oh, yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Bob?
Yes?
It isn't going to happen, is it?
Liz, I'm trying.
Do you have... Would you honestly think of your chances?
A lot better now than before you called.
Is there anything else I can do?
Yes, pray for me.
And you for me.
What? Why? How are you involved?
Forget I said that.
How can I forget it?
Believe me if I tell you that my problem is... Well, it has something to do with you. But I'll be okay if you're okay.
Oh, you sound like a book title.
Well, at least you can joke.
I hope it isn't gallows humor. Liz, I've got a lot to do. I have a plan. I don't know whether it'll work, but it's made me feel that I can do something. And I'm going to do it.
Good luck.
Bob Anthony! I didn't believe it when you called. How can I help you?
I need a makeup job.
For a TV appearance?
No. I must be disguised so that even my own mother wouldn't know me. Can you do that?
Well, maybe if you tell me what it's for, it might help.
No, I can't tell you. You'll have to take my word that it's deadly serious.
Well, how long will you need to wear the disguise?
4 hours at the outside.
How many people do you want to fool?
One. A man.
Uh-huh. How well does he know you?
Well, that's hard to say. He's not an intimate friend. In fact, I only met him once, but he knew me then.
Yeah, one more question. How does this guy think of you?
Oh, I suppose he sees me as a young smart aleck.
Good. So we have to make you old. Step into my parlor.
Okay. Aren't you going to lock it?
Okay. Sit in that chair over here. Yeah. Now relax. You're too tense.
I'm sorry.
See, now, the hairpiece is no problem. Your head and hairline are easy. But, the eyes...
The eyes?
Exactly. With the hair you have, you can't have those alert brown eyes. Let me see. Watery blue with little veins running through them. Yeah. Okay, now. Ever wear contact lenses?
No, of course not.
You'll love them. slight effort. There. How's your vision?
Well, I can see.
Good. The wrinkles come last, and, I think a little goatee. Yeah. Bushy beard wouldn't be right. Now just put your head back.
Grand Central Station in New York City at 9 o'clock of any evening is a dreary place. The waves of homebound commuters have washed away. The garish light serves only to point up the cruel deterioration of past grandeurs. The waiting rooms are almost empty. It was 9:20 exactly that Robert Anthony, carrying a small suitcase and disguised as an old man, walked slowly up to the ticket window.
Mount Kisco, one way, please.
Anthony walked slowly to the station platform where the 9:30 was about to depart. He wanted to be almost the last one to board the train so that he could locate the car that Ragazzi had selected. He boarded the train and passed through several cars, and then his pounding heart slowed. He saw Ragazzi seated in the middle of the car and with the seat next to him vacant.
Excuse me, would you mind if I put my valise on the rack?
Oh, not at all. Let me help you.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
Not at all. You certainly cut that close.
I'm afraid I don't walk as quickly as I used to. It's hard to get accustomed to growing old.
Yes, I suppose it is.
I hope you'll forgive an old man's curiosity, but that book you're reading...
The Dynamics of Witchcraft.
Yes, that subject has always fascinated me.
Too. Did you ever study it?
No, but when I was younger, Halloween was my favorite holiday. You know, dressing up and trick-or-treating.
Yes, I know.
Oh, that was such great fun.
Yes.
Well, I won't disturb you anymore. I know you're anxious to get on with your reading, but where are you getting off?
Purtis.
Is that before or after Mount Kisco?
After.
I wonder. I mean, I have a tendency to drowse off, you know. I wonder if when we reach Mount Kisco, it would be...
I will let you know.
Excuse me, is it...
It's the next station. Did you have a nice nap?
Oh, yes, very refreshing, thank you. I do hope my nephew will be at the station.
Yes, I'm sure he will.
What time is it?
10:20.
Are we on time?
Well, I don't know. I suppose so, but even if we're running late, I'm sure your nephew will wait.
Yes, I hope so. And when you get old, you seem to worry about everything.
The young have their worries.
But they're not the same, are they?
Sometimes they are. Sometimes a young man can worry himself almost to death.
Oh, that seems such a waste.
Or even worry about dying. Yes. I have known some young people who are simply terrified of dying.
Oh, I didn't think the young gave much thought to death.
Oh, some of them do indeed. Take my word for it.
Oh, it seems strange.
Strange? Old man, I could tell you stories that are beyond belief. Stories that... Well, I seem to be talking a lot.
Well, I enjoy it.
Thank you, but we're coming into Mount Kisco.
Oh, well, I've enjoyed talking to you. And now I'll just get my luggage from the rack. Oh, my. Look what I've done. I've dropped my bag.
Here, let me help you.
No. I've caused you too much trouble. I'll be able to... Oh, your book. I just seem to make things worse.
If you will let me do it, it will be much simpler.
Oh, yes. Thank you. But don't let me return your book. I believe this is yours.
Yes. And now you'd better start if you want to get off and meet your nephew.
Yes. Goodbye, and thank you.
Wait.
What?
You bastard. The paper.
Please, let go of me, my nephew.
Stop.
anything. You're Anthony, I know it. Yes, you're right. And I'm getting off here. Not until you tell me where you hid the curse. That paper you passed to me. Miss your train. Damn the train. Where is it? The paper. I'll do anything. But you know how close it is. This very little time. I beg you, please, for the love of God, tell me where you put that paper. It's in the book. I slipped it in the book when I gave it back to you. The book? Where? Oh, my God. Catch it. Catch it, Anthony. Grab it. No way, Riccozzi. Get it yourself. It's blowing away. You know I'm lost if I don't get that paper. Come back. Come back. I'll get you. Riccozzi, look out. The train.
The end of our story of witchcraft and demons. The obituary notice said that Theodore Riccozzi met his death when he inexplicably ran in front of a southbound express at the Mount Kisco station. Inexplicably? I'll be back shortly. I'm sure we all know what the forces were that made Theodore Riccozzi run in front of the train that killed him. He panicked because of a superstitious belief in the supernatural. That, of course, is the explanation. Or is it? Our cast included Norman Rose, Larry Haynes, Evie Juster, Roger DeKoven, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I am neither judge nor jury, but I can state categorically, as a purveyor of tales and histories, that no one is all evil, or to the contrary, all good. We are the sum of what all our attributes add up to, and we can only be judged by our peers. Or if that seems too literate, by the people who have to live with us, or whose lives may depend on us. That is the substance of the story of Harry Taylor.
Yes? Yes, of course. Send him in. Come in, Harry.
Thank you, Warden.
It isn't the first time you've been in this office.
No, sir. And with due respect, I hope it's the last.
So do I. Harry, I'm not a judge. You were sent to this penitentiary through the due process of law for killing your wife. You've done your time and are now being released on parole. Harry, you've been a model prisoner. I wanted to say goodbye personally.
Thank you. And I hope it is goodbye. I won't harp on the past, but for 25 years, society shut me up for something I didn't do. I just hope to God, and I mean this from the heart, Warden, that I'm never tempted to get even.
Our mystery drama, For Tomorrow We Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Beatrice Straight. If any one of us was unjustly accused and sentenced, upon gaining freedom again, what would our state of mind be? Would we accept injustice as one accepts a major illness? Or in this case, since man was the villain, would we be inclined to think that we had a ticket to retaliation, a right to hit back at society? Was Harry Taylor unjustly accused and sentenced? And did he try to get even? Let's find out.
Just the mail, Mom. I'll get it.
Oh, fine, Pesh. And give Don a call. I'm just about ready to put on the eggs.
I will. Donald Craig, now hear this. You get your rear out of a sling and get downstairs. This is the captain speaking. Repeat that. Your wife.
Your slightest command is my wish. You want me as I am, all wet and dripping from the shower, or should I stop to put on at least a towel, Captain Sir Wife?
I'll take you as you are, you gorgeous, able-bodied hunk. But give Mother a break and put something on.
A fine way to talk. I gave up men with your father.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to change your mind this late. I was just kidding.
Oh, I know, honey. But while you're on the subject of kidding, don't be so smart. There's juice in this old prune yet.
Why, Mom, you know that's kind of embarrassing.
Well, so it evens us up. You've never liked your nickname, but you learned to live with it.
Oh, well, come on. Precious? That's a name for this century?
We shortened it to Pesh. You'd rather go with your grandmother's name, Gertrude?
Oh, no. I'll take Pesh and climb out easy. Here's the mail.
Oh, big thrill. Amanda's boutique has a sale. The Fortune supermarket is reducing all the stringy meat they couldn't sell last month. The oil company's sending a bill you wouldn't believe it. Wait a moment. I hit the jackpot.
What?
A real honest-to-God person letter.
Oh, from who?
The writing I don't recognize. A New York address. The Waldorf Plaza Towers. And...
Oh, what is it?
I don't believe it. Well, I just don't believe it.
Mom, don't believe what?
Harry Taylor. Well, it couldn't be the same Harry Taylor, could it?
I don't know, Mom. Who is Harry Taylor?
Well, if I hadn't married your father, he could just as soon have been your father.
What?
Harry Taylor. Oh, all the years. You go get your husband out of the shower. I'll hold breakfast and let me read this letter to myself. Dear Jessie, I suppose it will seem sort of incredible to you hearing from me after all these years. The reason I'm writing is that I might be making a business visit your way to Cincinnati. The street, Wall Street that is, has been very kind to me through the years. My wife died many years ago, and I was wondering if I could run up to Dayville and take you out to dinner while I was passing through. Unfortunately, time is, like they say, of the essence, so if you could drop me a line in return, I'd know whether I was welcome to call on you or not. You can write me at the above address with fond memories. Hopefully, Harry.
Mom, are you all right?
It's not anything sad or anything like that. It's
Well, then what's with the tears?
just nostalgia. Because this letter took me back so far back.
Is it really from some old beau that you were serious about?
Oh, yes. I sort of broke his heart. Oh, and speaking of that, let's get those eggs broken into the pan before we burn up all the butter.
Well, I'll get the eggs. You're the coffee pourer, Don.
Great. We'll let Jessie handle the toast. And I'll bet that's just what she was 25 years or so ago, the toast of the town.
Oh.
A femme fatale who remains forgotten by a rich New Yorker.
What does he have to say to you, Mom? this old flame?
Well, he's a Wall Street broker, and his wife died many years ago, and he has to come through Cincinnati on business, and he wanted to stop by and say hello. He wants me to write and tell him if I'd like him to.
Oh, are you going to?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe not after all these years.
Oh, you're not that old. You just told me there's life in the old prune yet. In the Waldorf Plaza Towers. Oh, he must be really rich. And you know what, Don?
No.
Well, Mom told me this morning when the letter came that this Harry... what was his name, Mother?
Harry Taylor. Pass me the butter, please, Don.
Harry Taylor. If Mom hadn't married my dad, it could have been him. Bacon's coming up.
He was a boy who wanted to marry me. Oh, go ahead and you start with the toast and eat, Don. You have an office to go to.
Bacon, everybody. Oh, not just any boy, though.
Oh, no. Matter of fact, we were sort of engaged. Oh, till I met your father. Oh, was Harry mad? He was ready to go fight with Jim over me.
I only need one guess why he didn't.
Oh, Jim wouldn't have hurt him. You know how gentle he was.
Oh, sure, but still a jolly green giant. I wouldn't have wanted to tangle with him, I'll tell you.
Oh, Jim would never have hurt a fly, but, well, Harry.
What about Harry?
What a temper he had. I remember.
Remember what?
Well, he kind of scared me. I mean, when he realized he couldn't take on Jim, he had a temper. Oh, the way he carried on, he even threatened to kill me.
Mom!
Oh, of course, he didn't really mean it. But he was a wild one. And kind of sweet. So easy to hurt. Poor boy. Wall Street. Well, he always did have a head for figures.
Yeah, and an eye for him. Jessie, Mama, maybe you'd better let him pass on through and not rake over any old coals.
Well, there might just be a little fire left in them.
Well, it might be just what I need to shake me out of a rut.
Oh, you don't like it here with Don and me?
Oh, of course I do, dear. I have plenty of money to go live by myself if I want to, and I did have an idea that I was going to be useful around here as a built-in babysitter.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, Mom. You won't have to worry till things get a little more unscrambled here. Oh, which reminds me, I've got to scramble, too. I'm due at the store in 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, now, my boss is out of town, so I can be a little late. I'll circle around in the car and drop you off.
Look, Mom, if you want to have your old love here, go ahead.
I never said he was my old love.
Well, I didn't mean it the way that sounded. I just meant your old high school sweetheart or whatever he was.
Yeah, I'd like to get a look at the guy myself. What he could have that Big Jim didn't, I'd like to see.
Why do you think I married Jim, you lunkhead?
Just so you could have Precious here for me to marry.
I told you if you ever called me that name, I'd leave you.
Okay, Gertrude. Bye, Mom.
Oh, you crumb. Bye, Mom. Just call me by my own name.
Oh, yes, Pesh. Sounds like a breakfast cereal. But it's good for you.
Do I really want to see him again? I've lived my life, and it's stopped with Jim 5 years now. But I'm not all that old.
Dear Harry, what a surprise to hear from you again after all these years. You didn't mention any children. I have one. A girl married to a lovely boy practicing law. I mean, he's already a lawyer, but just beginning. If you are coming so near the old town, why don't you stop by for dinner? Or if you like, we have a guest room. Well, it's like in the rumpus room, but the bed is really comfortable, and the kids love to have guests. Please consider yourself one, and this is an invitation. Let me know. I'd love to see you again and renew old acquaintance for old Lang Syne, Jessie. For old Lang Syne. Yeah. If you hadn't turned me down, Jessie, I'd never married Flo. And if I hadn't married that drunken... I might just take you up on that invitation, Jesse. Maybe we could wipe the board clean.
Hi, Jess. Where's my Frau?
In the kitchen.
Oh, boy. Long day. How was yours?
How different can they be, Don? Tuesdays and Thursdays, the hospital service. Friday, bingo. Sunday after service, the women's auxiliary group. Coffee and cookies, courtesy of the membership. The other days passed by without much interruption. Except...
Yes?
That's Harry Taylor. You know, my old boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
I wrote him and said I'd be glad to see him, and I even said he could stay overnight in the rumpus room if he needed a place. I hope you don't mind.
Don't mind? Why would I mind, Jess? This is your house.
Oh, don't be silly. Sure, it's in my name because that's the way Jim left it, but you know everything I've got is yours and Pesha's. I'm just living out my 70 and trying to keep out of your way.
Hey, that you, muscle man?
Here I come, isolating my stomach muscles.
Well, you better start isolating them. You're getting a touch flabby.
Don't feed me so good. Hey, I hear we may have a visitor.
Who?
Your mom's old boyfriend.
Well, why not? Do you mind?
Oh, not me. I just wonder what kind of old fogey he is.
Well, whatever he is, how much can he mean in our lives? If Mom wants a nice sentimental moment of nostalgia...
Yeah, she is entitled. I just hope he won't be a bomb.
Please define that.
I mean a splat. Yeah, a nothing. A big bore. What did you have in mind?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a female animal with funny vibes. I just have a silly hunch it would have been better if he'd never raised his head out of the past. But, like you say, it's Mom's house, and she's entitled to her own guests, no matter how far they climb out of the past. Oh, I just hope he won't be a specter at the feast.
If Pesh Craig could have heard that earlier muttered remark by Harry, maybe we can wipe the board clean. Or if she had known that he was a man who spent nearly half his life in jail for killing a woman, she might have paid more attention to those vibes of hers. But she didn't really take them seriously, nor did her husband Don until later. Or perhaps too late. I'll return in a moment with Act 2. We've all been guilty of such phrases as, I could have killed that wife of mine, or I could have cut his throat for doing that. Typical overstatements, which of course we don't really mean. That is, most of us. Some of us must, because people do kill other people in the heat of anger, and sometimes even in cold blood. Once, Harry Taylor told Jesse Dingman he was ready to kill her for jilting him. But does a man hold that thought, nourish such a grudge for nearly 3 decades? How can one really be sure? Particularly since he spent all that time behind bars for the murder of another woman.
Harry Taylor arrived on a Saturday, so we were all 3 at home to meet him. His arrival was quite something, I might add. Don had offered to drive Mother down to pick him up at Cincinnati Airport. But that's quite a haul from our little town, and he'd called up and said he wouldn't hear of it. He'd rent a car. But, brother, we didn't know he meant a limousine with a chauffeur who ran around to open the car door for him. Old Mrs. Johnstone across the street pretty near put her sharp old nose right through the window, particularly when the chauffeur followed him with a box of flowers big as a coffin almost, and a straw basket full of champagne bottles.
Holy cow, will you look at that coat with a fur collar?
Probably lined with mink. Mom?
Yes, dear?
Daddy Warbucks is here.
Who? Your old flame, I guess. Isn't that Harry Taylor coming up the walk?
I don't know. Well, he's not like the Harry I remembered. Come away from the window. Don't let him see you're staring.
See, you don't suppose this is a case of mistaken identity, do you?
Well, we'll soon find out. You want me to open the door, Mom?
No, let me.
Hello, Jesse.
Harry. Harry, it is you.
I guess I didn't age as well as you. I'd have known you anywheres.
It wasn't that. It's just that you were always in jeans and a windbreaker, and I never saw you in a hat. I'm sorry. Come in. Come in, Harry. It's good to see you.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Jesse. Just kind of took me a while to make up my mind.
Well, I'm glad you did. Oh, won't you ask your friend in?
Oh, that's my chauffeur. Hey, Brody, I'll take the flowers. Jesse, would you show Brody where the kitchen is? I guess that champagne ought to go in the icebox or something.
Champagne?
Well, sure. You know, like the old song or whatever. Eat, drink, and be merry.
For tomorrow we die. Kind of by reflex action, my mind completed the old quotation as Jess brought Harry Taylor in to meet us, while Pesh took the chauffeur out to the kitchen to put the champagne away. And just for a moment, while we were being introduced, looking at the guy, I got some strange vibes myself. I mean, it was his skin tone. He looked sort of dead white, like you think of a corpse. But there was nothing dead about his handshake. That was firm. Matter of fact, since I wasn't expecting it, he almost cracked my knuckles.
I'm pleased to meet you, son. You sure got good taste in mother-in-laws.
Thanks, sir. I feel the same way myself.
Oh, now, don't call me sir. Make it Harry,
Would you like Don to go out and get your bag from the car?
Hmm?
Well, aren't you going to stay with us?
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't want to put you out like that, Jess. I've got some rooms at the hotel.
Oh, but we made plans, and we expected you for dinner.
Oh, that part's all right. That's why I brought the champagne. And then tomorrow I thought you and me could take a ride in the car, or maybe walk down memory lane. Have lunch out at the carriage house.
Oh, but that's so expensive now.
Yeah, it always was. Never could afford it before, and that's why I checked to make sure it was still in business. I have a reservation.
Oh, my. I don't think I have anything to wear.
Well, if you haven't, we'll go out in the morning and buy you something.
The champagne's all put away, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Brody wanted to know if you needed him for anything else.
Oh, no, he can go. What time do you think I ought to have him come back and pick me up?
I don't know. You sure you don't want to stay?
I don't want to be any trouble, Jesse. Just give me an idea.
Look, Mom, I can drive Mr. Taylor.
Harry, please.
Yeah, Harry, back to the hotel. It's only a few blocks.
Well, I'll settle for that. We'll give Brody a night on the town, Although, what he's going to do with it in Dayville, I don't know. If you'll excuse me, I'll just make sure he's got enough money to let him go.
Oh, that good Lord bless us. If I didn't know that was Harry Taylor to look at, I wouldn't believe it.
He is a bit overwhelming. I mean, well, I guess it comes from being rich. And he's real nice, don't you think, Don?
Yeah. He sure is trying to stir things up around here. I don't know if it's good or bad.
Well, what do you mean?
No? It's sort of up to Jess. You may have a kind of hot potato to handle, Mom. Maybe you better watch your step.
With Harry Taylor? Oh, don't be silly. Anytime I can't handle Harry Taylor. Oh, you young sex maniac. Don't feed me any of your 1970s flack. Harry Taylor is nothing but an old friend. It was a lovely evening. I cooked the dinner, but Don and Pesh served it. And by the time dessert came along, lemon meringue pie, that I remember was Harry's favorite. It was almost like Jim was alive again. The room was full of fun and love.
Oh, that pie, Jess. Just like old times.
Say, what firm are you with, Mr. Harry?
Firm?
Yeah, aren't you a broker? I mean on Wall Street?
Well, I was, but I sold out.
Well, kind of a bad time.
Well, not if you know the tricks of the trade.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you were smart enough to anticipate the bull market and sell short.
Yeah, that's the notion, but, if you don't mind, I don't want to talk business. I've got to admit I'm a little tired after the trip from New York. I think maybe I should get back to the hotel early and plan to be rested for a big day tomorrow. I thought maybe after I take your mother to lunch, you could all be my guests at the hotel for dinner.
Oh, I don't see why we should butt in.
Oh, it might be nice for you to have a night out, Pesh. They do have dancing.
Oh, well, yes, that would be nice if we don't make it too late. What's with you, Don? You got some kind of chip on your shoulder?
I can't put my finger on it all the way. It's just a lot of little things.
Like what?
I mean, 3 dozen American Beauty roses to a small dinner in the suburbs?
But I thought he was real cute about that. I mean, 1 for every year we haven't seen each other, and 1 extra to grow on.
4 bottles of champagne for a meatloaf dinner?
Mom made the meatloaf especially for him. When she wrote and invited him, she said she would.
It isn't that, Pesh. It's just... Well, everything's out of whack. Now, he says he's a stockbroker.
Right.
Does he talk like one?
Well, I don't know. I never went to one. How does a stockbroker talk?
And his hands. You get a good look at him?
I suppose so. But what if
Those aren't the hands of a guy who sits behind a desk all day. Those are working man's hands. I mean, they're rough and calloused. Baby, your nice old Harry Taylor is a phony.
But he can't be. He couldn't fool Mom about who he is. She remembers him.
No, I don't mean about who he is. I mean about what he does. Or has been doing. He's not a stockbroker.
How could you tell?
Because you don't sell short in a bull market.
I don't even know what that means.
The important thing is neither does Mr. Harry Taylor. That was obvious when I asked him that question at dinner.
Don, maybe he wasn't paying any attention. He only had eyes for Mom. I don't think he heard half the things we said. And that's why I don't think we should go out to dinner with him tomorrow night.
Look, I asked him a couple of other questions while I was driving him to the hotel. Honey, I've got this gut feeling he's up to something. And I don't want to take any chances on anything happening to Jess.
Oh, Don, now what are you talking about?
I think he's putting on some kind of an act.
Oh, honey.
Yeah, look, the limousine, the roses, champagne, money splattered around like it was going out of style. You know, your dad left your mom pretty comfortably off. And if this should be some kind of sharper who's looking for a lonely widow to keep him comfort for the rest of his life...
Brother, you've been spending too much time around the courthouse. Well, at least I'm glad you didn't come out with what I thought you were going to say.
What?
Well, the way you're acting, you're just kinky enough to come up with some crazy notion that he's fattening the victim for the kill.
Now, what are you talking about?
I mean, what Mom said about 35 years ago when she picked Dad instead of Harry Taylor. First off, he was going to kill Dad, and then he said it would be Mother.
Now, that's really way out. People don't hold grudges for 35 years.
Well, that's what I say. And anyway, you know he never meant it. It's just talk. That kind of thing. Will you leave Mom and Harry alone?
Honey, I'm only trying to protect her.
Well, then butt out, Sir Galahad. Mom doesn't need you. Oh, honey. Did you look at her face tonight when Harry and she were talking old times? Oh, it was lit up like with 100 candles.
You look at the menu, Jessie.
I don't know what I want. You order, Harry.
Well, my eyes are not so good anymore, Jess. Just pick the most expensive and order that. The most expensive everything.
Oh, it won't be too hard. Everything costs an arm and a leg, Harry. I don't want you wasting all your money on me.
Oh, now, there's plenty more where that came from. I got enough to last more than the rest of my life. And nothing to do with it but spend it on you.
Oh, Harry, that was sweet. But money doesn't mean all that much to me.
Spend it while you got it, is the way You You ain't gonna have a chance to. All that long, Jesse.
I guess you gotta leave pretty soon,
Well, kind of depends on the way things work out. Come on, let's order that lunch. Like I keep saying, eat, drink, and be merry. Because tomorrow you could die.
And still the ambivalence remains. Is Harry Taylor the friendly man he seems to be, renewing a fond and old acquaintance? A wealthy and lonely man who recently struck it rich? Or are Don's suspicions warranted? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. One thing you may have noticed about Harry is that he tends to harp on the subject of death. Eat, drink, and be merry. That first time, he did not complete the saying. The second time, in completing it to Jesse, he said, "For tomorrow, you die." Was that just a misquote, a misuse of the pronoun? A few nights later, Harry is bringing her back from the local movie in his limousine.
I'm sorry you have to go back to New York, Harry. In more ways than one.
Like how?
Well, I've been wined and dined and entertained and fussed over and spoiled, I guess, more than in my whole life. But it isn't the money. It's been good to see you again. I'm glad you had business out this way.
Sort of unfinished business. I could maybe stay a little longer.
But I wouldn't want to put you out. I'll miss you, of course, but...
You really mean that?
Well, I have my life here, my little activities, and someday I guess the kids will get old-fashioned enough to provide me with a little grandson or granddaughter, but it's been nice to have a beau again. I do get lonely. All of us do at our age, I guess.
Look, Jesse, I've got an idea. I do have to get back onto New York for a reason, but I got a great idea. Why don't you come with me?
What?
Oh, no. You know what I mean. I don't mean anything wrong. We'll get you a room of your own at the hotel, but New York's where it's at. I mean, we've done Dayville. I took you near everywhere in Cincinnati. But in New York, we got the nightclubs, the musicals, the places to eat, and everything like that. Why don't you come back with me, Jesse?
Oh, I've never been to New York. I've never been much of anywhere, I guess, but imagine Park Avenue, Fifth Avenue.
With all the big stores.
And Rockefeller Center and all the museums and Lincoln Center.
And the Statue of Liberty and Staten Island Ferry. Come on, Jesse. Say you'll go, huh?
Oh, you are tempting me, Harry Taylor. You are tempting me. But if I did, it would only be on one condition.
What's that?
That I pay my own way.
Ah, no, come on,
I
Jesse.
can afford it.
Please say yes.
Well, I'll talk it over with Pesh first, but... Oh, it would be fun to have one fling, since it probably will be my last one.
I think it's crazy. It's even kind of indecent.
What's indecent about it?
I mean, you know, at their age, I mean, it isn't exactly like they're...
brother, listen to the voice of the establishment talking. Is that what I married?
No, it isn't even that.
Oh, honey, I wouldn't worry. My mom may be right with it, but she isn't that far out. And even if she is...
Look. You know what's worrying me? This guy. I'd like to check him out first.
How? Don't tell me private citizens have now got a pipeline to the FBI and the CIA. Oh, stop being such a poop. And if my mother wants to kick up her heels a little, you just get your nose out of the way.
Yes, Miss Bunny. Fine, I'll take it right now. Hello, Waldorf Plaza Towers. This is Mr. Don Craig. I'm a lawyer calling from Dayville, Ohio. What? No. I don't want a reservation. I wanted to talk to one of your permanent guests, Mr. Harry Taylor. Beg pardon? Oh, I see. Well, he might possibly have checked out about a week ago. Would it be possible? Yes, I understand. But, as I said, I'm a lawyer. This is a rather important pending case. Wouldn't want to have to drag the Towers into it. Of course. Yes, I'll be at this number all day. Please call me at the first opportunity. Pesh! You here? Mom? Jess?
For heaven's sakes, Wildman, what is it?
Where's Mom? Jess, she didn't leave yet?
Yes, they took an earlier plane. I tried to reach you at the office, but you were on the phone.
You mean they've left for New York?
Well, they should be there by this time.
But that's... Okay, Miss Wiseguy.
What is it?
Now, let me tell you something. I got a complete checkout from the Waldorf Plaza Towers, and nobody named Harry Taylor ever lived there.
Oh, no. There must be some mistake.
Not the way I see it. Pesh, I'm scared. Look, was Harry here before they left?
Yes, he brought some champagne, and we all had a glass, and wished you were here.
Yeah. Did you wash those glasses yet?
No.
You remember which one was Harry's?
Yeah. The one, right there on the secretary. He said he was the only one who finished his. Mom and I were too excited to take more than a sip.
Yeah, fine. At least we have one lead.
Now, what are you doing?
Wrapping this carefully in my handkerchief, taking it down to police headquarters.
Police headquarters?
That's right. I've got friends down there. We can lift the prints off this glass, check them out.
What?
I've got a real sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. I just woke up to why Harry looked as if he might have been sick.
What do you mean?
That white fish belly color is what you get in a security prison. I get some awful feeling that Harry Taylor is an ex-con.
What?
Yeah, and a long-termer at that. Don Craig here.
Mr. Craig, this is Pete Lasher down at headquarters.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. Good to hear from you.
Sorry, it took a little time to get back to you.
Uh-huh. You find anything?
Yeah. We got a make for you on those prints you handed us. Right out of Central File. Harold Alpha Leslie Taylor. Booked for murder of his wife, April 45. Tried and sentenced for first-degree murder of his wife, Florence Taylor, née Haywood. Sentenced life and committed to security prisons till the year 1971. Released on parole September of that year. No further violations.
Good Lord. How did he murder her?
Drowned her in the bathtub.
And the motive?
According to the transcript, for her money. The dame was loaded. Of course, he never got any of it. That's all I got. Any help to you?
Yeah, thanks, Pete. I don't know how much help it is, but it sure lights a fire under my tail. I'm leaving for New York on the next plane.
Oh, yes. You are the one who called me from some little town in Ohio.
Yeah, that's right. Now I'm following up in person. Are you sure you never had a Harry L. Taylor registered here in your tower apartments?
Good grief. We've been through all of that.
Or anywhere in the hotel?
No.
Or a Mrs. Jessie Lipscomb?
Really, Mr. Craig, you're causing a disturbance, and we just don't tolerate that at the Waldorf.
Any trouble, Miss Grambling?
Well, this man is rather abusive. I have told him we have no record of a Harry L. Taylor at this hotel.
Guest?
Well, of course.
Now, wait a minute. I took it for granted he must be, but you... look, I'm a county assistant DA from Ohio, officer. Do you have any knowledge of a Harry L. Taylor that's connected with this hotel?
Let me see your ID.
Yeah, here.
Okay. Yeah. Harry the horse.
The what?
Let's go over in the corner, Mr.
Mr. Drake. Now, this is important.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll tell you what I know. He was an ex-con. Quiet fella. Never bothered anybody. Night porter on the 60th Street side. All he cared about was keeping his nose clean and handicapping the ponies.
He's still here?
No. You wouldn't believe it, but about 3 weeks ago, he hit the biggest super exacta since the OTB began. He was up to his ears in dough. Well, he treated everybody around here, and then he took off. I ain't seen him since.
So, that's where the money came from. You wouldn't know where he lived, would you?
No, wait a minute. That night he was buying everybody drinks, he gave me his address.
Who is it?
This is Don. Jesse, is that you?
Don? What are you doing in New York? Wait a minute, I'll buzz the door for you. Come on up.
Jesse, are you all right?
Just come in quietly.
Oh, you don't know what Pesh and me have been through.
It works at both ends. Just relax. There's nothing wrong. The doctor's with Harry.
Doctor?
Come in the living room with me a moment and I'll try to explain.
So that's why I came hightailing to New York.
Oh, you're a sweet boy and I love you. But just let me tell you, it's all right, everything you learned. And I can't prove anything except I believe what Harry finally told me. By the time we got here to New York, he was nearly blind, and his sense of balance was gone. Well, that hasn't anything to do with the past. Flo, his first wife, committed suicide or drowned while she was drunk. She was an alcoholic. So the family didn't want Harry to get her money, and they had a lot of pull, so they pushed homicide against Harry. The poor guy had no one to protect him. So he was put away all those years.
But the law, you...
Oh, the law is a wonderful thing if you can get it on your side. Harry, poor dear Harry, is one of life's losers. He just can't win anything. He lost me, for what that's worth, and he lost his freedom for 25 years. And a short while after he came out, he lost his health.
What do you mean?
This is my son, Dr. Hirschfeld. I should say my son-in-law. Could you explain to him about Harry?
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Taylor has one of the rarest diseases in the world. Actually, there are only half a dozen recorded cases. The Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. It's a sudden and virulent disintegration of the nerve elements. It's irreversible, and it is implacably lethal in an incredibly short time. 3 months is the best prognosis. It can start with blindness. Mr. Taylor is almost blind now. Just a matter of time. And that time is already well extended. Mrs. Lipscomb has offered to attend him with whatever other help is needed. A wonderful woman. And that's all I can tell you. Must excuse me now. Unfortunately, life goes on. Or doesn't. There are other patients waiting for me.
Thanks, Doctor. I'll be here when you need me.
I wish there were more like you. Bye.
I can take care of myself, Don.
Yes, I should have realized that.
No. Oh, no, I'm glad you're here. And you can go back and reassure Pesh. And as long as Harry lasts, I can do the same for him. Incidentally, I should tell you that I married him.
You did?
At his request. Oh, and it did give him a little lift. Maybe just an extra lease on life after losing so much of it. And he's still quite active and full of fun. So maybe we still have a little chance to eat, drink, and be merry.
And not to finish that quote till it finishes itself.
Oh, you're a good boy, Don. I'm glad you married my daughter.
As it happened, Harry lived quite a bit longer than expected. And Pesh, joining them in New York, was able to appreciate not only the excitement of the big city, but the gentle appreciation of a new father. Harry died quietly in his sleep, not troubling anyone. But at the last, his life was not in vain.
because he borrowed his own immortality in the memory of 3 people who loved him. Jesse, Pesh, and in the end, the doubting Thomas, Don. I'll be back shortly. There isn't much to say about a story like this, except whatever doubts we may have about human nature are fortunately balanced, at times even to our shame, by its resilience and its essential morality. If you don't believe such a statement, heaven help you. And if you do, then there is no question that he will. Our cast included Beatrice Straight, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, Russell Horton, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Over 2/3 of the globe on which we live is water. The oceans, the sea. From the beginning of time, that sea around us has been a source of mystery, an enormous watery world of fear of the unknown. To some, like the great American poet Walt Whitman, it was also a place of miracles. To me, he said, the sea is a continuous miracle. The fishes that swim, the rocks, the motion of the waves, the ships with men in them. What stranger miracles are there? Our mystery drama, City of the Dead, was adapted from the H.G. Wells short story, In the Abyss, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori and Earl Hammond. The year is 1896, more than 80 years ago. In a marine biological laboratory in New England, a little group of scientists and technicians are gathered before Dr. Stanley Weybridge, director of the Institute and chief of a newly developing science called oceanographic studies. He stands, pointer in hand, before an enlarged wall map of the Caribbean Sea, as he concludes a briefing on the most adventurous, the most perilous project ever undertaken by the Institute.
I cannot say, gentlemen, that the plan is without danger. I wish I could. Indeed, there is every risk imaginable. But I assure you that no precaution, even the most minute, will be overlooked. Every safety device we know of will be used. Are there any questions? Yes, Sam?
Dr. Weybridge, will you tell us a little more about the place we're going to, the Cambridge Trough?
Well, it starts about here on the map, deep off the coast of Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
Here you see how it follows a southwesterly course for almost 1,000 miles to the Pacific coast of Guatemala. Yes, Star?
That big crack on the map there.
Well, that huge crack in the surface of the Earth was produced by movements within the Earth. Movements which have never really stopped.
which accounts for the frequent earthquakes in that part of the world. So far as we know, the trough is the deepest point of the sea on the entire face of the globe.
Do we know how deep the trough is?
Well, we've taken soundings. In some places, over 22,000 feet. That's more than 4 miles.
And in 6 months from now, that's where Starr and I will be making the dive.
Correct. The mother ship, the Captain Nemo, will be stationed right about here.
Mm-hmm.
Not far off the coast of Grand Cayman Island itself.
And the Poseidon, our little home away from home, the steel globe that will be our transportation to the bottom of nowhere,
will be detached and dropped from the stern of the Nemo from this scaffolding, here on the drawing. It's constructed of 3-inch steel, 8 feet in diameter.
With all the comforts of home, right? Special air cushions padding the inside, 2 portholes near the bottom of the craft.
So we can play peekaboo with the barracudas.
The windows of the portholes are made of a special variety of glass, 3 inches thick, to withstand the pressures you will meet at that depth.
Dr. Weybridge, we have volunteered for what I'm sure will turn out to be a huge barrel of fun. A little dangerous, maybe, but fun.
Sam, be serious for a moment. I give you my word that everything will be minutely inspected. The ballast device for submerging and getting back up again, the pressure mechanisms, the depth indicator, the oxygen supply, the Myers apparatus for purging the carbon dioxide you'll be exhaling. We've thought of everything.
Everything except that we won't be able to communicate with you on the surface in case of trouble.
Well, that is true. It's the one thing we'd like to do, but we can't.
I understand. Once we start down, we'll be free-floating, entirely on our own.
For the next 6 months, you two will go through the most intensive training possible in handling the sphere. I wish I were young enough to see for myself firsthand the things you're going to see.
Have you any idea? Like what?
No, not exactly. But there have to be things down there that no living man has ever experienced. Things that go beyond the wildest dreams of our imagination. Sam, Starr, the day has come when man, through you, is about to probe some of the darkest mysteries of the universe.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge, for permitting my wife to come aboard.
Oh, Doris is one of the best research assistants the Institute's ever had. She's more than welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. I envy Sam and Starr. I wish I were going with them.
You picked a perfect day for this Caribbean holiday, didn't you, Doctor?
Yes, clear sky, blazing sun, and a gentle swell. Water temperatures nearly 80.
An ideal day for swinging those 20 tons of iron out into the briny.
To say nothing of the 2 utterly defenseless young men inside that iron. You know, Doctor, last night Doris and I were making some quick calculations. Now, at the surface, the pressure is 14 pounds per square inch.
Right.
30 feet down, it's double that, right? And at a mile, that's 5,280 feet.
The pressure becomes something like 1.5 tons per square inch.
And at 5 miles...
Yes, I know. But you've got the steel walls of the globe to protect you. And the globe is pressurized. Now, we put that sphere through every test we could think of. The margin for error has been reduced to the absolute minimum. Well, it's 11:56, boys. 4 minutes till noon, and the descent of the Poseidon. Prepare to climb the scaffolding for boarding.
Yes, sir.
Ready, sir.
One final review of the procedure. Now, the 2 of you will let yourselves into the open porthole. It will then be screwed into place from the outside. The sphere will be hoisted over the side, the lines cut, and the sphere dropped into the sea. You understand?
Oh, yes, we understand, sir. And once in the water, only we have control of the ballast.
Right. You will regulate ballast so as to let yourselves down gently. 35 minutes for the descent, and then an hour for observation, and 2 hours for coming up. Total, little over 3.5 hours. Your oxygen supply is good for 5 hours. For each of you.
Well, we'll watch it like hawks.
And the pressure indicators.
We'll be lying off a couple of miles to the southeast. So you don't collide with us as you service. Any questions?
One last request, sir, if there's time. I'd like to kiss my wife.
I love you, Sam.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I think everything's going to be fine. Just 100% fine. Oh, and remember, we've got a big date for a turtle steak when I get back up. At exactly 12 noon, they swung us overboard. My heart nearly burst with excitement as they let us down foot by foot to the surface of the water. And then they cut the line that attached us to the tackle above us. For a moment, we seemed to be stationary. And then with a gigantic splash, the sea closed over us, and we started our journey. Well, this is it, Star. What are you thinking?
How my mother always hoped I'd grow up to be a brilliant criminal lawyer instead of a marine biologist.
That's very funny. So did my mother. Only she wanted me to be a doctor. Look above you, Star.
I'm trying to, but that huge burst of air bubbles shooting upward is blocking the view.
Well, they're just about gone by now. How quickly the color of the sea changes. From light greenish blue, darker and darker, to that rich blue of stained glass windows.
Yes. Now it's almost midnight blue.
Yeah. How far down are we?
A little over 600 feet.
Good. Mark that in your log. Absolutely pitch black already. It's like velvet.
Yeah, I better turn on the electric spot.
No, not just yet. Take a look at those.
Why, it's like a whole world of tiny blinking lights. What do you suppose they are?
Not the faintest idea. They're flashing by so fast, like streaks of green lightning.
Some of them strung together like a train racing by on a very dark night.
All right, turn on the floodlights.
Oh, no. They all disappeared with the light. Oh, wait a minute. Will you take a look at that?
The famous reverse snowfall Weybridge and the divers told us about, as if millions and millions of little snowflakes were falling up as we go plunging down.
Some of them living creatures, and the others the remains of those that have died, right?
Head of the class, Mr. Norton.
Just keep your fingers crossed that we don't wind up as part of a reverse snowfall.
We kept on falling. Down, faster and faster. It was like being in an elevator in one of those new skyscrapers, and the cable that holds it in place suddenly breaks, and you keep going down, waiting for the inevitable crash that will destroy it, and you. You all right, Star? You look a little uncomfortable.
It's got a little warm.
Yeah, well, I guess we underestimated the effect of the friction of the globe against the water. We'd better take off some of these heavy clothes. Careful. Don't touch the glass of the porthole. You might burn yourself. Where are we?
Over 10,000 feet, nearly 2 miles.
Hey, see how the sides of the trough, the trench walls keep going straight up and down like the sides of an underseas mountain.
Which is what it really is. The water temperature outside must be close to 0 at this depth.
Yes, I would think so.
Let's hope Weybridge was right. That the windows of the portholes will hold up against the pressure and against the contrast in temperatures inside and outside the sphere. We're past 21,000 feet.
And still dropping. Oh, there's got to be an end. You all right?
Oh, yes, great. You?
I'm pretty warm. I'm going to take my shirt off.
Me too. I'm bathed in perspiration.
Any change in the scenery?
Just more slabs of rock. Once in a while, a huge, gigantic sponge growing out of the rock. Then there's some coral, a few jellyfish. No, not much else at the moment.
Well, I think we've come to the last stop, Star. Whew, what you reading?
It's almost 26,000 feet. Wow, can you believe it? 5 miles.
Turn the lights on all over the place. Star, it's beautiful. It's just beautiful.
Not many fish.
Well, at this depth, what do you expect? Well, there are a few, and they're so brightly colored.
Yes, in spite of the darkness.
They must be some kind of built-in headlights that we can't see, that lets them see one another.
I'd say all of them are blind.
Maybe. Hey, hold it, Star, hold it. Look at that big one coming right at us.
The size of him. And how slow he moves. Oh, he must be the grandfather of everything down here.
He's pushing his nose right against the glass.
How can he live under this pressure?
Oh, I don't know, but the fact is he's very much alive. And that is what I find so hard to believe.
Well, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Star, either I'm dreaming and this is all some kind of crazy nightmare, or...
Or what?
Take a very good look at old Grandpa out there.
What about him?
Star, that species of fish has been dead, extinct for over 100 million years.
Scientists tell us that every form of living thing had its beginnings in the sea. That the morning of the world was started in the depths of the oceans, in the dark, backward and abysm of time, as Shakespeare put it. Sam Elstead and Star Norton have been startled by the sight of a living, prehistoric fish, a species that died out long before there ever was a man on Earth. What other wonders will their strange journey to the bottom of the sea lead them to? I shall return shortly with Act 2. In 1896, the time of our story, the airplane, the automobile, radio, all were but a gleam in the brain of geniuses, nothing more. These discoveries were yet to come. The two young biologists of our tale have already accomplished a miracle never before attempted by man. In their specially constructed iron globe, equipped with every scientific device known at the time, they have probed 5 miles below sea level to the bottommost part of the oceans. In the interest of enlarging man's knowledge of the world about him, as well as the world beneath him, they have made their first amazing discovery.
Take a look at that fish, Star. Do you remember ever having seen anything like it before?
Well, I'm not sure, but there's something very familiar about it.
Back at college, when we were reading about things like dinosaurs and brontosaurs and all those kind of fantastic animals that lived millions of years ago.
Yes? What about them?
Yeah, well, those were the land animals. Do you remember what was in the sea?
Let me see now. There was this one fish that was the ancestor of all the amphibians, and as time went on, of other vertebrates on land.
What was the name of it? Does the name coelacanth ring any kind of a bell?
Of course, coelacanth. With the overdeveloped fins that grew strong enough to get it out of the water and onto the land.
Exactly. Now take another look at old Grandpa out there.
A coelacanth.
That's what it is.
But there isn't any such thing. Not anymore. They've become extinct. They died out with the dinosaurs.
That's exactly the point. Those prehistoric monsters died out over 100 million years ago. Only nobody ever told that to our friend out there.
What's that? A storm?
Down here? Are you out of your mind?
Then what is it? The noise seems to have stopped. Did you feel anything, Sam?
Well, it must have been some sort of a minor tremor.
Did you see how old Grandpa skidded away into a cave when the noise began?
Star, are you finding it hard to breathe?
Not really. Well, maybe. A little. I have this slight headache. I'll make a note of it.
Okay, well, now, why don't you take it easy for a couple of minutes? I'll take over while you rest. I sat looking through the window of the porthole, fascinated by what I saw. There were hundreds of small, large-eyed things, all of them certainly blind, crawling sluggishly like little lobsters across the track of our lights, leaving furrowed trails behind them. I made notes of everything. Suddenly, I saw the outlines of something working its way slowly, threateningly toward the Poseidon. It was upright and seemed as tall as a man. What do you suppose that is out there?
I don't know. I can only see the dim outlines.
But it's coming closer. It's not swimming. It seems to be walking. Here, focus your light onto its head.
Okay, yeah, there we are.
Shut its eyes to close out the light. What is it? An animal of some kind. I think it's not a fish.
Certainly no kind of fish we've ever seen.
It seems to be standing upright on two strong legs, balancing itself on a long, thick tail. Look at its dark purple head, like a lizard or an iguana. And two large protruding eyes bulging out of their sockets, like a grog or a toad. Look, Star, where the ears should be, there are two large gill covers.
I see. And threads or filaments floating out of them like the branches of a tree. What can they be?
I have no idea. Here, move the light a bit.
As long as we keep the light on it, it stands still. But when we move the light, it moves.
Its skin is so loose, it's almost as if it were wearing clothes. Look at its paws or fins.
Yeah, whatever they are.
They're shaped like hands, like the hands of a man. Look, he's holding something in one of them. A long shaft of bone tipped with copper.
Like a hammer of some kind. A sledgehammer. That face. It's almost human. It's grotesque, distorted maybe. But those are the features of a living man. Sam, look what it's doing now.
It's blinking its eyes open.
Shading them with its free hand against our light.
Now it's opening its mouth, as if it were trying to say something. I'll turn on the listening device. Why is he bellowing that way? What does it mean? What do you suppose he wants? I don't know, Star, but I think we're about to find out. Hey, it's speaking. It's asking who we are. He's coming closer.
Do we answer?
No. Stay perfectly still. Don't move. Say nothing. Look at him now, moving sideways to get out of the glare of our light. He's disappeared. I can't see him.
No, neither can I. He may have moved around to the back of us. He's around somewhere, hiding. What's that?
The whole globe is swaying. Star, look. Look at the glass. Peering right into the porthole. Their noses pressed against the glass. Their popping eyes staring in on us. Now, there are two of them.
Another cup of coffee, Mrs. Elstead?
Thank you, Dr. Weybridge. We'll make this the last one. What time is it now?
You just asked.
Did I?
It's almost 2 o'clock. The boys have surely started up on their way back now.
Oh, I hope so. If they could only get through to us some way.
Well, all they have to do is put the clockwork mechanism in action, and up they go.
And that's foolproof.
Nothing is absolutely foolproof, my dear. But there's nothing to be concerned about. It's all so simple. The mechanism outside the globe releases a spring knife.
The knife cuts the cord that holds the ballast?
Exactly. And then they just get rid of enough ballast for them to float upward to the surface. Matter of a couple of hours, more or less.
Another hour and a half, then?
By 3:30, you should have your husband right back here on the deck of the Nemo.
What on earth are those monkeys trying to do, banging on the outside of the sphere with those sledgehammers?
Every once in a while, they stop and peer in through the portholes.
Get away from there! Stop that banging!
They're looking in on us to see what effect their hammering is having on us. Star, what's our depth?
It's still 26,000.
Pressure?
Satisfactory.
Oxygen?
Enough to stay submerged for at least another hour. If we have to, before surfacing.
And the mechanism for the release of the ballast?
Ready. Anytime you say, Sam.
All right.
I took a particular care of that one myself before we came down here.
If we get anywhere near the ballast release or the glass of the porthole windows, we're in real trouble.
I'm going to turn on the listening device. Hear what they're saying. I'm finding it a little hard to breathe. I don't find breathing any easier than you do. Then what is it?
I don't know. All right, turn on the face.
What do you hear? What are they? Quiet. Let me listen.
Come, all of you. See what is here. Come, help us destroy it.
Turn it off. You hear what he said?
I heard.
They declared war on us, Star. And we haven't a single weapon to fight back with, except one. Now, it's the only thing we can do. We've got to cut our ballast lines and get out of here as fast as our ship will take us.
Yes, there's no choice.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Hey, Star.
Yeah?
Star, I think we're moving.
Oh, we certainly are.
Yeah, but not up. As much as sidewise.
Well, how could that be?
I don't know, but the sphere is beginning to spin.
I think we're being drawn through the water. Do you see anything?
No, nothing. Nothing. There's nobody out there. We've got to get out of here just as fast as we can.
Those monsters out there have probably attached a line of some kind to the sphere.
Well, if they have, once we cut the ballast lines and start shooting up to the surface, we'll rip that line right out of their ugly little hands. Nothing will hold us back.
Why do you suppose they're towing us away?
I wouldn't know. You look at them. Can you see them, Star?
There must be at least 500 of them.
Yeah, jumping around like a pack of crazy kangaroos.
And they are pulling us.
Well, let them. And let us keep our minds on getting up to the Nemo. Weybridge calculated about 2 hours for the ascent.
Could we drop more ballast than we planned and get up any sooner?
No, I wouldn't dare. If the slightest thing went wrong, we'd both get to the surface all right, but as a couple of corpses. Hey, how are you feeling?
It's not too well, Sam. That headache has tightened around my head like an iron band.
Oh, no. No, not another earthquake. Here, take this handkerchief, Star. You've got a bit of a nosebleed.
I don't feel too well at all, Sam. I think I'm going to pass out.
Well, not before we put the clockwork into action. Get rid of some of this ballast. Steady, Star, steady. While I regulate the pressure gauge and the oxygen control, you cut half the ballast. Now, Star, now. What are you waiting for?
It's stuck, Sam. It's not working. The mechanism's gone dead.
Are you out of your mind? It's got to work.
Then you make it. See for yourself. Nothing's happening.
Maybe a piece of seaweed or something has temporarily jammed it.
Sam.
What?
Our friends out there.
Yeah?
Is it possible they knew our lives depended on that ballast mechanism and that they have destroyed it by knocking it out with their sledgehammers?
Hey, you may be right. But we've got to keep trying, Star. We have got to.
Between those crazy devils out there and what may be an earthquake, we're in trouble.
Very serious trouble.
In this strange world of heavy blackness, a swarm of luminous, man-sized creatures, looking almost human, have appeared outside the iron globe, Poseidon. They have lifted it off the bottom of the sea. The attempts of young Elstead and Norton to break away, to rise to the surface and the safety of the mothership, seem to be thwarted by these weird sea animals who are dragging them off to where? To Act 3, of course. I shall return shortly. The sea, we have been told, is the right-hand man of time. Every secret since the beginning of time lies hidden somewhere in the water's depths. The time in this instance is 1896. Outside the underwater globe Poseidon, a funnel of pale light pierces the darkness for a few yards, disclosing the peaceful, undulating expanses of graying white ooze, broken here and there by the tangled thickets of a growth of sea lilies, waving their hungry tentacles. Inside the metal globe, two men scramble desperately to free themselves from what seems to be the inevitable, to escape from the perils of the unknown to the safety of the known.
Star, you've got to cut the lines on that ballast. Every extra minute we stay down here is another minute off our lives.
I'm doing the best I can, Sam. The cutting mechanism, it just isn't working. I'm almost sure those devils smashed the clockwork mechanism.
We have got to go on hoping that they didn't. That it's only being blocked by something.
I hope you're right.
Well, I'm turning the oxygen supply down a bit.
And the apparatus for purging what we breathe out, up. Oh, no, not too much, Sam. I'm having trouble enough breathing as it is, and so are you.
Well, I'm going to crouch down low, close to the lower porthole. I'm going to throw my way to that side. Maybe I can get a look at what's happening below us.
It's a good idea. Do you see anything?
No, it's just some huge cracks in the sea bottom. I can just barely make them out.
Anything else?
No, our friends have some kind of cable on us. They're still very much with us.
Oh, I'd give anything to know.
Where they're taking us?
Yes.
Well, wherever it is, Star. Well, let's hope it's soon. Because the way things are going...
You don't have to say it. Sooner or later, that oxygen gauge is going to read a perfectly round zero.
Yeah, which we will never see. Then it won't matter where those monkeys have taken us, will it? Oh, any luck in the ballast lines?
No, nothing.
You know, I've heard of dead men being buried at sea. This may be the first time it's going to happen to two men who are still alive. What time is it, Star?
Nearly 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I hope my wife won't be too disappointed if she doesn't have turtle steak for dinner tonight.
Isn't there anything we can do, Dr. Weybridge?
Well, for the past hour, we've been sweeping slowly in a spiral around the spot where the Poseidon submerged.
With no sign of it. I don't think I can stand it any longer, Dr. Weybridge.
Now, you've got to get hold of yourself, Doris.
What possibly could have happened?
I couldn't say.
Maybe the windows burst in on them and mashed them to pieces.
Oh, I doubt that very much.
Maybe the clockwork's gone wrong?
Well, that's not very likely either.
But if it has, Sam and Star are down there 5 miles under our feet. In the cold and the dark, anchored in that little bubble of yours. Counting off the minutes of life that are still left
Now,
to them.
Doris, stop that. Stop it and listen to me. If anything serious has gone wrong, and I'm sure it hasn't, remember, they have enough oxygen for another good hour at least. It's too soon to start worrying. You've got to be patient.
Oh, if there were only something we could do.
Now, stop that, Doris. Stop it.
I can't help it. It's so funny. What pitiful, arrogant little creatures we humans are. Down there, miles and miles of water reaching to Lord knows where. And this beautiful blue sky stretching out over us with no end. And we, proud, insignificant little pygmies, feel we have to conquer it all. Why do we have to stick our big noses into every unknown secret of the universe? Why can't we let things alone?
Do you see anything?
Oh, you stopped moving.
The spinning stopped. So's the rocking.
Something funny is happening out there. It seems to have got lighter, as if there were a broad horizon and a pale, luminous sky.
And our friends?
They've got us suspended like a balloon, some 100 or so feet above the bottom. There seem to be thousands of them.
No. What is it?
Star. There's a whole city down there. Streets and houses and waving trees spread all over the place. And there's a building much taller than the rest. It looks like a ruined abbey or a cathedral of some kind. Take a look for yourself.
You're absolutely right. It's all laid out like a big map. But none of the houses have a roof. Look, you can see inside every one of them.
Everything's so white.
Sam, where are we? Where have they taken us?
They've got us inside the walls now. They're made of waterlogged wood and twisted copper wire rope and iron spars and...
Yeah, and what?
The dead white bones and skulls of human beings. All over the place. In zigzag lines and spirals and curves.
Let me take a look. Thousands of silvery little fish darting in and out of the eye sockets.
Look at those devils now. What are they up to?
Lying down flat on their bellies, prostrating themselves in front of our globe.
All except that very tall one standing in front of them.
Yes.
On top of a platform encrusted with more skulls and bones.
Oh, it's a woman.
Her scales, or whatever they are, look like a shining robe of some kind.
And she's got a crown on her head.
She just stands there above the rest of them, opening and shutting that snake mouth of hers as if she were leading the others in some kind of prayer.
I'm turning on the listening device.
Oh, beloved people of perpetual night, lend ear to what I say. It has been told that there exists another world above us, a strange heaven of lights called the sun, the moon, the stars.
It seems she's the high priestess of this place. Listen.
The ancient scrolls tell of fantastic creatures who inhabit this unknown world. Creatures who breathe air, who know of a thing called fire, whose blood is warm. We know them from the bones and from the skulls we have collected.
Do you suppose... Shut up.
2 of these shining creatures have rained down upon us like a blessed meteor out of the mysterious blackness of our watery sky. We must show them our reverence and our love. These are the gods that were described in our ancient writings. These are the gods to whom we must do honor.
She's talking about us, Sam.
I know.
We must now release them from the star that brought them to us, so we may worship them with fullness of heart. You may proceed.
What are they going to do?
You hear? They're going to release us from our star. They're going to open this thing and let us out.
No, but that's a certain death sentence.
That's the choice. Suffocation from lack of oxygen or drowning.
They're back at the windows. If they manage to crack one of them...
No, it's not likely. The glass is 3 inches thick.
Stop! Something's happening.
I can feel it.
The line they attached to us. So it's loose. It's been torn out of their hands.
Well, it's been cut by the rocks. We're going up, Star. I can't believe it. We're rising up. Up! We could feel the impact of the globe shooting up to the surface, slowed only by some of the lead ballast that was still attached to it. Star had already passed out. Then, something like a huge wheel was suddenly released in my head, spinning around and around. I fought with every ounce of strength left in my body to hold on, but in seconds, I too collapsed and lost consciousness completely. The next thing I saw was the face of my wife looking anxiously into mine.
Are you all right, darling?
I suppose so. Where's Star?
Still with the ship's doctor.
The doctor says he'll be all right.
Well, you had us all worried there for a while, Sam. But we're glad you're back.
You have no idea how glad I am to be back, Dr. Weybridge.
What happened?
Let's say we had a couple of anxious moments.
The main thing is you're here.
Whatever it was, you're very lucky. The doctor says that you'll both be back to your normal selves in a couple of days.
Where did we surface, Doctor? I blacked out before I could tell.
The Poseidon shot up out of the water not more than a quarter of a mile from where we were waiting. We unscrewed the hatch and found the two of you lying crumpled up on the bottom.
They couldn't tell whether you were dead or alive. What really made us swallow hard was the fact that you had only 6 minutes of oxygen left.
6 minutes?
That's all.
What's that you're holding in your hand, Doctor?
Well, I thought after you were rested you might be able to tell me.
Well, what is it?
Well, in going over the outside of the sphere, one of the boys found these two little things jammed into the clockwork mechanism.
May I see them, please?
Handle them carefully, Doris. They're a specimen of sea animal I've never seen in my entire professional experience.
About 5 inches long. Head's like a lizard of some kind. Strong legs, wide, flat tail.
Look at the pectoral fins, if you can call them that. They're like little human hands.
Their faces, in some peculiar way, look pretty human, too.
Did you come across any of them down there, Sam?
Well, we saw something like them, but what we saw was longer than 5 inches.
I remind you that seen through the 3-inch thick glass of your portholes, they would have been magnified.
Magnified? Of course.
Yes, at least 12 or 15 times. From where you sat, one of these fellows, if you had seen them, would have appeared to have been almost as big as a man.
As big as a man? What do you think it is, Doctor?
Well, I can't be sure. But what you brought up may well be a kind of prehistoric cross between some kind of fish, a hangover from a long-forgotten past, and what millions of years later was to evolve into a man.
If I told you we'd seen thousands of them, that they attacked us, and that their top lady tried to make gods of us, would you say that we had gone out of our minds?
No, not out of your minds, but definitely out of this world.
Some scientists have stated, without equivocation, that they see no reason why, under certain conditions, intelligent, water-breathing vertebrates could not live at the bottom of the deepest sea. Of course, you're entirely free to disagree with the scientists and say that Elstead and Norton, suffering from a lack of oxygen, may have dreamed the whole thing up. The choice is entirely yours. I shall be back shortly. In February 1976, 3 men in a craft called the Alvin actually made a journey 2 miles deep into the waters of the Caribbean off Grand Cayman Island. Their findings were little short of astonishing. What is most remarkable is that so many of the things they saw were identical to what H.G. Wells created out of his imagination over 80 years ago in the story you have just heard. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Earl Hammond, Court Benson, and Catherine Byers. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
10:21 a.m. Seattle.
CBS News. Mr. Carter restates and toughens his stance on Yugoslavia. I'm Jerry Landay reporting on the CBS radio network. In his first news conference since the election victory, President-elect Jimmy Carter drew back from a controversial campaign declaration that he would never send American troops to the defense of independent Yugoslavia in event of a Russian invasion.
If the Soviet Union should invade Yugoslavia, that this would be an extremely serious breach of peace. It would be a threat to the entire world. As far as a peaceful world is concerned, it would make it almost impossible for us to continue under the broad, generic sense of détente. And whether or not we actually committed troops to Yugoslavia would be conjectural. My opinion is that would be unlikely, but I would have to make a decision on a final basis at that point.
In Plains, Georgia, Mr. Carter said a tax cut for those on the lower end of the income scale is a strong possibility if the economy stays soft when he takes office. But he made it clear it's still too early to talk about his cabinet appointments or his priorities.
Whether we'll move first, though, on health care or welfare reform or government reorganization or energy policy or tax reform, those sequence of major proposals will have to be evolved in the weeks to come. I do not know the sequence yet.
Reporters pressed Mr. Carter on whether the narrowness of the election denied him a mandate to enact his program. Carter declared that a number of presidents have both reigned and governed, though elected with less than a majority of the popular vote, and said he'll press his program aggressively. But Congressman John Anderson of Illinois, chairman of the House Republican Conference, offered a caution.
I think he would be well advised to take a very modest view of the extent of his mandate. As a matter of fact, I think that when you win as narrowly as he did, there's some question in my mind as to whether there's any mandate at all.
Anderson adding the business climate had greater need of confidence than a tax cut to restore momentum to the economy. Britain's Labour government has lost its overall majority in the House of Commons, but officials insisted Labour can continue to govern with the support of 4 non-Labour members and that Prime Minister Callaghan will not call for an early general election. Labour, beset by inflation and a falling pound, sustained the parliamentary losses in special elections for vacant seats in the House of Commons. Opposition Conservatives picked up 2 seats in what are considered Labourite strongholds. Japan's Deputy Prime Minister Takeo Fukuda has resigned from the cabinet. Fukuda is the principal rival to Prime Minister Takeo Miki and has been trying to oust Miki for his handling of the Lockheed bribe scandal. But Miki has steadfastly refused to quit. There's to be a general election in Japan in a month's time. The official newspaper of Egypt, Al-Ahram, has called on other Arab states to consider mending their fences with the Soviet Union. The newspaper also suggested resort to possible new ways of using the oil weapon. This, says the paper, as a result of the pro-Israeli policies of President-elect Jimmy Carter. Adjusted and corrected vote totals in Ohio show that Jimmy Carter's margin of victory over President Ford has slipped below 5,000 votes, the narrowest presidential margin there in nearly a century. I'm Jerry Landay, CBS News.
Vice President-elect Mondale now has had his first taste of what it's like to be vice president. He was featured along with President-elect Carter Thursday night in what was billed in advance as a Plains, Georgia joint news conference. The session lasted 30 minutes. No one asked Mondale a single question. I'm Mike Stanley, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Justice, the noblest creation and the highest ideal of man. The foundation of all religion and the cornerstone of every law. Justice, the birthright of every human being on the face of the earth. Justice, we're brought up to believe in it, to expect it. But what about those people who suddenly discover that for them, there isn't any justice? Our mystery drama, Only the Dead Remember, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts and Mandel Kramer. For a long time, ever since he came home from one of our wars, Eddie Benson has been looking for someone. Those vital years of his life that might have been invested in a career, devoted to a family, have instead been devoured by an all-consuming search as Eddie Benson roamed the length and breadth of America, supporting himself by his nimble and sensitive fingers, playing the piano, in grimy saloons, in sophisticated night spots, but always looking, always listening, ever alert for a clue that could lead to his quarry. Well, now, tonight, suddenly the manhunt will come to an end in a cocktail lounge in a northwestern city just a few minutes before midnight. Odd how a search so intense could be climaxed by a discovery so casual. How so serious and deadly a crusade can be capped with a laugh. That laugh. Eddie Benson hasn't heard that laugh in years. That laugh. He would recognize it anywhere. It could only belong to one person. And now Eddie's fingers slide softly and swiftly over the keyboard and find a melody. A pretty little melody that has a special meaning for certain people. Especially for that comfortable-looking man at the corner table. The man with that laugh.
So I said to her, my dear, if I were to get married again, it'd be the triumph of hope over experience.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Jackson. That's a good one, all right. Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Jackson?
The matter?
You okay? You got a funny look on your face all of a sudden.
Hey, Millie.
You didn't get sick or something.
Who's that? Who's that playing the piano tonight?
Oh, there's some guy filling in for Woody. You know him?
No. For a minute, though, I thought he may have looked familiar. That's just my imagination. Millie?
What is it, Mr. Jackson?
Ask him if he'll,
You got a request, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, I have. Ask him to quit playing that song.
You don't like it? It's kind of a catchy tune.
Just give him this. Tell him to play something else.
Eddie.
You got a request.
Request in reverse. Customer says to take this $10 and quit playing what you're playing now.
What's his character's name?
Jackson. R.J. Jackson.
I see. R.J. Jackson. Does he, live around here?
Oh, up on the hill. All kinds of money.
Figures.
Huh?
It's funny, Millie. How it ends. Where it ends. There were times I thought it would never end. All these years, it kind of took over, you know. It became a way of life.
Look, I wish I knew what you were talking about.
No, you don't, Millie. I think I'll split.
You mean walk out? You can't just walk out on the
How'd you like to make $10?
All depends.
You keep the 10 spot, and as soon as I'm out of here, you go up to him, good old R.J. Jackson, see, and you say to him, Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
You're kidding.
Say it. You're $10 ahead.
Yeah, but you can't just quit in the middle of playing.
Remember the chickens, Millie. See you around.
Yeah. Oh, boy. The more I get to know musicians. Huh. Now, how'd that go? Mother Hennessy's chickens. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, the piano player, he wanted me to tell you something.
Yeah? I bet it's thanks. That's the easiest $10 he ever made.
Well, what he wanted to tell you was...
Yep. Well...
Well, he said, let's see, Mother Hennessy's chickens coming home to roost.
What's that?
I'm sure that's what he said. Mother Hennessy's chickens are
No.
Mr. Jackson. Hey, somebody, give me a hand, quick, he's fainted.
Oh. What? Oh, go away. All right, I'm up. Yeah. Hello?
Tom Wilson?
Yeah, that's Tom Wilson. You know what time it is? It happens
I got a message for you, Tom. Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
What? What did you say? Who is this? Hello?
Hello?
Is Bill Traynor at home?
No, but I expect him. Who's calling?
Is this his wife?
Yes, I'm Liz Traynor.
Will you take a message?
Well, of course.
Tell him Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
Yes?
That's all.
You're joking. Hello? Oh, well.
Hi, darling.
Oh, Bill. You just missed a phone call?
Oh, never mind that. What'd the doctor say?
Oh, things are just fine. He'll be born on schedule.
You mean you won't take it, girl?
Darling, I'll take whatever we can get.
I can't believe it, honey. After all this time, everything is going our way. You know, Tom worked out the contract.
Oh, Bill. Oh, I'm so happy.
We're going to be rich, honey. We're going to own a business, and we're going to be parents. What were you saying about a phone call?
Oh, well, a man just called. Very mysterious.
Hmm?
He said to tell you that, let me see, Mother Hennessy's chickens are coming home to roost.
He said what?
Well, that's what he said. And he hung up. Can it mean anything?
Oh, no, nothing at all. Just forget it.
What about dinner? Bill, dinner?
Did the man say anything else?
Bill, you're so pale.
Honey, believe me, this is really nothing that should concern you.
The key is the name Hennessy.
Where should we go to dinner?
Darling, you're trying to distract me. Hennessy, we don't know any Hennessy.
Look, honey, I've just been going at a very fast pace, and
Hennessy's chickens. That combination is familiar.
Darling, I'm really very hungry.
I've got it. Oh, I've got it. Your old army outfit is holding a reunion.
What do you know about my old army outfit?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, except you and Tom Wilson were in it together. You were in Korea. You were prisoners, and you refused to talk about it. Even to me.
Why do you say we're having a reunion?
Hennessy. What? Last year when we moved into this house, I was putting a lot of your old stuff away. There was an army picture of you and Tom Wilson. Well, you must have been all of 18, and 2 other young soldiers. In the middle, an older man, a sergeant. And underneath it, you had written, Mother Hennessy's chickens. It just clicked in my mind. That sergeant, that older man.
He was all of 26.
Well, his name was Hennessy, wasn't it?
Yes.
And he looked after all of you like a mother hen.
Yes.
And now you're having a reunion. Oh, Bill, what a wonderful person that Sergeant Hennessy. I want to meet him.
No, you can't.
Why?
He's dead.
Oh. Was he killed in the war?
In the prison camp.
Bill, that music, that piano. Don't you hear it? It's coming from the living room. Someone's playing the piano. I didn't hear anyone ring the bell. Let's go see.
No.
But someone's in the apartment.
Liz, stay here.
Bill.
I want you to stay in the bedroom.
Yes, but why?
Liz, in all the years we've been married, I never asked you to do anything just because I said so. But I'm asking you now, please.
All right, Bill.
Just for a while. Hello, Eddie.
Front door was open. I just walked in.
Well, you're welcome, Eddie. Been a long time.
A lifetime. Nice layout.
Yeah. I've done well.
I'm sure you deserve it.
I went to school on the GI Bill, became an engineer.
I always said you had the stuff, Billy.
I'm going to own a good-sized electronics company.
That's nice.
Our old buddy Tom Wilson, remember him?
Who could ever forget Tom?
Well, he's drawing up the contract. He became a lawyer. What about yourself, Eddie?
Me?
Yeah, a fellow with your talent, the way you could write songs like this one for Hennessy. We all figured we'd hear you doing Broadway musicals, coming up with top hits.
Well, I've been too busy.
Doing what?
Looking for somebody. Looking for an old friend of ours.
Bill, I had a phone call. The craziest phone call.
Hello, Tommy.
Eddie. Hey, Eddie Benson. It could only have been you. Where you been hiding?
Tom? Billy? I got the greatest news in the world. I found him. I finally found him.
You finally found who?
The needle in the haystack. 1 grain of sand on the beach. It was such a long time. It was such a long search.
Eddie, who did you find?
Who do you think? Myers.
Myers? R.J. Myers?
He doesn't call himself Myers anymore, but it's still R.J. Robert Joseph. Or, as Hennessy said, our own little Bobby Joe.
Well, that's incredible.
Except he's not so little anymore. He's a very portly gentleman these days.
You say you found him?
I found him.
What did you say to him, Eddie?
Nothing.
Well, how could you just say nothing?
Tom, you, Billy, and I, we've got nothing to say to Bobby Joe. I just made sure of where we could find him, and I came here to pick up you two guys.
Eddie.
I have a .45. What do you guys want to use?
Eddie, what are you saying?
I'm saying if we leave now, we can fly to where he is in less than 3 hours and kill him before midnight.
Kill. Into the pleasant, well-ordered, comfortable world of Bill Traynor and Tom Wilson, there suddenly intrudes a strange, terrifying, and ugly word. It's not a word of this world. It's a word that belongs to another world, a world of pain and horror, a world that they thought was dead and gone. We'll continue in that world when I return shortly with Act 2. When they were 19 years old, Eddie Benson, Bill Traynor, and Tom Wilson suffered and starved and froze in a prison camp in North Korea. Now it's a lifetime later, and to Tom and Bill, Korea is barely a dream. But Eddie Benson is still stuck deep in the nightmare, still determined to carry out a deadly promise they made to each other long ago.
I thought you two guys would be glad to see me. Now we can keep our promise.
What promise?
Tom, you're kidding, aren't you? Bill, you remember the promise the three of us made? Well, do you?
Yes.
It was more than a promise.
Eddie.
It was an oath.
Look, Eddie.
No, you look, Tom. You look back at a mound of dirt in that prison camp in Korea. You look back and see three guys, we three guys, were kneeling next to that mound of dirt because it's Hennessy's grave.
Look back and hear us. Hear us swear never to rest. Never to stop. Never to know a moment's peace until we killed Robert Joseph Myers.
Eddie, how can we just kill him?
How? Simple. Blow his brains out.
You live in another world, whether you realize it or not. Now, you just don't go around killing people.
But there are people who have to be killed, Tom.
You're not in combat. The war's over.
Not yet.
Eddie, you're home. There's the law. Now, what do you tell the police?
The truth.
What's the truth?
You know the truth as well as I do, Tom. Myers turned rat in Korea. He gave away our escape plan, and he got Hennessy killed for it.
But can you be sure it was Myers?
We know it was Myers. We knew, didn't we? Bill?
I guess we did. All right, tell me this. If we were so sure, why didn't we denounce him 6 months later after we were freed?
Why? You know why, Tom. You were the law student. You said don't denounce him.
I said?
You said. We had no hard evidence. A smart defense lawyer could get him acquitted at a court-martial. That's what you said.
All I said was I wished we had more evidence.
You said we would have to get Myers by ourselves. That's what you said. We would find him, kill him, and announce it to the whole world. And that's what we swore we would do. Do you remember, Bill?
I remember.
Tom?
All right, Eddie, all right. But that was a long time ago.
That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No, but it means it happened in another time, in another place, under different rules.
In other words, you're not willing to do it.
I can't do it. I'm an attorney, a member of the bar. I simply cannot be an accessory to a felony.
Okay. Bill, what's your excuse?
I'm not aware that I need an excuse.
I spent my life looking for Bobby Joe so that justice could be done.
Eddie, we can only have justice through the law.
Okay. Tell me then. Will the law give us justice?
We have no evidence.
Okay. No justice from the law, then. Tell me. In that case, where and to whom can we go for justice? Well, does your silence mean there isn't going to be any justice?
Eddie.
Eddie what? Hennessy saved the lives of each of us more times than we can count. If it weren't for him, none of us would be around today. He was betrayed. He was murdered because of Robert Joseph Myers. Now, is that going to be the end of it?
Eddie, there are certain realities.
I know what you think, Tom. Bill, I want to hear you say something.
I wish I knew what to say. You've got nothing to lose, Eddie.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? I'm just Crazy Eddie, the piano player. You guys, pillars of the community. Rich, respectable, gutless. Well, I'll do it alone.
Eddie, there must be another way out of this.
Tell me about it.
Look, I don't want him to go unpunished either. But Eddie, what's wrong? Eddie?
I don't know.
Hey, Eddie.
Get me a drink of water.
Tom, hold on, or he's going to pass out.
Let him sleep.
What's the matter with him, Doctor?
Well, I'd say this man's been living on his nerves for a long, long time.
Well, what can we do for him?
Let him sleep. For a week, if you can. And whatever you do, see that nothing excites him.
I'm afraid that's going to be difficult.
Why?
Oh, it's a long story.
He needs rest. Needs calm. Call me tomorrow.
Yes, Doctor.
Bill.
Try to get some sleep, Eddie.
I feel so tired. I'll just rest a while, okay?
Sure.
I never felt so tired, except when we were in Korea. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember how Hennessy would keep us awake while we were on guard?
Sure.
You were his favorite?
Oh, he didn't play favorites.
He liked you more than the rest of us because you were the best soldier.
Eddie, try to get some sleep.
I don't care about Tom, but you, especially you, you have to help me kill Myers.
Eddie, you need your sleep.
Yeah. I'll sleep a little, and then when I feel stronger, we'll go get him. You have to help me, Bill. After all, if it weren't for you, if it weren't for you...
If it weren't for me, what, Eddie? Eddie?
Help me, Sergeant. Sergeant Hennessy, get me out of here. Hennessy, help me. Please, don't leave me alone.
Bill.
Don't leave... What?
Bill.
Oh, sorry. I was having a nightmare.
Oh, darling, look, you just can't keep torturing yourself.
Liz, what am I going to do?
It'll be all right.
No, Liz, whatever I do, it won't be all right. It won't.
Oh, surely you just can't.
Just can't what?
I better not say any more.
Why did Eddie have to show up now?
Darling, what are you going to do?
I don't know. But I just can't go and kill Myers. It would be throwing away my whole life. Yours as well. Liz, please help me.
I can't help you. No one can help you.
It's all set. We have the closing tomorrow. You'll own a factory, Bill, my friend.
Yeah.
Is Eddie better?
Yeah, he's sitting up now. He's getting an appetite. In a couple of days, the doctor says he can be out of bed.
You know what we have to do, don't you? We have to get word to Myers somehow. I don't like this any more than you do, but we have to warn him to keep out of sight for a while.
I suppose.
Has he told you where Myers is living?
No. He won't even tell me what name Myers is using.
Why?
I don't think he trusts us, Tom. He thinks we betrayed him and Hennessy.
Bill.
Look, Tom, what's the use? In a sense, we have betrayed Hennessy.
I know.
We've even betrayed ourselves.
It's all part of what you have to do to live. Now, we must find out where Myers is.
Eddie won't tell me.
He might tell me. I'll get it out of him somehow. We'll save him yet, in spite of himself.
Oh, I'm freezing. It's so cold. So cold.
Bill, darling, you're having a bad dream.
What?
Wake up.
Can't they
Wake
build
up.
a fire? Why won't they let us build a fire?
Bill.
A fire?
Bill, please.
Why can't they let us have a fire?
Bill.
Eddie?
Yes.
Eddie?
We gotta break out of here tomorrow night. Hennessy said to tell you.
We won't have a chance. We better not.
We'll die if we stay here, Tom.
He's right, Tom.
You guys know where we have to meet?
Yeah, Tom and I know. Did you tell Myers?
No.
Why not?
Myers isn't going.
Why not?
Shut up, Bill. You can't tell who's around.
Hennessy says Myers can't cut it.
But he's one of us. We can't leave him here.
Hennessy says we can't take a chance on him.
No.
No what?
Without Hennessy and us around to protect him, he'll die here. I'm going to talk to Hennessy. I'll convince him. I'll convince Hennessy that we have got to take Myers. I'll convince him.
Bill, wake up. Darling, you're dreaming again.
What? Yeah. Oh.
Bill, are you all right?
Yeah. I'm all right. Only sometimes I don't know which is the dream. This or Korea. Hi, darling.
Oh, hello, Bill. Tom's here.
Oh?
Yeah, he's inside talking to Eddie.
Yeah, I've got something to say to Eddie, too. Look, I almost forgot you saw the doctor today. Is there anything?
Oh, everything's just fine.
Oh, Liz, this should be the happiest part of my life.
I know, Bill.
I'll be right out. Well, how is everybody?
I want to thank you for everything, Bill.
Oh, it's nothing.
I'm leaving tonight.
Leaving? Where to?
There's a promise I have to keep.
See if you can talk him out of it, Bill. He won't listen to me. He won't tell me anything either.
I won't try to talk you out of anything, Eddie. I want to go with you.
Bill.
What for? To help me or to stop me?
I don't know. I just feel that I have to face Myers with you. And then... Well, right now, I don't know.
Fellas, if this is the way the conversation is going, I have to leave. I can't be part of what happens.
Well, Eddie, where are we going?
I'll tell you when we get there.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Are you going to try to save him?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're in this because you tried to save him the last time, you remember?
Yes, I remember. When are we leaving?
Tonight.
All right, I'll go pack.
You don't need much. Just a toothbrush, a razor, and a revolver.
The decisions have been made. Or have they? Tom stays, Bill goes. But what is it that Bill will do when he faces Myers? Right now, his emotions are those of a 19-year-old. But how long can those emotions sustain a man who is close to 40? We'll know when I return shortly with Act 3. Many of us spend our lives searching for the truth. But what is the truth?
Now, direct from CBS News, this Radio Net Alert Bulletin.
This is Richard Threlkeld in San Francisco. A federal warrant was issued tonight for Patricia Hearst, kidnapped daughter of publisher Randolph Hearst, as a material witness in today's $10,000 robbery of a San Francisco bank. Miss Hearst, who announced in a communique last week that she has renounced her family to join her erstwhile captors, the Symbionese Liberation Army, was clearly visible in a security photo taken during the robbery, holding a carbine in the bank teller area. Authorities said they wanted Miss Hearst, who has taken the revolutionary name Tanya, not for her arrest, but only as a witness, on the assumption she may have been forced to participate in the robbery, in which 2 bystanders were critically wounded. 3 other persons, all women, all known or suspected SLA members, were charged with the robberies. Authorities said they still do not have hard evidence that Patricia Hearst took willing part in the robbery. But as FBI agent in charge Charles Bates put it tonight, I am now convinced Patricia Hearst is alive and still with the SLA, unquote. This is Richard Threlkeld in San Francisco.
This Net Alert Bulletin has come to you from CBS News. We now resume the regular program schedule on this CBS Radio Net Alert station.
Many of us spend our lives searching for the truth. But what is the truth? When are we closest to the basic essence of our existence? Is it when we have the experience and wisdom of age, or the fire and idealism of youth? We keep asking, what is the truth? The answer is, each man must find his own truth.
Liz, Eddie's gone.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Well, I went to his room to see if he was up to having dinner, and he wasn't there.
But I was supposed to go with him.
I know that, too.
How did you know? I didn't tell you.
Oh, darling, you didn't have to tell me.
Well, then how?
I have faith in you, Bill. I have faith that in the end you will do what's right.
Looks as if I'm not going to do anything with Eddie gone.
Well, do you really want to find him?
But how? How could I even begin to look?
I know where he went.
You know? How do you know?
Well, while he was sick, I sent his clothes to the cleaners, and in his pocket there was an airline return ticket.
A ticket to where?
Now, look, Bill, I won't tell you unless you take me with you.
Honey, you can't go in your condition.
Bill, we have to do this together.
But it might be dangerous.
You're wasting our time, Bill. We should be getting the next plane for Central City.
Oh, boy, I didn't realize how hungry I was.
Well, we missed dinner last night.
Now, tell me something. How do we find Eddie in a city this size?
Where's the waitress? Oh, miss. Oh, could you bring us the morning paper, please?
How's the paper going to help us?
Well, the paper would carry ads for the night spots where he might have worked.
Hey, it's right. If he found Myers, it would probably be in a bar or a club.
Yes. Oh, thank you, miss.
All right, darling, you go through the ads. I'll just sit and finish this coffee. Then I'll start looking for Eddie.
Well, I intend to go with you.
Oh, no. No, you don't. It's miserable out. It's snowy. Now, you stay in the hotel. I can find him.
Bill. Oh, Bill, we won't find Eddie.
What do you mean?
Look at what it says. Here in the paper.
Let's see.
Yeah. Eddie is dead.
What? Musician found shot to death. Police puzzled by mysterious murder. Body discovered in hotel room. No apparent motive. Eddie dead? How can he be? Only yesterday.
Well, do the police have anything to go on?
No, it says here no leads, no clues. Liz, it had to happen last night. Someone was waiting for him. It has to be Myers.
Well, look, we'd better tell the police.
But Eddie said that's not the name Myers is using. We don't know who he is.
Liz, Bill.
Tom, what are you doing here?
I just got in. I checked the hotels and ran you down.
Then you know.
Yeah, I saw it in the paper. That's why I flew out here.
But, Tom...
What?
How could you...
Liz, what is it?
Oh, nothing.
Poor Eddie. You know what this means? We're both in trouble now, you and I.
Why?
It's obvious Myers knew Eddie was after him, so he killed him.
Tom, we have no choice. We have got to find Myers.
But while we don't know who he is, he knows who we are. In this big city, who is Myers? He could kill us from ambush and get away with it.
Oh, Bill.
Of course, there's one thing we could do.
Yes?
Call it off.
How?
Take the next plane out of here. That would be our way of telling Myers it's all over.
Is that what you want to do?
I'm not saying it's what I want to do. I'm listing our options.
I think we have to find Myers, Tom. This time we can turn him over to justice. Oh, it's funny the way it worked out. Eddie had to die so that justice could settle accounts with Myers.
We have to find him first.
All right, we'll try all the music places. Liz, you stay here and stick close to the phones. If either of us gets a lead, we'll be in touch.
Hello?
Darling?
Oh, any luck?
No. Has Tom phoned in?
Not yet.
Well, let's hope we get lucky.
Bill, something bothers me. It must be my imagination again.
Why? What is it?
I don't know, but it has something to do with Tom.
What?
I can't put my finger on it. Just something that doesn't sound right.
Well, what, honey? What could be wrong about Tom?
Bill, now I know.
Wait a minute, darling. I'll call you later.
But Bill!
Miss?
Oh, yes, sir. Care to order?
That tune. Would you ask the piano player where he learned it?
He learned it from me. I hum it all the time. You know, he says to me, "Hey, Millie, I like that." Now he plays it all the time.
I knew the man who wrote it. Eddie Benson.
Oh, you knew Eddie?
Sure, we were good friends.
It's a shame what happened to him. He was, I don't know, somebody once told me a word. Mercurial. Yeah, he was a mercurial character.
That he was.
A guy like him. Oh, he got a lot of people sore at him. Well, at least he left a pretty tune to remember him by. I just can't get it out of my head. Everybody loves it. Well, almost everybody. I know one character who didn't.
That so?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, it was Eddie's last night on the job. He was playing the tune. And then this guy, he comes in here all the time, this guy wanted to give him $10 just to quit playing it.
You're kidding.
No, it's a fact.
Do you know the guy?
Oh, sure. He's a regular. Oh, he hasn't been in lately. Yeah. One thing I got to say about old R.J. Jackson, he's got a tin ear.
R.J. Jackson. Tell me more about him.
Hello?
Liz, I found him.
How?
I'll tell you later. later. His name is R.J. Jackson. He has a place out in the country up in the mountains. I'm going there now. As soon as Tom checks in with you, tell him to take Route 603 to Mountain Lane. Turn right and go up the hill as far as he can. That's the place.
But, Bill, there's so much snow.
They keep the roads clear up there.
Bill, I must tell you, I know what bothers me about
Liz,
Tom.
I want to get started.
Look, how did Tom know to come to Central City? We didn't tell him where we were going.
He said he read about Eddie in the morning papers.
Yes, but Tom was already in Central City early this morning. How did he get
Darling,
here?
you're talking about Tom. No, I'm sure he... Look, honey, I have got to be on my way. Hi, Tom. Glad you made it.
Yeah. I guess this is as far as the car can take us. It's that house on the top of the hill.
Yeah.
I think we should have sent the police.
How? Once again, we don't have the evidence?
And what are we going up there for? To kill him ourselves?
No. I think we can get a confession out of him.
Oh, sure.
Now, look, he's human. He's got a guilty conscience. He'll break down. He has to. Now, come on. Boy, looks like Korea, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Miles and miles of nothing. You could just sink into the snow. Could just be the end of everything.
That's far enough.
What?
Stay where you are.
Look in the doorway. It's Myers.
He's got a rifle.
You're trespassing. Now get out of here, or I'll shoot.
You wouldn't shoot us, Myers.
My name isn't Myers. Now get out of here.
We have to talk with you, R.J. We're coming up.
I'm warning you.
Come on, R.J. You can't get away with it. Look out! Hit the ground.
Stay low, Tom. There's a line of trees leading up to the house. We'll work our way in.
Hell, this guy can kill both of us.
I don't think he wants to.
Are you crazy? This is the man who just killed Eddie last night.
Right now, he's scared. Come on. Head for those trees.
Keep away! Keep away!
We'll try for that stone fence. Tom, why? Put your gun away.
I'm not going to let him pick me off. He'll show himself in the doorway when he wants to shoot again.
Don't. He's only trying to scare us off.
I see him.
Don't, Tom. Don't.
I got him. I got him. Look. He's on the ground.
Hurry up. Come on. R.J.
Don't kill me. Don't shoot again. Get me a doctor.
You'll get a doctor. But first, we'll get a confession. Now, you sold us out in the prison camp. Confess.
No, I didn't tell.
Let him alone. He'll confess later. Let's bring him inside.
No, he'll confess now. And when Eddie Benson found you, you shot him.
No, I didn't.
And who did?
I'm hurt bad. Get me to a doctor. Bill, you were always a good guy. Help me.
R.J., it was a long time ago. The world's forgotten. I don't even think you could be brought to trial for it. It's just among the three of us. Now, I want you to confess.
I didn't do it. Honest, I didn't do it.
You did, because you didn't show up. You stayed behind. You told the guard.
No.
What did they give you? Did you have to kill Eddie, too?
I didn't kill anybody.
Yes, you did. We can get the waitress to testify. She'll tell how you saw Eddie in the lounge, how you passed out.
Well, sure, I was scared. Because you guys always thought it was me. But it could have been anybody. You, Tom.
What?
Or you, Bill. Or even Eddie himself.
Let's drag him down to my car and bring him in.
Tom.
Now, please. Haven't I suffered enough?
No, it's not enough.
Tom, how did you know about the waitress?
Huh?
How did you know about the waitress?
What? You told me.
No, I didn't tell you anything about the waitress. I just left a message for you to meet me here.
Well, Well, you must have said something about it to Liz.
But I didn't.
Well, then, how would I know?
How? Because Eddie told you.
Eddie? Why would Eddie tell me?
You said you could get it out of him. Did you tell him that I would never help him, but that you would? Is that how you got him to trust you?
Oh, come on. Why would I want to kill Eddie?
Because of that talk we had in my house. Maybe unconsciously, both Eddie and I started to think. Why were we always convinced that R.J. was the informer? Because you were the first one to accuse him. And who said not to denounce him to the army? You did, Tom. And who said let's hunt him down ourselves? You did. Why? Because you knew it would be impossible. You knew we would settle down in a civilian life and forget it.
Bill, you've got it wrong.
But you didn't figure on Eddie. You didn't figure one of us would spend his whole life.
Bill, you know me.
Everywhere you turn, it's you, Tom. You with all the shrewd answers. Why did you have to kill Eddie?
Because he was starting to talk just like you are. And then he figured it out. And he wanted to kill me. So I had to kill him. It was self-defense. I had to kill him. It was like it used to be, back in combat. Kill or be killed.
You were the informer.
No, I informed, but I wasn't the informer. I just didn't do what Hennessy ordered. I didn't cover my tracks. That's why they found us.
What did they pay you?
Nothing. I wanted us to get caught.
You wanted it? Why?
Well, Hennessy was wrong. The only time in his life he was wrong. We could never have made it, Bill. All of us would have died in the snow. I was trying to save our lives. I tried to explain it to Hennessy. I tried, but he wouldn't listen. He would only say in that way of his, "Trust me, kid. It'll be okay." And I keep trying to explain to him. Believe me, I try. Every night for the last 20 years, I try to make him see it, but I can't find him. He's out there in the snow, and I can't find him.
All right, Tom, we better go back to town.
No, wait here. I'll find him. He can't have gone far. I'll find him. I'll explain why I did it. He'll forgive me. He'll understand.
Stop him,
why I did
Bill.
it.
Stop him.
He'll understand.
He'll get lost out there. He'll freeze to death.
I can't leave you, RJ. I have to get you to a doctor. We'll come back for Tom. Later.
They found Tom Wilson later, much later, about the time of the spring thaw. The snow, the ice had preserved the final expression on his face. It was one of peace and calm, as if he had actually found Hennessy, and Hennessy had forgiven him. Well, Hennessy would. He was that kind of man. The boy dreams. The man does. It's what we call the generation gap. And this is not the distance between parents and children. It is the unbridgeable abyss between what a man is today and what he wanted to be yesterday. But that's because you can only be young once. Something you can do more than once is listen. You can listen again and again to our Mystery Theater tales. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mandel Kramer, George Petrie, Bryna Rayburn, and Lon Clark. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. Authorities in San Francisco are seeking kidnapped Patricia Hearst as a material witness in a bank robbery there yesterday. This is Ann Crosman reporting on the CBS radio network. 3 other women known to be associated with the Symbionese Liberation Army have been charged in the robbery. The SLA has claimed responsibility for the Hearst kidnapping. All 4 women were photographed during the holdup, along with 1 male suspect. But both the FBI and the U.S. Attorney in the district say that Miss Hearst may have been forced to take part, since the photos show 1 suspect training an automatic weapon in the direction of Miss Hearst. San Francisco Mayor Joseph Alioto describes the SLA as a band of killers and third-rate intellectuals with delusions of their own importance, and he put his position on the line.
We are now free to call these folks for what they are. And the first thing that we have to establish is put the mark of the outlaw on these folks who deserve it. They aren't great social revolutionaries. They aren't social revolutionaries. They are killers. They are murderers. They are kidnappers. They are extortionists.
Mayor Alioto was speaking to the Comstock Club in Sacramento. More in a minute. Former Attorney General John Mitchell faces more questioning today from the prosecution in his New York trial. Mitchell and former Commerce Secretary Maurice Stans are charged with obstructing an investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission of Robert Vesco in exchange for Vesco's secret contribution to President Nixon's re-election campaign. Chris Kelly reports on yesterday's testimony.
In a firm voice, the former Attorney General declared he is absolutely not guilty of any of the charges against him. Testifying again in his own defense, Mitchell insisted there was nothing improper in accepting the campaign contribution of financier Robert Vesco. He said that after he and Maurice Stans discussed its propriety, they concluded it would be all right to accept the money. Mitchell did not change his story under a lengthy cross-examination by the prosecution. He said the whole matter of Vesco's contribution would have been discarded if he thought the financier was trying to buy a fix. As Mitchell put it, if Vesco thought he was going to get a favor, he would be looking for more than just a meeting with the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Mitchell denied intervening on Vesco's behalf, claiming documents suggesting he did so were merely attempts by a Vesco associate to convince the financier that he, Mitchell, was doing something for him. Chris Kelly, CBS News, New York.
The Supreme Court has been told that some communities in the country are using the High Court's new rules against pornography to suppress legitimate artistic expression. CBS News legal correspondent Fred Graham reports from Washington.
At issue was the movie Carnal Knowledge, which won an Academy Award nomination for one of its stars, Anne Margaret, but brought an obscenity conviction to a theater owner who showed it in Albany, Georgia. Today, New York defense lawyer Louis Nizer told the justices this was cultural illiteracy, and he warned that unless it's overturned, filmmakers may become timid and unimaginative. Nizer asked the High Court to re-examine the landmark obscenity decision it handed down just last spring when the court said each community can enforce its own standard of candor in obscenity cases. Nizer said communities should not be permitted to suppress films unless they are hardcore pornography without any artistic merit. Jack Valeni, president of the Motion Picture Association of America, said the film industry couldn't comply by simply cutting its film differently for different communities. The Supreme Court is expected to hand down its decision in June. Fred Graham, CBS News, Washington.
Back in a minute. Vice President Ford said on Monday night that he thinks members of Congress, candidates for Congress, and top government officials should expect to have their income tax returns audited. The Vice President says these people believe the President and Vice President should be prepared to undergo audits, and they should expect the same treatment. Ford was speaking at a news conference in Palm Springs, California, where he and his wife are vacationing this week. In Key Biscayne, the White House said that Mr. Nixon is heartened and moved by more than $40,000 he has received from Americans who want to help him pay back his back taxes. But the White House says the President will return the money to the senders and, in the case of anonymous donations, give them to the Red Cross to help victims of the recent tornado disasters. Mississippi Governor Bill Waller is asking Mr. Nixon to declare nearly half his state's counties as disaster areas following 4 days of rain and flooding. Damage is estimated at $50 million. 7 people are known dead. Thousands are homeless. Civil defense and Red Cross workers are caring for the evacuees. One of the hardest hit cities is Hattiesburg, as David Dick reports.
The floodwaters of the Leaf and Bowie rivers lap around the eaves of the houses in East Hattiesburg. Hundreds of residents driven from their homes stand on scattered bits of high ground, and they survey the heavy loss. Other homeowners wade aimlessly through the brown water, a woman with a frightened dog in her arms. A man piloting a boat alone. He waves as he passes down the street, dotted with automobile roofs that poke above the water level. A man sloshing through the water saying he won't move away because it's home. And two men in a house refusing to come out at all. Standing waist deep in water, they vow to stay no matter what. They took turns sleeping last night on a pool table in one of their rooms. David Dick, CBS News, Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Back in a minute. A team of doctors in Johannesburg have injected an expectant mother with an experimental hormone they believe could double the IQ of her baby. The hormone is known to increase the efficiency of the placenta in the last 4 weeks of pregnancy, the same time when the brain cells of the fetus develop. A report from the African country of Niger says that the Army Chief of Staff says that he deposed the president to relieve what he calls the catastrophic situation in the poor country. This is Ann Crosman, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Make yourself comfortable for the moment. You know, evil has a vitality that defies time. Its power can be curbed, denied, defeated, but only temporarily. And when it returns, its force is more malevolent than ever. We have all been to dark places and felt the presence of evil. And we have all seen things beyond our power of understanding. But, like Tom Fairley, we feel there are explanations for everything. Or are there? Our mystery drama, Frankenstein Revisited, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Milt Wissoff and stars Michael Wager and Leon Janney. We move now from the friendly people who make these broadcasts possible to the monsters who will make it impossible for you to sleep. I hope. Our drama opens on a story conference in a Madison Avenue bar. It will end, I assure you, in terror and fear.
Over here. Here, Tom.
You sure picked a great place for our meeting.
Yeah, well, you're late.
If I didn't have to fight my way through the mob at the bar, I might have been here sooner. All right, what's on your mind, Frank?
Well, I've been looking for a special that we can use as a springboard for our new horror series. And what's more appropriate than the old Frankenstein legend?
You mean Boris Karloff and his magic electrodes?
No, Tom. Not the hokey monster brought to life by the mad scientist. That was cooked up by Mary Shelley. It doesn't rate with the Gothic tale everyone in Germany knows about the infamous Baron von Frankenstein and his terrible death. It's got all the elements of a superb spook show. What's more, this is the 400th anniversary of the Baron's death.
So what?
So this, old buddy. The monster is reputed to return every century looking for fresh blood.
It won't work, Frank. I was stationed near Darmstadt, only a stone's throw away from the Frankenstein castle after World War I. I've seen the place. It doesn't look like much. Even the burial crypt has been turned into a potato cellar.
Well, how about the incidents you mentioned at cocktails the other night? That's what really put me onto the show.
Oh, those killings I blabbed about had nothing to do with any monster. The police were satisfied the murders were committed by a fanatical group of neo-Nazis who call themselves the werewolves. Who's going to be interested in a defunct castle on an anniversary nobody celebrates?
Well, they will this year. We're going to billboard the 400th anniversary with a gala festival.
Well, who's going to show? The peasants used to have a fit when I even mentioned the Baron's name. That was almost 30 years ago.
Oh, they'll come. We're going to have sausage and beer, fireworks, and a dandy house of horrors to set the stage for our countdown to midnight.
A fake documentary, papier-mâché, razzle-dazzle.
The storyline is sound. It should scare the heck out of people. Now, if you don't want to direct the special, then speak up.
All right. Count me in.
Good. Now, come on, square with me, Tom. Why all the bull about the potato cellar? You don't want to go back there, do you?
No, Frank, I don't like the place.
Then why not back out? I don't feel you're leveling.
Frank, I want to keep on directing for the network. I won't let anything stand in my way. Not you, not the gray hairs creeping up on me. Not even Frankenstein and his blasted castle. Just let me leave this one thought with you. We'll see how much you enjoy the scene when midnight approaches. I'd like to hear the tune you whistle when the wind howls.
Mr. Larkin. Mr. Larkin here. Oh, so good to see you again. And you too, Mr. Fairley.
How are you, Klaus? I'd like you to meet our little company. This is Eileen Garrett, who will play the Baron's ward, Laura.
And a charming one, I'm sure.
In my life.
And Flip Johnson, also known in the industry as The Voice. He'll do the descriptive background at the festival and the castle, the interviews with the man on the street. He will also double as Rolf, the suitor for Eileen's hand.
That won't take much acting.
In that case, you might do.
This is Klaus Folger, our local representative, who'll be our strong right hand during the production.
We met.
When do we meet Mr. Helmut?
Very soon. You'll find he makes an admirable Baron.
Oh, it's very strange. I've never heard of him.
Oh, he's quite a well-known actor, I assure you. Now, I think it's time to leave for the castle. It's not the plaza, but I hope you will find it comfortable.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Who goes with whom?
Well, there's enough room in the limousine for all of you. The baggage will follow in a small wagon... truck.
Yeah, how about you, Klaus? Aren't you coming with us?
No, Frank, I will see that the baggage is not consigned to München by mistake. But I will join you later.
I wonder what Mr. Helmut, our Baron, is like. I have a feeling.
Oh, Eileen, now you sound like Gloom and Doom Fairley. He's probably just another average, run-of-the-mill weirdo.
You've done a great job, Klaus. Even the crew's happy in the trailers.
I like my room fine. It's a bit drafty when the drapes are open, but the comforters will keep me warm, I'm sure.
How about this lunch?
Yeah. I haven't had wild boar since the last time I was here.
Oh, is that what it was? It tasted like suckling pig.
The secret is in the marinade, Flip.
I see.
Klaus, why don't you get the ball rolling? The details on the Frankenstein legend.
Oh, it's not a complicated story. The hated aristocrat who exercised all the prerogatives of his position in this village almost 400 years ago. Unmerciful beatings, torture, and death for what he considered affronts to his person. This was his home.
Be it ever so humble.
The Baron lived here with his ward Laura, but he was a thoroughly evil man and hardly behaved toward her like an uncle should. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the Baron's death. 400 years ago, the Baron had a spectacular scene in the castle with Laura and her suitor Rolf. He mounted his horse and rode off into the woods. Someone or something ripped him from his horse and tore him to pieces.
And the legend says that every century the monster that killed the Baron returns. That's about it. We'll be doing this direct from the scene tomorrow night.
We'll have a short run through this evening. Look for places to spot mics and pick out locations.
Flip will stroll through the woods and give us a little ad-lib color.
Will there be a crowd there?
Not in the woods, Flip, baby. Just you and the Baron and the other monster.
Oh, how come?
Because no one in this area will venture into the woods after dark. Tomorrow night, the anniversary eve, they may not even stir out of their homes. Is that right, Klaus?
Possibly. People here are very superstitious.
Oh, are they? Why don't you explain what happened 100 years ago on the last anniversary?
I was not yet born.
Yeah, but you know what happened.
A man was found dead.
Dead, Klaus? He was butchered, wasn't he? Torn to shreds? And his head was found at the foot of the hill.
Well, Frank, this is it.
Well, I hate to admit it, Klaus, but Tom may have a point about the castle grounds. It is kind of tacky.
Well, I'm not sure I agree. Physically, it's not much, but the decay adds to the feeling I get. I'm really frightened.
Oh, come on now, Princess. You're letting that creep's tail get under your skin. There's nothing here but battered stone and dirt. Reminds me of my pad.
I get bad vibes. It reminds me of a trip I took to Central America years ago. The ruined pyramids, the bloody altars where thousands were sacrificed to bloodthirsty gods. It had the same aura of evil.
You are most perceptive, Miss Garrett. Evil is everywhere.
Who are you?
I am Paul Helmut.
He will play the Baron in our production.
How did you know my name?
No mystery about that. You are the only actress in the cast.
Of course. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Helmut. You came upon us so suddenly.
Yeah, well, where did you come from? I never saw
From
you.
the Baron's bedroom. A passage leads directly here. The place is honeycombed with such passages.
But there are no other cars around. How did you...
I arrived here several days ago.
You've been here several days alone? Oh, I don't think I'd enjoy that.
I like to get into character, Miss Garrett.
Well, now that we're all together, I'd like Flip to walk through the woods and give us his impressions.
Oh, swell, off the top of my head.
Exactly. Anything you see and feel, don't force it. I want this played low-key, sound natural. It'll help build the finish.
He's all hooked up, Frank. He can start at any time.
Well, listen, are you going to tape this?
Yes, but only so that we have a record of it. Tomorrow is for keeps. Go, Tiger. Get the demons in the woods.
Well, I play the scene better if Eileen kept me company.
No, there's no moon, Flip. And I'd hardly call this a romantic setting.
Romance is where you find it, Mama.
Is everything set, Klaus?
Yes. My assistant is about 100 yards in. Flip should be just about there now.
I don't want to interfere, Frank, but just what's going on?
Little surprise for our boy. It should make Flip less Flip.
Yeah, we have our men play slightly off the path. He will make small noises, sounds, create an atmosphere.
Does Flip know?
Of course not. That would defeat our purpose. Flip reacts beautifully. It will all be a surprise to him.
Frank, that's a dirty trick. Suppose something happens.
Oh, now what can possibly happen? It's just a small forest, trees and grass.
Well, I don't like it. Flip? Flip?
It's no use, Miss Garrett. He cannot hear you.
Klaus, give your man a cue and bring Flip in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about a quarter of a mile into Baron Frankenstein's woods, and it's pretty much Dulceville so far. I was just thinking how strange it is. Haven't seen any animals around. Wait a minute. I think I just heard something. Probably a rabbit. I hope. Hey, there it goes again. Weird. Everything's so deathly still, and then suddenly just the faintest whisper of a sound, like something dragging. Hey, who's there? Do you think you're frightening me? Okay, I'll go in after you. The eyes. I can see them glowing. My God, it can't be. Oh, no, it's...
The bard said, "Some find tongues in trees, books in running brooks, and sermons in stones." Obviously, Flip saw and heard a great deal more in Frankenstein's woods. Or did he? Perhaps we shall know more when I return shortly with Act Two. Are there more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy? Is there something in Frankenstein's woods that defies rational explanation? Or was Flip Johnson the victim of his own imagination? Perhaps if we push on with our little tale, we shall have the answer.
Flip, are you all right?
Well, wait a minute. Yeah,
What
I think
happened?
so. I don't know. I was just strolling along and wham, the lights went out.
What did you see?
Nothing.
But we heard you, Flip. The eyes, you said. The eyes.
Now, wait a minute. What are you talking about? I saw nothing.
We have it on tape. You complained about the cold.
And the strange lights, the eyes that burn bright.
You said it was impossible.
Well, all I remember is waking up and there you were. I mean, standing right over me.
What did your men find, Klaus?
Let me show you, Frank. Now, here we are. The point where Flip started to run. Well, you can see the prints. Now we follow along for a few yards. And here we have...
Burned circle. In the middle, discolored. As if the grass had been frozen.
Frank, is this something that you...
We had nothing to do with that, did we, Klaus?
He's right.
I admit we arranged a few effects, but nothing more.
No, we would have had to have special refrigerating equipment well below zero to make such marks.
Well, how do you like it, folks?
It's fantastic. Instant Carnival by Frank Larkin.
No, Tom. Give credit where it's due. Klaus engineered the whole setup.
It was not so difficult. We have a long tradition of festivals here.
I could almost enjoy this if only...
Don't forget it, Eileen. Nothing really happened. Flip just got panicky and ran. He fell, blacked out. He'll be all right. Klaus, are we set in the House of Horrors?
Yeah, we can go at any time.
Good. You all know the routine.
We already have good coverage in town and at the zoo.
Let's zero in on the big scene.
All right. We'll pick up Flip and Eileen as the Baron's ward Laura. Now you Flip her suitor Ralph, and you meet her at the House of Horrors. I'll take over, Frank, if you don't mind. I'd like to earn my credits.
I was counting on that, Tom. The show's all yours.
You ready, Klaus?
All set, Mr. Fairley.
All right, slated, Klaus.
Scene 12, take 1.
And... action.
The Baron is not expected before tonight, dearest?
Not until quite late. I think I shall stay here forever. It is so enchanting. I'm sick of formality, Rolf. I'm bored with the same walls, the same faces, the same small talk.
And the same guardian?
I feel almost free here.
Then why not leave? Come away with me.
Once when I was a child, my father took me to such a fair. He filled me with cakes and pink drinks.
Yes, and you always got sick.
Oh, but it was worth it. I enjoyed it so.
Oh, look, Laura, look. This is the House of Horrors.
This doesn't look so horrible. All tinsel and paint.
Come inside with me.
All right, cut. Hey, that was right on the nose, kids. It's a perfect first take.
Oh, good.
All right, that's it for now. We'll pick up the woods near the castle at 8 tonight. Just take it easy until then. Klaus, you'll have your crew setting up at 7, right?
At 7, Mr. Fairley.
Eileen, you in a hurry?
No, why?
Well, how about a turn through the House of Horrors? Give you the $5 tour?
I could use the exercise.
Good. You pick the passage, we'll follow it.
Let me see. Ippity, jibbity, zippity, zam.
Sam it is.
Oh, this reminds me of my first date.
All first dates are creepy. Mine had a walleye.
And mine took me to the tunnel of love. Our first kiss was an orthodontist's nightmare. Braces rubbing against braces. We sent out sparks that lit the tunnel.
It's too bad we're past the braces stage.
You know, Tom, that's the first time I've heard you laugh since we started this trip.
There's nothing much to laugh at.
Was it that bad?
Yeah. I get the feeling I'm reliving the whole thing. I don't know why.
Well, I'm a pretty good listener, Tom. Want to talk about it?
Well, why not? It was 45 and the war was just over. We'd been through some rough times and we were sent here for R&R.
R&R?
Rest and recreation.
Oh.
Seemed like heaven at first. So peaceful. No noise, no bloodshed. But it turned sour. Some of my buddies got blown away.
Did they ever discover who did it?
No, not a clue. The Army command blamed the neo-Nazis, the werewolves. But the townspeople were convinced it had something to do with the Mad Baron. It's a bad scene.
And you?
I believe what I see. But it did shake me. I'm glad Flip is all right.
So am I.
But not for the same reason?
Oh, look, Tom. Flip and I are just friends. Casual friends.
That's the best news I've had in days.
What's that up ahead?
Looks like a treadle.
Well, what are we waiting for? Treadles are for treading. Step on it.
Disturbed my slumber. I will have revenge.
That's one heck of an effect. The Baron in non-living rubber expanding before your very eyes. This would be sensational at Macy's Parade.
Klaus didn't overlook a thing. It should go over big with the tourists and the people in the village.
On the contrary, after the first person sees this, it will keep them away.
Helmut, where did you come from?
What are you doing here?
Just visiting.
Oh, you startled us.
I know. I seem to have the same effect on the people in town.
You look familiar to me. I've seen you before, but I can't remember where.
Shadows and half-light make strange impressions. I wonder if you can give me a hand, Mr. Fairley.
With what?
Something I found in a recess back there.
Okay, lead the way.
What is it?
I don't know. Signs of digging. I was about to see what it was when I heard your voices. Here.
Hey, you're right, Helmut. Those are fresh marks. Don't come any closer, Irene.
What is it?
A wild boar, I think.
What's left of it? It's not a pretty sight.
It's literally been ripped apart.
Yes? I understand. It will be all over tonight. No, we'll finish the rest back in the States. You can count on that.
What was that all about?
The town council. They want us out as soon as possible. They were polite but firm. Too many things been happening. Flip and then the dead boar. The word's getting around and is becoming amplified in each telling. Did your visit to town pay off?
I think so. It was tough getting permission to go through the old records. The clerk of the city hall was the perfect bureaucrat. He insisted on an application countersigned by his boss. I threatened to go to the burgomaster, and he caved in.
Now, how about the newspaper?
They were reluctant, too, but greedy. A few marks in the right palm paved the way.
Well...
All right, see for yourself. Here's a reproduction of the paper's front page 100 years ago. Take a squint at the guy who was separated from his head.
I don't know. It's pretty well faded.
Look at the eyes and the forehead.
It could be, I suppose.
And here's a print of an oil painting of the original Baron von Frankenstein.
I believe Mr. Fairley thinks the picture resembles me.
All right, Helmut, where the devil did you come from?
This old castle is honeycombed with secret passages.
And you just keep wandering through them like you know where you are.
I have been exploring them for days.
You know, Tom, there is a resemblance.
A trick of your imagination.
I knew I'd seen you somewhere before.
You're talking nonsense, gentlemen. I could not possibly have been here a century ago, let alone 400 years.
How about 30 years ago?
I was only a child then.
What about your family?
I have none. They were killed in the war. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Larkin?
I don't know about Frank, but it sure doesn't clear things up for me. Stay inside until midnight, Helmut. You understand?
Perfectly.
And stay out of the passages until the show's been recorded. I don't want any more surprises.
I don't know. This place is beginning to get me. I'll be glad to get it over with.
Dinner is ready. We'll eat in here tonight.
Just as long as it isn't bore. Hey, where's Eileen?
She has a headache.
Well, I better go up and see if I can do anything for her.
It's not necessary. I've sent some food up to her. I have some bad news. 3 members of the crew quit. They were all as frightened as the townspeople.
Bad news? That's all we need.
Well, I have replaced them, but with such short notice, I'm afraid I've not been able to run up the most competent technicians.
Well, I don't imagine what's happened today helped much.
Well, that's all right, Klaus. I know you've done your best, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Hey, pass the salad, will you, Tom?
Nothing stops your appetite, does it, Flip?
No, I'm just a growing boy, Tom. I need fuel for my engines.
What's that?
Eileen.
It's just behind that wall.
Impossible. There's nothing there.
You keep trying the wall. There may be a passage there. I'm going to a roll.
I'm with you. Look, the place is a mess.
If anything's happened to Eileen.
I know, Tom. Look, footsteps in blood.
They lead up to the panel.
All right, let's knock a hole in it.
It's no use. It's oak, several inches thick.
Here. Press this carving.
Where did you come from, Helmut?
All right, we'll talk about that later. Hey, look, it's moving.
And there she is.
Eileen. Eileen.
Oh, Eileen, honey. Here. Yeah, that's good. She's coming around.
Are you all right, Eileen?
I think so.
What happened?
Well, I was lying in bed, trying to pull myself together. It was dark and cool. Suddenly I felt something in the room. I sat upright, but I couldn't see anything. I knew it was there. I stepped off the bed, felt something warm and sticky. I panicked and ran. Next thing I knew, I was being held. And then... nothing.
You fainted.
I suppose so. But just as I was going out, I heard my name.
Who was it?
I don't know. It was just a whisper.
A nightmare, perhaps?
A nightmare? With a German accent.
Robert Penn Warren wrote, "The nightmare stumbles past, and you have heard it fumble at your door before it whimpers and is gone. It acts like the old hound that used to snuffle your door and moan. But who, your host inquires, has heard it speak with accent foreign?" We shall return shortly with more on the Castle of Bad Dreams in Act 3. If you have ever ridden a nightmare, you know what a hellish mount it can make. It carries you unwillingly beyond anguish and terror, through deadly whispers and pools of blood. But oh, the relief when it's over. Let's return now to Act 3 and the end of the ride.
How's Eileen doing, Tom?
Physically fine, but she's as tight as a drum. Now, look, why don't we get the police in, Frank?
No way. We got 2 strikes against us in town now. Call the authorities in and we're through. We've gone too far.
We certainly have. We're right up against the point of no return.
But the production is almost
Oh,
finished.
damn the production! What does it take to convince you corpses?
You're being melodramatic, Tom. Nothing's really happened yet. So Flip saw something and a boar was slaughtered.
Did you see the condition Eileen's room was in? And how did she get into the passageway?
Surely you've heard of sleepwalking.
And I suppose she dreamed up the mangled animal and the blood, huh?
No, but so far no one's been hurt.
Yeah, so far.
And nothing is going to happen. Now, we've got everybody on the alert. There are guards all around the place. Klaus has brought some extra men in. We've taken every precaution.
Every precaution except the most obvious one. Now, let's get out of here, Frank, before it's too late.
Not until the show's wrapped up. Come in. What is it, Helmut?
Volker says we're ready.
Oh, you used the door this time, Helmut. What happened? The passageway blocked?
Why the get-up? You won't be on camera, you know.
Just a few replicas of the Baron's wardrobe to help me get into character. Authentic, I can assure you.
You're taking this role quite seriously.
I take all my roles that way. I know only one way to act. If that's all, I'll be going.
Okay, tell them Mr. Fairley will be right there.
All right, what's up, Frank? I should be splitting too.
Now, look, Tom, I don't feel there are any grounds for your suspicions, but I've had some checks made on Helmut's past. What he's done, where he comes from. I expect a report any moment now. That should clear the air.
Well, I hope so.
Now, all I ask is let's get the job done. Don't let your feelings get in the way.
I won't. But if the news is sour, don't keep it from me, will you? In this case, ignorance can be disaster.
Oh, boy, it's getting cold out here, Tom. What's taking them so long?
They're almost set. How do you feel, Eileen?
About like Flip. Cold and miserable. Oh, I could use a fireplace and a hot toddy.
That's just what you'll have as soon as we finish this scene. It's short, but not sweet. Now, you and Flip, as the Baron's ward and your suitor, are returning to the castle. You got it? You're frightened, and Flip is trying to comfort you.
Ah, good. That's one scene I'll truly enjoy.
Mr. Fairley, why didn't you answer me on the talk back?
I didn't hear anything.
The equipment must be out. We're set to go.
Oh, good. Where's Frank Larkin?
I thought he was with you. He left us some time ago.
Did he say where he was going?
I assumed he was coming here. He did say something strange.
What was that?
Something about being convinced at last. Does that mean anything to you?
It sure does, Klaus. Send your men through the woods and the castle grounds.
Look, I think we're just wasting our time. Let's go back to the castle and wait. He'll be along.
You can go back, Flip. I'm not going to give up until we find Frank.
Oh.
We still have the crypt to search and Klaus's crew to hear from.
Mr. Fairley, it's Mr. Larkin. We found him. Come quickly. This way, Mr. Fairley, in the clearing.
Is he hurt?
Yes, I think badly. There.
Frank, are you all right?
He cannot hear you, I'm afraid.
Oh, but he's still breathing. Get an ambulance.
Help is on the way.
Was he conscious at all?
No.
Oh, no. Don't try to talk, Frank. We're here. You're going to be all right.
Frank, just lie quietly, huh?
Don't come near me. Don't touch me. Don't...
He's shivering. Throw a blanket on him.
Who did this, Frank?
Cold, damp, and the smell.
Who was it?
Cold, bitter cold, and the smell, decayed.
Frank! Is he...
No. He's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Volker, did your men find anything else?
Just the grass. It is curious, Tom.
What? I don't see anything.
Yes, you do, but it doesn't mean anything to you. You weren't here when we found Flip. The area is flattened, and the same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Hello. Listen, I'm calling about Mr. Frank Larkin. The patient in room 305. You understand me? Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I see. Thank you.
Tom, what did they say?
Well, his condition is stable. That's what every hospital says, unless you're dying.
Do they expect him to be there long?
Just a few days. You know, it's all so strange. So many things have happened. Flip, you, and now Frank. But nobody's been really hurt badly.
There are a few mangled animals.
Yes, well, that's what's bugging me. The animals get slaughtered, but people are more frightened than hurt. Except for Frank's close shave. Well, why? It doesn't make any sense. Anything powerful enough to mash some poor defenseless creature surely could do more damage than that.
Well, maybe there's no connection between any of the things that have happened.
Oh, that'd be piling coincidence on coincidence. I don't believe it, and I don't think Frank did either. After he got that phone call he was waiting for.
Well, then why don't you call the police?
For the same reason that Frank didn't.
But you kept begging Frank to delay the production.
Oh, not now. I'm going to finish this tonight, for Frank's sake. But I'm going to be sure that whoever's behind this pays the price.
And how will you do that, Mr. Fairley?
Oh. I guess you tried the door once and didn't care for it, huh?
It is easier to use the passageway. You didn't answer my question?
I know I didn't. The reason is simple. I don't know yet. But I will before tonight's over.
You mentioned a phone call Mr. Larkin received.
Yes. If only I knew what it was.
Perhaps I can help you.
How?
The telephone lines into the castle were a special installation. An exact record is kept at the company of every call made from and into the building.
Well, then all we have to do is call the company and find out.
Not exactly. They will give it to the police, however.
That's out.
Why?
Please, Tom, call them in. And the next time, whoever's doing this may forget the difference between man and beast.
She's right, Mr. Fairley. You do not know whom you are dealing with.
Do you?
Auf Wiedersehen. I will see you shortly, when the fun begins.
Okay, Klaus, let's get some levels.
Get Flip to say a few lines. We need some levels.
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein castle.
That's enough, fine. Thank you. Now stand by.
See if you can sharpen up the sound, Klaus.
Yeah, I will try.
All right, Eileen. You get to the Baron's room in the castle. Helmet's there already. We'll do your scene first.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing. We've got everything under control. I'll see you later. Klaus, pick up Helmet. Tell him Eileen's on her way.
Yeah. Helmut? Mr. Fairley would like to speak with you. Get on the talk back. Helmut? Are you there, Helmut? Get to the talk back.
Give me that, will you? Helmut, this is Tom Fairley.
I'm here, Tom, but no sign of Helmut.
Where the devil is he?
I don't know.
Oh, damn. Ask one of the men outside the door to check. You stay put.
He says he saw Helmut heading for the crypt some time ago.
Klaus, see if you can find him. I'll handle things here.
Yeah.
Flip, do you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Tom. You ready for me now?
Have you seen Helmut?
Nope. He's supposed to be here?
Just stand by. Eileen, have they found Helmut yet?
No. What's going on?
I don't know, but...
I think we had better go to the crypt scene first. I've seen through the passageway, but there are no signs of Helmut.
I guess you're right. Flip?
Yeah, what now?
Start your narration, and if you spot Helmut, let me know, huh?
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein castle. It is said that every century the monster that slew Baron von Frankenstein returns to feed his bloodlust. And every century the Baron returns from his grave to meet his fate again. We are less than a minute from the hour of midnight, when all this is supposed to take place. The question is, what will happen here tonight? In just a few seconds we shall know. This burial crypt is one solid room cut out of deep rock. Behind the crypt is a tunnel leading to other burial vaults and to passages that have never been truly explored. It is reputed that 1,000 years of Frankenstein lie buried here. Wait a minute, cut it, Tom. I have to stop. Listen, are you picking up any sounds?
Yes, something that sounds like dragging. Do you see anything?
Well, no, but the sounds are getting louder. Tom, are you trying to pull something?
Well, no, Flip, believe me. Why would I try to pull it?
Something seems to be dragging. I hear breathing. At least that's what I think it is. It's getting cold and damp in here, and I smell something horrible.
Get out, Flip. Get out as fast as you can. All right, close in, men. Get into the crypt as fast as you can. I want every man in there.
I can see them now.
Eyes. Evil. Bright as cat's eyes. Glowing. And enormous. Oh, God, help me. I can't move. It's here. It's here. Who are you?
This is the crypt, Holmes. Someone's heading into the passageway. Over there, I think it's Helmut.
What about Flip?
It's not good. His throat's been crushed. He's not breathing.
Somebody stay with Flip. The rest of you go after whatever is in that passageway.
There. Stop. Stop, Helmut. Don't move. He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's disappeared. Vanished. Into thin air. So, this is goodbye, my friends.
Yes, and I can't say I'm sorry to go.
Tell me, what will you do with the tapes?
Oh, make a show out of them. Add a few scenes, and we'll be ready to send some shivers down our listeners' spines.
The publicity should help.
I suppose so. But I can't help wishing it hadn't come at such a price. Poor Flip. It was a costly show.
Klaus, we've been sparring around for quite a while now. Let's stop avoiding the subject. Who was Helmut?
An actor. That is all I know.
But without a past. The report I received was completely blank except for his acting credits. Nothing.
He was just an actor. Obsessed with a role.
Do you really think so, Klaus?
What else can I think?
Then how do you explain what happened in the crypt? After he attacked and killed Flip, you and your men closed in on him?
And he vanished.
Right before your eyes.
But there must be an explanation. He knew every inch of the castle and the grounds, every secret passageway.
Then you don't think he met the fate of the Mad Baron?
There were no signs of his remains.
Just some flattened, burned-out blades of grass.
It's an unbelievable climax for a legend.
Legends have no climax. They go on and on.
Drop us a line when you find out what really happened.
I promise. But if you don't hear from me soon, you may have to wait another century for the facts.
Since we don't have 100 years to spare, we'll just have to make up our own minds about Paul Helmut. Was he the infamous Baron von Frankenstein brought back to life? Or was he, and I don't mean to be redundant, merely a crazed actor? I'll be back shortly. There is no need to look for a supernatural source of evil. Man has shown himself capable of every wickedness. But regardless of where it arises, evil has a vitality beyond time. Its power can be stemmed, but it will return. Our cast included Michael Wager, Leon Janney, Ralph Bell, E.V. Juster, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As he looks into the face of death at the hands of his enemies, Shakespeare's young King Richard II says, "The love of wicked men converts to fear, that fear to hate, and hate turns one or both to worthy danger and deserved death." We're about to see how a kind of love became so poisoned with fear and evil that it became transformed into brutality and hatred, and finally, a kind of death. Our mystery drama, The Corpse That Would Not Die, was adapted from the Émile Zola classic Thérèse Raquin, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Arnold Moss, and stars Patricia Elliott. The year is 1865. The scene, the left bank of Paris during the last few years of the reign of Napoleon III. The Passage du Pont-Neuf is a dark and gloomy corridor, no more than 30 yards long, a block away from the River Seine. The air is the wet, chilling air of a vault, for the sun never touches the Passage du Pont-Neuf. A row of run-down, dismal shops fronts on either side of the narrow street. One bears the sign, Raquin, Dry Goods. It is evening. Inside, by the gloomy light of a flickering oil lamp, the proprietress of the musty little shop, Madame Raquin, a plump old lady in her late 60s, is seated in a wheelchair. A huge red cat snuggles on her lap.
Camille, my dear?
Yes, Mother.
You've locked the iron shutters over the shop window?
Yes, I have, Mother.
Therese, you've put away the needles and thread Madame Grivet did not purchase?
I have, Madame Raquin.
Is my cup of chamomile tea ready, Therese?
Here it is, Madame.
Ah, what a wonderful fragrance chamomile has. I think I would never have a night of peaceful sleep without my cup. Will you join me, Camille?
Each night you ask, each night I answer. No, thank you, Mother.
Now, I think only of your good, my precious boy. You are not the strongest man in the world.
Tell me again, Mother, for the 10,000th time. I know.
Now, you must not mock your mother. Your mother loves you. If I didn't see that things were done for you, who would?
Do you forget? I now have a wife, have I not, Therese?
Yes, Camille, you certainly have a wife.
And you're as strong as I am weak. And beautiful, what's more? What else could a man ask for?
What I do, Camille, I do.
For my own good, I know.
Oh, Francois, you're getting heavier every day. Oh, you've grown to be the biggest cat in the neighborhood. And the handsomest. Well, thank goodness tomorrow is Thursday.
I'll have to put more oil in the table lamp.
Oh, and have you seen that there's enough firewood for a really good fire? Inspector Michaud likes a warm fire.
Yes, there's plenty of wood.
We mustn't let Police Inspector Michaud think we're pinching pennies.
Not with your 40,000 francs in the bank, we mustn't.
I'll take your cup, Madame, if you're finished.
By the way, I've asked a friend of mine to join us at Domino's tomorrow night. Fellow employee at the office.
Who is he? What's he like?
Tall, handsome. Name's Laurent. Laurent Duchesne. The women can't keep their eyes off him. Or their hands. Fancies himself a portrait painter. You'll like him, Mother. So will you, Therese.
I look forward to meeting him.
10 o'clock, bedtime. Therese, whenever you are ready to lift this poor cripple out of her wheelchair and up into her bed.
I am ready.
Thank you, my dear. Up, Francois. Off my lap.
Dreadful animal.
You said something.
No, nothing.
Is there anything I can do to help?
As always, just stay out of the way. Now, here we go, Madame. Your right arm round my neck.
I'll go up ahead. I think the door to Mother's room is closed.
If only Camille were well and strong, he would carry me to my bed.
We both know that,
Madame, as his wife, I have learned to live with it.
Oh, the door was open all the time.
There you are, Madame. Oh. I'll be back to undress you in a moment. May the time come when I shall carry you to your bedroom for the last time.
What was that, Therese?
Only that someday soon may the good Lord see fit to put life back into your limbs. Is there anything else, Madame?
No, thank you. I'm quite sleepy. Good night to you both.
Sleep well, Mother.
Good night, Madame.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you. I made my bed without realizing what I was getting into. Now I have no choice but to lie in it.
I am your husband. This is your home.
So you keep telling me. But for me, this is no home. It's more like a chilling, newly dug grave.
Therese.
Don't touch me. The touch of your hand turns my stomach. Oh, yes, by all means, bring your friend tomorrow night. It will be refreshing to have a man in the house.
Shut your ugly mouth.
You slapped me. You dared, you little weakling, dared.
No, stop it, Therese. Now put down that poker. You'll kill me.
I did. It might be the best thing that could happen to both of us.
You're sure you won't join us at Domino's, Monsieur Laurent?
Not till I finish Camille's portrait.
As you please. I have a 3 blank, which I place here. What do you say to that, Camille?
Blank 4 here, Inspector Michaud.
4, 6 here.
And double 6 here. My game again. This has been my night for dominoes.
The tea, Madame, if you are ready.
Oh, Monsieur Duchesne, time for a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Oh, thank you, Madame. In a moment. A few more strokes around Camille's eyes, and his portrait will be finished. And do call me Laurent, won't you?
Oh, if it pleases you. Inspector Michaud, your tea. And do finish your story about this, Bernard.
Thank you. As I was saying before, this chap Bernard got away with murdering 2 of his wealthy wives. In both instances, he came up behind them while they were taking a bath in their big tin tubs, held their heads underwater until they were quite dead. It wasn't until he killed the 3rd that we caught up with him. That was his big mistake.
Are you saying, Inspector, that he should have done away with each of them by, varying the pattern of his murders?
If he had, it might have taken us a bit longer to find him. You brew a tasty cup of tea, Therese.
Thank you, Inspector.
Laurent, when may we look at my portrait?
After we've had our tea, dear friend. I think you'll be pleased.
You paint from models, of course.
Oh, of course.
Women models?
Well, certainly. Mostly what I suppose you might call, friends of mine.
You mean women come to your studio and pose for you in the, without clothes?
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, that must make you feel ever so funny. I know it would make me feel strange. I wouldn't know where to turn my eyes.
Really, Camille? Your tea, Monsieur Laurent.
Oh, thank you. You know, I once had this lovely redhead as a model. Beautiful features, firm white flesh, gorgeous body. And I was right in the middle of...
Oh, dear, what have I done? Oh, I am so terribly sorry.
Oh, you spilled the whole cup of tea all over Laurent's trousers.
Therese, how could you be so awkward?
Here, let me wipe your trousers with this cloth.
No, it's really all right.
Oh, my hand is still shaking. Oh, please do forgive me.
As though it had never happened, my dear Therese.
Francoise, the cat, happened to brush by me as I was handing you the cup.
No, not another word. You know, when you look at me with those big, sad, beautiful eyes, I feel that I am the one to blame.
You're very kind.
Oh, Therese, would you get a couple of more logs from outside? The fire's getting a bit low.
Yes, madame.
Yes, madame. Don't you call her mother?
I do not. Excuse me.
Let me help you with the logs, Therese.
Oh, there's no need, Laurent. She is strong.
I can carry them all alone, but
if you wish.
I insist. Now, let me go with you, please.
The domino pieces are set up for another game. May I help myself to another biscuit?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Oh, what a charming man, your painter, Camille.
Yes, I'm very fond of him.
He makes Therese a little nervous.
Is that why she spilled the tea over him?
Of course. Didn't you see that?
Her hands are as steady as a rock. Not a nerve in her whole beautiful body.
Inspector Michaud, you see everything. Even sometimes when there's nothing there.
Perhaps.
Now, you see? You were wrong, Inspector. They seem to be getting along quite well. She's not a bit nervous.
And here, madame, are your logs.
Thank you.
Will you permit me to place one or two on the fire?
Oh, thank you, Laurent. But isn't it time we saw the portrait you've been painting of Camille?
Why not?
Turn up the lamp, Therese.
I turn the easel so, and there it is.
Oh, no. I can't believe it. I really don't believe it.
Is that how I look to you, Laurent?
But that's not you he's painted, Camille. Why, the features are twisted and distorted. The hair soaking with water. And the color, the greenish, the look of a man who's been drowned. Laurent, what have you done?
Well, an artist only paints what he sees.
But that is not a portrait of my son. What you have painted is the face of death.
Laurent, my darling. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here in your little studio.
How happy I am that you're here.
Oh, if you could only know what I've been through these past few months. Oh, buried alive in that horrible shop. And when he puts his cold, clammy hands on me, my blood freezes.
But we're changing all that, aren't we? You and I.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are, my darling. Oh, Laurent, I love you so.
And I love you. There's a cloud of fire that surrounds you. It burns into my body. I could never...
What's wrong?
These stolen moments are too few, Therese. They're not enough for me.
Nor for me.
I want to sleep the whole night beside you and be awakened in the morning by your warm kisses.
Oh, I want that too, my love. But how can we?
Accidents happen every day. Do they not?
Laurent.
A foot may slip. A tile could fall, and the only guilty party would be the wind.
But how, Laurent? How?
Trust me, my angel. I shall find a way. Did you hear anything?
Outside the door. It sounded like Madame's cat, Francois.
How could that be?
He may have followed me here.
Shh. Quiet, quiet. Nobody. It's not a thing. It was only in our imagination.
But why should we have both imagined the voice of Francois at the very same moment? Hold me close, Laurent. I'm very afraid.
Ralph Waldo Emerson, a wise man that he was, observed that whenever a man commits a crime, God finds a witness. That every secret crime has its reporter. Laurent and Therese Requin have already committed one crime, adultery. They are contemplating still another. Was there a reporter to their first act? Where will their dark plans lead them? To Act Two, of course. I shall return shortly. It's a Sunday afternoon toward the end of September at Saint-Ouen, a beautiful wooded section on the outskirts of Paris, along the River Seine, where the less fashionable Parisians of 100 years ago gather for their picnics. On this particular morning, Thérèse Raquin, her husband Camille, and her newly acquired lover, Laurent, are in a narrow little rowboat they have hired. They've spotted a tiny island in the river away from the Sunday crowds where they can set up their picnic lunch in a clearing among the trees.
There, we shouldn't have too much farther to go.
A few minutes, no more, and we should be there, Laurent.
Well, take your time. We're not in all that much of a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep the boat steady, please.
I will, of course.
Now, remember, I can't swim, not a stroke. When I was a child, Mother never allowed me to swim. Of course, you, on the other hand...
Like a fish, Camille, like a fish.
We're going to have the island all to ourselves.
Oh, the water looks so cold and forbidding. This must be the deepest part of the river.
Since we're in no particular hurry, is it all right if we just drift for a while?
Well, why not? Just don't move about, either of you, please.
Oh, everything is so beautiful. So quiet and peaceful.
We can hardly see the people on the shore, and nobody can see us. It's our own little world.
Oh, floating here on the river with my wife and my best friend. I wish this moment would never have to come to an end.
Yes, but like everything else, dear friends, it must. In fact, it has. For you, Camille.
What are you doing, Laurent? You'll upset the boat. We'll all fall into the river. We'll drown.
No, not all of us, Camille. Not all of us.
Stop him.
Stop him. Therese, stop him. Hold on to yours. Therese has got him. He can't get away.
He's holding onto the side of the boat.
We'll take care of that. I put on his fingers. So. Now, over the side, my boy, into the... He's sucking his teeth into the flesh of my neck. Let go, Camille, let go. Now, into the river, my friend. Start rowing, Therese, while I hold his head under the water. So. Are you all right, Therese?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, then don't waste a moment. Slide over the side of the boat into the water quickly.
Right.
From this side. And then I'll capsize the boat and join you. Help!
Help!
Help! Somebody help!
Help!
We're drowning, all of us! Help! And that, Inspector Michaud, is exactly what happened. When the boat overturned, I reached first to save Therese, and by the time I'd rescued her, it was too late, alas, for poor Camille. He disappeared under the waters of the Seine.
Dear me, how dreadful. Monsieur Laurent, how shall we break the news to his dear mother?
That's exactly why I came to you, Inspector. You, as a former policeman, as well as one of Madame's oldest friends...
You did well, Monsieur Laurent. Poor Therese, so young and a widow. What will become of her, I wonder? Who's to console her?
It would be an honor and a privilege to do whatever I could for the widow of one of my dearest friends.
So?
I apologize to the memory of Camille for what I'm about to say at this sad moment. But if Therese would accept me, I should be very proud to be her husband.
You're a fine fellow, Laurent, and most understanding. Tomorrow, the salvage men of the police will drag the river for the body.
Drag? Oh, of course.
There must be a proper certificate of death issued by the city coroner at the morgue, because officially, legally, where there's no body, there is, of course, no death.
Good morning, monsieur. You're bright and early, as usual.
I must find the body of Camille Raquin.
So you say each morning you come here to the morgue to visit my unfortunate guests.
Oh.
Still not used to it after coming here every morning for, what is it,
Over a week.
Well, it's the smell, the dampness of the walls, the rows of gray stone slabs.
Yes, takes getting used to. This way, please. Here. Would this one be your friend?
Well, it's a little hard to tell. The flesh is so That's him. That's Camille. They found him at last.
No, don't take it too hard, monsieur. We all have to go sometime, sooner or later.
The eyes. The lids are wide open. The eyes are staring right at me.
Easy, monsieur. You're sure he's the one?
Oh, yes, I am.
But all you have to do now is to swear to the identity of the corpse, and a legal certification of death will be issued to the police.
Thank you, monsieur. And, for your trouble?
Oh, the gentleman is most generous. Thank you, monsieur.
Not at all. That certificate of death may well be worth some 40,000 francs.
Laurent, are you all right? Wake up. Wake up, you're shivering.
Oh, Therese, I managed to doze off for a moment. I had another horrible nightmare.
So did I. Tell me, what was yours?
It was before we were married. It was a dark, starless night. I'd left my studio, was running through the streets to you in your bedroom. I got to the passage, to the back door. I lit a match to light my way. It went out. I lit another. In the dim, bluish light, I heard weird voices. I thought I saw monstrous shapes against the walls. It was hard to breathe. I climbed the steps. I opened the door, which you had left unlocked. I quickly undressed. I got into bed where you, all white, were waiting for me. I started to kiss you.
Yes. What then?
It was not you, but Camille, as I had seen him in the morgue. Green, disfigured, his hair plastered to his face by the waters of the river.
Oh, how dreadful.
The corpse held out its arms to me, cackling hideously, poking out a stump of a black tongue from between its white teeth.
Oh, Laurent.
And then a moment later, I was standing in front of a cracked mirror looking at the red scar on my neck, the one Camille had ripped into my flesh with his teeth. And as I looked, with Camille's grinning face behind mine, the wound grew larger and larger, eating a black hole into my neck on fire. And always his twisted face behind me, mocking me with his dead yellow eyes.
Laurent, go back to sleep, if you can.
Tell me what you dreamed.
It was much worse. Much more frightening. I, too, dreamed of a time before our marriage.
What happened?
Well, it was a time when I loved you and you loved me. A time when the touch of your lips on mine, your body against mine, was the only reason for my being alive my entire life.
What happened in the dream, Therese?
You embraced me. You kissed me. We became one.
And then?
Then I awoke, and I found myself biting into my pillow to stifle my sobs as I used to when Camille was still alive. Oh, how long has it been since you wanted to touch me, Laurent? How long has it been since I wanted to touch you? Why is it? Since the day we murdered Camille, we've never once desired each other.
I don't want to talk about it.
To me, that is the most horrifying thing that could have happened to both of us. Because now, Laurent, we are both murderers, with nothing to hold us together.
How long have you been sitting there, staring into the flames?
I couldn't sleep. I was cold. I got out of bed and lit a fire. We killed Camille. His corpse is always here between us. His dead body is turning our limbs to ice.
Therese. Look.
Where? What is it?
There. In that shadowy corner over there. He's followed us here. It's Camille.
Where?
Don't move, Therese. How green his face is and how thin. How yellow those staring eyes. He's come back from the grave.
Quiet, Laurent. You'll wake Madame Raquin.
What shall we do?
You fool. Look closely. Have you forgotten?
Wait. It's only his portrait.
The one you painted that Thursday night, the first time we met.
Of course. His portrait. By the light of the fire, it looks so... Turn it to the wall, Therese.
No, I can't. I can't go anywhere near it.
Then I will. I'll do even better.
What are you looking for?
My large hunting knife.
It's there, on top of the dresser.
You remember how upset the old woman was when she looked at the portrait the first time?
She said it was not Camille's face you had painted, but the face of death. Mm-hmm. How right she was.
Now neither she, nor you, nor I will ever have to look at it again. Ever.
Oh, Laura, what are you doing?
Never again. Never. Never. Never.
You've ripped the portrait to shreds.
And with it, the last memory of Camille. For both of us, I hope.
In the writings of an ancient Roman philosopher, we find these words. A man who has done another man an injustice can receive no greater punishment than to have done the injustice. And however harsh his punishment, no penalty can be more brutal than the whipping he takes from his own guilt. True. I shall return shortly with Act 3. What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The guilt starts piling up and in the end destroys us. Therese and her husband Laurent have already wrecked what love there ever was between them by the murder of Camille. How much further will their guilt lead them? It's another Thursday evening. In the dingy little room behind her tiny dry goods shop, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the cat Francois on her lap, playing dominoes with her old friend, Police Inspector Michaud.
And I place my double blank here, Madame, next to your 6 blank. What do you say to that?
I say, Inspector Michaud, that you remained a bachelor all your life because you couldn't be all that lucky, both at love and at domino.
10 o'clock, Madame. Time for bed.
Oh, already? Well, so it is, so it is.
Would you like me to carry you upstairs, Mother?
Oh, that's very kind of you, Laurent, my boy, but Therese is used to it by now.
Up we go. So...
Good night, Michaud. Perhaps I'll have better luck next Thursday. Good night, Laurent.
Good night, Madame Raquin.
Sleep well, Mother.
The old girl is slowing down a bit, I fear.
Yes, I'm afraid so. That case you were telling us about before, I didn't quite follow you. The young woman who was drowned.
Oh, that one. Not a trace of water in her lungs, which led the authorities to believe she had died of natural causes.
And, what made them change their minds?
A person can drown or be drowned if he's taken by surprise. Surprise suffocation, we call it. Not a drop of water in the lungs. It all happens
Madame
when...
Raquin gets heavier and heavier every time I carry her up and down those stairs.
Oh, time for me to go. Must get my 8 hours. Keeps me young and spry. I'll say good night to you two.
Good night, Inspector.
Until next Thursday.
Until next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
This stupid, boring old fool.
Oh, why can't we just pack up and leave? Start a new life somewhere. Anywhere.
Well, what would we use for money? When that miserable old woman signs a paper handing over her 40,000 francs to us, we can think about going away. But not before. But even if we were to...
Yes, Laurent?
Even if we went to the ends of the earth, he would follow us.
Camille.
Who else? When we lie awake at night in our bed, you near one edge, I near the other, he lies there between us.
Stop saying those things.
No, I tell you, Therese, I can hear him breathing. I can feel his cold, wet body next to mine, turning the sheets to ice. Therese, you're not really a widow. You never were.
What are you saying?
You're still married to the man we drowned. There's somebody at the front door. Do you hear it?
Who could it be in the middle of the night?
Don't move. I'll see.
Oh, it's Francois. I didn't know he was still out. I thought we'd already let him in.
That cursed cat. Go away. Away.
Soaking wet, dripping with water.
And it's a beautiful night out there. The sky is clear and filled with stars. Shh. Don't you jump onto that table. Give me that iron poker, Therese. No, get down off that table.
Look out, Laurent. He's getting ready to spring at you.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's going to spring for your neck. Watch out.
Look at those unblinking yellow eyes, how they stare at me. And why does he drip with the smell of the river?
Put down that poker, Laurent. Look out. He's going for your throat.
I know who you are. Camille. I killed you once. Now stay dead, Camille. Die.
Let him be, Laurent. Your neck is bleeding where he bit you.
Let it bleed. It's bled before. You know something, Therese.
What?
The day I first set eyes on you, I cursed that day.
And so do I, Laurent. That was the blackest day of my life. Laurent, why did you throw the painting to the floor and the easel?
I'm disgusted with the whole thing. I do nothing but paint, and look at them. Every one of them.
They're not bad, Laurent.
That's not the point. Look, here's Monsieur Tristan, the tobacconist, and here Madame Colombe, the greengrocer, and there, the 3 children of the postman. Can't you see what's wrong? Are you blind?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at the eyes, the texture of the skin, the expression on the faces. They're all the same. Every face I paint has his expression. Some feature of Camille's. On every face a look of agony and terror.
I begin to see what you mean.
In spite of everything I do, the mouth of each of them is distorted into an ugly grimace. The same look that was on Camille's face when we drowned him.
When you drowned him.
What?
You picked him up. You stepped on his fingers when he clung to the side of the boat. You threw him into the river. You pushed his head into the water and kept it there as he choked out his dying breath.
Therese, you're as guilty as I am of Camille's death.
It's your word against mine.
You liar! We planned every step of it together.
Hands off my throat. I can't breathe.
I murdered Camille, and so did you. We did it together. Say so, Therese. Say so.
All right. We did it together. You and I, we both murdered.
Madame Raquin, what are you doing here?
I heard every word you said. I was here in my wheelchair, in the doorway. Your backs were to me. You killed my son, my only son. I shall call
What's wrong with her?
Her body's gone rigid. Her hands and feet are stiff. She doesn't move. Only her eyes. We must call a doctor. She's had a stroke.
Easy with her now, Laurent.
Now, hold the chair still while I put her into it. There.
Oh, look at her eyes. You see us, hear us, don't you? But you can't speak a word, can you, dear madame?
Nor lift so much as a finger of your dying old body.
She says everything with her eyes. She accuses us with her eyes.
Isn't it a pity, old lady? We murdered that miserable son of yours, Therese and I. We drowned him in the river. And nobody will ever know. Except the three of us.
I curse you from the bottom of my soul for what you've done.
Maybe it would be wiser if she didn't sit here tomorrow night when Inspector Michaud comes.
Well, what harm is there? He'd ask for her, surely. Besides, the doctors told us there's no hope for her. If she ever manages to speak again, it'll be the last breath she ever takes.
Shall we wait for Therese?
She'll be down in a moment. Let's set up the pieces for the game, shall we?
And how is my old friend, Madame Racan? Ready to watch our dominoes game for the championship of the evening? I can see the light of anticipation shining in your eyes. And how is the good Francois?
Unfortunately, Inspector, the poor creature is still limping from whatever he did to his leg.
He sits there like some red-haired monarch, silent on Madame's lap, glaring at you, Laurent.
Sorry to delay the game, Inspector Michaud.
Ah, there you are, Therese. We're all set.
I'll sit here, between you and Madame.
You begin, Laurent.
All right, I begin with a 4-3 piece.
Followed by my 3-5 piece here.
Mm-hmm. And a double 4, so.
Wait, Laurent, Therese. Look.
Well, what is it?
Madame Racan. Her right hand. It's moving. Ever so slowly. With the greatest effort. She's forcing it up the leg of the table.
Well, this is the first time she's moved since her stroke.
Look at her eyes.
She's moving the tip of her index finger.
Trying to get our attention. Yes, madame, what is it you want? What can we do for you?
If my strength holds out, you'll know. Just watch my finger. I'm trying to trace a letter on the oilcloth.
She's made a T. And an H.
And an E. Now an R. T-H-E-R.
She's spelling your name, Therese. Go on, madame. We're following you. Therese and L A U R. Now she's spelling your name, Laurent. Therese and Laurent. Don't stop now, madame. Go on.
My strength is leaving me. I don't know if I can go on.
She's getting tired.
H-A-V-E. Therese and Laurent have what?
Her finger stopped. Her hand has slipped off the table and back into her lap.
Has either of you any idea what she might have been trying to tell us?
No, not the slightest.
Therese?
I wouldn't know.
What could she have meant? Therese and Laurent have what?
Therese and Laurent have murdered Camille. Drowned him. That's what I am trying to tell you. Drowned him.
I'm going up to sleep, Laurent. It's late.
How can you even think of sleep after what we saw her do tonight? We'll never be safe now. If she did it once, she could do it again.
Sooner or later, Michaud will learn the truth. She'll find a way to tell him.
Just being here in the same room with her is enough to make me sick. With her and with you.
You are sick, both of you. Poisoned with guilt and by each other.
You know how I despise you, Laurent. And myself.
Good. Loathe each other. Torment each other from morning till night. Keep digging your own graves, then bury yourselves alive in them, while I watch you destroy yourselves and each other. And that, my dear children, that is your punishment. Camille will be avenged.
Stiff and silent, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the big red cat in her lap, feasting her eyes on Laurent and Therese, eyes that crushed them with brooding hate. Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. You suppose Émile Zola, at age 26, as he wrote the final page of his story, remembered those lines of Shakespeare? I shall return shortly. Émile Zola made this comment about Thérèse Raquin, one of the first of his many great novels. I looked at myself as a scientist. I applied to two living bodies, Thérèse and Laurent, the same method that a surgeon would apply to corpses. This in order to discover how conscience can drive a criminal to despair and madness, to degradation and moral decay. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, Mary Jane Higby, Roger DeKoven, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI Seattle.
And the time at KIXI now 11 o'clock.
CBS News. 4 bombs exploded late Monday night in Chicago's Loop and on posh Michigan Boulevard. 5 people were hurt, none seriously. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. With details of the Windy City explosions, here is CBS News reporter Jackie Castleberry.
4 locations in Chicago were bombed tonight within 20 minutes of each other. The first explosion occurred on the ground floor of the 100-story John Hancock building. The second exploded at the First National Bank of Chicago. 4 passersby suffered minor injuries as they strolled by a city trash can where the bomb was hidden. The next target was an Israeli bank close to City Hall. The last bomb hit the city's Central Police headquarters. There was only minor damage, but officials have blocked off the area and restricted access to 5 other governmental buildings. Bomb and arson crews are now at the 4 locations hit, but there is no word on the type of explosives used or any clues as to who planted the bombs. Jackie Castleberry, CBS News, Chicago.
More CBS News in a moment.
Hi, I'm Flip Wilson, TV luminary, whatever that means.
And I'm Johnny Bench, baseball superstar, according to the bubblegum cards.
And I'm Geraldine Jones. You can call me anything you want, sugar. I love ball players.
Did you ever go with one?
My boyfriend Killer told me he was a catcher with the Dodger organization.
Was he?
Well, I went to Dodger Stadium and Killer was catching all right, selling beer and catching nickels and dimes.
What did you do?
I threw him a high inside knuckle ball across the lips. I teach that turkey to lie to Geraldine.
Geraldine, I heard you're a crusade chairperson for the American Cancer Society.
Well, you heard right, honey. My fellow workers made me office chairperson because of my charm and powers of persuasion.
Well, you don't have to persuade much to get help in the fight against cancer.
No, mostly I make sure all those people who say they gave at the office actually give at the office.
If you haven't already given at the office, send a check to your American Cancer Society. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
If you're feeling generous, folks, don't fight the feeling. And that goes for you too, John.
And now the waiting game begins for the presidential candidates. They've made their last pitches for votes prior to the Tuesday Big Three primaries in California, Ohio, and New Jersey. President Ford wound up his campaign with a motorcade tour of half a dozen Ohio towns, picturing challenger Ronald Reagan as a can't-win candidate. Reagan, having completed his stumping of Ohio Sunday, was back in California. The former governor's aides were trying to buy radio and TV time to counter the Ford commercial campaign, charging that as president, Reagan might start a war. Democratic frontrunner Jimmy Carter wrapped it all up in New Jersey, trying to convince voters not to cast ballots for uncommitted delegates backing California Governor Edmund Brown Jr. and Hubert Humphrey. Brown also was in New Jersey, trying to convince the uncommitted delegates to support only him. In Ohio, Frank Church conceded he does not expect to win there, but said he hopes to get a few delegates. Also in the Buckeye State, Morris Udall wrapped up 4 months of competing in primaries without winning one. He says he still hopes Ohio may give him his first victory, but at the end was talking of his quest for the presidency in the past tense. Many of the residents of southeastern Idaho, listed at first as missing in the flood spawned by the crumbling of the Teton Dam, have turned up alive. The latest casualty toll lists 7 confirmed fatalities, 522 injured. Authorities say between 30 and 40 people still are listed as missing. John Mangan of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation says this week a top team will begin investigating the dam collapse.
We will go into it very thoroughly. It's the first dam that we've lost in 72 years of dam construction. There have been other dam failures for various reasons. So we will examine this one very carefully, and to say what happened now would be pure speculation.
No figures are available yet on estimates of total damage incurred in the flood. CBS News continues following this.
I'm George Herman, CBS News. This Tuesday, the presidential primary race winds up with elections in California, Ohio, and New Jersey. My colleague Neil Strauser and I will anchor CBS News coverage on the CBS radio network, with special broadcasts throughout the evening, on hourly news broadcasts, and with net alert bulletins when the developments warrant. Follow the trends and the results of the final presidential primaries with CBS News Tuesday night on the CBS radio network.
I'm Charles Osgood, CBS News. Join me on Newsbreak, mornings on most of these CBS radio network stations, as we explore this curious world of ours. Some days, I'll pick a major news story to explore in further detail. Other days, it may be a person who did not exactly make the headlines, but whose story is noteworthy in the course of human events. Newsbreak, one of the many broadcasts of news and commentary, along with hourly CBS News, updates to the minute on most of these CBS radio network stations.
It's up to President Ford now whether the United States will go to war against an aggressive strain of bees. The House Monday completed congressional action on a bill to ban the importation of honeybees except under specified conditions, and authorized the Agriculture Secretary to cooperate with farm organizations and other governments to eradicate and control the so-called Africanized bees. The bees were created in Brazil by interbreeding with a strain of honeybees imported from Africa. A 1972 National Academy of Sciences report said because of its unprovoked mass stinging and frequent swarming, the Africanized bee is dangerous to people and animals. The Academy says the bees are moving north at the rate of 200 miles a year and, unless checked, could reach the U.S. border in 4 to 6 years. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
CBS for Seattle, this is KIXI.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Those of you who have attended performances in the Mystery Theater know that there are certain tales that particularly entrance and intrigue me. They deal with the unusual, the unfamiliar, the unexplainable. So I have turned today to that master of mystery, Wilkie Collins, who has a habit of coming up with a story that always makes me say, why, that's not possible. Or is it? Our mystery drama, Shadows from the Grave, adapted from a story by Wilkie Collins, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Christopher Tabori. One invariably associates the mysterious with lonely old houses, strange, small, inbred towns, peculiar characters. And I have to admit, this story follows that pattern. The man who told it to me is one X.Y. Zenith. You can imagine the kind of comments this poor fellow has gone through life with. Nevertheless, he didn't seem to mind when I said, XYZ, would you tell us about your extraordinary adventure yourself?
Having been christened Xavier Yardley Zenith and suffered with those initials all through school in California, I decided that when I got to the job age and became very good in photography, to open up a studio of my own. Call it Zenith of Hollywood. Not an unusual word in Hollywood, where everything is the top, the best, the ultimate, the zenith. Two things occurred in April of this year which totally changed my life. One, I planned to marry. And two, I got a note from my Uncle George, who lived in Fresno, to come see him on what he called a matter of some importance. Hello up there, Uncle George. It's me, Xavier. What are you doing up in that tree?
Xavier, welcome, my boy. I've just about sealed up this hole in the tree. Here, give me a hand.
Steady.
Pretty spry for a man of my age, don't you think? You've never been up this way before, have you, Xavier?
Not since I was a child, Uncle George.
Oh, that's right. I remember now.
This beautiful house hasn't changed.
My father built it in memory of Queen Victoria.
Well, what happened to this big old oak? Struck by lightning?
No, it's the woodpeckers and squirrels that make all these holes. I've just had it with the noisy beggars. They jump from this tree to the top of the porch, and then they run along my bedroom window, making the most infernal racket you can imagine. So I've just been sealing up a few of their nesting places. Let them find apartments elsewhere, I say.
What about that big hole on the other side of the tree?
Maybe tomorrow I'll mix up some more cement. Say, boy, you always go around with 2 cameras hanging around your neck?
Photography is my business, so I'm always prepared just in case.
Huh? Is there a living in it? You sell your pictures?
I used to do better. Took shots of movie stars on location, did a lot of newspaper and magazine work. But work has thinned out.
I have a proposition to make you. Since I gather the picture-taking business isn't too profitable these days, I think you may be interested. Are you married?
I'm just about to be. This coming Saturday, matter of fact.
Good. Then what I have in mind might make an excellent wedding present. I'm not a rich man, Xavier, but comfortably off. 59 acres, orchards, gardens, this house, and a private family vault on the premises.
You're joking. You own a mausoleum?
Death is not a joke, Xavier. I am going to die In a week.
You? No, you're not. You look fit as a fiddle.
An ill-tuned fiddle. No, death is only a few days off for me. I've known it would come to this for some time, so it's no surprise. I'd like to show you where I'm going to be buried. Here we are. That's Carrara marble and Vermont granite. Those 2 locks on the bronze door are an invention of mine.
Mind if I take a picture of it?
Not at all.
There's no one in your private mausoleum now, is there?
No. There was. No. No one. Now, Xavier, I want you to pay particular attention. 2 keyholes and 2 separate brass keys. There is a very good reason for the 2 locks. When I am laid to rest inside this vault, Xavier, I don't expect I shall be trying to get out. But I do not wish anyone else to get in.
But why would a person want to?
It's not necessary for me to explain all that to you now, my boy. I turn the handle, and so. Not spacious, but not crowded. My final home.
Uncle, if you don't mind, could we go back to the house now? I'm not at my best in mausoleums.
All right. I've shown you everything. We'll sit ourselves on the porch, and I'll tell you what's on my mind. Have you ever sat in a porch swing, Xavier? Comfortable?
I love these old swings.
Xavier, I have no choice. You are my only living kin. There is no one else. I'm leaving all my worldly possessions, this house, the contents, the grounds, everything to you, on one condition. You must live here, and every day, every single day, mind you, you must go to that mausoleum and make certain there's been no one tampering with the locks.
Uh-huh. And that's the only condition, Uncle?
The only one.
I certainly appreciate your generosity. Can I think it over and let you know? I'd like to talk it over with Catherine.
Absolutely not. You're going to agree right now.
But, Uncle...
But what? You can have your Zenith of Hollywood office right here. This place is plenty big enough. You can turn the solarium into a studio if you like. I don't care. I won't be here. It's all decided then? Good. I'll have Henley take you to the top of the hill. A good view, and you can see most of the property. Have a tug at that bell pull, will you, Xavier? My dear boy, you don't know what a relief this is. My fate lies in your hands.
Wait just a moment, Uncle. I haven't agreed to this inheritance yet. But if I do, and I find someone's been at the locks of that mausoleum, what should I do?
In my desk in the library, bottom right-hand drawer, is a letter of instructions. The envelope has one word on it. Joshua.
Did you say Joshua?
But, unless someone has been trying to break in, that letter must never be read.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Henley. This is my nephew, Xavier Yardley Zenith. He's going to be living here. I want you to acquaint him with the property.
Very well, sir.
Goodbye, Xavier. I shall not be seeing you again. Have a good walk. Well, my dear Joshua, your old friend George Zenith has found a way to outwit you. Do you hear me, Joshua?
That's exactly what he said, Catherine. He stood looking out of the window at the tree he'd been cementing, talking to someone called Joshua, who, of course, wasn't in the tree. It was most uncanny. And then I left the room with Henley, the butler.
How well do you know your Uncle George?
Only slightly, I'd say.
So then you have no idea what he meant by, Joshua, I'm going to outwit you now.
Not the vaguest. But the important thing is, Catherine, do we want to spend the rest of our lives in a Victorian white elephant with a cook and a butler?
Our lives?
Well, that's the deal if I accept. I have to guard that mausoleum every single day.
Darling, let's forget about this crazy Uncle George of yours. We're getting married Saturday. That's enough to think about for now. If your uncle wants to leave us his big old house in Fresno, fine. I love old houses, especially when it's a free gift. You didn't promise anything, did you?
No, I didn't. Saturday, Catherine and I tied the knot. Nothing fancy, just a few friends at the registrar's office on Hollywood Boulevard. About a dozen of us drove out to Laguna Beach for a wedding breakfast, and we just got around to toasting one another in California champagne when my service tracked me down and left a message that Uncle George had died. And would I come back to Fresno?
I'm Father Daly, Mr. Zenith. Your uncle came occasionally to our church.
Father Daly, this is my wife, Catherine.
How do you do? I'm sorry this sad occasion has brought us together. Not a very auspicious first married week, is it?
It's hard to believe. He seemed so healthy. And when he talked about being dead in a week...
Did he?
Yes. I thought it was his macabre sense of humor. How do you suppose he knew?
Well, if he intended to take his own life, then quite naturally he would know.
Well, surely no one thinks...
My son, no one knows.
When is the funeral service?
Well, there isn't going to be one in the strict sense of the word.
No funeral? But why not, Father?
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Zenith's uncle may not have died a natural death. The medical examiner said an overdose of sleeping pills.
Oh, but couldn't that have been an accident? I mean, he told me he had a lot of trouble sleeping.
Oh, of course it could have. Which is what the coroner decided, death by accident. But so long as there's the slightest suspicion, which you have rather confirmed just now for me, I cannot bless the grave.
I could bite my tongue for telling you what he said, that he'd be dead in a few days.
Had you kept your uncle's intentions secret, that indeed would have been a mortal sin.
Yes, Henley. You wish to see me?
I do, sir. Cook and I want to leave.
You wish to leave this house? But why?
While your uncle was alive, there were some very peculiar things going on, but out of loyalty, we just couldn't go.
Peculiar things that frightened you?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Strange voices and goings-on and awful shrieks. Like someone being attacked. Terrifying, if you ask me.
I quite agree with you. Have you heard such noises since my uncle passed away?
No, Mr. Zenith.
Well, then I suggest to you, the noises died with him. Now, I'll double your salary, Cook's also, and I don't want to hear any more about your leaving.
Well, you put it that way, sir. We'll be happy to stay on.
Every day, I'd go out and check the locks on the family vault. Catherine and I started making over the solarium into a studio, and I ordered equipment for a darkroom. But then, one night, I had a strange dream.
Xavier Yardley Zenith.
Is that you, Uncle George?
Why didn't Father Daly bless my coffin?
I wanted him to, Uncle, but he wouldn't. He said there was some question as to how you died.
You must insist he bless the coffin. I cannot rest until he does.
Uncle George, am I really talking to you? Or am I imagining things in my sleep?
Promise me you will make Father Daly bless my remains. Otherwise, I am lost. I am lost.
To sleep, says Hamlet, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Our friend Xavier Yardley Zenith has surely been given pause. His uncle dies mysteriously, then appears in a dream giving orders, exacting promises. Where will it lead? Where will it end? I shall return shortly with Act 2. It has been an enigma for thousands of years. Are ghosts an illusion, a projection of what one wishes to see, or do they represent some ephemeral link between the world of the dead and the world of the living? The problem that faces Xavier Zenith is to persuade a member of the ministry to bless the remains of a man who may have committed murder. For indeed, that is how the church regards suicide.
Catherine, I tell you, Uncle George's ghost said it as clearly as I say this to you. Father Daly must give me his blessing. I cannot rest until he does.
Honey, can I say something? I appreciate this inheritance, the house, the grounds, money to run it and have a butler and a cook. I never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd have that. But on the minus side, there's all this infatuation with death. That mausoleum, which has to be guarded as though it were Tutankhamun's tomb. And now you having nightmares about your uncle. Xavier, it's not healthy.
What am I to do? I gave my word.
Well, what about your career? You're a little young to retire to a gingerbread house in Fresno and play nursemaid to ghoulies and ghosties.
Oh, we're going to make a great studio out of the solarium. And then that enormous closet, turning it into a darkroom. It'll be great.
You don't understand me, do you? You've got to get out into the world and take pictures, Mr. Zenith of Hollywood. But having always to be one night away from this place so you can check the locks on a dead man's tomb is going to hold you back.
I told you all this before we married, so don't throw it in my face now.
What's the matter with you, Xavier? Have you no will of your own? Why, a month ago, if I told you that a ghost came to me in my sleep, you would have laughed right out loud.
I'm not laughing now.
You really believe you saw him, don't you?
Of course I do. I was there. He was there. I heard him.
And you've decided to stick it out here for the rest of your life, is that it?
If I have to, I will.
I think I'd better leave you alone until you cool off. I'm not letting any dead uncle get in the way of my life. And I mean it.
Catherine did mean it. Next thing I knew, she'd lit out and went back to L.A. I knew where to find her all right. At her mother's. But I was darned if I'd go running after her.
My dear Mr. Zenith, my hands are tied. The church simply cannot acknowledge any untoward death.
Father Daly, for 3 nights running, Uncle George has appeared to me at night saying, "Help me lie and rest. I cannot until Father Daly blesses my coffin."
Xavier, may I call you Xavier?
I wish you would.
My boy, you and I are both modern men at the edge of the 21st century. For you to tell me that you're being visited by your uncle's ghost, while I won't discount it as a possibility, it's much more likely to be your own conscience worrying you to such an extent that you can convince yourself that you've seen him. You tell me it happens when you're asleep. I say to you, yes, it could, but that still doesn't make it any more than a dream.
Last night, he said I should read some of the books in his library, and I would understand.
Go read your uncle's books. And if this brings you peace of mind, then you'll know whether his appearances are fact or fancy.
That's just what I aim to do, Father.
You rang for me, sir?
Yes, I did, Henley. Come into the library and shut the door behind you. Did you know my uncle was greatly interested in black magic?
Well, I did tell you I was aware something strange was going on. He and Mr. Tree, they did some kind of... I don't know what you'd call it.
Mr. Tree?
A friend of your uncle's. They spent a lot of time together, and then a year ago, Mr. Tree went away.
Can you be more specific than something strange?
Well, sir, there'd be a lot of candles. Hundreds, in fact. They'd have them all burning. And there'd be incense and chanting. Right here in the library, Mr. Zenith.
I've been reading these books, and what amazed me was how many of them deal with the power of black magic.
I remember him asking me to bring home a cup of holy water from the church, and I said to him, well, sir, you're supposed to go to church in person and bless yourself with holy water, not bring the holy water here. And your uncle said, getting the holy water is the easy task. I have to get the blood of a child to mix with the water.
Henry, did you ever find out what it was for?
No, I didn't. I didn't ask. And I didn't steal the holy water from the church either.
Henry, you strike me as a sensible man. Will you do me a favor tonight? I generally take a walk in the garden after dark. Perhaps you'd walk with me.
Well, certainly, sir. I see you brought your camera, Mr. Zenith. Can you take pictures with only moonlight?
Oh, yes. Film is so fast nowadays, I could get a picture of you at 20 feet by the light of one match. Now, this part here, where we're walking, is this also part of my uncle's property?
I should say your property, sir. This is all part of it.
And that brook, too? Okay. Let's walk to the other side across this footbridge. The path seems to continue downstream. Over there. What's that little stone building?
Oh, that's the mausoleum, sir.
Oh, so it is. By moonlight, I'm afraid I'm a little discombobulated. Oh, wait. That's a good shot from this side of the brook. Mausoleum reflected in the water. Yeah, I think I got it. Henry! What's that?
What's what, sir?
Figure of a man. I just saw him in my viewfinder. Then he disappeared.
Where, sir?
There. Again. Can't you see it?
Yes, there was someone.
He's moving away from the mausoleum. You see him? He's wearing a long cape almost to the ground. Can you see?
A long cape? Oh, no. Excuse me, Mr. Zenith, but I must go now.
No, it's just a minute. What is it?
Sir, will you please let go of my arm?
Yeah, I will when you tell me. Now, do you know that man?
He's come back. Oh, I never thought we'd see him again.
Henley ran off. I followed the man in the cape, keeping my distance across the brook. He seemed to glide over the earth. I ran across the footbridge towards him, and then he disappeared. I turned back to the house, and suddenly there he was, standing against a big oak tree. And then he seemed to melt right into it.
I do apologize, Mr. Zenith, for my behavior last night, leaving you like that.
Yes, I was rather puzzled.
You're a photographer, sir, and so I have something to show you. This snapshot. Do you see that man?
Yes. It's very like the thing I saw last night, a hunched-over man with a long cape. It looks like he's talking to someone. Someone out of camera range, possibly.
Well, that's the peculiar part of it. He was talking to someone. I took a picture of the two of them. But the other man's not in the picture.
Are you saying this person we can't see was there but didn't register on the film? I don't think I understand.
Perhaps it's better that you don't, Mr. Zenith.
What about the man whose picture you got? Do you know him?
It's Mr. Joshua Tree, sir, when he used to live here. And now he has come back. That's why I must beg you for your understanding and indulgence. Mrs. Henley and I simply cannot stay for a moment longer.
But even if it is Mr. Tree who's come back, why must you leave, Henley?
I can't say any more. I really can't. But if you want my advice, Mr. Xavier, if you value your life, you'll leave here also.
When I developed the shots I took of the Cape figure, they were identical to Henley's snapshot. That night, from the darkened library, I watched the oak tree. At midnight, the figure in the cape appeared. I crept out of the house, following it to the door of the mausoleum. This is what Uncle George must have meant. I reached forward to stop the man. Something hit me on the head from behind. I blacked out.
Xavier, are you all right?
Oh. Catherine, what are you doing here? Am I dreaming?
Don't ask so many questions. That's quite a bump on your head. Here, let me help you.
No, I can make it all right. Oh. Whew. Whoever hit me wasn't kidding.
Just stop talking and lean on me, and we'll walk slowly back to the house.
Catherine, this gets more mysterious every minute. But the biggest mystery is how you just happened to show up.
I'm your wife, remember? I decided I was being stupid, so I came back.
No, darling, you don't have to hold me up. I can make it all right.
You're not going to trip and fall again while I'm around.
Catherine, I didn't fall. Somebody hit me.
Xavier, what are you talking about? I saw you at the mausoleum when I came out of the house. I saw you step back and fall over. There wasn't a soul in sight.
You didn't see anyone near me?
It's after 2 in the morning. When we get back to the house, to bed you go and not a peep out of you.
You don't believe that I was hit from behind?
I believe my eyes, and they didn't see a thing.
Father Daly, who is Joshua Tree?
Where did you hear that name?
Henley told me, but not much else.
Joshua Tree. He was a man who, to the bottom of his heart, if he had one, was basically evil.
How did my uncle come to know him?
Well, he just turned up about 2 years ago. Your uncle took a fancy to him and saw a good deal of him, which I am afraid was the most unfortunate thing he ever did in his life.
Why do you say that, Father?
Joshua Tree was the very spirit of the devil himself.
I show you a photograph I took near my uncle's vault the day before yesterday. Is that Joshua Tree?
Well, I can't really make out the face, but the cape and the angle of the head, very similar, I'd say. But of course, how could it be? He disappeared a year ago.
Father, here's another picture. Is that the man?
Yes, that's him. You didn't take this picture, did you?
No. It was given to me by Henley. He took it. Now, if that's Joshua Tree, you notice he appears to be talking to someone, but there's no one there.
Oh, yes, there is. But the camera can't record an apparition.
You mean Joshua Tree was talking to someone, but we can't see him?
Because, my dear young lady, that invisible thing is a familiar.
What's that?
A familiar is an evil spirit visible to very few. The devil can see him, as can a sorcerer's apprentice.
So you were saying Joshua Tree was such an apprentice?
Xavier, are you in here?
There's nothing here. I'll try this drawer.
What are you doing?
There's nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
I mean, there's nothing in any of my uncle's desk drawers. And he told me there was.
Xavier, why don't you answer me?
Because I don't have any answer. Let me see if I can get under this desk. Knock the wood. Maybe there's a secret drawer. Ah, yes, it's hollow here. Listen. One of these drawers is short. Behind it, there must be. Yeah, here. I'll pull this drawer up, and I'll put it on the floor. Then, I reach back inside. Yes, I feel something. An envelope. Well, here she be.
How did you know it was back there?
Before he died, last time I saw him alive, Uncle George told me that if somebody was tampering with his mausoleum, I'd find my instructions in a letter with the word Joshua written on it. To whom it may concern. So... Oh, no. Oh, no. Murdered. He killed him. Lord in heaven, what are we to do now?
The ghost in the play Hamlet says, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. Is it so with our Uncle George? Is he also doomed to eternal unrest until his sins are purged and burnt away? With the end of uncertainty, I shall bring you Act 3 when I return shortly. It's all very well to pooh-pooh the occult, ghostly apparitions, phantoms that haunt, the deceased who cannot find peace until they find love or are forgiven their earthly sins, etc., etc. But the fact remains that time and again psychic researchers have agreed there are manifestations that defy and disobey nature's laws. And whether we like it or not, the unexplained does exist.
I shall never forget that evening, for even as I stood there, the letter of confession in my hand, Catherine waiting for me to read on, we were both suddenly so overcome by the cold I had to light a fire. And this was late July, mind you. We needed a fire, we lit candles. Something compelled us to light dozens and dozens of candles.
I feel warmer now. It's seeing the flames, I think. Go on, Xavier, read your uncle's letter.
To whom it may concern, especially you, my dear nephew Xavier, I fear they have come to get me. They've appeared at the door of my mausoleum, or else you would not be reading this letter.
Stop.
Uncle George. Catherine, do you see him?
Yes. Is that your...
Don't be alarmed, my dear young lady. I'm sorry we did not meet before, but only your husband can help me.
Is this true? Am I really hearing this?
Xavier, you must find Joshua's body and destroy it. Burn it. You see, I had to kill him. I put his body in the crypt and then it disappeared.
How horrible.
Catherine, Joshua Tree's death was not half so horrible as his life. I was a fool, a lonely old fool. I submitted to his black magic. I subordinated my will to his and became a crawling, craven creature. I lost control of my mind. It was all the doing of the hellish creature he conjured up from the world of the damned. His familiar.
Uncle, if Joshua Tree's body is hidden somewhere, how can I find it?
We will try. Anything to help you, Uncle.
Persuade Father daily to bless my grave. Help me, Xavier. Help me.
I'm glad you finally saw him too, Captain. Oh, those heavy summer storms. We better check the library window. I'll do the ones on the side, Catherine. You make sure the ones facing the front are tightly shut.
Look! The fire in the fireplace.
It's going out.
How strange.
Well, it must be the downdraft blowing down the chimney. Now the fire's gone out.
Oh, the candles are going out.
Must be some strange air circulating in this room. Let me get the electric lights.
The switch is by the door.
Well, that's funny. Nothing's happened.
Can't you turn the lights on?
No way. That happens often in the country. Get a big storm and the electricity just shuts off.
I'll look out the front library windows and see if there are lights in the other houses down the road. Xavier, come here. There's someone out there. Look, pressed against the big oak, a man with a cape. And next to him, a tall kind of man. They're both huddling against the trunk of the tree, trying to keep out of the rain.
Catherine. The tall one? It's turning around from the tree. It's looking right this way. Can it see us?
Oh, what a hideous face. Like death. The eyes. Do you see those eyes?
Now it's beckoning to the man in the cape.
I see him. Is that Joshua Tree?
In spirit. For I'm sure now where his body is.
Where?
In that tree. That's why Uncle George was so haunted. Oh, it's all clear to me now. That time, I followed Joshua Tree to the mausoleum. They were trying to get at the corpse of Uncle George. It was the familiar who knocked me down.
Am I imagining it? But both of them have come much closer to our picture window.
Hello?
Father Daly, is that you?
Yes?
This is Xavier. You've got to come over to my uncle's house. You've simply got to.
My boy, you sound quite upset.
Father, I implore you, come now. Catherine and I are here alone. Only you can save us.
Give me that phone. Father Daly, this is Catherine Zenith. There are 2 creatures outside the library window right now. They're not real people, Father. I have a very strong feeling they are not human.
2? Did you say 2?
At this moment, they are pressing their faces against the glass of the library window. The hands are clawing at the glass as if they wanted to break through it.
Is one of them wearing a cape?
Yes, it is. Father, come quickly. Help us. Help us. They're raising their hands now and pounding at the glass. Ah! They're coming after us.
We ran out the back door into the raging, stormy night, lashed by rain, not knowing which way to escape. The only path through the garden led right to the mausoleum, and before we could stop ourselves, we were practically on top of it.
It's there. It's standing at the door of the vault.
Grab my hand, Catherine. Hold on. We'll run for the brook.
Where are we going?
Into the water. Come on. It's not deep, Catherine. We can walk it. Stay in the middle of the brook with me. You see, these evil spirits cannot follow humans into water. If we just keep moving, it'll give up. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I hope you're right. It's got to give up before I do.
I was right. The thing gave up, finally, and by the time we'd climbed to shore, it had gone. There we stood, the rain beating down on us from above, and our legs and clothes soaked from the brook. Somehow, we found the main road to town and ran towards it.
Oh, there's a car coming. I see headlights.
Let's stand at the wayside of the road. After staying alive this long, I don't want to be hit by a car.
Xavier, Catherine, what are you doing out here?
Oh, Father Daly.
Oh, don't answer me, just get in.
We've got to get back to the house.
All right. Close that door and let's go. Now, tell me, you 2, what are you doing standing in the road wet from head to toe?
We ran from the house to get away from them. They actually broke through a plate glass window.
That's most peculiar.
Peculiar? It was horrifying.
Why do you say that, Father?
Because the spirit of Joshua Tree and his familiar are not after either of you.
Well, they certainly gave a good imitation.
You don't seem to understand. These creatures, the dead and the spirit they've called up, they're satanic twin, in fact. They're not after living persons. They're on the constant lookout for the newly dead.
Well, you see the broken library window, and then tell me if there aren't exceptions.
Where are they now? It's time I wrestle with the devil.
What will you do?
I shall quiet the demons with my crucifix. There's only one way to drive out Satan, and the church has been doing it for centuries.
Father, look. The vault door's open. Someone's coming out.
Not someone, but some things. They're carrying out your uncle's coffin. Stop! I charge you, archfiends of Hades! Thou hast entertained familiarity with Satan, the grand enemy of God. I charge you, put down that body and begone!
Father Daly advanced upon the 2 creatures, holding his crucifix in front of him. The familiar and the spirit of the murdered Joshua Tree halted, released the coffin, and ran. Father Daly and I carried Uncle George back inside the vault and closed the doors. It came to me in a flash. The big oak tree. It was there we would find the source of the evil.
You are right, Xavier. I can see their shadows. I'll hold them back with my crucifix.
Somewhere inside this oak are the remains of the man my uncle killed.
When we find them, I suspect they'll be wrapped in that long cape he wore.
There's a sizable hole on the far side. When I first came here last April, my uncle was up there cementing up some holes.
Since he knew Joshua Tree's body had been taken from the mausoleum by the familiar, your uncle might have suspected it was in this tree.
I don't look forward to finding a pile of decomposed bones. What do we do with them, Father?
Burn them.
I'm glad Catherine's in the house. Don't know how she would react to a funeral pyre.
We have no choice.
Look, Father. The familiar. It's still there.
Its minutes on Earth are numbered. Once we have destroyed the body of Joshua Tree, what held it here no longer exists, and the familiar must return to the black beyond.
And Uncle George must have known that his body could be invaded after death. And he would have had to walk the earth forever with this familiar.
When I find the remains, I shall light the fire to them and hold high the cross.
But what about Uncle George?
I shall go back into the mausoleum and bless the coffin. Requiescat in pace.
The flames consume the phantoms from the grave. The good father returns to the tomb and blesses the coffin. Will there be deliverance for the uncle? Yes, released from wandering the earth. But in the dimension of the beyond, will the spirit of the murdered sorcerer allow his murderer to exist in peace? Or will Uncle George discover his eternal torture is just beginning? I shall return shortly. The ghost of his father is real to Hamlet. Banquo's ghost is real to Macbeth. And even if you or I cry out as they did, hence, horrible shadow, unreal mockery, hence, can we make specters disappear? Defend ourselves from the unknown as we may try to. The battle of angels and devils goes on. So close not your eyes. Remember, all is possible. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Fred Gwynn, Betsy Beard, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.